The Divine Xia Empire, East Sea Province's second war academy, martial practice arena.
Lu Yun, rare grade human race war talisman.
Number of units, 0, commander level, 1. Overall evaluation, low level.
Lu Yun stared blankly at the lines of text displayed on the device in front of him, his mind clouded with confusion. Beside him, a middle-aged male teacher sighed softly and said in a heavy tone, Lu Yun, monthly evaluation result, unqualified.
As soon as the words fell, the crowd erupted. This is hilarious.
A rare grade talisman, and he still failed the monthly evaluation.
Back when he enrolled, Lu Yun was such a sensation. Who would have thought he'd awaken such a useless talisman? It seems the curse of weak human race units still cannot be broken.
The middle-aged teacher, seeing this, felt a pang of sympathy and said softly to the boy in front of him, take the talisman back. There's still 1 week until the midterm evaluation, there's still a chance.
Oh, okay. The boy responded instinctively, reaching out toward the testing device.
At that moment, the screen of the device rippled like water, and Lu Yun's pale hand actually passed directly into it. Then, he pulled out a jade seal no larger than half his palm.
What?
Lu Yun exclaimed as he looked at the seal, his pupils contracting and his body trembling slightly. At the same time, an overwhelming flood of information surged into his mind. Global War Talismans, Units, the Imperial Jade Seal. Mandate of Heaven, Genius or Trash. Ling Shui, step forward for testing. The middle-aged teacher glanced at Lu Yun's expression, a trace of pity flashing in his eyes, but he proceeded to call the next name. A tall girl in a white dress gracefully stepped
onto the platform. She walked up to the boy who was still in a daze, and her clear, cool voice whispered in his ear, Lu Yun, don't forget our promise. If you choose to give up, I'll despise you for the rest of my life.
Lu Yun turned in confusion to look at the girl beside him. On her angelic face, there was no trace of disdain, only deep concern.
All right. Despite the chaotic information flooding his mind, he responded in a hoarse voice.
Ling Shui's delicate face lit up with a faint smile.
She turned and approached the testing device.
Her slender hands formed an elegant seal, and a white feather materialized in front of her, gently descending into
the device.
Instantly, a brilliant white light flared, and exclamations erupted from the audience below. Meanwhile, Lu Yun had already turned and was walking off the platform, his heart surging with excitement.
I've transmigrated, he yelled internally. This is a world of global war talismans. Everyone at the age of 16 has the chance to awaken their own war talisman. Once you obtain a talisman, you're called a commander and can summon units to fight.
Finding a secluded corner below the platform, Lu Yun quickly analyzed the information in his mind. The talisman he had awakened earlier, though rated as rare grade, had allowed him to gain special admission to the Second War Academy of East Sea Province due to its exceptional quality. However, since enrolling, he had failed to summon any units for 3 consecutive months. While his classmates steadily leveled up, he was repeatedly judged unqualified in the monthly evaluations.
But at this critical moment, he realized he had transmigrated.
At this very moment, he felt no worry at all. Because when he had pulled the talisman out of the testing device, he had noticed the carvings on it.
Mandate of Heaven, Prosperity Everlasting.
Though the 8 ancient characters were hard to decipher, Lu Yun, having learned about the legendary history of the seal in a museum in his previous life, could never mistake it. This talisman was no trash, it was the Imperial Jade Seal. Back when the Qin King unified the 6 realms, this was the symbol of his legitimacy.
In later dynasties of the ancient 9 provinces, emperors took pride in possessing this seal.
Lu Yun had no doubt that in this world of global war talismans, the Imperial Jade Seal was an absolute top-tier talisman.
Rare grade? He thought that evaluation was ridiculously low. Although he still had no idea what fate awaited him, he was ready to face the challenge ahead.
Having just absorbed 900 energy points into the talisman, Lu Yun felt no discouragement, only unshakable confidence.
Our promise, was it to stand at the top together?
He gazed at the girl on the platform, her angelic wings unfurled, and memories of their past promise surged in his heart. By now, the students below the platform were in an uproar. Our second academy's angelic goddess, Ling Shui, is definitely on par with the mechanical witch from the first war academy.
I've seen Ling Shui's angelic units in a war scenario. She's absolutely one of the best among this year's freshmen. Both have rare grade talismans, but how can the gap between them be so vast? How many angelic warriors has Ling Shui summoned already? Could her level have surpassed 10?
Lu Yun quietly listened to the discussions around him.
His face no longer showed envy or resentment as he turned and walked toward the massive building outside the martial practice arena. Just as his figure disappeared, the middle-aged teacher's booming voice echoed, shaking the entire arena. Ling Shui, rare grade angelic talisman. Number of units, 15, commander level, 9. Overall evaluation, superior. Boom! The arena erupted in another wave of astonishment. Ling Shui retrieved her angelic talisman, turned, and scanned the crowd below. Her eyes searched for a familiar figure but failed to find it, and a hint of disappointment flashed across her face. At the same time, Lu Yun no longer paid attention to the cheers from the crowd. He stood before a towering structure made of black stone, his heart ablaze with determination. The armory. On the black stone, towering tens of meters high, two massive characters radiating an aura of combat sent shivers through his soul. He took a deep breath and stepped inside decisively. "Hello, I'm here to collect my energy stone allowance." Lu Yun walked into the armory's grand hall and called out to an elderly man sitting behind a giant black stone desk. "Oh, it's you, kid." The sleepy old man lifted his head and teased, "This should be your last special allowance, right? Hee hee, what are your plans after getting kicked out of the academy? I've got a few factories back home that need workers. Interested?" "There's no need for that." Lu Yun interrupted him, his gaze firm. "Thank you for your concern, Grandpa Chen, but I still have a chance." The old man chuckled, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "All right, boy. If you're crying a week from now, remember to come find me." With that, the old man waved his hand lightly, and 3 silver-glowing energy stones appeared before Lu Yun. He carefully took them, bowed slightly in thanks, and quickly left. "Old hey, do you think that kid still has any hope?" The old man watched Lu Yun's departing figure and sighed softly. "Not much hope. I can't sense any aura from that jade seal. Human race units, forget it." The old man sighed helplessly, slapping the stone desk and standing to stretch. "Call that oaf at the door, let's head to Demon Burial Valley for some fun." "Got it." On this very day, the gates of the armory at the Second War Academy were tightly shut, and the massive black stone at the entrance had also vanished. The students of the academy were already accustomed to such occurrences. Inside a single dormitory, Lu Yun placed the imperial jade seal on a massive wooden table, his heart filled with anticipation as he took out 3 energy stones radiating a silvery glow. Each stone contained 100 energy points, capable of helping him unlock the command seal space to summon powerful troops. Normally, just 1 energy stone with 100 energy points would be enough to successfully unlock the command seal space. He had once asked Ling Shui, and her rare-grade command seal, Angel's Feather, had unlocked with a single energy stone. Yet his Imperial Jade Seal had already absorbed 9 energy stones, 900 energy points in total, and still had not unlocked the command seal space. It all depends on whether this time succeeds. Lu Yun nervously swallowed hard as he brought the energy stones closer to the Imperial Jade Seal. In a week, the midterm assessment of the Second War Academy would take place. If he failed, Lu Yun would be expelled from the academy. He knew time was running out. Buzz. He suddenly felt a lightness in his hand as the energy stones vanished instantaneously, as if they had never existed. The Imperial Jade Seal on the table emitted only a faint glow before quickly returning to its original dull, grayish appearance. Disappointment surged through Lu Yun's heart, as if the glimmer of hope ahead had once again been swallowed by darkness. However, just as he was about to give up, something unexpected happened. The ancient Jade Seal, weathered by time, suddenly burst forth with an incomparably dazzling golden light, as if responding to the longing in his heart. At the same time, the long-awaited notification echoed in Lu Yun's mind. Command Seal space successfully unlocked. Detected Host's Command Seal, Unique God-Grade Command Seal. Conditions met. Strongest Commander System successfully bound. Initiating extraction of the most suitable talent for the host. Congratulations! Host has acquired the unique hidden God-Grade talent, mandated by Heaven, Level 1. Congratulations! Host has acquired the unique passive skill, Eternal Prosperity. Lu Yun's heart pounded wildly, an overwhelming sense of power surging through his body, as though he was already standing on the edge of a pinnacle, awaiting the arrival of destiny. In this moment, he knew his fate was about to undergo a profound transformation. Lu Yun felt a surge of vitality and excitement, as if an invisible force was coursing through him. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the Commander Attribute page to confirm the changes brought about by this otherworldly event. Commander, Lu Yun. Command Seal, Imperial Jade Seal, Unique, Hidden. Level 1, 0%. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Spirit, 10. Constitution, 10. Command Seal Energy, 0. Equipment, none. Artifacts, none. Troop count, 0 out of 10. Active skills, Soul Shock, Level 1, Summon Random Human Troop, Level 1. Mandated by heaven, level 1 troops summoned by the Imperial Jade Seal gain a 10x attribute boost. Skills and items used by the commander gain a 10x effect boost.
Eternal Prosperity, level 1 troops summoned by the Imperial Jade Seal bear all damage intended for the commander.
Soul Shock, level 1 utilize the might of the human emperor to shock targets.
Effect scales with spirit and skill level. Summon random human troop, level 1 summon a black iron grade human troop, grades, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, legendary, god grade, Lu Yun drew in a sharp breath, his heart pounding like a drum. The appearance of the system hadn't improved his basic attributes, which remained at a paltry 10 points each, but the added talent and passive skill were utterly jaw-dropping.
Mandated by heaven. This was a unique hidden god-grade talent, absurdly powerful.
It could boost the attributes of troops summoned by the Imperial Jade Seal as well as the effects of his skills and items by tenfold.
Even after experiencing a transmigration, Lu Yun couldn't conceal his inner shock. Moreover, this talent was only at level 1.
The effects of future upgrades were bound to be even more astonishing, as if opening the door to the path of invincibility.
What left Lu Yun even more stunned was the passive skill Eternal Prosperity.
This meant that all damage inflicted on him would be borne by the troops he
summoned.
As long as his troops didn't die, he would remain immortal.
Once he summoned thousands upon thousands of troops, who would dare to try killing him?
The sheer power of this talent and passive skill made Lu Yun's scalp tingle, filling his heart with anticipation and exhilaration. After a long while, Lu Yun finally snapped out of his shock. His gaze fell expectantly on the Imperial Jade Seal on the table.
At this moment, the seal glowed brilliantly, its surface smooth and lustrous like mutton fat jade, emanating golden brilliance akin to the descent of a deity.
Without hesitation, he quickly brought the second energy stone closer to the Imperial Jade Seal. In an instant, a flash of golden light erupted as the energy stone was consumed, and the command seal energy rose from 0 to 100.
Lu Yun's heart trembled, and he immediately activated the skill to summon a human troop.
A black vortex materialized before him. Accompanied by the sound of clashing armor, a human warrior clad in armor and wielding a sharp weapon stepped out of the vortex.
This is... Lu Yun was stunned, staring in amazement at his first human troop.
A surge of familiarity welled up in his heart as he hurriedly checked the troop's attributes.
Qin Elite Soldier, Black Iron Grade. Strength, 150. Agility, 150. Spirit, 150. Constitution, 150. It's actually a Qin Elite Soldier.
Lu Yun exclaimed in excitement, a smile spreading across his face.
And these attributes,
they're absurdly powerful. The Qin elite soldiers were the key contributors to the Qin kingdom's domination of the ancient 9 provinces.
There was even a saying, Qi's martial arts cannot match Wei's elite soldiers, and Wei's elite soldiers cannot match Qin's elite soldiers. Their unmatched prowess was legendary. As
someone bearing the Imperial Jade Seal of the first emperor, it was only fitting that Lu Yun's first troop would be a Qin elite soldier.
The attributes
of this soldier filled him with excitement. Its stats of 150 in all 4 categories were equivalent to a level 5 or higher black iron grade troop. But Lu Yun quickly realized this was likely due to the mandated by heaven talent, which directly amplified the attributes by tenfold. Strength, agility, constitution all had been boosted to extraordinary levels. Combined with the damage transfer effect of Eternal Prosperity, trying to kill him had become an almost impossible task. However, he also noticed that summoning a single Qin elite soldier required significantly more energy than ordinary troops, completely draining the 100 energy points from the first energy stone. And the command seal's automatic daily energy recovery was only about 20 points. In other words, if he relied solely on the command seal's automatic recovery, it would take Lu Yun at least 5 days to summon one Qin elite soldier. This didn't even account for the energy needed to heal injuries sustained in battle. Energy balance truly was the eternal struggle of every commander. Looking at the final energy stone in his hand, Lu Yun couldn't help but let out a wry smile. What he had initially thought to be a massive fortune of 3 energy stones now seemed woefully insufficient. He really needed to figure out a way to acquire more energy. Moreover, with the midterm assessment just 7 days away, he absolutely had to succeed. There's enough time. Lu Yun's gaze became resolute. Fixing his eyes on the attributes of the Qin elite warrior, he decisively absorbed the final bit of energy. With a wave of his hand, a second Qin elite warrior strode out from the vortex. His presence was overwhelming, brimming with the aura of someone ready to embrace battle at any moment. 10 minutes later, Lu Yun arrived at the back mountain of the Second War Academy, standing before the entrance to the war dungeon. At this time, there were already many students waiting in front of the 5 war dungeons.
However, in front of the beginner dungeon, the one with the highest monster level of merely level 3, it was completely deserted. Lu Yun couldn't help but shake his head. After 3 months since the semester began, no one bothered with this beginner dungeon anymore.
But for him, this was his very first time entering a war dungeon, and he was still excited about experiencing the battles within. The most crucial reason, however, was
that his current troop seal energy was 0.
He couldn't access any higher level dungeons, leaving him no choice but to grind in this lowest level beginner dungeon.
Isn't this Lu Yun? Are you really thinking of entering the dungeon? Want us to babysit you? A student sneered.
Ha, the monsters in the beginner dungeon might be weak, but entering without troops is just asking for death.
Another student smirked coldly. Didn't Ling Shui even offer to help him level up before, and he actually refused? Talk about not knowing what's good for him.
The surrounding students chimed in mockingly. Lu Yun, however, remained unfazed. His mind was firmly set. He summoned the Imperial Jade Seal and gently scanned it across the
dungeon entry device. As the mechanical voice sounded, Lu Yun, level 1. Identity confirmed, level requirement met, access granted. The vortex to the war dungeon opened instantly.
A look of excitement appeared on Lu Yun's face. With a wave of his hand, 2 fully armored Qin elite warriors materialized beside him. Their murderous aura surged, as if ready to unleash a
battle of epic proportions. Lu Yun's expression turned serious as he glanced at the challenge leaderboard next to the entrance.
A fire of determination ignited in his chest, and he stepped into the vortex with his Qin elite warriors.
The students lingering by the other dungeon entrances were left utterly dumbfounded.
They had assumed Lu Yun, unable to summon troops all this time, had gone mad and was entering the dungeon barehanded to court death.
To their astonishment, the so-called
trash who hadn't even opened his troop seal space in 3 months had actually summoned troops.
And from the aura emanating from those 2 black-armored human warriors, there was a discernible killing intent, not something ordinary troops could possess. Soon enough, someone muttered sourly, "Did I just see that? Lu Yun actually summoned troops? TCH, so what if he summoned 2 troops after 3 months? Nothing impressive about that. Their equipment looks decent, sure. But human troops are all for show. I bet he can't even clear the beginner dungeon."
At that moment, Ling Shui, who had just walked out from a level 9 war dungeon, overheard the chatter. The girl, usually as cold as frost, revealed a smile so stunning it took everyone's breath away.
"Awwa!"
Upon entering the war dungeon for the first time, Lu Yun was immediately greeted by the sound of beastly roars. The 2 Qin elite warriors beside him seemed to sense danger. Without hesitation, they drew bronze swords with their right hands,
and in their left hands, large bronze shields appeared, positioning themselves protectively in front of Lu Yun.
As expected of the Qin elite warriors,
Lu Yun couldn't help but exclaim.
Even shields were part of their loadout. His 100 energy points had been well spent. Furthermore, he noticed that the Qin elite warriors' equipment extended beyond just swords and shields. Glancing at the beginner war dungeon ahead, he saw a vast prairie dotted with clusters of
waist-high wild grass.
The eerie roars came from within those grassy patches. Yet Lu Yun felt no concern.
In a beginner dungeon with a maximum monster level of only 3, he was absolutely invincible.
"Go," he commanded his 2 Qin elite warriors. The 2 human soldiers banged their swords against their shields with a resounding clang and marched toward the grass ahead.
"Awwa!"
A black wolf, over a meter long, leapt out of the grass with razor-sharp teeth glinting menacingly. But before it could close the distance, one of the Qin elite warriors slashed out with his sword.
Squelch!
The wolf's head flew high into the air mid-leap.
"Congratulations! You have slain a level 1 black wolf. Gained plus 10 experience."
Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction.
A mere level 1 black wolf was no match for the overwhelming 150-point attributes of the Qin elite warriors. It was barely a pest.
He checked his experience bar and found that killing a single level 1 monster only increased it by 0.1%. He would need to kill 1,000 of them to level up. The leveling pace was painfully slow. "Congratulations! You have slain a level 1 black wolf. Gained plus 10 experience. Congratulations! You have slain a level 1 black wolf. Gained plus 10 experience." A series of notifications popped up as the 2 Qin elite warriors, armed with shields and swords, swept through the grasslands.
Any black wolf that dared to reveal itself was instantly turned into Lu Yun's experience points.
In just 10 minutes, Lu Yun's experience bar had risen by 2%.
The efficiency was impressive. It seemed he could reach level 3 before the day was over. Keep going.
Lu Yun was in high spirits, following closely behind the two Qin elite warriors as they advanced deeper into the prairie.
Awah!
Just as he passed a particularly dense patch of grass, a low growl sounded. A black wolf that had been hiding in the grass and had narrowly
escaped death earlier lunged toward Lu Yun.
His eyes narrowed as he raised his hand, activating his troop master skill.
Soul Dread.
The charging black wolf froze in place as if turned to stone. The fierce, bloodthirsty gleam in its eyes was replaced with sheer terror.
Lu Yun raised an eyebrow in surprise.
He hadn't expected his level 1 soul dread to be this powerful. He knew that for many troop masters, level 1 soul dread was
practically useless, barely slowing down a monster's movements.
But thanks to the tenfold skill amplification granted by Heaven's mandate, his soul dread had directly broken the wolf's spirit. Lu Yun was quite pleased with the result.
Whoosh! At that moment, an arrow flew from dozens of meters away, striking the frozen black wolf before Lu Yun. Awah! The wolf, unable to dodge, let out a final wail before turning into Lu Yun's experience points. Looking toward the direction of the arrow, Lu Yun saw one of his Qin elite warriors putting away a crossbow. His satisfaction grew even further. The Qin elite warriors were practically fully equipped special forces.
Ha! As Lu Yun prepared to move forward, he suddenly noticed something next to the fallen black wolf.
A small stone glimmering with silver light. An energy stone.
Lu Yun's eyes lit up with excitement as he quickly picked up the stone.
Though it only contained 2 energy points, leaving him slightly disappointed, it was still better than nothing.
Without hesitation, he had the Imperial Jade Seal absorb the energy before continuing forward.
An hour later,
Lu Yun's experience bar had climbed to 8%. On the prairie ahead, bonfires burned here and there, surrounded by a group of wolf-headed, human-bodied monsters that exuded a cunning and menacing aura.
Roar!
When 2 elite warriors of the Great Qin dynasty broke into their territory, the monsters immediately let out ferocious growls, clutching wooden clubs as they charged forward.
Crash!
Faced with the frenzied assault of over a dozen monsters, the 2 elite warriors remained unflustered. They swiftly sheathed their shields and swords, their black armor clanging with a metallic resonance.
In the next instant, a bronze halberd appeared in each of their hands, ready for battle. Slash! Slash!
The 2 bronze halberds swept through the ranks of the wolf-like monsters like cutting through grass, effortlessly slaying them one after another.
Congratulations on killing a level 2 half-wolfman, experience plus 20. Congratulations on killing a level 2 half-wolfman, experience plus 20.
Lu Yun felt a surge of pride in his heart, thinking he might just be the most relaxed commander to ever tackle this beginner's dungeon.
After over an hour, Lu Yun's experience bar reached 17%. However, as the number of level 2 half-wolfmen dwindled, he decisively issued an order for the 2 elite warriors of Great Qin to advance further and clear out the remaining half-wolfman monsters.
Meanwhile, Lu Yun followed behind, scavenging through the corpses of the fallen half-wolfmen. To his delight, he found over a dozen energy stones, each containing 5 points of energy, leaving him quite satisfied. It wouldn't be long before his military sigil would have enough energy to summon a 3rd elite warrior of Great Qin.
Awoo! At that moment, a long howl echoed from ahead.
Lu Yun looked up and saw a larger bonfire burning in the distance.
Around it, several half-wolfmen clad in animal hide were roasting meat. Wolfman warriors. Lu Yun's heart tightened as he recognized the infamous level 3 monsters.
A month before school started, he had already heard about
how almost all new students dreaded them.
Even now, many first-year students avoided facing these level 3 Wolfman warriors entirely. The Wolfman warriors near the bonfire stood up, gripping bone knives and iron clubs in their hands.
Aroo! Aroo! 5 Wolfman warriors charged forward in unison, their speed noticeably faster than the black wolves and half-wolfmen encountered earlier. Their charge exuded the momentum of a small, coordinated battalion, making Lu Yun feel an overwhelming pressure. At that moment, he finally understood why other freshmen feared these Wolfman warriors so much.
The formation of these monsters during their charge was something typical of high-level war dungeons, not a beginner level one.
Though the Wolfman warriors' levels were relatively low, their coordinated attack formations made them an intimidating force.
Even with an equal number of troops, it would be difficult for a novice commander like Lu Yun to fend them off.
Clang! 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 However, even as the 5 Wolfman warriors charged, the 2 elite warriors of Great Qin showed no fear. They immediately pulled out their bronze crossbows, skillfully nocking and firing arrows. The arrows shot forth like meteors, striking the rapidly advancing Wolfman warriors with pinpoint accuracy. One after another, the ferocious Wolfman warriors fell to the ground. Congratulations on killing a level 3 Wolfman warrior, experience plus 30. Congratulations on killing a level 3 Wolfman warrior, experience plus 30.
Lu Yun instantly received 5 experience notifications, and his heart swelled with a sense of achievement. Lu Yun's smile was as radiant as the sun. He had finally realized the power of the elite warriors' ranged weapons. Against these monsters with weak armor, the crossbows were undoubtedly the best choice. He gleefully accepted the 150 experience points and promptly issued a command for the Great Qin warriors to clear the area.
Awah! 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 It was clear that these Wolfman warriors were merely trainees in the War Academy.
They had no idea of the massive disparity between themselves
and Lu Yun.
Even after the first wave of Wolfman warriors was shot down, the others charged forward again, weapons raised, showing no fear.
Swish! Swish! Swish!
Arrows rained down like a storm, preventing the supposedly fearsome Wolfman warriors, meant to instill terror in the hearts of freshmen, from even getting within 20 meters of Lu Yun.
These
overly confident level 3 Wolfman warriors were, in fact, more reckless than the level 1 Black Wolves and level 2 Half-Wolfmen, rushing forward only to serve as free experience points.
In just 30 minutes, all the level 3 Wolfman warriors had been annihilated. Lu Yun's experience bar surged to 35%. He wasn't overly fixated on the experience bar, though.
Instead, he eagerly ran toward the pile of Wolfman warrior corpses, where glittering energy stones lay scattered like treasures.
Lu Yun didn't bother picking them up one by one.
Since there was no one else around, he simply tossed his Imperial Jade Seal into the pile of corpses.
Swish! 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 Instantly, the energy stones transformed into streaks of light, absorbed by the Jade Seal.
A series of notifications chimed, and the energy of the military sigil increased dramatically, leaving Lu Yun grinning from ear to ear. The energy stones dropped by these level 3 Wolfman warriors each contained 5 points of energy. In total, they yielded over 20 stones, providing more than 100 points of energy for his military sigil.
Lu Yun was thoroughly pleased. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a third elite warrior of Great Qin. Then, after scanning the beginner-level Grassland War Dungeon, he swiftly recalled all 3 warriors into the military sigil and left the dungeon without hesitation.
Meanwhile, in a valley teeming with ferocious beasts, a scrawny old man wearing massive gauntlets was engaged in fierce close-quarters combat with a beast. Suddenly, his movements froze, and a look of surprise appeared on his face.
Roar!
A monstrous creature with a green face and sharp fangs lunged at him, only to be crushed into pulp by a massive black stone giant bearing the inscription Armory on its back, which descended from above.
Chen Wudi, what are you daydreaming about? The black stone giant rumbled. Chen Wudi snapped out of his thoughts and laughed.
I was just thinking about how this year's freshmen have some incredibly promising talent.
Old man, the decades-old beginner Grassland War Dungeon record has been broken again. Boom!
A black stone bull charged into the fray beside the old man, knocking away several beasts larger than itself.
It taunted, what's so impressive about a level 3 beginner dungeon? If I recall, your record back then was just in the top 100. Calling someone who surpasses that a promising talent is a bit much, isn't it? Chen Wudi burst into hearty laughter. You don't get it.
Breaking into the top 100 as a commander before level 3 signifies boundless potential for growth. This year, only that girl Ling Shui managed to break into the top 100.
Old man Chen, are you just bragging about yourself? The black stone bull teased, and the black stone giant joined in with a rumbling laugh. But Chen Wudi paid them no mind. Let's go. We need to find out who this young talent is.
At the rear mountain of the Second War Academy, outside the dungeon portal, Lu Yun's figure reappeared. He looked up at the leaderboard beside the portal, where his
record time for clearing the dungeon, 2 hours and 37 minutes, was prominently displayed. This was his first record for completing a beginner dungeon. As he stepped out of the dungeon, a notification chimed, informing him he had received a reward for breaking the dungeon record, 50 points of military sigil energy. What an unexpected bonus! With these 50 points, the Imperial Jade Seal's energy had now accumulated to 96 points. Just a few more energy stones, and he could summon the 4th elite warrior of Great Qin. Lu Yun could hardly contain his excitement. Entering the top 100 rewards you with 50 points of sigil energy. What could the reward be for an even higher record? Originally, he thought, the leveling speed in the novice dungeon was too slow. Unexpectedly, there were record-breaking rewards, and his interest was instantly piqued. For his first dungeon run, his main goal was to observe the strength of the Great Qin warriors. If he had gone all out, his monster-killing speed would have improved by at least half an hour. Now, he had summoned an additional unit, further enhancing his combat strength.
Lu Yun estimated that with a conservative effort, he could shorten the record by another hour. Glancing at the time, he realized it was still early. Just as he was about to re-enter the novice dungeon, he heard mocking laughter behind him. Our rare sigil genius, Lu Yun, managed to clear the dungeon without a scratch.
Could it be that he didn't dare to fight at all? Why'd you come out after only 2 hours?
I thought genius Lu Yun could last longer than that.
Yeah, where's your human unit army?
Were they torn to shreds by the wild wolves? Lu Yun turned his head and saw a group of first-year classmates. These were the same people who were always jealous of his special allowances and never missed a chance to mock him. The old Lu Yun might have argued with them out of pride, but the current Lu Yun only wanted to focus on leveling up, breaking records, and summoning more units. He had no interest in wasting time on such small-minded characters.
Lu Yun, Level 1. Identity confirmed. Level requirements met. Entry permitted.
Using the Imperial Jade Seal to verify his identity, he stepped back into the vortex. The group of students watched as Lu Yun disappeared into the dungeon entrance, sneering as they did. Acting all high and mighty, but he's still just a level 1 rookie.
What's he so smug about? Maybe he's in there crying. He won't even see the werewolf warriors in 7 days. Let's see if he's still so cocky during the formal evaluations. Does he really think having a rare sigil makes him invincible?
Inside the novice dungeon, Lu Yun waved his hand, summoning 3 great Qin warriors to his side.
Leave none alive, he ordered softly.
The 3 elite soldiers of the Great Qin Empire immediately drew their swords and charged toward the grasslands ahead.
Howl. Slash. A cascade of experience notifications followed, lifting Lu Yun's spirits.
He trailed behind the Great Qin warriors, heading deeper into the grasslands. Luck was on his side just as the Great Qin warriors finished clearing the level 1 black wolves. Lu Yun found 2 energy stones. After the Imperial Jade Seal absorbed them, the sigil energy broke through the 100-point mark, and Lu Yun promptly summoned a 4th Great Qin warrior. With 4 Great Qin warriors, their monster-clearing speed increased significantly.
Half-werewolves and werewolf warriors fell like grass before their blades.
Lu Yun was relegated to the simple role of a looter.
An hour and a half later, the last group of werewolf warriors fell reluctantly under a barrage of arrows.
Lu Yun stepped forward, collecting dozens of energy stones dropped by the werewolf warriors, earning another 75 points of sigil energy. Just as he was preparing to leave the dungeon, Lu Yun noticed something unusual: a piece of faintly glowing leather armor lying beside the visibly more muscular corpse of a werewolf warrior.
Equipment drop?
Lu Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. The drop rate for equipment or artifacts in the novice war dungeon was notoriously low, so low it was maddening. Every year, over 90% of new students failed
to obtain even a single piece of equipment or artifact.
Yet, here he was, on only his 2nd dungeon run, and he had already scored an equipment drop. Quickly picking up the leather armor, Lu Yun scanned its attributes.
Wolfhide armor, black iron level 1, constitution +2. He couldn't help but let out a small scoff, thinking to himself, a mere +2 to constitution? Better than nothing, I suppose. Without hesitation, he equipped the armor.
Its dark, understated design blended almost seamlessly with his school uniform, adding an air of mystery and restraint to his already handsome appearance. Afterward, Lu Yun recalled his 4 unscathed Great Qin warriors into the sigil space and exited the dungeon. As soon as he stepped out, the system's notification rang in his ears once again.
Congratulations, Sigil Master Lu Yun, for breaking the record for the novice war dungeon. Reward, 100 points of sigil energy.
Meanwhile, several hundred meters away at the entrance to the level 9 dungeon, a heavily injured Ling Shui had just emerged from the vortex.
A notification echoed in her ears. The record has been broken? Ling Shui, despite her exhaustion, was stunned. She knew she was likely the only one among the freshmen to rank in the top 100 in the novice war dungeon.
Most students at the 2nd War Academy didn't even survive the werewolf warriors' onslaught, let alone clear the dungeon.
How is this possible? Ling Shui's heart tightened as a suspicion began to form.
Forgetting her fatigue, she sprinted toward the entrance of the novice war dungeon. At the same time, near the gates of the 2nd War Academy, a thin figure dashed past, causing a gust of wind that left nearby students stumbling.
Am I seeing things? Wasn't that old Chen from the armory? Someone exclaimed, recognizing the figure.
Chen Wudi paid no attention to the commotion he caused. His heart burned with curiosity, eager to discover who had broken the novice war
dungeon record.
Just as he was about to reach the dungeon entrance, he almost collided with another figure rushing in the opposite direction.
Lao Yu, where are you rushing off to?
Chen Wuti stopped in his tracks and saw that it was none other than Yushir-san, the headmaster of the Second War Academy. Yushir-san looked disheveled, his hair messy, but his eyes shone with excitement, clearly aware of the situation.
Wuti, did you also get the notification about the record being broken?
His voice carried a hint of anticipation. Chen Wuti nodded, but his expression quickly changed.
Lao Yu, don't tell me your record was broken too.
Yushir-san shook his head confidently.
My record in the top 10 probably won't be touched for another 100 years.
It was Lu Hong who told me his top 50 record was broken.
What? Top 50? Not just top 100?
Chen Wuti exclaimed, his curiosity blazing like a wildfire.
Let's go, I can't wait to find out who it is. With that, he sprinted toward the dungeon entrance in the back hills.
Yushir-san, surrounded by a faint mist, seemed to move leisurely, yet his pace was no slower than Chen Wuti's. His face was full of eager expectation. Elsewhere, Lu Yun checked the time and decided to grab lunch, but he suddenly noticed Ling Shuet approaching quickly, her appearance disheveled and her body covered in blood.
What happened? Are you okay?
Lu Yun asked with concern, feeling a pang of guilt in his heart. The two had grown up together as childhood sweethearts, once called a golden couple by everyone around them.
But after entering the War Academy, Lu Yun's inability
to summon units had made him increasingly insecure and sensitive, even pushing Ling Shui away. He knew this girl had shed countless tears in private because of him. Now, having traversed into this world, Lu Yun could feel the emotions buried deep in his heart.
I'm fine. Did you get hurt entering the dungeon?
Ling Shui's heart softened when she saw that Lu Yun was unharmed, not even a wrinkle on his clothes.
Her initial curiosity faded away.
Who Lu Yun was or what he represented, none of it mattered.
Deep down, she knew Lu Yun was the one and only.
The girl casually wiped the beast blood off her cheek, revealing a radiant smile, as dazzling as a flower in full bloom.
Let's go to the cafeteria together.
You haven't had a meal with me in ages, Ling Shui said, her tone carrying a hint of grievance, making her appear irresistibly adorable.
Alright, let's go. But don't expect a feast from me, take it easy.
Lu Yun waved the jade seal of the heavens in his hand with a playful smile tugging at the corner of his lips.
I promise, Ling Shui nodded obediently, following closely behind the boy as if the entire world now consisted of just the two of them.
Meanwhile, a group of students, hastily arriving with bandages and precious healing potions in hand, caught sight of this scene. Their hearts burned with anger, their teeth clenched in fury.
What's so great about this Lu Yun? He's not even good enough to rank as a useless war host, yet he gets to be with Ling Shui.
A handsome young man angrily smashed the potion bottle in his hand to the ground, his voice filled with rage.
Boom! Boom!
Just as the tension reached its peak, two gusts of wind swept past.
Two figures, swift as lightning, appeared at the entrance of the beginner-level dungeon.
It was none other than Yushir-san and Chen Wuti, who had rushed over.
Dean! Elder Chen!
The students, who had been gritting their teeth in anger moments earlier, were instantly intimidated by the imposing presence of the two elders. They hurriedly raised their voices in acknowledgement. The two elders glanced at the leaderboard near the beginner-level dungeon. Their gazes swept over the group of students with a mix of fervor and anticipation. But Yushir-san and Chen Wuti quickly realized that all the students present were level 5 or higher, making it impossible for them to enter the beginner-level dungeon.
Have any of you seen who entered the beginner-level war dungeon?
Yushir-san's voice was loud and eager as he asked.
Chen Wuti's expression was equally expectant, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Faced with the overwhelming presence of these two veteran war hosts, each over level 30, the novice war hosts couldn't help but tremble.
Finally, the highest-level student among them, a level 7 boy, gritted his teeth and replied, "Only Lu Yun."
"We didn't see anyone else." "Lu Yun?"
Chen Wuti's aura instantly intensified, a hint of doubt flashing in his mind.
"That little guy who's been collecting special subsidies for 3 months?"
Yushir-san frowned slightly, retracting his aura.
He was well aware of Lu Yun's name, as he had personally recruited him as a rare war talisman holder. Yushir-san had always paid special attention to both Ling Shui and Lu Yun.
However, Lu Yun's poor performance over the past 3 months had made him deeply regret his original decision.
But now, could Lu Yun really be the one who broke the beginner dungeon record?
With his human war talisman that had failed to summon any units for 3 months, it all seemed too unbelievable.
Thinking of this, Yushir-san asked again, was there anyone else? Yes, aside from Lu Yun. Chen Wuti nodded in agreement.
The students were intimidated by the sharp gazes of Yushir-san and Chen Wuti.
After carefully recalling, they all shook their heads.
The boy who had always tried to curry favor with Ling Shui gritted his teeth and said, "Dean, Elder Chen, that Lu Yun is just a show-off.
I bet he didn't even kill any monsters in the dungeon.
Exactly, the other students echoed. Lu Yun came out of the dungeon without a single trace of dirt on him.
He probably just hid in a corner after entering, waited a few hours, and then teleported out. He's still just level 1, and he's only been in the beginner dungeon twice. He's definitely just racking up time inside. I saw Lu Yun's 2 summoned units, they're no different in size from regular people. They probably can't even take down a black wolf. Hearing these remarks, Yushir-san and Chen Wudi's faces showed disappointment.
It seemed unlikely that Lu Yun was the one who had broken the record. After all, for a level 1 novice war host to break into the top 50 records of the beginner dungeon was almost impossible. Both Yushir-san and Chen Wudi had set their own beginner dungeon records back when they were at the peak of level 3.
For a level 1 Lu Yun, who would at most have a handful of summoned units and had only run the dungeon twice, it was improbable he could rank in the top 50. Still, the two were now even more curious about who had broken the record. After all, in the entire Second War Academy, the number of students who hadn't surpassed level 3 after 3 months was only a handful.
Most of their war talismans were of ordinary grade.
Could it be that someone had summoned units with extraordinary attributes, or perhaps acquired some powerful war gear?
Chen Wudi, who had always been quite pleased with Lu Yun's polite demeanor, took note of the earlier mention that Lu Yun had successfully summoned 2 human units.
This brought him some relief. After all, even if Lu Yun couldn't pass the special recruit evaluation, with some effort over the next 7 days, he still had a high chance of passing the standard test. Beep, beep. Just then, a notification sounded from Yushir-san's communicator.
He checked the message, his brows furrowing slightly.
"Old you, what's wrong?" Chen Wudi asked curiously.
Yushir-san waved the male students away before replying gravely. "Lu Hong informed me in advance.
The upcoming formal evaluation will involve a joint trial among the 3 academies. What about the trial slots?" Chen Wudi's expression also darkened.
"There are still only 9 slots, but they will no longer be evenly divided among the 3 war academies."
Yushir-san's face turned grim.
"The War God Hall clearly wants to stir things up this year," Chen Wudi said with a sigh.
Yushir-san's expression was complicated. There's no helping it.
According to Lu Hong and Ran Tu, the other side of the galactic wall is becoming increasingly restless. Chen Wudi's gaze grew profound as he looked intently at the entrance to the beginner war dungeon.
These young ones need to grow up faster. At the Second War Academy's ordinary student cafeteria. Beep.
Lu Yun, who was devouring his simple meal, heard the soft chime from Ling Shue's communication watch. Sitting across from him, Ling Shue was watching him eat with a smile. She curiously opened the message, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Although she hid it well, Lu Yun still noticed. "What's wrong?" he asked with a smile, looking into her eyes after swallowing the last piece of braised beast meat. Meeting Lu Yun's deep gaze, Ling Shue's cheeks flushed slightly. She hesitated briefly before giving in and explaining honestly. "The academy announced that the formal evaluation in 7 days will involve all 3 war academies."
"Oh," Lu Yun responded indifferently.
But Ling Shue continued, "The information was only sent to the top 100 students in this month's ranking."
"Lu Yun, you don't have to. I'll be fine."
Lu Yun interrupted her with a smile, noticing the concern in her eyes. "You shouldn't push yourself too hard these next few days.
With your abilities, there's no doubt you'll ace the evaluation." Ling Shue carefully studied Lu Yun's expression.
Seeing that he didn't react with the emotional outbursts of the past 3 months over trivial matters, she finally let out a sigh of relief. "Don't lose heart," the girl said firmly, her expression resolute. "Since you've already summoned a troop type, you'll definitely pass the test. At worst, when we run team dungeons in the future, you can stick with me.
I won't let you get expelled."
Hearing this, Lu Yun, who had lived 2 lifetimes, felt a wave of warmth in his heart. He gently tapped the girl's forehead with his finger and gave a playful smile.
"All right, it's settled then. In the future, I'll rely on angel goddess Ling Shue to carry me." "Ugh, I won't talk to you."
Ling Shue's cheeks flushed instantly, unable to resist the sudden show of affection.
After finishing his meal, Lu Yun, in a pleasant mood, didn't chat much further with Ling Shue.
In the cafeteria, countless male students stared at them like wolves, their hungry gazes piercing. Lu Yun and Ling Shue stood up and left the cafeteria together. Returning to the entrance of the beginner-level war dungeon, Ling Shue resumed her usual cold and aloof demeanor, waving goodbye to Lu Yun. He smiled and waved back before stepping into the dungeon without hesitation. Ling Shue stayed at the dungeon's entrance, her expression briefly dazed. During their meal, she'd noticed that the dark leather
armor on Lu Yun seemed oddly familiar.
The moment he stepped into the dungeon, a black glimmer flickered across the leather armor. Her heart trembled, and she suddenly realized the leather armor Lu Yun wore was a piece of black iron-grade warlord equipment. She couldn't believe it. How could Lu Yun, who hadn't even had the chance to redeem his points, possess such powerful gear? There was only one explanation. Lu Yun looted that equipment. Surprise flashed in her eyes as she thought to herself. It seemed Lu Yun wasn't just idling in the dungeon as others had claimed. With this realization, the coldness on Ling Xue's face gradually melted into a sweet smile. With a swooshing sound, 14 elite warriors emerged from the vortex. Lu Yun checked the balance of his troop token energy, 186 points. Without hesitation, he summoned another Qin elite warrior. Now, 5 elite Qin soldiers stood neatly before him, exuding the faint aura of the once dominant Qin army. Satisfied, Lu Yun gave a command. The 5 elite warriors drew their swords and charged toward the plains ahead. In an instant, the grasslands were plunged into another one-sided slaughter. 20 minutes later, the level 1 black wolves were completely cleared out, even faster than during his previous 2 dungeon runs. Overjoyed, Lu Yun focused on looting the black wolves' corpses. As he celebrated finding 2 energy stones, the Transcendent Imperial Seal, which had been resting quietly in the troop token space, suddenly flew out on its own. Immediately afterward, the system notification rang out. Special conditions detected. A single troop type has undergone special evolution. Whoosh, the Transcendent Imperial Seal shot out a beam of golden light, landing on one of the Qin elite warriors who was ferociously battling monsters dozens of meters away. Then, the system prompted again. Qin elite warrior Bai Qi has been authenticated by the troop token and has evolved into a bronze-grade hero unit. Lu Yun, holding the 2 energy stones, was instantly ecstatic. What had he just heard? A bronze-grade hero unit. And the name of this Qin elite warrior, it sounded incredibly powerful. Eagerly, Lu Yun checked the stats of the evolved Qin elite warrior. Qin elite warrior, Bai Qi, bronze-grade hero. Strength, 300. Agility, 300. Intelligence, 300. Constitution, 300. It was true. It really was Bai Qi, the famed human butcher, the leader of the 4 great generals of the warring states, a key contributor to Qin's unification of the 6 kingdoms. And now, he'd somehow ended up in Lu Yun's hands. Lu Yun burst into hearty laughter, his heart surging with excitement, as if he'd just achieved unparalleled glory. Come, Bai Qi, fight alongside me. Master. Towering over the other Qin elite warriors, Bai Qi respectfully saluted Lu Yun. Lu Yun's satisfaction overflowed. Bai Qi's presence filled him with immense pride. After evolving to bronze grade, Bai Qi's stats were directly double those of the black iron-ranked Qin elite warriors. Go forth and continue the battle. Lu Yun waved his hand, and Bai Qi immediately obeyed. This time, his actions were no longer limited to mechanical spear thrusts. Instead, he wielded a crossbow with precision, effortlessly taking down distant half-wolves. Simultaneously, he began to command the other 4 Qin elite warriors, skillfully orchestrating their various weapons in combat. Truly worthy of being a hero unit. Lu Yun couldn't help but marvel. Hero units were exceedingly rare in the era of troop tokens. Summoning such a uniquely capable unit was an incredible stroke of luck. Under Bai Qi's command, the speed of defeating the half-wolves increased significantly. With just 5 Qin elite warriors, Lu Yun could already envision a future where his army would number in the thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions, with this warring state's human butcher leading them to recreate the glory of Qin's conquest of the 6 kingdoms. Watching the monsters fall one after another, Lu Yun's heart surged with ambition. As he achieved breakthroughs in the future, could he summon other legendary generals from ancient China's 9 provinces? Hua Tsubing, Xiangyu, Zhao Yun, Yu Fei. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, almost drooling in anticipation. However, he knew that his immediate priority was the official evaluation 7 days later. This time, the evaluation would pit 3 schools against each other, undoubtedly increasing the difficulty. He needed to work harder on his level and troop strength. He wouldn't underestimate those prodigious warlord students who had started ahead of him. Summon Qin elite warrior. After looting a few more energy stones, Lu Yun eagerly summoned a 6th Qin elite warrior. With Bai Qi in command, Lu Yun barely had to expend any effort issuing battle orders. The monsters in the beginner-level war dungeon, under the relentless slaughter of the elite Qin troops, stood no chance. Soon, only a few scattered werewolves remained. Finally, the moment of leveling up arrived. The 6 Qin elite warriors ahead of him also surged with radiant light as Lu Yun leveled up. Eagerly, Lu Yun opened his attribute page. Warlord, Lu Yun. Troop token, Transcendent Imperial Seal, unique, hidden.
Level 2, 0.01%. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 20. Constitution, 20. Troop token energy, 46. Equipment, Black Wolf armor. Artifacts, none. Troop token space, 6/20. Sheen Elite Warrior, 6 units. Talent, Mandate of Heaven, Level 1, unique. Active skills, Soul Intimidation, Level 1, Summon Sheen Elite Warrior, Level 2. Passive skills, Longevity and Prosperity. After summoning the Sheen Elite Warriors, his attributes had slightly changed, but overall, the difference wasn't significant. Looking at his measly 20-point basic stats, Luyan felt a pang of helplessness. Compared to the Sheen Elite Warriors' tenfold Mandate of Heaven bonus, his basic stats were almost laughable. He glanced once more at the Sheen Elite Warriors' attributes. Sheen Elite Warrior, Black Iron Grade. Strength, 250. Agility, 250. Intelligence, 250. Constitution, 250. After leveling up, the basic attributes of the Sheen Ruoshi increased by 10 points. Under the tenfold amplification, it actually reached an attribute of 250 points. Luyan estimated that the level 2 Sheen Ruoshi was already comparable to other elite units at level 10 or above in terms of attributes. Meanwhile, Bai Chi's attributes improved further, with his 4-dimensional stats reaching 500 points. However, Luyan noticed that the energy required to summon a level 2 Sheen Ruoshi was no longer 100 points but directly increased to 150 points. All of this filled Luyan's heart with boundless anticipation and determination. He knew this was just the beginning. But this also made his heart ache even more. His already limited energy for summoning troops was stretched even thinner. Continue. Luyan made a silent resolution in his heart, fully aware of the price of possessing such powerful units. After picking up the energy stones dropped by the werewolf warriors, he left the dungeon without hesitation. Energy was running low. He needed to pick up the pace. Without the slightest pause, as soon as Luyan stepped out of the dungeon, he placed the Imperial Jade Seal on the entrance device once again. Luyan, Level 2, the broadcast from the device had not even finished when Luyan stepped back into the swirling vortex of the dungeon's entrance. At this moment, a few freshmen who happened to be passing by the entrance to the beginner dungeon exchanged surprised glances. Was that Luyan just now? He's so impatient to get back into the dungeon. Did I hear wrong? What level did the broadcast say Luyan was? Level 2? Don't kid around. He only just summoned his unit today. How could he have reached level 2 already? Yeah, that makes sense. Luyan might end up being the only special recruit in the history of the Second Academy to fail the formal evaluation and get expelled, right? Charge! Within the beginner dungeon, Bai Chi, the level 2 bronze grade hero unit, seemed to sense Luyan's determination. Wielding a bronze sword, he let out a shout and led 5 soldiers charging forward. The sounds of battle echoed all around. Luyan could barely keep up with the pace of collecting energy stones as they slaughtered monsters. Nonetheless, gritting his teeth and following closely behind the units, Luyan understood clearly that he had to reach level 3 as soon as possible. Only then could he access the Academy's intermediate warfare dungeon. After reaching level 2, the experience required to level up had nearly doubled, and the monsters in the beginner warfare dungeon no longer provided him with sufficient experience. Half an hour later, the final werewolf warrior fell to the ground with a wail. Luyan quickly gathered the energy stones and immediately exited the dungeon. Refresh the summoning token, re-enter the dungeon. Another round of smooth operation, Bai Chi led the Sheen Ruoshi charging forward once again. This time, Luyan managed to glance at his summoning token energy, which had surprisingly risen to over 600. He understood that this was due to the record-breaking rewards from the previous 2 runs, 200 energy points for breaking into the top 20, and 300 points for entering the top 10. Feeling quite satisfied, Luyan waved his hand and summoned 4 more Sheen Ruoshi to join the team led by Bai Chi. At this point, Luyan had summoned a total of 10 Sheen Ruoshi. Under Bai Chi's command, they began coordinating with various weapons, further accelerating their monster-slaying efficiency. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the Second Academy of Warfare, a discussion on how to prepare for the upcoming Tri-Academy competition was underway. Suddenly, Yushir-san, seated at the head of the massive conference table, stood up abruptly, his face full of shock. A surge of excitement rose in his heart as he thought of Luyan's potential. It was as if he foresaw a storm that would sweep through the entire academy. Inside the meeting room, over a dozen experts were stunned, their eyes flickering with astonishment. What's wrong, old you? Did the First Academy or Third Academy pull some tricks? Chen Wudi asked nervously, his voice trembling slightly.
The others also stood up, staring tensely at Yushir-san, their faces filled with unease. Yushir-san remained frozen in place, his face still brimming with shock. It wasn't until several breaths later that he snapped out of it, raising his eyes to look at Chen Wuti, who was closest to him.
The record has been broken. His low voice was like thunder exploding in the meeting room.
Upon hearing this, Chen Wuti's heart tightened, his eyes narrowing sharply. "Olju, don't tell me your top 10 record has been broken." Yushir-san nodded with a sigh, the shock on his face growing even more intense.
Boom! An explosive force erupted from Chen Wuti, shaking the entire meeting room. Yet, the experts present remained steady as mountains, unaffected by the ripple. Beginner Warfare Dungeon.
Everyone's hearts trembled as they realized exactly what Yushir-san and Chen Wuti were referring to. A freshman broke the dean's top 10 clearance record. This statement was like a bombshell, instantly causing an uproar among those present.
The top 10 record.
That's a benchmark set by the monstrous talents who graduated from the Second Academy of Warfare over the past centuries. Even Dean Yu was only ranked 10th, someone murmured, their face full of disbelief. Though the beginner warfare dungeon seemed trivial in their eyes, it was restricted to rookie commanders below level 3. Most first-year students found it difficult to even clear the dungeon before reaching level 4.
A genius. The Second Academy has produced another genius. At that moment, Yushir-san and the others were beaming with excitement. Chen Wuti's emotions surged as he abruptly dashed out of the meeting room, heading straight for the beginner dungeon entrance. The remaining experts exchanged eager glances at Yushir-san before he waved his hand, conjuring a layer of water vapor that transformed into a stream of light as he vanished. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The other academy experts hesitated no longer, their imposing auras soaring as they followed in pursuit, leaving behind a chaotic meeting room. Everyone understood that this monstrous rookie commander, though their leveling speed seemed slow, held limitless potential. Yushir-san, Lu Hong, Chen Wuti, those who had once charted the record lists, felt their hearts racing with excitement, their anticipation burning brightly.
In less than a minute, several experts over level 30 appeared at the entrance of the beginner dungeon.
However, as they scanned the surroundings, they found no one emerging from the dungeon.
Did they leave already?
Both Chen Wuti and Yushir-san felt a sense of urgency, their expressions tinged with anxiety. The others began questioning passing students, but the answers only deepened their confusion. Still, they were determined to meet this rookie commander, whose future achievements might rival Yushir-san. They were prepared to wait.
Wait it out.
Nearby academy students were stunned, witnessing a group of high-ranking figures sitting cross-legged in front of the beginner dungeon, their presence awe-inspiring.
The deans must be worried about the tri-academy competition in a few days. This is their way of urging us to work harder, someone remarked with emotion. I've decided to try an external dungeon. Who wants to team up? Another student said excitedly. Count me in. I may not match Ling Shui, but I'll do my best. A wave of motivation swept through the students, inspired by the presence of the academy leaders, as they resolved to double their efforts. Meanwhile, Chen Wuti and the others remained entirely engrossed in their anticipation of the freshmen, even forgetting their earlier discussion about the tri-academy competition. Their eyes remained fixed on the dungeon entrance. On the grasslands of the beginner warfare dungeon, the Tenchin Ruishi charged forward like ferocious beasts, unstoppable in their momentum. Yet Lu Yun frowned slightly. Though his clearance time had shortened once again, he had not received any record-breaking energy rewards, leaving him somewhat disappointed. It seems that only rankings that are multiples of 10 come with dungeon rewards. What a pity, he thought regretfully, blaming himself for leveling up too quickly earlier and missing out on several rewards. Does the first place come with any rewards? He pondered silently, his fighting spirit igniting. Now, his dungeon clear time was consistently under 20 minutes, and his level 2 experience had already surpassed 50%. Maybe I can take a shot at the top of the dungeon clear leaderboard before reaching level 3. A thought sparked in Lu Yun's mind as he looked at the energy accumulated from the last 2 dungeon runs, which had surpassed 150 points. Without hesitation, he summoned another elite soldier of the Qin dynasty. Bai Qi decisively issued orders to the 10th soldier under his command, rapidly dispatching crossbowmen for long-range attacks. The speed of monster slaying skyrocketed once again. A dozen minutes later, Lu Yun deftly gathered all the energy stones and walked briskly toward the dungeon exit. At the entrance, he smoothly swiped his soldier token through the scanner and, with fluid motions, stepped into the swirling vortex of the dungeon once more. The entire process was seamless. Eager to level up and break the record, he failed to notice several middle-aged men and elderly figures behind him, staring wide-eyed in disbelief at the spot where he disappeared. Olju, I didn't see that wrong, did I?
After a long silence, Chen Wuti finally broke it, nudging Yushir-san, whose beard was trembling.
Yushir-san nodded blankly, his face full of shock. You didn't see wrong, I saw it too. Ha ha ha. I knew I wasn't wrong about that kid, ha ha ha.
Upon hearing Yushir-san's confirmation, Chen Wuti burst into hearty laughter, slapping the shoulder of the brawny man next to him repeatedly. Yushir-san was so excited he was on the verge of tears.
That's right. He definitely hadn't seen wrong. The person who had just exited the dungeon and re-entered it in less than 2 seconds was none other than Lu Yun, the genius soldier master who constantly broke the rookie dungeon records. Internally, he felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness he hadn't prematurely cancelled Lu Yun's special stipend, otherwise, it would have been a decision he'd regret for life. The other powerful figures from the Second Academy, seeing Yushir-san and Chen Wuti so elated, were left utterly dumbfounded. The brawny man who had been slapped a few times looked puzzled as he sat down and muttered, "You're not going to tell me that little level 2 kid is the one breaking records, are you? Level 2? In the top 10?
A middle-aged woman chimed in, "I know that kid.
Isn't he the one who failed the monthly evaluations 3 times in a row, Lu Yun? Lu Yun? The one with the rare grade human soldier token? That's impossible. Since when were human troops this strong?"
The others voiced their skepticism. But by this time, Chen Wuti and Yushir-san exchanged a knowing look, their expressions turning mysterious.
Take a guess, how long did it take old you back then to level up from level 1 to level 2? Chen Wuti asked. Though puzzled, the others still gave their guesses, ranging from 5 days to half a month. With a wistful sigh, Yushir-san revealed, 3.5 days. The room erupted in gasps of astonishment. Everyone knew that the most vulnerable period for a rookie soldier master was the transition from level 1 to level 2. Who would have thought? Yushir-san had reached level 2 in just 3.5 days back then. Even though they prided themselves as geniuses, the fastest among them had taken at least 7 days. When I saw that kid this morning, he hadn't even unlocked his soldier token space yet, Chen Wuti said, his gaze now fixed on the entrance to the rookie war dungeon. In a low voice, he added, "But just now, did you see his level?" Chen Wuti's words drew a collective sharp intake of breath, the shock spreading palpably among everyone present. Aside from Yushir-san and Chen Wuti, everyone else wore expressions of disbelief. They had all seen Lu Yun's level, it was indeed level 2. But how could this be? A level 1 rookie soldier master who hadn't even unlocked his soldier token space in the morning had become level 2 by the afternoon? His leveling speed was absurd. Perhaps only Xiao Zhe, the current record holder for the rookie war dungeon, had demonstrated such terrifying growth speed. The few who had doubted that Lu Yun, a human soldier master, could break any records now had no doubts left. A soldier master who could reach level 2 in a single day was far more shocking than breaking a dungeon record. Their astonishment only deepened as they considered Lu Yun's performance. Since the start of the term, it truly defied expectations. The supposed weakness of human troops seemed to have been shattered once again. Who could have imagined that Lu Yun, the holder of a rare grade human soldier token, would exhibit strength rivaling or even surpassing other races? The powerful figures from the Second Academy fell into a long silence, digesting the shock brought by Lu Yun. About 10 minutes later, another surge of energy rippled at the entrance to the rookie war dungeon. A young figure stepped out of the dungeon within 2 seconds, only to re-enter the swirling vortex. This scene completely validated Yushir-san and Chen Wuti's earlier claims. What's more, as Lu Yun stepped into the vortex, the leather armor and boots he wore emitted the distinct glow of black iron-grade equipment. The expressions of astonishment in everyone's eyes grew even more intense. Inside the rookie dungeon, Lu Yun took a few experimental steps and immediately noticed the significant effects of the boots he had picked up in the previous dungeon run. Wolf Tribe boots, black iron level 2, agility +3. They were far more comfortable than the Academy issued boots, and Lu Yun's mood lifted. He checked his experience bar, he was only 29% away from reaching level 3. If everything went smoothly, he'd only need to clear 2 more rookie dungeons before he could enter the mid-level dungeon, which housed level 3 to level 5 monsters. Summon the elite soldiers of the Qin dynasty. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yun consumed 150 energy points and summoned another elite soldier. His troop count had now reached 12. Charging under the leadership of a hero-class soldier, their momentum was unstoppable. If only they had mounts, Lu Yun mused as he watched his elite soldiers battling the enemies ahead. Mounted elite soldiers would undoubtedly slay monsters at an even faster pace. With the vast plains of this dungeon, a single charge might be enough to annihilate everything in their path. However, Lu Yun understood that mounts for soldiers in the era of soldier tokens were exceedingly rare. They could only be obtained through summoning cavalry type. Advanced units or by acquiring mount equipment from a handful of special dungeons. Additionally, soldiers without mount slots couldn't use mounts even if they had them.
Fortunately, Lu Yun knew that the elite soldiers of the Qin dynasty inherently came with mount slots.
If he ever had the chance to acquire mounts in the future, his elite soldiers could easily become cavalry. At that point, the Qin Iron Cavalry would undoubtedly crush all enemies in their path. Exhaling deeply, Lu Yun reined in his thoughts and turned his attention back to the grassy plains of the dungeon. Bai Qi, pick up the pace. For the first time, Lu Yun attempted to issue a direct order to Bai Qi. Understood. A resounding response came from the front.
Lu Yun watched as his 12 elite soldiers abandoned their formation and spread out, advancing in a fan-shaped formation with Bai Qi at the tip. To accelerate their monster-slaying pace, 3 of the elite soldiers led the charge with long spears, cutting down monsters in their path,
while the remaining 9 switched to bronze crossbows.
Arrows flew rapidly from their bows, their 250 agility stats making their attack speed
incredibly swift. The dungeon monsters fell like weeds before them.
Lu Yun was thoroughly impressed with Bai Qi's strategy.
This human butcher,
renowned as the foremost of the 4 great generals of the warring states, had found the most effective tactics for even a dozen soldiers. Seeing the unprecedented speed of progress, Lu Yun quickened his pace in collecting energy stones, with black light constantly emanating from the wolf tribe boots he wore. 13 minutes later, all the werewolf warriors were slaughtered.
Lu Yun glanced at his experience points, level 2, 88%.
He gave a satisfied look at the formidable Qin vanguard soldiers in front of him, waved his hand to withdraw them back into the space of his military token, and decisively chose to leave the dungeon. However, just as Lu Yun finished storing the military token, he felt an energy fluctuation coming from behind. Turning back to glance, Lu Yun was surprised to see Dean Yushir-san of the Second Academy, Armory Keeper Chen Wudi, and several other powerful
individuals from the academy.
At this moment, these people were looking at him with fiery eyes, making Lu Yun raise an eyebrow.
Had he been discovered?
He had long anticipated that breaking the record would attract attention, but he hadn't expected all the top figures of the Second Academy to find out
about it so quickly.
However, the dungeon vortex had already activated, and Lu Yun simply waved at them before decisively entering the dungeon again.
This brat! Chen Wudi couldn't help but curse with a laugh.
Exactly, doesn't he know how to show some consideration for us old folks? A white-haired elder chimed in. His tone carried no resentment, but rather a face full of smiles. The other academy powerhouses were the same, as if Lu Yun's simple wave had filled them with joy. Yushir-san shook his head at their reactions, but he failed to notice the smile on his own face was just as wide as the others.
Old you, about that kid's formal evaluation.
But soon, as if remembering something, Chen Wudi asked with some nervousness. The others also looked toward Yushir-san. Although they now knew Lu Yun's potential was limitless, the fact remained that he had started his cultivation late, and there were only 7
days left until the formal evaluation.
Even if Lu Yun maintained his extraordinary leveling speed, it would be extremely difficult to reach level
5 in just 7 days.
Level 5 was nearly the bottom tier among the 3 war academies.
It was hard to imagine that the formal evaluation,
overseen personally by the War God Hall, might expel someone like Lu Yun.
If a genius like him were to be expelled, it would be an absolute joke. Yushir-san, of course, understood their concerns.
His face rarely showed a hint of ferocity as he said viciously, "Whoever dares expel Lu Yun, I'll break their legs."
White Qi, attack.
Inside the dungeon, Lu Yun issued a command to Bai Qi.
Crossbow formation. Advance.
The towering bronze tier hero unit stowed his long halberd, and the 12 Qin vanguard soldiers drew their crossbows, emitting a resonant metallic hum. 7 minutes later, Lu Yun received a notification of his level up. Bright lights flickered one after another from the 12 Qin vanguard soldiers in front of him.
Lu Yun then noticed the arrows, released from their crossbows, now carried a faint icy glint.
The range of their shots had also extended significantly, nearly covering the entire area where the werewolf warriors were positioned.
Twang, twang, twang. The sound of bowstrings vibrating became increasingly rapid. In less than a minute, all the werewolf warriors were reduced to corpses.
Growing increasingly satisfied with the combat strength of the Qin vanguard soldiers, Lu Yun happily began collecting the energy stones dropped on the ground. Soon, with another 150 energy units in hand, Lu Yun stored away the Qin vanguard soldiers, took one last look at the dungeon, and exited with contentment. At the same time, in a massive black fortress seemingly floating amidst the starry sky, an elderly man meditating on an altar suddenly opened his eyes.
Interesting.
A young one has actually broken this old man's rookie record. The ancient face of the elder revealed a faint smile.
But just then, an urgent horn sounded within the massive fortress.
The elder stood and took a light step, instantly appearing in the sky above the fortress.
He frowned as he gazed at the swarming streaks of starlight approaching from the distance and gently waved his hand. Dragon of the waters.
Behind the fortress, torrents of water roared as they surged.
Moments later, a colossal water dragon, hundreds of meters long, soared into the sky. The elder leaped onto the dragon's head, shouting loudly, "To battle!" Boom, boom, boom.
From within the enormous fortress, human soldiers clad in armor roared in unison, military tokens floating above their heads, their fighting spirit surging to the heavens.
Squadrons of powerful units poured out of the fortress like a tide, and the battle erupted instantly.
The massive black city walls loomed faintly in the starlight and bloodshed, resembling a black dragon.
He's out.
Outside the beginner dungeon of the Second War Academy, a group of people discussing how to help Lu Yun pass the formal evaluation suddenly
stopped and turned their gazes toward the boy emerging from the dungeon's entrance.
They hadn't expected Lu Yun to come out so quickly. They didn't think much of it at first, assuming that Lu Yun must be tired after clearing the dungeon multiple times and had exited early to rest.
However, at that moment, Chen Wudi shouted excitedly, "Level 3!
The others turned to look, stunned.
But that wasn't all. The burly man pointed at the dungeon leaderboard beside the entrance, his voice trembling with excitement. "Look at the leaderboard. The first place has changed. Xiao Zhe's record has been broken." The group exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. The rookie beginner dungeon record, set a century ago by Xiao Zhe, the Second Academy's second headmaster, had been surpassed. The record time had improved from 10 minutes to 8.5 minutes.
Originally, they had thought Lu Yun was simply exhausted.
Now, they realized that exhaustion had nothing to do with it. He had simply annihilated every monster in the dungeon and left. Aye.
At this moment, Yushir-san, who was Xiao Zhe's student, was so overwhelmed that he couldn't speak, his eyes moist as he gazed at the boy standing at the dungeon entrance.
Xiao Zhe was one of the top 10 most powerful commanders in the entire Xinxia Empire. His rare Dragon of the Waters unit was even evaluated as one of the 7 divine units of the current era by the 9 great empires. With the Dragon of the Waters, Xiao Zhe had held the critical Black Dragon Fortress on the Star River Great Wall, making him an invincible powerhouse against the legions of the Star River races. Yet his record had been broken by a boy who had been on the verge of expulsion. How strong must Lu Yun's human units be to surpass Xiao Zhe, who could summon the Dragon of the Waters? Weren't human units supposed to be inherently weak? Clearing the beginner dungeon in just over 8 minutes, was that weak? Boom! Before the shock could subside, a figure burst forward with a surge of energy, landing next to Lu Yun. "You brat! I knew I wasn't wrong about you."
Chen Wudi's grin nearly split his face as he slapped Lu Yun on the shoulder. The force of the slap was so heavy that Lu Yun winced in pain, but he didn't mind. Chen Wudi was one of the few people who had never looked down on him.
"Grandpa Chen, it seems I might not have time to visit your factory after all,"
Lu Yun said with a smile.
"Ha ha ha."
Chen Wudi laughed heartily, but just then, a burst of energy in the form of a wave sent him flying.
Yushir-san appeared in front of Lu Yun, coldly scolding the now airborne Chen Wudi. "You reckless brute! Do you have no sense of restraint? What if you injured Lu Yun?"
After speaking, Yushir-san turned to Lu Yun, a gentle smile appearing on his face.
"Lu Yun, well done. Truly excellent. I don't regret bringing you in as a special recruit back then."
Seeing the usually stern Dinyu wearing such a kind expression, Lu Yun felt a bit out of place.
He nodded obediently and replied, "Thank you, Dinyu, for your care."
In truth, based on the results of his last 3 monthly evaluations, Yushir-san should have long since expelled Lu Yun.
After all, the Second Academy was one of the top 3 war academies in the entire Xinxia Empire. Even failing the first monthly evaluation often led to expulsion.
But Yushir-san had given Lu Yun 3 months of leniency, which was already a rare act of mercy. If he had been expelled earlier, even after transmigrating here, Lu Yun would have been in dire straits.
Gathering enough energy to activate the Imperial Jade Seal would have been as distant as the horizon.
Hence, Lu Yun harbored deep gratitude toward Yushir-san.
"Lu Yun, would you mind if I took a look at your troop type?" A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Yushir-san's eyes. While satisfied with Lu Yun's performance, he also seemed cautious in his approach.
Soaked to the skin, Chen Wuti, along with a few elite figures from the Second Academy who had rushed over, all turned to Lu Yun with eager expressions.
Lu Yun nodded slightly without hesitation.
With a wave of his hand, a stalwart Qin elite soldier clad in heavy armor and wielding a sharp weapon stepped out of the vortex beside Lu Yun. Yushir-san and the others immediately crowded around to examine the attributes of this human troop. However, it didn't take long before their initial anticipation turned into a collective murmur of surprise. They realized that Lu Yun's human troop couldn't compare to Xiao Zhe's water dragon, nor even to some advanced troop types. From their expressions, Lu Yun faintly guessed their thoughts, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The reason he wasn't afraid to display the Qin elite soldier was precisely because, to outsiders, this troop's attributes appeared unremarkable.
Qin elite soldier. Strength, 350. Agility, 350. Spirit, 350. Constitution, 350.
To Yushir-san and the others, this level 3 Qin elite soldier only seemed to have 35 points in each attribute. While stronger than some ordinary troops, it was far from extraordinary.
Lu Yun, how did you manage this?
After a long silence, Chen Wuti finally spoke, his tone tinged with curiosity. The others were equally intrigued.
This oddly named
troop, apart from its exaggerated equipment, seemed to have no standout features. Yet, Lu Yun had managed to set a new dungeon record with it.
They were utterly baffled.
Just as Lu Yun was debating whether to reveal the truth, Yushir-san suddenly let out a soft exclamation.
With a wave of his hand, a towering
merman warrior, over 3 meters tall, armed with a steel trident and clad in armor, leaped out from a vortex of water vapor beside him. The merman warrior bowed slightly to Yushir-san before waving its trident. In an instant, a barrier of water energy formed around Lu Yun and Yushir-san, pushing Chen Wuti and the other elite figures from the Second Academy back 10 meters. Yet, none of them showed any displeasure. On the contrary, their expressions grew more astonished. For Yushir-san to summon his own troop and set up a barrier, the situation had to be extraordinary. It seemed highly likely to be connected to the truth behind Lu Yun breaking the dungeon record. At that moment, Lu Yun glanced at the translucent barrier surrounding them and the towering, imposing merman warrior. He was filled with surprise. Silently, he assessed whether he could survive if Yushir-san suddenly became hostile. "Don't worry, I just have some things to tell you," Yushir-san said with a kind smile.
Once he saw Lu Yun relax, the elder continued with a smile, "Have you, by any chance, awakened a talent?"
Lu Yun gritted his teeth inwardly. Despite his efforts to control his expression, under Yushir-san's deep, pale blue eyes, he realized he
couldn't conceal his subtle emotional changes. After a brief silence, he lightly nodded in acknowledgement. "It seems you figured it out." Yushir-san's smile deepened, his eyes gleaming with approval.
However, just as Lu Yun was pondering how to mislead this powerful level 39 troopmaster, Yushir-san's expression suddenly turned solemn. He spoke seriously, "Lu Yun, you must remember."
Lu Yun's expression instinctively grew tense as he met the elder's deep, blue gaze.
Yushir-san continued, "No matter what, never reveal your talent to anyone.
Not even to me."
Lu Yun was momentarily surprised but quickly understood the elder's intention. A troopmaster's talent often served as their ultimate trump card.
In the brutal era of troop
medallions, exposing such a trump card could lead to death without even knowing how it happened. Yushir-san was sharing his most valuable life experience as a warning.
Lu Yun couldn't help but feel moved.
This elder, who had once bled for the Xinshai Empire, was truly worthy of respect.
He nodded solemnly, feeling a sense of fear.
In hindsight for his earlier recklessness. If his Heaven's Mandate tenfold amplification talent and longevity everlasting damage transfer passive were exposed, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of myriad races and rival empires. While his passive skill might seem invincible, it was far from unbreakable.
Yushir-san's merman warrior alone could annihilate all his Qin elite soldiers in a matter of minutes. Without his troops, he would be nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. With this realization, Lu Yun fully woke up to the situation. He had to grow stronger. He absolutely had to grow stronger. Until his Qin elite soldiers and other human troops could rival the Empire's 7 divine-level troops, he couldn't afford to relax for even a moment. Seeing the determination in Lu Yun's gaze, Yushir-san nodded in satisfaction. He patted Lu Yun's shoulder and said with a smile, "Actually, there's no need to be too tense. At least within the borders of Donghai province, you don't have to worry about your safety." Lu Yun nodded lightly. Having inherited the original owner's memories, he knew that Donghai province was home to several incredibly powerful troopmasters. One of them was a formidable plant-type troopmaster with unfathomable strength.
Over the past decade, countless scouts, assassins, and traitors had met their end at the hands of his plant troops. As long as Lu Yun didn't recklessly expose his talent and passive abilities, he wouldn't have too much to worry about.
Tell me, young one, do you have any difficulties right now? I can help you, Yushir-san asked again.
At his words, Lu Yun's eyes lit up instantly. Energy stones, he blurted without hesitation. Yushir-san chuckled helplessly but with a fond gaze. He gestured to the merman warrior beside him, who pulled out a storage pouch from its armor and handed it over.
Lu Yun quickly accepted the pouch, not bothering with politeness. He opened it eagerly,
and found it filled with silver-glowing energy stones, the same type he received monthly.
Each stone contained 100 energy points.
Counting them, there were exactly 50 stones, totaling 5,000 energy points. His heart swelled with satisfaction. "Thank you, Dean," he expressed his gratitude with a beaming smile. Inwardly, he celebrated. With these 50 energy stones, he could fully upgrade his troops without delay. "Little one, I could have given you more energy stones, but you must remember, the number of units isn't everything." As if reading Lu Yun's thoughts, Yushir-san said with a smile, "Among the top 10 ranked commanders in the Divine Xia Empire, 3 of them have fewer than 10 unit types. Sometimes, patiently nurturing a limited number of powerful units is the key to becoming stronger." Hearing this, Lu Yun felt a shock in his heart. Though surprised, he nodded lightly. "Dean, I understand." "Good."
Yushir-san looked at Lu Yun with satisfaction, appreciating his calm and composed demeanor. "As for the tri-school competition in 7 days, you don't need to
worry too much about the results.
Our second academy will never give up on you." As he spoke, the old man removed a black token from his waist and handed it to Lu Yun.
When Lu Yun took the token, he felt a heavy aura emanating from it, as if it contained immense power.
"This is the Phantom Token. Remember to keep it on you at all times,"
Yushir-san instructed earnestly. "As long as the person is not more than 10 levels above you, no one will be able to discern your level or the number of your units." His gaze carried a profound meaning, as though conveying a deep hope. "This was a gift from my teacher, Commander Xiaozhe, who could summon the water dragon of the marshes. Now, I pass it on to you, hoping you too can become the divine sword of our human race in the future."
Lu Yun instinctively gripped the Phantom Token tightly, a surge of passion rising in his chest. He solemnly promised the old man, "I will."
Yushir-san nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand to recall the merman warriors beside him back into his unit space. The translucent water barrier shattered.
In response,
Chen Wudi and the others, who had been waiting impatiently, hurriedly stepped forward, but Yushir-san was already heading toward the dean's office.
"Let's return and continue the meeting about the tri-school competition."
His voice carried a tone of authority. Just as the others were about to ask questions, he interrupted them.
"By the way, old Chen, is Lu Hong the examiner for this tri-school competition?
Let him know, if he dares expel any of our second academy students, he should watch out for his legs." Watching Yushir-san walk away, Lu Yun felt a rare warmth in his heart, a small smile appearing on his lips.
This feeling of being protected, I have to admit, it's pretty nice.
Lowering his head to examine the Phantom Token, he marveled inwardly.
Phantom Token, Special Commander Equipment. Requirements, none. Attributes, Agility plus 10, Constitution plus 10. Additional effect, when equipped, hides the wearer's level and unit count.
This effect does not apply to targets more than 10 levels higher.
What a treasure! Lu Yun was quite pleased with the attributes of the Phantom Token.
The bonus of 10 points each to Agility and Constitution was invaluable for a rookie commander.
Moreover,
since this was a gift from the legendary Xiaozhe, who could summon the water dragon of the marshes, Yushir-san's act of giving it to him demonstrated how much faith he had in Lu Yun.
Without hesitation, Lu Yun equipped the Phantom Token. He then decided not to continue grinding monsters to level up for now and instead headed to the cafeteria for dinner. After dinner, he arrived at the entrance of the intermediate war dungeon for levels 3 to 5. By this time, dusk was falling, and there were few people at the dungeon entrance. Lu Yun swiped the Imperial Seal of Transmission on the device at the entrance. Identity and level confirmed. Entry permitted.
As the vortex of the dungeon entrance emerged, he glanced curiously at the Phantom Token on his waist before stepping into the swirling portal without hesitation. After the vortex vanished completely, the students resting near the dungeon began to chatter.
"Ha! That was strange. The sound from the entrance device just now seemed different. Am I seeing things? That guy looked a lot like Lu Yun. Don't joke with me.
Lu Yun, that loser, is probably still wasting time in the beginner dungeon." Inside the intermediate war dungeon, Lu Yun found himself in a makeshift camp. Though called a camp, it was extremely crude, consisting of a single thatched hut that looked ready to collapse at any moment and a fence made of wooden stakes haphazardly enclosing the area. At this moment, several orc warriors were charging toward the camp from about 10 meters away, their battle spirits high, signaling the imminent arrival of an intense fight. A surge of strong determination rose within Lu Yun as he prepared for the challenge. With a commanding wave of his hand, his aura surged. 12 elite Qin warriors charged out like tigers descending a mountain. As the orc warriors neared the fence, the Qin warriors had already drawn their crossbows. Arrows shot forth like rainbows, instantly eliminating the orcs. Congratulations on killing level 3 orc lackeys. Experience plus 50. The experience notification flashed through Lu Yun's mind, but he merely shook his head lightly, his eyes resolute. The monsters and combat style in the intermediate war dungeon were entirely different from the beginner dungeon. Here, commanders had to hold their ground within the camp, defending against an endless tide of attacking monsters. The number of monsters increased from a few to several hundred, advancing in waves like a relentless torrent. Their levels also escalated progressively. Without question, the intermediate war dungeon of the Second Academy was as challenging as a level 7 or 8 dungeon in the outside world. Many students in the Second Academy struggled to complete the intermediate dungeon even in their second year, a testament to its dangerous nature. However, in Lu Yun's eyes, this camp dungeon seemed increasingly straightforward, a challenge delivered right to his doorstep. He observed as Bai Qi efficiently positioned the Qin warriors to guard the 4 sides of the camp, feeling a sense of pride. Lu Yun then retrieved the Imperial Seal of Transmission and the storage pouch gifted by Yushir-san. Buzz. With a single thought, the Imperial Seal emitted a brilliant golden light, instantly absorbing 50 energy stones from the storage pouch. The energy surged to a total of 6,205. Gazing at this massive reserve of command energy, Lu Yun felt immensely satisfied. Apart from the 5,000 points Yushir-san had given him, 1,000 points were rewards for breaking the record in the beginner war dungeon, and the rest came from scattered energy stones he had collected. Finally, the energy reserve of the Imperial Seal surpassed the 6,000 mark. Now then. Lu Yun's gaze was firm as he looked at the growing horde of orc lackeys, a confident smile playing on his lips. Summon the Qin warriors. With a casual wave of his hand, the Imperial Seal on his chest trembled slightly. A pale golden energy vortex emerged, and 18 fully armed Qin warriors marched out one by one, quickly joining the camp's defense. Watching the black-armored warriors stationed behind the wooden fence, Lu Yun brimmed with confidence. Yushir-san's advice was indeed correct. A commander's strength didn't depend on the sheer number of units but on how effectively they could unleash the potential of their limited forces. Many rookie commanders, when weak, obsessively pursued increasing their unit count, failing to realize that in true combat, poorly nurtured and uncoordinated units would crumble like scattered sand. Yet, Lu Yun harbored no such concerns. On the one hand, he wielded the power of the heaven's tenfold enhancement, making his Qin warriors inherently stronger than other units of the same level. More importantly, he had Bai Qi, a heroic unit born for battle and adept at commanding armies of millions with ease. Currently, as a level 3 commander, he could command up to 30 units, a trivial task for Bai Qi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Facing the second wave of attacks from over a dozen orc lackeys, Bai Qi merely commanded 12 elite Qin warriors to take action, effortlessly dispatching the enemies. Lu Yun felt an unprecedented sense of ease. The challenge of this dungeon seemed to have completely evaporated. The slain monsters were still dozens of meters away from the fence. Their dropped loot could only be collected after all the monsters in the dungeon were exterminated, leaving Lu Yun feeling a bit itchy with anticipation. When he summoned the 18 elite Qin warriors earlier, he noticed that summoning level 3 Qin warriors now consumed 200 energy points each, totaling a massive 3,600 points. With less than 3,000 energy points remaining, his reserves were running dangerously low. After all, deploying troops in battle consumed energy, and as the level and number of troops increased in the future, the energy cost of each battle would become astronomically high. I really have to find a way to earn more energy, he thought to himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As wave after wave of monsters were slain, Lu Yun's experience points skyrocketed, far outpacing the gains from beginner-level dungeons. In just an hour, his level 3 experience bar was already more than halfway filled. At this time, the monsters attacking outside the camp were still only level 3 orc lackeys, making Lu Yun extremely satisfied with this intermediate warfare dungeon. Perhaps he could level up to 5 effortlessly by tonight. Awoo. As level 4 monsters began to spawn, Lu Yun's anticipation burned even brighter. Watching the orc leaders, who still couldn't withstand a single arrow from the elite Qin warriors, Lu Yun thought to himself, this guy's way too weak, there's no challenge at all. Losing interest entirely, he issued Bai Qi the command to continue slaying monsters and then walked straight to the thatched hut in the center of the camp. He lay down and soon after, thunderous snores could be heard. After gathering energy stones all day, I'm exhausted. That night, Ling Shui carried a late-night meal and slowly approached the door next to her dormitory. After hesitating for a moment, she gently knocked but received no response. She glanced at the meal in her hands and knocked again, still hearing nothing from Lu Yun. Could he still be in the dungeon? A sudden worry filled her heart. At lunch, she had heard that Lu Yun had successfully summoned his troops. She didn't expect him to push himself so hard on the very first day. What if he wears himself out? She murmured softly, the coldness on her face gradually melting away, like a piece of ice thawing under the warmth of sunlight. Sigh. In the end, Ling Shui let out a sigh, placed the meal in front of Lu Yun's dormitory door, and turned back to her own room. However, she didn't choose to rest. Instead, she directly dialed a phone number. Sister Xiaorou, can I join your mist dungeon run tomorrow? Alright, see you tomorrow. Thanks, Sister Xiaorou. A faint smile curved on her lips as anticipation filled her heart. The next morning, sunlight bathed the clearing at the entrance of the mountain's dungeon. Many students from the second academy had already gathered there. Did you guys notice? Someone broke the record for the beginner-level warfare dungeon's first-place ranking, one student said excitedly. I heard it was an old repeat student, so impressive, another chimed in. Wait, someone's still in the intermediate dungeon? Isn't it supposed to close at 8 p.m.? Unbelievable. Could there be a master who stayed in there all night? The crowd buzzed with speculation, the atmosphere growing increasingly lively. At that moment, an energy vortex suddenly appeared in front of the intermediate warfare dungeon. Out of the vortex emerged a spirited young man, his hair a mess and a few strands of thatch still clinging to him. Instantly, the second academy students waiting to enter the dungeon fell silent. Lu Yun? How could it be you? Someone finally blurted out, pointing at the young man. The other first-year students also showed expressions of shock, their gazes filled with awe and envy. The legendary figure who had spent the entire night in the intermediate warfare dungeon turned out to be Lu Yun, the supposed failure who had ranked dead last in 3 consecutive monthly evaluations. What was going on? How had he managed to survive the night in the camp dungeon? Even more astonishing, how had Lu Yun even entered the intermediate dungeon? The minimum entry requirement for intermediate warfare dungeons was level 3. Yet during yesterday morning's evaluation, Lu Yun had clearly been level 1. Had he somehow leveled up twice in a single day? That was simply inconceivable. The slightly disheveled, awkward-looking young man before them was unmistakably Lu Yun, the same Lu Yun who had been receiving special admission subsidies, but had consistently failed to summon any troops. Now, the students standing at the dungeon's entrance were filled with confusion and bewilderment. As for Lu Yun, he too felt rather helpless. Just minutes ago, he had woken up in the thatched hut of the intermediate dungeon. Stepping outside, he was stunned by the sight. Before him, there wasn't a single monster left outside the camp. More accurately, there wasn't a single living monster. All of their corpses lay scattered outside the camp. In contrast, within the camp, Lu Yun's 30 elite Qin warriors remained completely intact. The moment Lu Yun emerged from the hut, Bai Qi, who had been cleaning his long sword with a piece of beast hide, immediately rose to his feet and respectfully called out, Master. Although Lu Yun had been confident that his troops were significantly stronger than the dungeon's monsters, the results still left him in awe. Not a single soldier had been injured overnight, and no monster had even made it to the thatched hut, allowing him to sleep soundly until morning. Surveying the utterly destroyed makeshift fences around the camp, Lu Yun couldn't help but imagine the intensity of last night's battle. It was said that the final waves of monsters in intermediate warfare dungeons included level 5 orc leaders, charging in groups of hundreds, even overwhelming level 10 commanders. Yet, the elite Qin warriors had not allowed a single monster to set foot in the thatched hut. Lu Yun was thoroughly convinced of Bai Qi and the Qin warriors' combat prowess. Well done, he said, stepping forward to firmly pat Bai Qi on the shoulder. Bai Qi's usually stiff expression softened slightly, revealing a faint, human-like smile as he bowed respectfully. It is Bai Qi's honor to serve my master. The other Qin warriors also stood and saluted Lu Yun, who grew even more pleased. After recalling his troops to rest within the Imperial Seal space, Lu Yun strode toward the piles of monster corpses. Checking his level, he was astonished to find that he was now level 5, with 18% progress toward the next level. Sleeping his way to level 5, this feat was unheard of within the entire Second Academy. Over the next half hour, Lu Yun collected hundreds of energy stones from the thousands of monster corpses, adding 1400 energy points to the Imperial Seal. He also obtained a level 3 Black Iron Armguard. Orc Armguard, Black Iron level 3, Strength plus 5. Lu Yun was very satisfied with this haul. While the intermediate warfare dungeon was time-consuming, it was indeed an excellent leveling ground. However, now that he had reached level 5, he could move on to advanced dungeons. He figured he'd only visit this camp dungeon the one time. Exit the dungeon. Satisfied with his loot, Lu Yun left the dungeon without hesitation. Yet, as he stepped out of the vortex, the scene before him startled him. A crowd of over 50 Second Academy students waiting to enter the intermediate dungeon were staring at him with faces full of disbelief. However, Lu Yun had no intention of paying any attention to these people. He gently plucked a piece of straw stuck to his chest and walked away from the dungeon entrance expressionlessly. After a night of fighting, he needed to go back, take a good bath, and change into clean clothes. Nevertheless, Lu Yun's departure did not calm the students at the dungeon entrance. They even forgot about entering the dungeon altogether. The fact that Lu Yun spent an entire night inside the dungeon and leveled up to level 3 in just one day was something they simply could not come to terms with. Do you think Lu Yun might be some rich guy who bought high-end items? Someone speculated doubtfully. Exactly. Our Second Academy's armory has a formation disc that can withstand 10 hours of attacks from monsters below level 10, another person chimed in. That guy Lu Yun deliberately came out at this time just to show off, a third person sneered. He must have used some kind of experience-boosting talisman. Otherwise, with his human race troops, there's no way he could have reached level 3 in one day, one student grumbled indignantly. Humph. A guy who only knows how to take shortcuts will definitely fall flat on his face one day, scoffed the last person, mockingly. Judging by how disheveled he looked coming out, he probably didn't have a good time in there either. Lu Yun had no idea that he was already being labeled as a rich player. Back at his dormitory, he saw a late-night snack waiting by the door, which brought joy to his heart. A small note was attached to it, written in neat handwriting. It was from Ling Shui. Don't overwork yourself. Remember to eat well and sleep well. Lu Yun couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself, I've been sleeping just fine, thank you. He made his way to Ling Shui's dormitory and knocked on her door, but there was no response. Shaking his head, he returned to his own dormitory. Placing the sumptuous midnight snack on the stove to warm it up, he then went to take a bath. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, still covered in pieces of straw, Lu Yun burst out laughing. No wonder everyone at the dungeon entrance had looked at him as if he were some kind of monster. After taking off his 3 black iron-grade pieces of equipment and his ordinary clothing, Lu Yun enjoyed a refreshing bath, washing away the exhaustion of the day. Once he had changed into clean clothes and equipped himself again, he happily enjoyed the late-night snack Ling Shui had sent, feeling utterly content. It was only then that he began to check his attributes. Commander, Lu Yun. Command token, Imperial Jade Seal, unique and hidden. Level, 5, 18.21%. Strength, 50. Agility, 50. Spirit, 50. Constitution, 50. Command token energy, 4086. Equipment, Black Wolf Armor, Wolf Tribe Boots, Orc Bracers, Phantom Shield. Artifacts, none. Command token space, 30/50ths, Qin Elite Soldiers, quantity, 30. Talent, Mandate of Heaven, level 1, unique. Active skills, Soul Shock, level 1, Summon Qin Elite Soldiers, level 5. Passive skills, Eternal Prosperity. At level 5, his 4 main attributes had all been raised to 50 points. While there was still a gap compared to the enhanced Qin Elite Soldiers, Lu Yun could clearly feel the changes in his body. He was no longer as frail as he had been, swaying at the slightest gust of wind. His 4 pieces of equipment also added 5 points to strength, 12 points to constitution, and 13 points to agility. Overall, with a weapon in hand, he wouldn't be any weaker than some ordinary troop types. Meanwhile, the attributes of the level 5 Qin Elite Soldiers had increased tremendously, nearly doubling. Qin Elite Soldier, Black Iron Grade. Strength, 650. Agility, 650. Spirit, 650. Constitution, 650. However, Lu Yun also noticed that summoning a single level 5 troop now consumed 300 points of command token energy. This made him realize that summoning higher level troops in the future would require significantly more energy. No wonder high-level commanders rarely summon too many troops. I'll have to keep working hard. Lu Yun resolved silently. Even though he had obtained over 1,000 energy points from a single intermediate dungeon run, he knew that to command more troops, he would need far more energy.
As for relying on Yushir-san, that was out of the question.
When the dean of the fishing academy had given him 5,000 energy points. Earlier, the old man had subtly implied his stance: if you want to become stronger and gain more energy, you'll have to rely on yourself. Lu Yun figured that even if he shamelessly went to ask for more energy stones, he'd likely end up being lectured by the old man instead. Thus, he had no choice but to depend on himself. Although he had reached level 5, the Academy's level 5 to level 7 advanced war dungeons were not a good fit for him. Based on what Lu Yun knew, the second Academy's advanced dungeons allowed
a maximum of 5 people to enter at the same time.
Of the many students he had seen earlier at the dungeon entrance, more than half were waiting in line to enter advanced dungeons.
Even if he joined the queue, at most he'd get 2 or 3 runs in a day, far too inefficient. At this rate, he might not even reach level 7 by the time of the formal evaluation. After much deliberation, Lu Yun finally made a decision. Then, it has to be the wilderness dungeons. Since the efficiency of advanced dungeons was too low, wilderness dungeons were the best alternative.
Having just reached level 5, he met the minimum requirement for entering wilderness dungeons. Moreover, the monsters in wilderness dungeons had much higher experience and loot drop rates compared to the war dungeons in the second academy, which perfectly matched his current needs.
Safety concerns? He wasn't worried in the slightest.
With Bai Qi now at level 5, his 4 main attributes had reached 1,300 points.
That was nearly equivalent to the attributes of a level 20 ordinary troop. Not to mention,
the attributes of the level 5 Qin elite soldiers were comparable to those of level 10 or higher troops. Under Bai Qi's command, Lu Yun was confident that he could handle commanders below level 20 without any issues.
It's settled then, Lu Yun thought to himself. With his plan in mind, he headed straight to the armory. He exchanged all the dungeon time he had accumulated from yesterday for academy points, though they only amounted to a mere 600 points, not enough to buy even a single ordinary energy stone.
Unbothered, Lu Yun converted all the points into wilderness survival supplies and stored them in his command token space. Just as he was about to leave the armory, a third-year senior, who was substituting for the absent Chen Wudi, called out to him.
Junior Lu
Yun, while wilderness monsters do give more experience, they're not as safe as beginner dungeons.
You should reconsider, she advised kindly.
Lu Yun gave her a gentle smile and nodded.
Thank you, senior. I'll be careful. With that, he left the armory without hesitation. Sigh, what a polite junior.
Such a pity, though, the kind senior lamented as she watched Lu Yun's departing figure.
We probably won't see him next month.
I wonder if Schwer will cry when that happens. Exiting the gates of the Second War Academy, Lu Yun boarded a bus parked at the school entrance. The bus was heading toward the outskirts of Donghai City in Donghai Province, where the War Academy was located.
Along the way, the bus stopped intermittently, picking up several young commanders.
Among them, Lu Yun noticed students wearing the pale gold uniforms of the First War Academy and others with blood-red armbands from the Third War Academy. The students from these two academies, upon seeing the black uniform of the Second Academy on Lu Yun, immediately cast hostile glances at him. However, Lu Yun seemed indifferent, leisurely gazing out the bus window at the massive buildings. In the age of war seals, everything revolved around the masters of war, and as such, the architecture of this era appeared extraordinarily grand.
Even the dormitories in the Second Academy were over 100 square meters, spacious enough to summon all 30 elite warriors of the Qin Empire without feeling the slightest bit cramped. However, this style of infrastructure made the journey out of the city feel all the more prolonged. After 2 hours of bumpy travel, the bus finally arrived at the city checkpoint of Donghai City.
As soon as the door opened, dozens of young war masters eagerly rushed out. When I get my mount seal, I swear I'll never ride this lousy bus again, complained a 12th level male student from the First Academy, retching as he spoke.
After disembarking, Lu Yun also felt a bit dizzy and lightheaded. It was unimaginable that, even in the age of war seals, such primitive modes of transportation still existed. Nevertheless, he didn't waste any time. With less than 6 days remaining, he needed to level up quickly and return to the academy for the formal assessment. Level 5?
When Lu Yun scanned the Imperial Jade seal on the checkpoints device, a guard seemed a bit surprised but still warned him, "Kid, the wilderness isn't like those beginner dungeons at your academy.
Think carefully."
Lu Yun nodded and retrieved the Imperial Jade seal.
I understand. Thank you.
The guard shook his head slightly but ultimately allowed Lu Yun to pass through the checkpoint. Lu Yun had only taken a few steps when he heard the distant roars of beasts from the forest. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 3 elite warriors of the Qin Empire, including Bai Qi, and headed towards the wilderness dungeon ahead. Along the way, he encountered students from the 3 war academies and wandering war masters. Like Lu Yun, most of them summoned a few units to accompany them once they left the city. Many people sneered when they noticed that Lu Yun's summoned units were human warriors, but Lu Yun paid no mind. If it came to a real fight, these war masters below level 20 were certainly no match for him. After more than half an hour, Lu Yun finally reached the wilderness dungeon. The entrance resembled the massive city gates of ancient times, with a vortex of energy, several meters in diameter, emitting a faint red glow. The thrilling adventure was about to begin, and Lu Yun's heart brimmed with anticipation and excitement. From time to time, people could be seen forming teams and entering the dungeon together. Indeed, this was a war dungeon known as Ancient City. It was a team dungeon where war masters could form parties and venture in together. At this moment, on the open ground outside the dungeon, many war masters were loudly recruiting teammates. However, as Lu Yun walked past them, those who had been calling out for party members turned their heads away in silence. Still, some wandering war masters laughed and jeered. Well, would you look at that? Someone's actually dumb enough to summon human units, huh? Whoa, a top student from the 2nd Academy. What are their teachers even thinking? Misleading their students like this. Maybe he's some rich kid just here for the experience. After all, he can afford to blow up his war seal and awaken all over again. Lu Yun ignored the mockery. But Bai Qi beside him suddenly drew the long sword from his waist. The 2 elite Qin warriors in front and behind Lu Yun also unsheathed their swords. A chilling aura of killing intent emanated from the 3 Qin warriors, and the mocking voices around them immediately quieted down. However, a few middle-aged men, level 18 or 19, still let out disdainful laughs. This isn't the War Academy, kid. You need to learn to keep a low profile. Do you really think you're invincible just because you summoned a few units? Level 5 human units? Oh, I'm so scared. Some students from the war academies, hearing the menacing threats from the wandering war masters, also showed dissatisfaction toward Lu Yun, thinking he was tarnishing the academy's reputation. But Lu Yun simply waved his hand lightly. The 3 elite Qin warriors sheathed their swords in unison, and followed him to the entrance of the Ancient City dungeon. Party member, Lu Yun. Confirm entry into the Ancient City dungeon? Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lu Yun silently confirmed, and stepped into the vortex beneath the city gate. No, wait. A second-year student from the 2nd Academy, wearing a black uniform, shouted urgently at Lu Yun. But it was too late. Lu Yun's figure had already been swallowed entirely by the vortex. Is he an idiot? This is a team dungeon. The second-year student shouted anxiously, but his words only drew laughter from the crowd on the open ground outside the dungeon. That rich kid probably doesn't even know that in the Ancient City dungeon, you have to fight your way into the city before you can teleport out, huh? Going into a team dungeon alone? Talk about a fearless rookie. The 2nd Academy might lose an elite student today. What a pity. That handsome guy's human units look decent, but they're only level 5. I bet they can't even beat the guards outside the city. Amid the laughter, the glow of the Ancient City dungeon flickered, and a deep roar echoed from the vortex, as if heralding an impending storm. Inside the dungeon, Lu Yun sensed an intense battle atmosphere. He smiled faintly and thought to himself, this is far more than just summoning a few units. The second-year student who had tried to warn Lu Yun now looked increasingly worried. Internally anxious, he pulled out his phone and called his teacher. Mr. Wang, it's Qian Xing. Here's the situation. Qian Xing briefly explained how Lu Yun had entered the Ancient City dungeon alone. He didn't know Lu Yun personally, but seeing that Lu Yun only had level 5 human units, he felt a sense of foreboding and decided to do a good deed. Meanwhile, in the main conference room of the 2nd War Academy, Yu San was holding an emergency meeting with all the Academy's War Master instructors. A young teacher casually responded to Qian Xing's report over the phone. After hanging up, he turned to Chen Wudi beside him and apologized softly. Sorry about that, Mr. Chen. One of my students said a freshman entered the Ancient City dungeon alone with just a few human units. I'll deal with it after the meeting. Chen Wudi, who had been frowning slightly at the interruption, suddenly changed his expression upon hearing the young teacher's words. He asked urgently, what did you say that freshmen's units were? His voice was unrestrained, drawing curious glances from the surrounding instructors. The young teacher, Wang Tao, felt a rush of panic and quickly replied, human units.
Level 5 human units. Mr. Chen, what's wrong? Do you know that student? Boom!
The black robe on Chen Wudi's body suddenly billowed, and the violent black energy blasted several young teachers nearby into the air.
Chen Wudi, what are you doing?
At the front of the venue, Yushir-san's expression changed drastically, and he shouted angrily. But Chen Wudi paid no heed, pointing at Yushir-san and roaring, "Yushir-san, you old fool! I told you to open a private channel for him to the advanced dungeon, and you refused to listen. Now look at this mess, such a promising talent has entered the ancient city dungeon alone. If anything happens to him, I will never forgive you." Indeed. Chen Wudi instantly realized that the freshman who foolishly entered the ancient city dungeon alone must undoubtedly be Lu Yun. Among all the freshmen in the second academy, only Lu Yun was a human soldier master. Thinking about the dangers Lu Yun might face, Chen Wudi could no longer hold back. His furious outburst shocked all the teachers present, but only Yushir-san and a few strong figures from the second academy turned pale, immediately understanding that the person Chen Wudi referred to was Lu Yun.
But it's only the second day. How could Lu Yun have entered the ancient city dungeon already? Could it be that he had reached level 5 overnight? The originally furious Yushir-san was also taken aback. However, recalling the innate talent that he vaguely suspected Lu Yun had comprehended, the old man sat back down and regained his composure. On the other hand, Chen Wudi was stunned. He understood the dangers of the ancient city dungeon. Even a level 10 soldier master would find it extremely difficult to clear it alone, let alone Lu Yun, who had only opened the soldier talisman space less than 2 days ago. You old you. Thinking Yushir-san was indifferent to Lu Yun's safety, Chen Wudi was about to continue his tirade, but Yushir-san suddenly launched a stream of energy water toward him. Reflexively, Chen Wudi raised his fist, but then Yushir-san's voice transmitted to his ears, "No need to worry, it's just the ancient city dungeon." What? The energy water landed on Chen Wudi, transforming into a refreshing current that surged into his body. The previously anxious and furious Chen Wudi immediately calmed down. Looking at Yushir-san's composed demeanor in front, Chen Wudi suddenly had an epiphany. That's right. A monstrous talent who could reach level 5 in less than 2 days. How could he be troubled by a mere ancient city dungeon? At worst, he could always rush into the city and teleport out from there, couldn't he? You damned old you. After figuring it out, Chen Wudi looked at Yushir-san, who had even handed out phantom cards, and couldn't help but grumble internally. Inside the ancient city dungeon, Lu Yun frowned deeply, quickly issuing commands. Defensive formation. Bai Qi immediately took out a massive bronze shield and began organizing. One by one, the elite Qin soldiers emerged from the vortex, swiftly forming a tightly knit shield wall around Lu Yun. At this moment, Lu Yun took a closer look at the ancient city dungeon. Several hundred meters ahead of him stood an ancient, dilapidated city. In the vast open field between him and the city, skeletal soldiers roamed aimlessly. To enter the city, he would have to clear out the hundreds of skeletal soldiers occupying the area. No doubt about it, this is a real wilderness dungeon. Lu Yun gritted his teeth internally, determined to win this fight. Just by observing the skeletal soldiers, their tattered armor and rusty weapons, Lu Yun could sense that the challenge of this dungeon far exceeded that of the warfare dungeons at the second academy. Yet, a confident smile spread across his face. With a wave of his hand, Bai Qi, standing guard beside him, immediately understood and nodded slightly. His bronze sword lightly struck the surface of his shield, producing a resounding clang. Clang! 30 elite Qin soldiers quickly adjusted their formation. 10 soldiers wielding shields and longswords stood ready at the front, while another 10 holding long bronze halberds extended their sharp blades forward. Bai Qi and the remaining 9 Qin soldiers switched to powerful crossbows, preparing for combat. Advance! With Bai Qi's command, the entire formation began steadily advancing toward the ancient city, exuding an overwhelming momentum. Roar, ugh! The skeletal soldiers roaming the field sensed Lu Yun's approach, letting out ear-piercing screeches as they charged madly toward the Qin soldiers' formation. In that instant, Bai Qi's crossbowmen unleashed a rain of deadly arrows with lightning speed, each finding its mark without fail. The skeletal soldiers fell like straw, collapsing in rows without any chance to retaliate. Lu Yun's gaze sharpened. Although most of these skeletal soldiers were level 5, with some wearing relatively intact armor, they posed no threat against the terrifying 650-point agility of the elite Qin soldiers' ranged attacks. Occasionally, a few stragglers managed to reach the front of the formation, but they were effortlessly dispatched by the halberd-wielding Qin soldiers. Following leisurely behind the formation, Lu Yun casually checked his experience bar. The skeletal soldiers' experience points were nearly double that of the monsters in the mid-level warfare dungeons of the Second Academy.
He hastened to collect the energy stones dropped by the skeletal soldiers, quickening his pace. Half an hour later, Lu Yun and the Qin soldiers' formation were only a few dozen meters away from the ancient city.
His experience bar had already risen to level 5, 37%.
The leveling efficiency was significantly higher than that of mid-level dungeons, an exhilarating surprise.
At that moment, skeletal archers appeared on the ancient city walls, holding bows.
Unlike the skeletal soldiers outside the city, these skeletal archers had bits of decayed flesh still clinging to their bones, making them appear more menacing. Upon seeing Lu Yun lead his troops closer, the skeletal archers immediately drew their bows and fired bone arrows. However, to Lu Yun's amusement, the arrows fell more than 20 meters short of his formation, posing no threat whatsoever.
This battle has only just begun. The real challenge lies ahead.
A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Yun's eyes as he thought to himself.
Their range isn't enough.
Lu Yun's lips curled into a relaxed smile. At this moment, he was about 50 meters away from the ancient city, while the range of those skeleton archers barely reached 30 meters at most. The crossbows of the Qin elite soldiers had a range far exceeding 50 meters, like divine weapons falling from the heavens. As long as I stay beyond 30 meters, these skeleton archers pose no threat to me at all. Lu Yun secretly delighted in his heart, imagining the struggles of other players in front of the ancient city dungeon.
His mood grew even more cheerful. He immediately issued an order to the Qin elite soldiers. The remaining 20 soldiers quickly swapped to crossbow bolts, ready to shoot.
Under Bai Qi's command, a rain of arrows poured down, eliminating the skeleton archers on the city walls one by one. Although these skeleton archers were high level, their defense was astonishingly low, unable to withstand the long-range attacks of the Qin elite soldiers. Seeing this, Lu Yun's experience bar soared rapidly. By the time the last skeleton archer was slain, his experience points had already surpassed 60%.
Keep going. In a joyful mood, he led the Qin elite soldiers straight toward the ancient city's gates.
At this time, the gates of the ancient city were tightly shut. Bai Qi gave an order, and 20 Qin elite soldiers armed with long halberds swiftly advanced.
The remaining 10 soldiers stood guard beside Lu Yun, ensuring his safety. Wonderful! These bronze-grade hero units are truly powerful. Lu Yun thought to himself, feeling reassured by Bai Qi's commanding abilities. Boom!
Under the relentless assaults of the sharp long halberds, the gate's health bar rapidly decreased until it finally collapsed with a thunderous crash. Behind the gate, rows of skeleton soldiers wielding round shields and long swords were revealed. Lu Yun immediately used the commander's innate scouting ability to examine the attributes of these skeleton soldiers.
Skeleton elite soldier. Level 8. Description: even in death, these elite soldiers loyally guard the city. Intruders shall perish. These skeleton elite soldiers had fleshier bodies, with visible veins running through them, but Lu Yun felt no pity. He waved his hand, commanding the Qin elite soldiers to charge. The battle erupted instantly.
With their overwhelming attributes, the Qin elite soldiers held an absolute advantage, pushing the battle line forward as skeleton elite soldiers fell one after another.
Congratulations on killing a level 8 skeleton elite soldier, EXP plus 280. Congratulations on killing a level 8 skeleton elite soldier, EXP plus 280.
Lu Yun watched his experience points rise steadily, feeling a growing anticipation for tougher challenges. His gaze shifted to the central altar of the city. On the dilapidated altar, a general clad in rusted armor was kneeling on one knee beneath a tattered banner. The white hair protruding from behind the general's helmet made it clear to Lu Yun that this was the boss of the ancient city dungeon. Behind the skeleton elite soldiers, a dozen skeleton warriors clad in complete armor and wielding silver spears stood menacingly, an exciting sight to behold.
All of that is experience. Lu Yun's heart burned with eagerness as he immediately commanded the Qin elite soldiers to finish the battle quickly. Following Bai Qi's command, 30 Qin elite soldiers unanimously switched to long swords and charged toward the remaining skeleton elite soldiers without hesitation. Sword light flickered as the sharp blades sliced through the air with a whooshing sound. The skeleton elite soldiers fell one after another, powerless to resist. After another half hour of fierce combat, the final skeleton elite soldier fell under the relentless assault of the Qin elite soldiers. My experience is now at 98% of level 5. Just a little more, and I'll level up. Lu Yun was ecstatic, knowing this was the reward for soloing the dungeon. Kill. Before Lu Yun could collect the items dropped on the ground, the dozen skeleton creatures wielding spears charged toward him. The Qin elite soldiers showed no fear, quickly switching to their bronze halberds to block the skeleton creatures' advance. The battle was about to reach its climax.
Lu Yun examined the information of these dozen skeleton creatures.
Skeleton Vice General, Elite. Level, 9. Description: once the most trusted subordinates under the ancient city's old general.
Those who defy the old general shall perish. Lu Yun raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, I didn't expect these dozen skeleton vice generals to be elite monsters.
Truly formidable.
A cold smile appeared on his lips.
But even elite monsters are nothing more than mere weaklings before me.
Under the sharp attacks of the Qin bronze halberds, the dozen elite monsters were utterly defenseless and were swiftly defeated.
Congratulations on killing a level 9 skeleton vice general, EXP plus 700. Congratulations, Commander Lu Yun has leveled up to level 6.
Lu Yun felt a surge of satisfaction and exhilaration as his fighting spirit ignited. The Qin elite soldiers ahead glowed faintly with golden light, as if celebrating Lu Yun's victory. With the sweeping motions of the halberds, the soldiers' attacks grew more ferocious.
Within just a few breaths, all the elite monsters were annihilated.
Before Lu Yun's eyes, a silver spear emitting dazzling brilliance appeared. A treasure! He rejoiced silently, but before he could pick up the spear, a deep roar echoed from the altar.
How dare you attack my city, fellow human?
The old general who had been kneeling on one knee now stood up, glaring at Lu Yun with eyes burning with furious red light. Lu Yun shook his head slightly, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, commanding all 30 Qin elite soldiers to charge toward the altar's old general. Bai Qi leapt into the air, wielding his halberd fiercely as he aimed a strike at the dungeon boss. However, the white-haired old general, whose chest armor bore a ghastly scar, suddenly swung his massive banner. Whoosh! A violent gust of wind surged forth. Bai Qi, mid-air, was directly blown back, and the Qin elite soldiers behind him were thrown into disarray. The scene turned chaotic in an instant.
Boom!
As Lu Yun stood in shock, the skeletal old general stomped on the altar, creating a large crater as he lunged toward Lu Yun with white hair billowing. His massive banner, like a ferocious dragon, struck fiercely at Lu Yun.
Master!
Bai Qi shouted, stabilizing himself as he hurled his halberd toward the old general in midair. Yet, as a dungeon boss, the old general had no intention of defending himself. Just as Bai Qi's halberd was about to strike his back, the general's banner pole was already slamming down on Lu Yun's head. At this critical moment, the radiant imperial jade seal suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yun, forming a golden barrier that blocked the entire attack.
Boom! The banner smashed down heavily, but Lu Yun remained unscathed, standing firmly in place. Above his head, a massive -0 floated in the air. Simultaneously, red damage numbers in double digits appeared above the heads of every Qin elite soldier, igniting their fury even further. Keep attacking! Let this old general witness the might of Qin! Lu Yun's thunderous voice inspired every soldier to charge at the enemy, pushing the battle to its peak. The withered face of the old general showed a trace of confusion. But the long halberd thrown by Bai Qi had already arrived like a bolt of lightning, brutally piercing through the white-haired old general's body. A massive damage number emerged above his head, and the elite Qin soldiers surged forward like a tide, surrounding him. Lu Yun let out a soft sigh of relief, understanding in his heart that it was Shou Yangchang's damage transfer ability that had taken effect. Otherwise, his own head would have been smashed to pieces by that flagpole. He quickly used a detection skill on the surrounded old general. Ancient City Commander, Bronze Boss. Level, 10. Skills, Flagwave Shockwave, Leaping Strike. Description: a commander who died defending his city, whose heroic soul refuses to abandon it even in death.
Lu Yun could hardly believe it. This was actually a bronze-level boss. He had thought it would be at most an iron-level enemy but was surprised to find the old general had two powerful skills. The Flagwave Shockwave was likely the skill that had just sent him flying, and the Leaping Strike was equally impressive, catching even Bai Qi, an elite unit, off guard. Fortunately, his powerful passive abilities rendered such head-taking moves ineffective against him. The battle ahead was quickly drawing to a close. The white-haired old general swung his flagpole desperately but could no longer change the situation. Surrounded by 30 elite soldiers, he heaved a long sigh, the red glow in his hollow eye sockets extinguished. In his final moments, 2 lines of black blood tears streamed down his face, and the white-haired old general died standing. Lu Yun looked at the instance boss before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions as he gazed at the flowing white hair beneath the helmet and the tattered yet still standing flag. However, the joy of seeing his experience bar soar by a large segment quickly washed away his melancholy. With a crash, the white-haired commander's body disintegrated into a pile of white bones, and the corpses of the other skeletal warriors and deputy commanders followed suit. Faint blood-red glows drifted from the white bones into the void. Yet Lu Yun paid no attention to these glows, for at the moment when the boss commander collapsed into bones, he spotted a radiant golden book falling alongside the remains.
Lu Yun's heart skipped a beat. He rushed forward, frantically searching through the bones until he found the book. Sure enough, it was there, a string-bound book gleaming with golden light. He immediately picked it up. Leaping strike, bronze. Type, soldier commander skill. Usage requirement, level 6. Skill effect, perform an active leap strike on hostile targets within a 10-meter range, dealing 2x normal damage. Lu Yun sucked in a sharp breath after reading the skill's description. This was the very skill the ancient city commander had used against him. Moreover, its effect left Lu Yun astonished. 10 meters of leap distance and 2x normal damage. And this was merely the base effect of the skill. With the tenfold skill amplification granted by his divine mandate, that would be a leap distance of 100 meters and damage multiplied by 20. Crossing 100 meters in one leap, was this truly a skill a beginner soldier commander should possess? Lu Yun's breathing quickened instantly. And on top of that, 20 times normal damage. This would push his attack power well beyond even the enhanced elite Qin soldiers. Not even Bai Qi, the hero unit, could compare. This was strong, too strong. Without hesitation, Lu Yun chose to learn the active skill. Instantly, a warm current surged through his chest as he mastered this formidable attack skill. He felt elated, though he currently had no target to test it on. Suppressing his excitement, he began to clean up the battlefield. Beside the ancient city commander's remains, he found over a dozen energy stones radiating a silver light. However, the flagpole weapon wielded by the old general was neither classified as equipment nor a magical artifact, which left Lu Yun slightly disappointed. Yet when he reached the bodies of the elite skeletal deputy commanders, his grin returned. Among them was a silver spear, an actual bronze-grade weapon. Deathly long spear, bronze level 5, strength plus 15, agility plus 15. Lu Yun swung the spear experimentally, finding it exceptionally well-balanced. Though it lacked additional effects, it was undoubtedly a small treasure, perfectly compensating for his lack of a weapon. Lu Yun then spent another 10 minutes gathering all the energy stones scattered throughout the ancient city and on the city walls, amassing a total of 3,100 energy points. He was overjoyed. No wonder so many people vied for the ancient city. The rewards were staggeringly high. Just the experience alone had raised him by 1.5 levels, not to mention a bronze skill book, a bronze weapon, and so many energy stones. The rewards were almost too good to believe. With one last glance at the now empty ancient city, Lu Yun decisively chose to teleport out of the instance. When he reappeared in the open area in front of the ancient city instance's entrance, a cacophony of voices reached his ears. Following the direction of the noise, he saw two groups of people locked in a heated standoff. One side consisted of over a dozen students blocking the entrance to the instance's battlements. The bright red badges on their right arms marked them clearly as students of the 3rd War Academy. Their opponents were mostly rogue soldier commanders, along with a few young people in light gold and black uniforms, students from the 1st and 2nd War Academies. Lu Yun couldn't tell what they were arguing about and was planning to re-enter the ancient city instance for another run when a startled exclamation came from behind him. "You, how did you come out?" He turned to see a male student wearing the same uniform as himself, the very person who had been the only one to warn him earlier about entering the instance solo. "Hello, senior." Lu Yun smiled faintly. "Of course, I came out after finishing the run." "What? Finished the run?" The student, named Shen Xing from the 2nd Academy, stared at him in shock, his eyes widening as if he were looking at a monster. His face instantly flushed red. One person, solo clearing the ancient city instance, and coming out alive? This was unbelievable. He was utterly shocked. Even he wouldn't dare attempt such a feat easily. It would take him at least half a day to whittle down the outer skeletal soldiers. Yet this junior, how long had he taken? It hadn't even been 3 hours, had it? And he had broken through the skeletal soldiers' blockade, survived the skeletal archers' attacks, breached the city gates, and stormed the city? Was this kid a hidden genius? But wasn't there only one prodigy among this year's freshmen, the angel soldier commander, Ling Shui? Where had this freak come from? If not for the clear freshman markings on the other's uniform badge, Shen Xing might have suspected this guy was a senior pretending to be a freshman to mess with him. "What's your name, junior?" Shen Xing asked, his face full of disbelief and immense curiosity about Lu Yun's identity. "Lu Yun." The boy revealed a bright smile, his voice calm. Boom! Steam seemed to rise from Shen Xing's head, and his entire body jolted as if struck by lightning. "What did you say your name was?" he shouted in astonishment, drawing the attention of everyone around them. But Qian Xing didn't pay much attention, because the name Lu Yun was renowned throughout the Second Academy.
No, to be precise, it was notorious. He had been specially recruited into the Second War Academy by Dean Yushir-san and had awakened an exceptionally rare-grade soldier talisman.
Unfortunately, he could only summon some utterly useless human soldier types. Moreover, in the 3 months since his enrollment, his soldier talisman space had yet to be activated. He ranked at the bottom in every monthly evaluation. Compared to Ling Shui, who had also been specially recruited, he was like heaven and earth. Even the upperclassmen of the Second Academy, who spent most of their time grinding levels in wilderness dungeons, had heard of the name Lu Yun. However, their evaluations were far from favorable. A talentless fool, trash soldier types, a waste of academy subsidies, someone who should be expelled, and so on. At this moment, however, Qian Xing couldn't reconcile the rumored useless Lu Yun with the boy standing before him. Could a worthless fool solo a dungeon in the ancient city and teleport out unharmed? Could trash human soldier types withstand attacks from skeleton soldiers and skeleton archers, and break open the city gate? Senior, I really am Lu Yun, the boy helplessly repeated. Qian Xing's eyes widened completely, his face full of shock. It wasn't until curses and sounds of fighting rang out from the entrance of the ancient city dungeon that Qian Xing finally snapped out of it. He looked at Lu Yun with a sense of wonder and said, "Kid, you fooled the entire academy." Hearing this, Lu Yun spread his hands innocently, but he didn't explain. He hadn't fooled anyone. From the moment his soldier talisman space activated until now, it had only been less than 2 days. The rate of his growth was just a little fast, that's all. Afterward, Qian Xing chatted idly with Lu Yun for a bit. The fight at the dungeon entrance ended quickly, with the victors being a group of young men and women dressed in uniforms from the Third Academy. Several massive white tigers pinned a few summoned soldiers under their paws, while a dozen or so scattered human soldiers gritted their teeth and chose to retreat. Lu Yun frowned and said to Qian Xing beside him, "Senior, what's going on?" Qian Xing's expression shifted from wonder to displeasure as he glanced at the entrance of the ancient city dungeon not far away. Those Third Academy brats are bullying people again, that's what. Lu Yun understood the differences between the 3 war academies in Donghai province. The First Academy mainly recruited individuals with unique soldier types, while the Second Academy prioritized the mindset and character of its students. Many diligent, level-grinding soldier masters were found here. However, whether it was the First or Second Academy, student admissions were based on merit. Except for special recruits like himself and Ling Shui, anyone wanting to enter the First or Second War Academy had to have excellent grades. The Third War Academy, on the other hand, was an entirely different story. That academy didn't care much about students' talents or grades during admissions. Instead, it focused on family background. The children of nobility, the wealthy, and powerful soldier masters, many of them joined the Third Academy. As a result, students of the Third Academy were almost universally arrogant and domineering. Students of the First and Second War Academies generally avoided associating with them and would rarely even greet them when encountering them in the wild. Qian Xing continued, the ancient city dungeon mutates once a month, during which the monster's experience and drop rates increase significantly. These spoiled brats from the Third Academy rely on their money to build up powerful soldiers and block other soldier masters from entering the dungeon. So that's how it was. Lu Yun immediately understood. However, when he heard about the dungeon mutation, his heart skipped a beat. Was the dungeon he just cleared a regular one or the mutated version? Could it be that he had just stumbled into incredible luck and cleared this month's mutated dungeon? Otherwise, how could he have obtained both a bronze weapon and a bronze skill in a single run? Still, Lu Yun felt a bit regretful. He had originally thought the ancient city dungeon always had such high rewards and had planned to spend the day leveling up there. But now, if the dungeon he cleared was indeed the mutated version, then for the rest of the month, the ancient city dungeon's monster experience and item drop rates would be reduced. I'll go in again and see. Without hesitation, Lu Yun stood up and walked toward the dungeon entrance. Whether the dungeon he cleared earlier was mutated or regular, he'd know by comparing. Even if it was just a regular dungeon, it was still definitely better than the Academy's beginner dungeon. Lu Yun, where are you going? Seeing Lu Yun heading forward, Qian Xing called out nervously. Lu Yun turned back with a smile and said, to clear the dungeon and level up. Isn't the official assessment coming up soon? Qian Xing was left speechless as he watched Lu Yun speak as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Of course, he knew the official assessment was approaching. But was this the time to be clearing dungeons and leveling up? Those spoiled brats from the Third Academy were still blocking the dungeon entrance. Was this Lu Yun deaf or blind? Did he just ignore everything Qian Xing had just told him? Or was he confident enough to take on those infamous heirs of the Third Academy? I'd better inform the Academy.
Chen Xing was anxious and had no idea how to handle the situation. He quickly pulled out his phone and called his teacher.
When in doubt, ask the teacher, this method never fails. Professor Wang, this is Chen Xing. Wait, you already knew he was Lu Yun? He's fine, he already came out of the dungeon. Yes, I was just chatting with him. No, I'm calling to report something. Here's the situation. But they're from the Third Academy. Ah, Dean Yu, hello.
Meanwhile, in the main conference room of the Second War Academy, Yu San, who had snatched the phone from Wang Tao, was brimming with anger.
I don't care who they are. Beat the hell out of them. And you upperclassmen, if you just stand there and watch those brats from the Third Academy bully your junior schoolmates without stepping in, don't ever call yourselves students of my Second Academy again. I, Yu San, won't tolerate such disgrace.
I won't have cowards as my students.
That's final.
After hanging up the phone, Yu San looked up at the others in the conference room, his face red with embarrassment at their startled
expressions. However, he still deliberately put on a stern face and shouted, "What are you all staring at? Keep the meeting going. Heh, old you, I'm liking you more and more." Chen Wudi couldn't help but chuckle, and the conference room was soon filled with light laughter.
But many of the younger teachers had expressions of excitement on their faces, as if they could sense the impending battle.
The atmosphere in the clearing before the ancient city dungeon grew increasingly tense. Yes, Dean, I understand.
Chen Xing straightened his back and loudly promised, though his heart was pounding nervously. When he looked back to find Lu Yun, however, he realized Lu Yun had already reached the dungeon entrance, standing before a group of students from the Third Academy.
Hey! What's the rush?
With Yu San's instructions in mind, Chen Xing panicked but still turned and sprinted toward the Second Academy's gathering point nearby. At the same time, Lu Yun's gaze was sharp as he fearlessly surveyed his opponents. His voice was cold as he uttered, "Move." These two words, like thunder, instantly intimidated the two Third Academy students blocking his way. The atmosphere grew heavy, and all eyes focused on them as the battle was about to erupt.
What? Are you looking for death?
Two burly students from the Third Academy stormed toward Lu Yun in fury, their eyes filled with disdain. However, Lu Yun simply sneered disdainfully, as if this conflict was nothing more than a farcical drama.
I don't want to fight, but you're forcing me.
With light steps, he retreated slightly. In an instant, a towering Qin warrior, exuding an overwhelming aura, replaced his position.
Standing tall like a majestic mountain, the warrior blocked the incoming fists. Ah!
The fists of the two new students landed without effect, and they howled in agony, clutching their hands in pain. The surrounding Third Academy students immediately realized the gravity of the situation and surged toward Lu Yun.
Are you stupid?
You're soldiers. Why are you using your fists? A tall young man with white eyebrows roared angrily at the two newcomers.
Only then did they come to their senses and attempt to summon their units.
However, the tall young man pushed them aside and walked directly toward Lu Yun.
Second Academy student? Kneel down and apologize to my junior right now, and I might let you go. The white-browed young man sneered arrogantly, his eyes gleaming with pride. With a wave of his hand, a white tiger suddenly appeared, its deafening roar seeming to tear through the air. Yet the Qin warrior took a single step forward, effortlessly withstanding the tiger's roar. The onlookers were once again stunned, especially those students who had just been defeated by the Third Academy. Their hearts were filled with shock and awe. Among the chaotic crowd, a few Second Academy students in black uniforms exchanged glances. When they saw the Qin warrior and Lu Yun, hesitation flickered across their faces, but in the end, they chose to remain silent. Not far away, several First Academy students in pale golden uniforms wore peculiar expressions. A mischievous girl asked excitedly, "Senior, is the Second Academy about to declare war on the Third Academy?" The slightly clumsy boy beside her replied, "Don't overthink it. The Second Academy is full of rule-abiding, top-grade students. They wouldn't dare challenge Bai Hang." The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she continued to press, "Senior, who's stronger, you or Bai Hang?" The boy pondered seriously for a moment before replying, "My black tortoise excels in defense, while Bai Hang's white tiger is unbeatable in close combat. If we fought, it'd be 50-50. "Senior, you're so dull," the girl giggled. The boy scratched his head awkwardly and added, "Bai Hang is level 18, and I'm only level 17. But with your support, I'd definitely win." Meanwhile, on the city wall, Bai Hang, noticing the wary expressions of those around him, felt secretly pleased. He prepared to ruthlessly teach this arrogant Second Academy student a painful lesson. "Get out of my way." Lu Yun's cold voice rang out once more, freezing the atmosphere instantly.
Everyone stared at him in shock, seemingly awaiting his demise.
"You're courting death!"
Bai Hong roared furiously, pounding his chest with his fist. A faint golden phantom of offense appeared beside him, and then, one after another, towering white tigers leaped out, their ferocious aura surging through the air. 5 white tigers roared in unison in mid-air, their violent energy forcing the surrounding independent soldiers to retreat. Those who had witnessed Bai Hang's formidable strength wore expressions of fear. To them, the second academy student who had summoned only a single human soldier might as well have been courting death. The second academy students blending into the crowd couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Lu Yun. Against 5 ferocious white tigers, the lone boy seemed like a lamb awaiting slaughter.
Though everyone knew Bai Hong wouldn't dare kill a second academy freshman in front of so many witnesses, they all understood that Lu Yun was bound to endure unprecedented suffering in this confrontation. Many secretly wished they could be as daring as Lu Yun and challenge the Third Academy's arrogant science. But even a fool could see that. This time, the Second Academy's human soldier master was bound to make a bold statement and deliver a fierce lesson to his opponents. Just as everyone speculated whether Lu Yun would cry or beg for mercy, suddenly, a deafening shout erupted from the rear of the square. "Who dares bully a Second Academy student?"
In the next moment, a dozen young men in black uniforms, radiating powerful energy, appeared like descending war gods. They charged toward the dungeon entrance with unstoppable momentum, summoning various powerful units as they ran.
Their awe-inspiring aura was enough to stir the blood.
Behind them trailed 100 formidable units, resembling an enraged army ready to march into battle at any time. The crowd parted for this group of Second Academy students, their eyes filled with shock and reverence.
Normally, Second Academy students were seen as obedient, diligent levelers who avoided conflict.
But today, they seemed like flames ignited, bursting with unparalleled fighting spirit. At the forefront, Chen Xing, who had just relayed the dean's words to the Second Academy students, was brimming with unprecedented pride.
Charging forward, he roared, "Second Academy, if you've got guts, get out here and join me."
Hearing this, the Second Academy students who had been hiding in the crowd, preferring to avoid trouble, suddenly felt their spirits ignite. Their eyes blazed with fury as they surged forward to join the charge.
"You bastards from the Third Academy! Lay a finger on my junior, I dare you!"
Furious shouts echoed through the air, their momentum as unstoppable as a tiger swallowing the land. More and more Second Academy students joined Xianxing's charge. By the time they reached Lu Yun, the group had grown to over 30 students, with
more than 200 units of various races behind them.
The dark mass surrounded the dungeon entrance's city wall, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Everyone present was stunned, utterly shaken by the scene before them.
While conflicts between students from the 3 war academies were common, never before had there been a confrontation of this scale. The valor of today's student soldiers left everyone speechless. Independent soldier masters were dumbfounded, and even the few First Academy students present were taken aback. In a corner, the stout boy and the elfin girl were equally astonished. "Senior, the Second Academy. They're amazing. They're really going to beat up the Third Academy."
The girl stared at the Second Academy students at the
dungeon entrance, whose overwhelming aura left the Third Academy students scrambling to summon their units. Her mouth hung slightly open in amazement.
Hearing her words, the boy named Su Yuan trembled. Under the girl's surprised gaze, he raised his arm and shouted,
"Where are the First Academy students? I am Su Yuan, second-year leader. Follow me into battle."
His rallying cry resounded like a battle drum, instantly awakening the fighting spirit of all present. The trumpet of war had sounded, and there was no turning back. After the girl's initial surprise, her eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at the boy standing ahead. Then, she quickly reacted, imitating her senior brother's posture, raising her arm, and her clear voice rang out, "I am the first-year runner-up, Chang Xiaoying. Brothers and sisters of the First Academy, we can't lose to those honest folks in the Second Academy." Beside her, Su Yuan widened his eyes in astonishment, then revealed a simple and honest smile. He proactively held the girl's small hand and shouted excitedly, "Dominant Mystic Turtle! Appear! Come forth, Shadow Fox!" Boom! A sudden tremor emanated from the space beside the two, and immediately, a massive black tortoise over 20 meters long slowly crawled out of the void. At the same time, a phantom fox with 3 giant tails had somehow appeared, standing atop the enormous shell of the black tortoise. "It's the turtle-fox duo from the First Academy," the surrounding crowd exclaimed in surprise. They hadn't expected that after the students from the Second Academy made their move. The runner-up of this year's first Academy and last year's champion would also refuse to be outdone, stepping forward one after another. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, astonishing bursts of energy erupted from various positions in front of the ancient city dungeon.
One terrifying troop after another was summoned by boys and girls dressed in pale gold school uniforms. There were giants composed entirely
of smoke, giant wolves spewing flames from their mouths, and dwarf generals riding black wild boars. Under the leadership of the pair standing atop the massive black tortoise, the usually low-profile students of the First Academy revealed their terrifying strength for the first time. At this moment, behind Lu Yun in front of the ancient city dungeon, Qian Xing, who had just summoned a cyberpunk-style mechanical warrior, was filled with shock. He had originally thought he would be the most dazzling one today, but he hadn't expected this group of monsters from the First Academy to want to intervene as well.
Bai Heng, get out of my way!
Qian Xing roared angrily, unwilling to back down, shouting at Bai Heng, who had already summoned 10 white tiger units. The students from the Second Academy behind him also responded with furious shouts. After the initial chaos, Bai Heng had regained his arrogant demeanor. Hearing Qian Xing's roar, he gritted his teeth and said, "Qian Xing, think carefully. You know the consequences of offending our Third Academy." These words caused a moment of panic to flash across Qian Xing's face, but remembering what Yushir-san had said, he immediately straightened his chest.
"I want to see for myself today. Get out of the way and let my junior enter the dungeon."
Roared 10 white tigers let out furious growls, and the students from the Third Academy behind Bai Heng, who were gradually summoning their units, finally felt reassured. They began to taunt the students from the Second Academy, and it seemed the two sides were about to clash. At this moment, Lu Yun was somewhat surprised to see the senior students from the Second Academy summoning their troops to back him up, and he felt a surge of emotion. Normally, the Second Academy's usual style was to focus on
leveling up and improving their strength, which was their norm.
Yet today, these people, often seen as nerds or honest individuals by others, were willing to confront the arrogant students of the Third Academy for his sake. However, Lu Yun quickly grasped the situation before him. After making a decision in his heart, he stepped past the steaming Qian Xing Clang. A bright silver spear appeared in Lu Yun's hand. He coldly looked at Bai Heng, who stood behind 10 white tiger troops, and a fierce fighting spirit suddenly emerged in his eyes. Yes, Lu Yun planned to resolve this himself. In terms of combat strength, he knew that if it really came down to a fight, the students of the
Second Academy would definitely not lose to this group of arrogant Third Academy students.
But he also understood that such a confrontation would inevitably affect the future development of the Second Academy students. After all, the parents of the Third Academy students were influential figures in various industries of the Xinxia Empire.
Offending them would bring no benefits to the senior students of the Second Academy.
Therefore, Lu Yun was unwilling to let them be implicated because of him. Besides, he was merely trying to enter a dungeon. He didn't need anyone's help at all.
Get lost.
Lu Yun, wielding a bronze-grade weapon, said coldly to the tall youth leading the Third Academy.
Go to hell.
Bai Heng finally seemed enraged. He roared, and the 10 white tiger units in front of him lunged fiercely at Lu Yun.
How dare you? Bai Heng, I'll smash you.
Qian Xing from the rear panicked, controlling his own units and starting to gather energy for a counterattack. The students from the Second and Third Academies also shouted loudly, as intense energy fluctuations surged through their respective units. But in the next moment, Lu Yun moved. He suddenly stomped on the ground, seemingly transforming into a gust of wind, wielding a long spear like an arrow released from a bow, flying toward the several-meter-long white tiger. Squelch! Almost in the blink of an eye, the 18th level advanced beast-type soldier was pierced through the heart by the youth's silver spear. Boom! 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 Immediately after, Lu Yun's figure flickered continuously in mid-air, and with each thrust of his spear, a white tiger met its demise. In just a few breaths, Lu Yun landed back on the ground, the tip of his shining silver spear already stained with blood, while all 10 white tigers lay lifeless on the ground, blood pooling around them. Each white tiger's head bore a ferocious, gaping blood hole, like a mark of death. The youth struck, slaying 10 tigers in succession, showcasing unparalleled strength. Throughout the entire ordeal, Lu Yun's black-armored human soldier remained motionless, like a towering mountain, silently guarding him. The entire audience was stunned. The students from the Second and Third Academies, who had initially planned to command their troops to attack, were left with their mouths agape, utterly astonished. Hundreds of troops, now without their master's orders, stood there in confusion, motionless like soulless puppets.
Lu Yun exhaled lightly, put away his spear, nodded toward the dumbfounded Qianxing and the students from the second academy, and then strode toward the ancient city dungeon ahead. His footsteps thundered, tap, 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 shaking the entire scene, with the silence so profound that even a pin drop could be heard. As he passed by Bai Hong, whose face was ashen, the once proud and towering youth couldn't help but shiver, retreating a few steps as if he had seen a ghost. The other students from the third academy and their troops quickly made way, allowing Lu Yun to enter the ancient city dungeon like a king. For a long time, outside the ancient city dungeon, exclamations erupted one after another. What did I just see? One man killed by Hang's 10 white tigers. Those were advanced troops. White Hang's troop ranks among the top 10 in potential across the 3 academies, yet was instantly defeated by a freshman from the second academy. It's absolutely insane. What kind of monster has emerged from the second academy this year? One person, one gun, and they wiped out the entire third academy. At this moment, the most shocked were still the students of the second academy, who couldn't snap out of their disbelief. Earlier, when Qianxing went to the second academy student base and relayed the dean's words, they thought the junior being bullied by the third academy was weak, which stirred their protective instincts. Normally unwilling to provoke trouble, they came over intending to stand up for their junior. But where is the fragile junior? This is clearly a ferocious beast. He didn't even use any troops, and slaughtered all 10 of Bai Hang's white tigers. Those are said to be the kings among beast-type troops, the advanced troop white tiger kings. Even students like us in the second and third grades can't easily achieve this. But this junior, right in front of everyone's eyes, wielded a silver spear and wiped out the white tiger, completely extinguishing the arrogance of the 3 academies' spoiled brats. Qianxing's mouth still couldn't close at this moment. His own teacher and dean knew. Weren't they asking him to protect this Lu Yun? But what exactly is going on now? Lu Yun, who is so powerful, doesn't need any protection at all. Also, who is the idiot spreading the rumor that Lu Yun is a good-for-nothing? If this is considered a good-for-nothing, these senior-grade commanders, are simply the most useless among the useless. However, Qianxing also keenly noticed, Lu Yun actually chose not to use troops in battle, and the bronze-grade weapon in his hand is clearly a piece of premium equipment. Could it be that this guy has chosen a path to strengthen himself? A glimmer of understanding flashed in Qianxing's eyes. No wonder Lu Yun dared to solo the ancient city dungeon. He most likely treated his human troops as support, while frantically boosting his own attributes, equipping gear, and upgrading skills. The combo that Lu Yun just performed in mid-air was clearly a high-grade warlord skill. No doubt about it. Qianxing became more convinced the more he thought about his guess. However, thinking of his stunningly talented junior schoolmate, who also couldn't break the curse of human race units, the now calm Qianxing still felt it was somewhat regrettable. Not far behind the students of the second academy, Wishing and Chang Xiaoying, who were standing on the back of the domineering Xian turtle, exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes, until Lu Yun's figure disappeared into the entrance of the ancient city replica. Chang Xiaoying said with some dissatisfaction, "What kind of person is this? It ended so quickly. Our first courtyard rarely gets a chance to make a move." Still unable to process the astonishing scene from Lu Yun earlier, he turned his head somewhat blankly upon hearing the words of the girl beside him. The girl looked at the boy's dazed expression, and let out a chuckle. "All right, senior brother, let's enter the dungeon too. Anyway, the people from the lower 3 institutes have no face to stay here anymore." "Okay," the boy replied foolishly. The young girl Chang Xiaoying smiled and comforted, that Bai Hang's troops don't seem all that impressive. I think senior Su Yuan can easily defeat him." But Su Yuan straightforwardly shook his head. "I can't. That boy from the second academy." The young man seemed to be pondering how to describe him, but after much hesitation, he still struggled to utter 2 words. "Very strong." The girl looked at the boy with a serious expression and couldn't help but sigh. However, as Chang Xiaoying withdrew her gaze, a hint of seriousness appeared on her face. "Are you a new student at the second academy this year? When compared to the 3 schools, let me see just how strong you really are." And at this moment, Chang Xiaoying suddenly felt a warning from her Shadow Fox unit in her heart. She turned her head to look back and couldn't help but change her expression. "Senior brother, the mist dungeon is spreading." Hearing this, Su Yuan also looked back. When he saw a faint white mist spreading from afar toward the direction of the ancient city dungeon, he immediately took out his phone and notified the nearby students from the first academy to evacuate quickly. And soon,
The numerous commanders present also noticed the arrival of that white mist, hurriedly rushing toward the direction of the city. Qianxing, it's the mist dungeon, we have to retreat. The students from the second academy also noticed the problem and quickly shouted to Qianxing. However, Qianxing shook his head. You guys hurry and leave, I'll wait for Lu Yun to come out. He might not have experienced the fog. In front of the replica entrance, Bai Hong still appeared somewhat dazed. It was as if he was completely oblivious to the crowd scattering and fleeing ahead. It wasn't until a few students from the third academy forcibly dragged him away. Bai Hong finally came to his senses. He looked at the 10 corpses of the white tiger kings on the ground with blood-red eyes, gritting his teeth and saying, Lu Yun, I will remember you. Inside the ancient city dungeon, hundreds of meters outside the dilapidated city walls, Lu Yun unleashed all the elite Qin warriors, charging toward the wandering skeleton soldiers outside the city. However, he quickly realized, the monsters in this instance, it is indeed much weaker than the previous time. There are simply no skeleton soldiers capable of withstanding a single strike from the elite Qin warriors. Moreover, the experience gained from killing monsters is indeed half compared to the last dungeon. This made Lu Yun exclaim in regret. Just now outside the dungeon, using the necromancer's spear to perform a leaping strike, instantly killing 10 white tigers, the joy was also greatly diminished. However, Lu Yun still let Bai Qi lead the elite warriors of Great Qin to slay the monsters. He himself carefully reflected on the sensations he experienced while using the skill earlier. The leap strike is indeed very powerful, especially when he discovered that this skill could be used consecutively. After performing a leap strike within a range of 100 meters, he could continue using it a second time, a third time, until his stamina was completely exhausted. Lu Yun sensed his current state, roughly estimated. The number of times he could perform a leap strike should be around 20. This made him secretly pleased. The skill itself deals twice the normal attack damage, and under the tenfold amplification of mandated by heaven, it becomes 20 times the normal damage. Lu Yun's current level 6 strength attribute is 60 points. With the addition of 15 strength points from the Orc Arm Guards and the Necromancer Spear, a 20-fold amplification equals 1,500 points. Absolutely not something ordinary wild monsters can withstand. That student from the third academy just now. The summoned white tiger troops definitely have high health, but they still can't withstand their own fierce attacks. In terms of damage, using the leap strike, I have already completely surpassed ordinary Great Qin elite soldiers. However, in terms of physical strength, Lu Yun still can't match the elite soldiers of Great Qin. His current attacks are still best used for ambushes. Roar! After more than 10 minutes, the skeleton soldiers outside the ancient city were almost completely wiped out. It took much less time compared to the previous dungeon. With the addition of the Qin elite soldiers who had leveled up to level 6, the four-dimensional attributes have already reached an astonishing 800 points. The speed of clearing monsters has increased significantly. Soon, Lu Yun followed the elite soldiers of Great Qin to the base of the city. Next, facing the equally weakened skeleton archers, skeleton elite soldiers, and skeleton deputy generals, the Qin sharp soldiers find it even easier to sweep through. In less than an hour, throughout the ancient city, only the altar remains. Holding a large flag, the ancient city defender glared angrily at Lu Yun. Both of us are human, how dare you? The elderly general with white hair shook the flagpole in his hand, still scolding angrily. But this time, Lu Yun didn't even wait for the other party to finish speaking, and directly launched a leap strike. Boom! Holding the necromancer's spear, just like the ancient city guard attacked him last time, he crossed a distance of more than 10 meters in one step, fiercely thrust the spear into the chest of the ancient city's defending general. With a squelching sound, Lu Yun granted the white-haired old general the most dignified death. A massive blood-red damage number emerged from above his head. Congratulations on defeating the level 10 boss, Ancient City Guard. Congratulations to Commander Lu Yun for leveling up to level 7. Lu Yun immediately felt a warm current spreading throughout his body. The stamina consumed by the previous leap attack instantly recovered. Golden rays of light also began to emerge from the bodies of the elite soldiers of Great Qin behind him. The experience bar for the troop type is much shorter than that of the commander. The elite soldiers of Great Qin had long accumulated enough experience to level up. At the moment when Lu Yun leveled up, successfully leveled up to 7, Lu Yun was in a great mood. Although this dungeon run only yielded less than half a level's worth of experience, it had only taken a little over an hour.
Efficiency is still not considered low. It's just that after reaching level 7, upgrading requires more experience.
Additionally, the experience rewards for killing higher-level monsters have also decreased.
This ancient city dungeon is somewhat insufficient for me. Next,
after going back and forth in the ancient city and picking up more than 1,200 energy stones, Lu Yun was about to teleport out of the dungeon.
Suddenly caught sight of that banner, used as a weapon by the ancient city's guard. This tattered banner unexpectedly did not fall as it did during the last instance, even after the ancient city's guard was killed. This scene made Lu Yun's heart tremble. Could this banner be hiding some kind of secret?
He quickly approached and examined it closely,
secretly harboring anticipation in his heart. Perhaps this will be another surprise he gains in the ancient city. Lu Yun stepped forward, his heart filled with excitement.
The moment his fingers lightly touched the flagpole, the originally tattered
flag unexpectedly emitted a faint blood-red glow, transforming into a palm-sized blood-colored flag that gently floated into his hand. Fantastic! Lu Yun exclaimed in delight, hurriedly checking the attributes of the flag. Ancient city flag, black iron level troop item. Binding requirement, black iron level units or above.
Additional effect, units can actively pick up items within a 5-meter radius and store them in the token space.
Unexpectedly, it's a black iron level unit item.
Lu Yun was ecstatic. Although it wasn't a weapon that the veteran could use, which left him somewhat disappointed, the automatic item pickup effect was exactly
what he had dreamed of.
Over the past few days, following the units around to pick up energy stones had nearly broken his back.
With this ancient city banner, he could finally take a hands-off approach.
Without hesitation, Lu Yun immediately bound the ancient city banner to the Qin Elite Warrior. Instantly, a palm-sized blood-red flag pattern appeared on the chest of the Qin Elite Warrior's black armor, making it look exceptionally imposing. Looking at all this, Lu Yun felt satisfied. After retrieving the troops into the space of the military token, he chose to teleport out of the instance.
However, when he appeared in the open area of
the instance, he found that the previously bustling site was now completely deserted. A faint white mist enveloped the open space in front of the ancient city instance, causing his heart to tighten.
What's going on?
Lu Yun wondered, summoning 5 elite Qin warriors with a wave of his hand, ready to handle any unexpected situation.
Is that Lu Yun, Jr.?
At that moment, a hurried voice came from the mist ahead, accompanied by the sound of mechanical devices colliding.
Senior Qianxing, it's me. Lu Yun immediately recognized the voice and responded quickly.
Not long after, Qianxing emerged from the mist with his mechanical troops. Upon seeing Lu Yun, he let out a sigh of relief, though his expression remained
grave. Junior, let's leave quickly. This is a leakage from the mist dungeon. I was worried you'd lose your way, so I waited for you to come out. Senior, what exactly is going on here? Can outdoor dungeons really leak? Lu Yun asked curiously.
Qianxing cautiously surveyed the surroundings before explaining. The Mist Dungeon is a large outdoor dungeon, and it contains a
level 15 boss, the Mist Queen.
If the Mist Queen is killed and her corpse comes into contact with human blood, she will resurrect. After resurrection, the Mist Queen's strength nearly doubles, and she can release mist and command wild creatures to fight for her. Qianxing said with a serious expression.
So, these mists are caused by the Mist Queen? Lu Yun asked. Qianxing nodded. That's right.
A soldier master unfamiliar with the terrain, once exposed to the mist for too long, may lose their sense of direction, venture deep into the mist, and become a slave to the Mist Queen.
Sounds truly terrifying, Lu Yun thought to himself.
But when he heard that the Mist Queen could command wild creatures to fight, his eyes sparkled with excitement.
Beep beep.
The mechanical unit beside Qianxing suddenly lit up with a red light, emitting an urgent alert sound.
Junior, let's hurry back to the city. Qianxing's face was tense.
Wild monsters driven by the mist will have their levels and attributes enhanced.
It's best to wait for the city defense forces to handle them. I'm not going back.
Lu Yun shook his head firmly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Qianxing looked surprised, but seeing the excitement on Lu Yun's face, his heart tightened, and he quickly tried to persuade him. Lu Yun, don't act
impulsively. The Mist Queen is extremely dangerous.
Back then, a third-year senior from our second academy, who was about to graduate, died at her hands. If you add those frenzied wild monsters, the Mist Queen might have the strength of a level 20 boss. Unfortunately, Qianxing's persuasion did not work. Instead, it made Lu Yun smile even brighter. I'll be careful, senior.
You should head back to the city. After saying this, Lu Yun directly stepped into the depths of the mist, feeling secretly excited. He had been worrying about where to level up, and now the appearance of the
Mist Queen in Mutated Wild Monsters was practically delivering experience points to his doorstep.
A level 20 boss's strength? Perfect, maybe he could level up again today. Watching Lu Yun leave, Qian Xing felt utterly anxious. He wanted to catch up to him but was at a loss for how to stop him. He truly wished he could knock this monstrous junior unconscious and carry him back. But when he thought about Lu Yun's powerful solo strength, having killed 10 White Tiger Kings on his own just over an hour ago, he couldn't help but shrink back a little. However, as he watched Lu Yun move farther and farther away, Qian Xing finally gritted his teeth and chased after him. No matter what, he was still the senior. Mechanical units were definitely stronger than Lu Yun's human units. Once Lu Yun experienced the brutality of the wild monsters, he would bring him back to the city. Senior, why are you? Lu Yun quickly noticed Qian Xing following behind him, somewhat surprised. Qian Xing's expression had lost its earlier casualness. I couldn't help it. Leaving you alone in the mist, I still feel a bit uneasy. When you regret it, we'll go back together. Hearing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. However, he understood that the other party meant well, worrying about his safety, so he didn't say anything further. The two walked forward into the mist, less than 2 meters apart. Before long, the mist ahead began to churn, accompanied by a low growl. Not far from Lu Yun, Qian Xing shouted, "Attack!" The 2-meter-tall mechanical soldier suddenly raised its right arm, firing a steaming projectile. With a loud boom, the projectile landed in the mist ahead. It was Lu Yun's first time witnessing the mechanical soldier in combat, and he found it quite fascinating. The two continued walking forward for about 10 meters and discovered a monkey-like creature, its head blown off, lying dead. The black fur on the creature's body seemed to be coated with a layer of frost, resembling the color of the mist drifting in the air. Junior, look! This monster was originally only level 5, but after absorbing the mist and mutating, it's already level 6. Qian Xing excitedly pointed at the corpse of the wild monster on the ground. Its strength has also increased significantly, and its physique has grown larger. And this is just a low-level monster. The deeper we go into the mist, the higher the level and strength of the mutated wild monsters will be. Lu Yun looked at Qian Xing's serious expression and couldn't help but chuckle, knowing that his senior was trying to use the power of the mutated monsters to persuade him to return to the city. But a mere level 6 mutated monster? He was actually eager for more. Besides, mutation and level upgrades meant that experience points and item drop rates would also increase. The two continued advancing into the mist. For safety reasons, Qian Xing even summoned 3 more mechanical units, and they proceeded to kill several wild monsters that had used the mist as cover to launch attacks. Finally, Lu Yun couldn't hold back anymore. He couldn't let Qian Xing keep stealing all the wild monsters. With a wave of his hand, a black vortex appeared beside him, and one by one, elite Qin warriors stepped out of the vortex, dispersing into the surrounding mist. Even Bai Qi, who was standing beside Lu Yun, nodded lightly at him before drawing the long sword from his waist and walking into the mist. This scene, however, completely stunned Qian Xing, who was standing next to Lu Yun. The increasingly serious expression on his face was now replaced by sheer astonishment as he looked at his junior with an incredulous expression. 30 types of troops. Qian Xing could hardly believe his eyes. Just now, Lu Yun actually summoned 30 types of troops. Could this junior not be using troops as support, but instead taking the path of powerful personal growth? Auxiliary troops, do we really need this many? You should know that Qian Xing's own troop type, cyber-mechanical warriors, only numbers 22. Among warlords below level 20, his quantity is already considered relatively high. Even Bai Hong from the 3rd Academy, who has always been arrogant and domineering, only has those 10 White Tiger King troops. After all, for a commander to master their own troop types, it truly is an incredibly long process. But Lu Yun is only at level 7, and he actually summoned 30 troop types directly. Junior, you. Qian Xing watched as Lu Yun's human troops entered the mist one by one, just about to say a few words of advice. Unexpectedly, Lu Yun spoke up. Summon the elite warriors of Great Qin. Clang. A sound of armor clashing came from the black vortex, and another black-armored human warrior stepped out of the vortex. Qian Xing, who had just opened his mouth, was instantly at a loss for words. This junior is simply a spendthrift. Even 30 troop types aren't enough, and he still wants to keep summoning. Lu Yun's human troop type, named Great Qin Elite Warriors, only has a 4-dimensional attribute of 95 points. Although it's considered decent growth among freshmen, it might not even be able to defeat a level 7 monster of the same rank when facing mutated wild creatures in the mist.
In Qianxing's view, Lu Yun letting so many troops enter the fog was simply a waste.
Senior, what did you say?
Lu Yun waved his hand, signaling the newly summoned elite Qin warriors to also enter the fog, and looked at Qianxing, who wore an expression of frustration. Qianxing glanced at the calm and composed Lu Yun and suddenly decided not to persuade him anymore. Since Lu Yun chose this growth path, he must bear the appropriate consequences. When the soldiers of the commander die, they will occupy a portion of the command token space for a period of time based on the level of the commander's summoning skill. When Lu Yun has squandered all his soldiers and has none left to summon, he will understand the cost of such reckless behavior.
Nothing much, just need to use energy sparingly.
He still opened his mouth to offer advice.
Alright, thank you for the reminder, Senior.
Lu Yun nodded in response. Of course, he knew he had to use energy sparingly. A level 7 Great Qin elite soldier requires 400 energy points for each summon, which made Lu Yun feel quite distressed.
But just now, he sent out 30 elite Qin warriors, and under Bai Chi's command, they easily killed 5 level 7 mutated wild monsters. This earned him over 3,000 experience points and more than 100 energy stones. The rate of return was ridiculously high, almost surpassing the rewards from a single mutated ancient city dungeon. For Lu Yun, this was practically like picking up money. The more troops he had, the greater the rewards.
He checked his military token balance, which still had 8,165 left, enough to summon 20 more elite Qin warriors. Without hesitation, under the disdainful gaze of Qianxing, who looked at him like a spendthrift, Lu Yun continuously summoned new troops.
A few minutes later, Lu Yun's troop count reached 52.
In this short period, the dispatched elite Qin warriors had already collected several hundred energy points for him.
Lu Yun was very grateful to have obtained that ancient city flag, otherwise, relying on himself to pick up energy stones would have been backbreaking. Just like that, every few minutes, Lu Yun summoned a new elite soldier of Great Qin to join the army clearing wild monsters in the surrounding mist. The harvest of experience and energy stones grew increasingly abundant. In less than 2 hours, Lu Yun's experience bar was almost at 100%.
The mutated wild monsters in the mist had already surpassed level 10, but they still couldn't gain any advantage against the level 7 elite soldiers of Great Qin. Relying on the mist to come and go, the mutated wild creatures could not escape the sharp swords of the elite Qin warriors.
Ha! Strange. Where have all the wild creatures gone? At this moment, Qianxing finally noticed something was amiss. For over an hour, not a single mutated wild creature had appeared in the mist.
This is very strange. He waved his hand to summon several tall cybernetic warriors, surrounding himself and Lu Yun. Then, Qianxing performed a hand gesture, and a short but more intricately designed mechanical soldier emerged from the vortex in front of him.
Scan mode. Qianxing watched the increasingly dense fog with vigilance.
He issued orders to his second type of troops. Behind the short mechanical soldiers, a jet of steam immediately sprayed out, rushing straight into the depths of the fog. Lu Yun looked at the solemn expression on Qianxing's face, but suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, this senior was originally accompanying him to explore the fog, but he had no intention of leaving the mutated wild creatures to Qianxing.
Senior, sorry, but I really need the experience, Lu Yun said while secretly feeling pleased. As for whether the elite soldiers of Great Qin would be discovered by Qianxing's scouting units, Lu Yun wasn't worried at all.
This was because the distance a unit could operate away from its commander
was limited.
Generally speaking, a level 10 commander could control units up to a distance of just over 20 meters, while Qianxing, at level 16, could manage a maximum distance of 40 meters. At this moment, Lu Yun could control the elite soldiers of Great Qin at a maximum distance that, thanks to the tenfold amplification granted by the mandate of heaven, had already exceeded a full 100 meters. Therefore, Qianxing's scouting units had no way of detecting them.
Sure enough, a few minutes later, the short scouting units returned.
After seeing the information brought back by the scouts, Qianxing's face grew even
darker.
In the surrounding mist, there wasn't a single living wild creature. Instead, there were numerous corpses that had been slain by sharp weapons. From Qianxing's experience, it was evident that a powerful soldier master had just passed through this area, slaughtering all the wild creatures. However, this did not make him feel safe. Instead, it heightened his sense of the lurking dangers around him. A soldier master daring to hunt wild creatures in the Queen's Mist is almost certainly not a student from the 3 war academies.
And if it were another rogue soldier master, they would undoubtedly be a
formidable presence capable of easily killing so many mutated wild creatures. For Lu Yun and Qianxing, this was an extremely unfavorable situation. Cases of killing in the wild to seize resources were rampant. On regular days without the mist as cover, students from the war academies could still rely on their status for some special treatment. But now, in the mist, who would care about the uniforms?
They wore? They had to return to the city. They were likely facing the threat of one or a group of powerful rogue soldier masters.
Lu Yun could no longer be allowed to act so recklessly.
Lu Yun, I.
Just as Chen Xing was about to voice his decision, he suddenly noticed a faint golden light rising from Lu Yun's body beside him.
Chen Xing's words instantly choked, utterly shocked, once again startled by the junior in front of him. If he wasn't mistaken, the golden light emanating from Lu Yun just now was clearly a sign of leveling up. But how could such a situation occur?
Lu Yun had been following him all along, only occasionally summoning troops, and hadn't even taken out that bronze-level spear.
How could he possibly level up?
Moreover, Chen Xing hadn't even planned to level up with Lu Yun, nor had he activated the team mode.
So where did Lu Yun's experience for leveling up come from? Could it be that the troops Lu Yun kept summoning were killing monsters in the mist?
Wait. Thinking back to the series of shocks Lu Yun had brought him earlier, a bizarre thought inexplicably surfaced in Chen Xing's mind.
Could it be that the mutated wild monsters in the surrounding mist were being killed by those human troops Lu Yun had sent out?
No. But Chen Xing immediately dismissed this ridiculous notion. After all, the scouting troops he had just sent out possessed a talent that increased control range
by 30%.
Chen Xing was very confident that as long as Lu Yun's level 7 troops had even one still alive, his scouting troops would definitely be able to detect them.
However, the results of the investigation made his heart tighten.
Within a 50-meter radius around himself and Lu Yun, not even a shadow of a human soldier could be seen. Lu Yun was only level 7, and the range for controlling soldiers wouldn't
exceed 20 meters.
Even with the amplification of a rare-grade token, it wouldn't go beyond 30 meters. Therefore, Chen Xing was very certain that Lu Yun's dozens of soldiers had all been killed, or had become lost in the mist due to losing control.
But why? Lu Yun, how did you level up? Chen Xing finally voiced his doubts to Lu Yun.
Unless Lu Yun had already been at the threshold of leveling up,
and those dozens of human soldiers accidentally killed a mutated wild monster. Other than that, Chen Xing couldn't think of any plausible explanation.
Upon hearing Chen Xing's words, Lu Yun casually admitted, "Of course, I gained experience by killing monsters."
Impossible. Upon hearing Lu Yun's answer, Chen Xing immediately shouted,
"I just investigated the 50-meter radius, and all your soldiers have disappeared. Unless you can control soldiers beyond 50 meters, otherwise." Chen Xing, whose emotions were somewhat agitated, suddenly paused.
Because he noticed the expression on his junior's face, it was so familiar.
The first time he met Lu Yun, when Lu Yun said he had killed all the monsters in the dungeon and then teleported out, or when he single-handedly wiped out Bai Heng's White Tiger King soldiers, holding a shining silver spear and turning back to nod at him, it seemed to be the same confident, carefree, and matter-of-course expression he was seeing now.
Could it really be true?
Chen Xing suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. Could it be that Lu Yun wasn't lying, and his troop control
range truly exceeded 50 meters? Was it the advantage of the human race's troops, or the effect of that rare-grade military token?
Just as Chen Xing was about to ask, he noticed that Lu Yun, who had been looking relaxed, suddenly furrowed his brows.
Swish!
A bright silver spear appeared in Lu Yun's hand, and a
distinct killing intent surfaced in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom.
Chen Xing immediately commanded his troops to enter combat mode and nervously asked, "Lu Yun, did you notice something?" Since he had guessed that Lu Yun's troop control range surpassed his own, Chen Xing was more inclined to trust Lu Yun's troop perception.
However, Lu Yun seemed not to hear Chen Xing's question, his expression growing darker by the second.
After more than 10 seconds, Lu Yun finally spoke in a deep voice. "Senior, be careful yourself. I have something to take care of." With that, before Chen Xing could react, there was a loud boom as Lu Yun stomped on the ground, using the same move he had used to kill the White Tiger King earlier, and leapt into the mist ahead, where visibility was only a dozen meters.
"Lu Yun, be careful!"
Chen Xing hurriedly shouted toward the front and immediately waved his hand, summoning all the remaining cybernetic mechanical warriors from the military token space. They charged in the direction where Lu Yun had disappeared. Although Chen Xing still hadn't figured out how Lu Yun managed to control troops from such a long distance, nor did he know why Lu Yun suddenly left in such a hurry, Chen Xing was certain of one
thing: whatever Lu Yun was about to do, he couldn't ignore it.
They were already deep within the fog, and if something happened to Lu Yun, he might as well not return to the second academy.
Boom!
The young man's face was brimming with fighting spirit as he led his 20-plus mechanical troops, running through the fog.
Meanwhile, over 200 meters away in a dense patch of mist, Luyan descended from mid-air. After using several leap strike skills to reach the location as quickly as possible, Luyan finally saw it. The information just relayed to Luyan by the Qin elite warriors was like a bolt from the blue, a corpse of a female angel troop. The angel's appearance was utterly tragic, covered in wounds, cuts, arrow wounds, bite marks, gunshot wounds, magical injuries, her pure white wings stained red with blood. Yet, she still exerted all her strength to point forward, as if unwilling to give up the fight. Battle Angel. Luyan's heart trembled violently as he recognized the angel troop. She was Ling Xue's battle angel. After Ling Xue was specially recruited into the second academy, Luyan had fantasized countless times about summoning troops as formidable as the battle angel. He was intimately familiar with her. When the elite warriors of Great Qin discovered the corpse of the battle angel, Luyan rushed over immediately. At this moment, looking at the tragic state of the battle angel, his heart grew heavy. Ling Xue must be in trouble. Advance! Luyan unhesitatingly issued the order to all the elite warriors of Great Qin. Then, he took a sudden step forward and sprinted madly in the direction indicated by the fallen battle angel. Along the way, Luyan discovered several more corpses of battle angels, and his heart grew heavier. He activated Leap Strike, further increasing his speed. The mutated monsters in the mist grew increasingly powerful, but Luyan did not let the elite warriors of Great Qin engage them. He continued advancing rapidly, searching for the target. Finally, as the agility attribute of the bronze hero unit Bai Qi reached an astonishing 2,400 points, the target was detected. Luyan immediately adjusted his direction and dashed toward the location indicated by Bai Qi. Meanwhile, the elite warriors of Great Qin, whose other four attributes had reached 1,100 points, converged from all directions. Based on the information sent back by Bai Qi, near the corpses of several battle angels, a girl controlling plant-type troops, vine tree men, was fiercely battling a man commanding giant black dog beast-type troops. The girl was seriously injured but still exerting all her strength, fighting desperately with her remaining two vine tree men against a dozen black dogs. Luyan vaguely guessed that the appearance of this mist seemed to be related to this and quickened his pace. At this moment, Lin Xiao roared, "Lin Xiao, surrender now! Do you think holding me back will let that pretty girl from the second academy escape?" The black dog man sneered, speaking brazenly, "Do you really think you can just walk away after taking something from our beast group?" Behind the two vine tree men, Lin Xiao bit her lip desperately, her face full of anger, occasionally glancing anxiously toward the depths of the mist. Just now, Ling Xue left not to escape for herself but to protect her, deliberately luring the enemy away. Yet she was powerless, trapped by this black dog troop master. "Beast group, if you dare touch Xue, the second academy won't let you off," Lin Xiao shouted angrily. However, the man looked smug and arrogantly said, "Second academy? What second academy? We've never seen any students from the second academy, ha ha." In the mist tens of meters away, Luyan's heart tightened, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Bai Qi! He had no obsession with playing the hero to save the beauty and directly issued a command to Bai Qi. Whoosh! A faintly golden arrow pierced through the mist, accurately striking the black dog man's forehead. The man's mouth, still wide open in a wild laugh, froze as the life in his eyes instantly faded. A massive damage number floated above his head, and with a loud thud, his corpse fell heavily to the ground. "Your unit has killed level 13 soldier master Zhang Chang." As Luyan ran, he received the kill notification, but his heart remained calm. Having killed a soldier master for the first time, he had already solidified his resolve. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao desperately resisted the attacks of more than a dozen black dogs. Suddenly, all the black dogs in front of her whimpered and collapsed one after another. She looked up in surprise and found that the previously arrogant member of the beast gang had also fallen to the ground. A metallic crossbow bolt was firmly embedded in the center of his forehead. Dead? Lin Xiao was shocked and immediately became alert. The identity of this long-range attacker was a mystery, and she couldn't afford to let her guard down. In the mist, the scenario of the mantis stalking the cicada could happen at any moment. She swung the wooden staff talisman in her hand, trying to use the last bit of talisman energy to repair the vine treant that was already riddled with holes, but she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from the mist behind her. Lin Xiao forced herself to stay upright, controlling the treant whose vine arms were almost completely broken, ready to face the battle. However, when she finally saw the figure emerging from the mist, her heart relaxed, and she collapsed to the ground. That young man, dressed in a black uniform,
was wearing the school uniform of the Second War Academy. Lin Xiaoro immediately understood that the person who had just saved her was a student from the Second Academy. Please, I beg you, save Shuer, she's also a student of the Second Academy. Lin Xiaoro's voice was choked with sobs, her eyes rolling back as she nearly fainted. Lu Yun quickly took out the healing pills he had exchanged from the armory and fed her over a dozen of them. Only then did Lin Xiaoro's complexion improve slightly. What happened? Where is Ling Shui? Lu Yun asked urgently. Tears glimmered in Lin Xiaoro's eyes as she hurriedly replied, "It's the Beast Gang. They wanted to seize the treasures our team obtained in the Mist Dungeon. To escape, we revived the Mist Queen. Ling Shui led them into the depths of the mist to save me. Please, you must save her, I'll agree to any condition you ask." Boom! After hearing Lin Xiaoro's words, a surge of golden energy instantly emerged from Lu Yun's body, his face filled with intense killing intent. Which direction did she go? How long has she been gone? That direction, it's been over half an hour. Lin Xiaoro pointed in the direction. Alright. Lu Yun stood up abruptly. Can you protect yourself? Lin Xiaoro nodded. I'm fine. Ling Shui, she. Before the words were finished, Lu Yun had already charged forward, his feet stomping the ground fiercely, his figure shooting like an arrow into the depths of the thick fog. Crash, his black-armored warriors quickly followed. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoro heard rumbling sounds coming from the surrounding mist. The dense fog churned, as if countless powerful creatures were moving within it. Ling Shui, you must stay safe. She struggled to get up but ultimately gave up. All her hopes were pinned on that boy whose name she didn't even know. Rat-a-tat-tat. Not long after, Lin Xiaoro heard a roaring sound behind her, resembling the engine of a machine. She gritted her teeth and turned around, seeing a boy wearing the Second Academy's uniform, accompanied by over 20 tall mechanical soldiers rushing over. Excuse me, have you seen a boy from our Second Academy pass through here? The boy was Chen Xing. Seeing the disheveled Lin Xiaoro, he was surprised but still urgently asked. Lin Xiaoro immediately wanted to ask him to help rescue Ling Shui and hurriedly explained what had happened. The Beast Group wants to kill and rob. Lu Yun just saved me. What? The Beast Group? Chen Xing's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. When he learned that Ling Shui was being pursued, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Extremely anxious. When Lin Xiaoro mentioned that Lu Yun had gone alone to rescue Ling Shui, Chen Xing was completely panicked. That was the infamous Beast Group, composed entirely of commanders with beast-type troops. They had committed numerous heinous acts in the wilderness of Donghai City, and the strength of each commander was not to be underestimated. Yet Lu Yun dared to go alone to rescue Ling Shui. This was a blatant challenge to death. The commanders of the Beast Group were nothing like the spoiled brats from the three academies. In real combat, they would never give Lu Yun the chance to continuously kill 10 troops in succession. Just imagine Lu Yun facing 4 Beast Group commanders alone. It was simply reckless. Moreover, Ling Shui, also a freshman, was actually following Lin Xiaoro and these scattered troops in their antics, daring to enter the Mist Dungeon while still under level 10. These freshmen are too reckless. Chen Xing, feeling agitated, couldn't help but sigh heavily. His complaint caught Lin Xiaoro's attention, and she asked, "Are you saying, the boy who just saved me is also a freshman from your Second Academy?" Chen Xing heard this and nodded solemnly. Lu Yun and Ling Shui were far more than just new students of the Second Academy this year. As for Ling Shui, there was no need to elaborate. Among the new students of the 3 war academies this year, only Zhuge Wanner from the First Academy, also a mechanical-type commander, could rival her as a genius commander. And Lu Yun, though his strength had always been understated, displayed today an incredibly powerful single-unit skill and the ability to control units beyond his own range, proving he had boundless potential. If anything were to happen to either of them, it would be a significant loss for the Second Academy. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to them. Chen Xing's expression turned extremely serious as he made up his mind. Even if it meant risking his life, he was determined to rescue Ling Shui and Lu Yun. As Chen Xing led his mechanical units in pursuit of the direction Lu Yun had gone, Lin Xiaoro's face showed a look of astonishment. She had never expected that Lu Yun was also a new student of the Second Academy. How could a new student possess such incredible strength? Even though Ling Shui had a rare class unit, the Battle Angel, it was still impossible to instantly kill a level 15 Beastmaster commander, right? Could it be that this Second Academy freshman named Lu Yun was even stronger than Ling Shui? No, that couldn't be it. It was probably due to the advantage of a long-range unit ambush. But soon, Lin Xiaoro realized another possibility. She looked ahead at Chen Xing, who was moving farther away, gritted her teeth, and followed after him.
Meanwhile, amidst the dense fog, Lu Yun was swiftly moving forward, searching for the traces of battle that occasionally appeared. From Lin Xiao, he had learned that there were still 4 beast regiment commanders pursuing Ling Shui. Based on the number of fallen battle angel corpses, it was estimated that Ling Shui had no more than 5 battle angels by her side, making the situation extremely perilous. Immediately, he quickened his pace and issued orders to the Qin sharp soldiers regarding the mutated wild creatures blocking their path. Avoid them if possible, but if evasion was impossible, engage in swift combat to resolve the situation. Although he wasn't specifically hunting monsters, Lu Yun's experience was increasing at an astonishing rate. More than half an hour later, when he finally heard the faint sounds of beast roars and combat coming from the fog ahead, Lu Yun received a notification of another level up. At that moment, his eyes burned with the flames of battle, and he silently vowed he must save Ling Shui. He would never let anyone fall into the enemy's hands. Unknowingly, within a 200-meter radius around Lu Yun, all the Qin sharp soldiers were like war gods, each displaying extraordinary bravery. While advancing, they had managed to slay hundreds of mutated wild creatures. In the fog, he noticed the golden glow of upgrades rising from the soldiers around him, their strength further enhanced, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. However, he had no time to lament, as he encountered 2 more corpses of Ling Shui's angelic units. Boom! Gritting his teeth, he executed a leaping strike, and quickly charged toward the battle ahead. In the dense fog ahead, the sounds of combat grew increasingly clear, and the tension steadily mounted. At this moment, not far from Lu Yun, Ling Shui was gripping a silver-glowing longsword, fiercely resisting the last 3 angelic units beside her. Over a dozen beast-type units were relentlessly attacking, and the 3 battle angels, already covered in wounds, fought on. Ling Shui had a gruesome wound on her abdomen, blood continuously pouring out, and the sword in her hand swung slower and slower. Behind the beast-type units, 4 men and women watched Ling Shui, who was clearly at her limit, with mocking expressions. "Why struggle, little beauty?" sneered a greasy-faced fat man. "Just agree to my terms, and I guarantee you won't die today." Another pale-faced man grinned slyly and added, "Exactly, after all, this is the mist. No one will know what you did here. When you return to the War Academy, you'll still be the goddess in everyone's eyes." The only woman among the 4 snorted coldly and scolded, "You 2 lechers, always thinking with your lower halves whenever you see someone attractive. Truly disgraceful." Nonetheless, she didn't forget to tease the black-faced middle-aged man beside her. Suddenly, the black-faced man shouted, "Be careful with those 3 angelic units. Don't damage them." The fat man and pale-faced man burst into laughter, while the woman shook her head helplessly and commanded for red poisonous scorpions, intensifying her attacks. At this moment, Ling Shui seemed oblivious to the group's discussions. Her vision grew increasingly blurred, and she relied solely on her combat instincts to swing her sword. She had imagined countless times where she might meet her, and perhaps battling a high-level boss with her troops, or defending the Star River Great Wall against the myriad race's warlords. But she had never thought she would die at the hands of these disgusting Beast Regiment warlords. In her mind, the image of that young man suddenly surfaced. Scenes of growing old together after being childhood sweethearts made her cheeks flush slightly. She could no longer distinguish whether it was blood or the redness from embarrassment, but she had no time to dwell on it now. After all, she was about to die. That guy who hadn't spoken to her for 3 months, how infuriating. If she'd known she would die here today, she would have made sure to share that late-night meal with Lu Yun before entering the mist dungeon. Clack, clack. A rapid sound of shells colliding reached her ears, and Ling Shui knew it was the poisonous scorpion troops of the Beast Regiment's matriarch. She tried to sidestep to evade, but her exhausted body stumbled, and she watched helplessly as the gleaming poisonous tail was about to pierce her back. Goodbye. Ling Shui felt no fear in her heart, only a trace of reluctance. Boom! Just as her consciousness was about to plunge completely into darkness, a thunderous sound suddenly echoed in her ears. A young man wielding a silver spear charged out of the mist, slamming heavily into the poisonous scorpion that was about to strike its target. Boom! The scorpion troop's thick shell was smashed into pulp by the young man's spear, and the terrifying shockwave sent the beast-like troops attacking Ling Shui flying a considerable distance. The 4 Beast Regiment warlords were instantly filled with terror. They hadn't even noticed this young man's approach. This guy, the power of that shot just now was simply astonishing. The 4 were secretly shocked and quickly recalled their troops, cautiously watching the young man who was now holding Ling Shui in his arms. At this moment, Ling Shui felt the comforting embrace, and the familiar face before her made her muster all her strength to shake her head, trying to see that face more clearly. Did I see it wrong? Why are you here, Lu Yun? Could it be that I'm already dead?
The girl's voice was as faint as a whisper, yet it clearly reached Lu Yun's ears. The boy's heart filled with pity, and he gently said, "You didn't see wrong.
It's all right now. I've come to save you."
Ling Shue's face revealed a contented, faint smile, as if she were drifting into a dream.
Still saying I didn't see wrong. How could Lu Yun appear here? But before dying, being able to see you is actually pretty nice.
As she spoke, the girl's head tilted to the side, and she completely fell into unconsciousness.
Her 3 angel units could no longer hold on and automatically returned to the token space.
Lu Yun checked Ling Shue's condition and confirmed that she was not in any life-threatening danger, merely unconscious due to excessive blood loss and extreme exhaustion.
Finally, he let out a sigh of relief.
He took out some hemostatic powder and bandages, tore open the girl's school uniform at her abdomen, and began treating her wounds. But at this moment, the 4 Beast Corps commanders, who had already summoned all their troops, frowned slightly. They had waited so long, yet they still hadn't seen the boys' troops. "Kid, this chick stole something from our Beast Corps. If you don't want to die, get lost," the greasy fat man shouted at Lu Yun, testing his reaction. However, Lu Yun was frowning deeply at this moment, completely ignoring the fat man's words. Although Ling Shue's injuries weren't as severe as he had imagined, the gruesome wound on her abdomen still made his heart ache.
Didn't this silly girl know she was only level 9? Acting tough like this, even trying to draw aggro like others.
Lu Yun had already decided secretly that once this girl recovered, he would definitely give her a proper lesson.
"Kid, are you deaf?"
The pale-faced man from the Beast Corps cursed when he saw Lu Yun completely ignoring them.
Just then, a black-armored warrior suddenly appeared in the mist. It was none other than Lu Yun's bronze-level hero troop, Bai Qi.
Bai Qi strode over to Lu Yun and Ling Shue, pulling out a massive bronze shield and a sharp bronze longsword, his face full of murderous intent as he stared at the 4 people not far away. The 4 Beast Corps commanders initially thought the black-armored warrior was another helper of the boy, which made them tense for a moment. But after using their detection skills, all 4 burst into laughter as they discovered that the black-armored warrior was actually a troop, and not just any troop, but the universally acknowledged weakest human troop among all races. No wonder they hadn't seen the boy's troops earlier. He was clearly just putting on a show.
220 attribute points, that's really terrifying. The middle-aged man with a dark face sneered disdainfully. "Little guy, why not summon a few more units? We can wait for you."
The other 3 also grinned maliciously at Lu Yun, commanding their beast-type units to charge toward Lu Yun and Ling Shue.
Lu Yun, who was still focused on healing Ling Shue, didn't even lift his head and coldly replied, "All right." Clang, clang.
From the surrounding mist came the sound of metal clashing. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, figures clad in black armor and wielding longswords emerged from the fog, forming an impenetrable circle within dozens of meters around them.
What? The faces of the 4 beast troop commanders instantly changed dramatically.
They had never expected Lu Yun's human units to be so vast, a dense mass resembling a sweeping storm, causing a wave of panic to rise in their hearts. Kill! Lu Yun burned with rage upon discovering that Ling Shue's fair calf also bore a wound. Unable to suppress his fury any longer, he directly issued an order to the elite soldiers of Great Qin. Bai Qi raised the long sword in his hand high, its blade gleaming with a chilling light. Over 60 elite soldiers of Great Qin stepped forward in unison, as if an invisible force surged behind them, striking fear into the hearts of the 4 Beast Regiment commanders.
"Let's do this!"
The 4 Beast Regiment commanders instantly became enraged, furiously waving the military tokens in their hands to summon all their troops to battle.
Only level 9 human troops? How utterly overconfident.
That greasy fat man gritted his teeth and commanded more than 20 wild boar units to charge. He was full of confidence, believing that the attributes of his units far surpassed those of the bluffing human units and would not be afraid at all.
However, in the next moment, his face turned pale instantly.
Those wild boar units were slaughtered one by one in front of Lu Yun's black-armored human units, as effortlessly as slicing melons with a knife. In just a few seconds, more than 20 wild boar units were completely wiped out, as if their right to survive had been stripped away. Shock and disbelief intertwined in the greasy fat man's eyes, his mouth agape, utterly unable to comprehend what had just happened. The other 3 Beast Regiment commanders had originally planned to take advantage of the situation, but the scene before them sent chills down their spines.
The fat man's wild boar units didn't even have a chance to resist. How could this happen?
Their hearts were filled with fear, realizing the gravity of the situation, but there was no longer any chance for regret.
Dozens,
of black armored warriors surged like a tide, bronze swords and halberds slicing through, harvesting the lives of beast-type units. Ah! The locust units of the pale-faced man spewed blood in despair, only to be turned into pincushions by arrows, shattering even the last shred of hope. The remaining 3 beast regiment commanders were utterly hopeless, completely unable to comprehend why mere level 9 human units were so powerful. In the depths of the mist, a seductive figure slowly appeared on the massive throne, a sinister smile curling at the corner of their lips as they whispered, "Revenge." The wild creatures shrouded in white mist grew increasingly ferocious, as if sensing the endless killing intent. Chen Xing, these wild creatures seem to have gotten stronger. Lin Xiao followed closely behind Chen Xing, anxiously observing the mutated wild creatures whose strength was gradually increasing. I know. Chen Xing nodded earnestly, secretly thinking that the mutated wild monster before him was only level 15, yet seemed to possess attributes close to those of a level 20 ordinary wild monster, making it incredibly difficult for him to handle. The power of the mist is growing stronger. Chen Xing's eyes flickered with solemnity as he stared at the increasingly dense mist ahead, a strong sense of unease surging in his heart. He at least had mechanical units for protection, but Lu Yun's human units stood no chance against the mutated wild monsters at this moment. If this continued, Lu Yun's hope of rescuing Ling Shui would become a mere fantasy. Faced with these increasingly berserk mutated wild monsters, even defending himself would be a challenge. Although his attack skills were immensely powerful, how many times could he use them against such a massive and frenzied enemy force? Chen Xing, what should we do? Lin Xiao, realizing the predicament before her, asked with an uncontrollable heaviness in her heart. Chen Xing thought for a moment, his gaze hesitating briefly before quickly becoming resolute. Keep going. The academy teachers should have already received the news and will be coming to rescue us soon. Seeing the boy's expression, Lin Xiao gritted her teeth without hesitation and said, "Then I'll go with you." In the office of the Second War Academy's dean, Yu Shisan abruptly stood up in shock upon hearing Wang Tao's report. What? The mist dungeon has leaked. What about the students? Have they all returned? Yu Shisan quickly calmed herself and anxiously asked. Wang Tao's expression was grave as he looked at several newly received messages on his phone and replied in a deep voice, 3 students have not returned. Who are they? Yu Shisan felt a vague sense of unease. Wang Tao's face was full of worry. Chen Xing from 2nd grade. From 1st grade. Ling Shui and Lu Yun. Boom! A surge of intense water energy erupted from Yu Shisan, shattering the desk in front of her into pieces. Wang Tao was pushed back several steps by the shockwave. I'll bring them back. Yu Shisan left these words behind, then smashed through the window and rushed out. What madness is old Fisher up to now? At that moment, the door to the dean's office was pushed open, and Chen Wudi walked in. Seeing the shattered window, he turned to Wang Tao, whose expression was grim, and asked. Wang Tao, upon seeing Chen Wudi, urgently said, 3 students haven't returned to the city yet. The mist dungeon has leaked. Boom! Before Wang Tao could finish speaking, black energy erupted from Chen Wudi's body. He smashed through another window and leapt out. He didn't even need to ask who the 3 students were that hadn't returned to the city, he already knew in his heart it had to be Lu Yun. Otherwise, why would old Fisher be so anxious? And then there was Ling Shui, that girl, who had mentioned a few days ago wanting to try the mist dungeon outside the city. Could it really be her? As Chen Wudi ran, his heart tightened, and he thought to himself, this year's freshman finally produced these 2 promising talents. Mist Queen, if you dare lay a finger on them, I swear I'll tear you to pieces. Hundreds of kilometers away from Beihai City, shrouded in mist, Lu Yun had already bandaged Ling Shui's wounds. To help her sleep peacefully, he held her in his arms, his heart filled with worry. At this moment, he took out a book emitting a faint green glow from his embrace, and as his gaze fell on the book's information, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This is actually a troop skill book. Charge, Black Iron level. Type, Troop skill. Usage requirement, Black Iron level and above troops. Skill effect, the unit charges at the enemy target, dealing 1.5 times normal damage upon impact, with a certain knockback effect. Good stuff. This should be the skill used by the wild boar units controlled by that fat guy from the Beast Corps earlier. If faced with a typical unit formation, those 20 or so wild boars could absolutely break through directly. But, at this moment, they are up against the elite warriors of Great Qin. The attribute gap between the 2 sides is simply too vast, and these wild boars can only become casualties under the swords of Great Qin's elite warriors. However, this doesn't mean that this unit skill is useless. If Great Qin's elite warriors learn to charge, the effect would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Ding, your unit Great Qin elite warriors has learned the skill charge. Lu Yun felt a surge of exhilaration and immediately had the Great Qin elite warriors try out the charge skill.
Rumble.
A squad of Great Qin elite warriors surged forward like a torrent of steel, charging impressively toward a spot dozens of meters
ahead.
Along the way, several mutated wild monsters with bloodshot eyes were instantly knocked flying,
meeting their end midair. Powerful. Lu Yun was overjoyed.
The damage effect of the charge skill was 1.5 times that of a normal attack, and with the tenfold amplification from mandated by heaven, this amounted to 15 times the damage.
The effect was absolutely remarkable.
The knockback effect was also extremely practical. In future large-scale battles, being able to directly repel enemy troops would be like adding wings to a tiger.
Go! Kill the enemy!
Lu Yun looked at the charge skill with satisfaction and commanded by Qi to lead the elite Qin soldiers to continue slaying monsters.
Then, he turned to check the spoils from killing the 4 Beast Regiment commanders, 3 pieces of black iron equipment and 1 piece of bronze equipment.
However, as Lu Yun examined these pieces of equipment with decent attributes, he found himself increasingly uninterested. Because today, as he fought his way through, relying on the passive effect of eternal longevity, no amount of
equipment could truly compare to the attributes of his own troops.
The most correct development path for the future was clearly different from the approach other commanders needed to take, which required balancing their own attributes.
Moreover, when his troops reach a certain number, hero units will appear. There's absolutely no worry about being unable to control due to having too many troops.
He only needs to focus on summoning units, and unless the enemy has the power to instantly annihilate all his troops, they can't cause him any harm. Having understood the path ahead, Lu Yun instantly felt an unparalleled clarity. Seeing the energy balance of his military token, his mood improved even further.
12,508 points.
Just from the 4 Beast Regiment leaders alone, more than 8,000 energy stones were dropped, truly abundant.
Summon the elite warriors of Great Qin.
Lu Yun unhesitatingly spent over 10,000 energy points from the military token, summoning more than 20 elite warriors of Great Qin, bringing the total number of troops to 90. However, the energy of the military token was once again depleted, and the energy required to summon a level 9 elite warrior of Great Qin had already reached 500 points, causing Lu Yun great distress.
He secretly
decided that from now on, every time he leveled up, the first thing he would do was to maximize the space of the military token.
Congratulations on killing the level 15 venomous lizard, experience plus 1200. Congratulations on obtaining the black iron equipment, lizard tendon belt.
Congratulations on obtaining 1 energy stone. As time passed, Lu Yun gradually discovered that the number and strength of mutated wild monsters around him were continuously increasing, but the drop rate of experience and items also correspondingly improved.
Lu Yun couldn't help but want to personally thank the vengeful Mist Queen.
When Lu Yun's level 9 experience bar reached 1/3, the snowling in his arms finally gently opened her eyes. When she saw Lu Yun looking down at her, she closed her eyes again and reopened them. After confirming that the scene before her hadn't changed, the pale-faced girl opened her mouth wide in astonishment.
Lu Yun, how could you?
When she realized she was lying in Lu Yun's arms in an overly intimate position, Ling Shui immediately tried to struggle and get up, but accidentally pulled at her injuries, causing her to fall back into Lu Yun's embrace in pain.
Take it easy, your injuries are serious.
Lu Yun helplessly helped her sit up.
The girl's cheeks were flushed red, and after a while, she hesitantly asked, "Was it really you who saved me just now?"
Ling Shui recalled the blurry figure of Lu Yun she saw when she thought she was doomed, but how could that possibly happen?
Lu Yun was still grinding beginner dungeons yesterday, so how could he appear here? And even rescued her from the hands of those beast group commanders? Ling Shui noticed the few corpses not far away. It was clear that those commanders hadn't escaped. Was directly killed. Does Lu Yun have such strength?
Although Ling Shui really wants to see Lu Yun alongside her. Reaching the pinnacle of strength in the era of military tokens, Lu Yun's improvement is just too exaggerated. The soldier master levels of those beast groups.
The minimum is at least level 14. How did Lu Yun manage to do it?
Buzz. A faint white light flashed in Ling Shui's eyes. The next moment, she suddenly opened her mouth wide.
Lu Yun, you're level 9. Ah, it hurts.
But because she was too shocked, it tugged at the wound again, causing a sharp intake of breath. Lu Yun helplessly tapped the other person's little head. He noticed the white light in Ling Shui's eyes, and also felt a peculiar sensation of being completely seen through. Knowing this should be a talent or skill that can see through the hidden abilities of the Phantom card.
It seems Ling Shui has had quite a few adventures.
I told you, my military token is also very powerful.
Looking at the little girl still in a state of shock, Lu Yun said with a smile. Next, Lu Yun shared his experiences from the past 2 days, telling everything to the other party. Of course, he concealed the most crucial system talents and passive skills, yet still managed to shock the little girl into screaming repeatedly, completely lacking the aloofness of an angelic goddess in the eyes of other Second Academy students. That's wonderful. After understanding the entire process of Lu Yun's upgrade, Ling Shui suddenly pursed her lips, tears welling up in her eyes, and then directly threw herself into Lu Yun's arms. Lu Yun knew that she had truly been worried about him earlier, gently patting the girl's back. But very soon, Lu Yun suddenly frowned, because the elite soldiers of Great Qin had returned his perception, discovered 2 people being surrounded by mutated monsters. It was Chen Xing and Lin Xiao, who had taken Ling Shui to clear the mist dungeon. Lu Yun understood the purpose of Chen Xing and Lin Xiao appearing here. Of course, he couldn't stand by and do nothing. Then, he softly said in Ling Shui's ear, "Shui, we need to go save someone first." Ling Shui stopped crying. As if she suddenly remembered something, she quickly grabbed Lu Yun's hand and said anxiously, "Yes, Sister Xiaorou, she's seriously injured." Somewhere in the mist, Lin Xiao and Chen Xing are under a frenzied attack by dozens of mutated wild creatures. Chen Xing's cyber-mechanical warrior units have already suffered several losses, and the remaining 18 are all significantly damaged. As for Lin Xiao's 2 vine treant units, only bare tree trunks remain, constantly swinging their trunks to help Chen Xing fend off the wild creatures' attacks in the surrounding dense fog. Yet, more and more wild creatures continue to appear. What's worse is, Chen Xing has already realized he has completely lost his sense of direction. Now he no longer knows where the direction he and Lin Xiao are heading will ultimately lead. "Chen Xing, I'm begging you, please leave. The ones they want revenge on are me." Lin Xiao looked at Chen Xing, who was drenched in sweat, and pleaded again with a sobbing voice. "Don't be silly. I will never leave you behind." Chen Xing roared, his gaze as firm as steel. At this moment, an unyielding fighting spirit ignited in his heart. He absolutely could not let Lin Xiao face these monsters alone. At this moment, a deep roar echoed. A mutated wild beast lunged toward them. Chen Xing clenched his teeth tightly. His entire energy erupted instantly. Cyber-mechanical warriors reactivated, rushing toward the enemy like a torrent of steel. "Die!" he roared, swinging his weapon. Each strike was accompanied by absolute power, fiercely smashing onto the mutated wild creatures. The surrounding wild creatures were all intimidated, and at this moment, Chen Xing's courage seemed to ignite the entire battlefield. "The revenge you seek, I will bear it today," he roared, exuding an aura of fearlessness. In the face of despair, he displayed unprecedented determination. "No!" But the young man still firmly shook his head in refusal, suddenly grabbing Lin Xiao, who was about to charge at the wild creatures to sacrifice herself. Chen Xing understood clearly that Lin Xiao's words were not false. He had initially thought it was a coincidence that they encountered more and more wild monsters. However, after he killed several waves of mutated monsters, he realized the situation was far from simple. These mutated monsters seemed to be constantly tracking their movements. No matter which direction they chose, there would always be mutated monsters following closely behind. Just as the two were surrounded by over 50 mutated monsters, Lin Xiao suddenly seemed to lose control and leapt into the encirclement of monsters. Chen Xing suddenly understood, the reason they had been under constant attack was Lin Xiao. She was the one who used blood to resurrect the Mist Queen, and these mutated monsters, bewitched by the mist, were clearly targeting Lin Xiao. Realizing that her presence had implicated Chen Xing, Lin Xiao actually chose to sacrifice herself, hoping to use the Mist Queen's revenge to secure Chen Xing's chance of survival. However, Chen Xing would never stand by and watch Lin Xiao walk toward her death. Remembering the words Dean Yushir-san had once said to him, Chen Xing's blood boiled instantly. He could not let a girl sacrifice herself for him. If that truly happened, he would never forgive himself. At the cost of a mechanical soldier's self-destruction, Chen Xing fought with all his might to rescue Lin Xiao from the monsters. Sob, sob. Lin Xiao couldn't help but cry, her heart filled with hatred for herself. Not only had she harmed Ling Shui, but she had also caused Lu Yun and Chen Xing to be in danger because of her. Yet, Chen Xing stubbornly refused to let go of her hand. "Don't give up." He tightly grasped Lin Xiao's slender wrist, his voice hoarse yet still trying to sound relaxed. "My teacher cares about me a lot. If he knows I haven't returned, he'll definitely come to save me right away." "All right.
Lin Xiaoro nodded with reddened eyes, her heart filled with both gratitude and guilt. At that moment, whoosh, 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 a rain of arrows shot out from the surrounding mist. "Watch out!" Lin Xiaoro instinctively shouted, quickly embracing Qianxing beside her, attempting to shield him from the sudden attack. However, unexpectedly, the anticipated pain did not arrive. She was surprised to find that the previously roaring mutated monsters had suddenly decreased by more than half. Lin Xiaoro looked up and was shocked to see that most of the monsters that had pushed her and Qianxing into a desperate situation had been struck by metal arrows, fallen to the ground, and lost their lives. "Lu Yun! It's Lu Yun's arrows!" Lin Xiaoro's pupils contracted sharply. She recognized these metal arrows as the same ones Lu Yun had used earlier to save her, ambushing the Black Dog soldier. They were exactly identical. But the more she thought about it, the harder it was for her to believe, because the sheer number of arrows was astonishing. To shoot so many arrows, how many soldiers would it take? Wasn't Lu Yun also a freshman from the second academy? Didn't he only manage to kill that Black Dog soldier through a sneak attack? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Lin Xiaoro could recover from her shock, another series of piercing sounds came from the mist. This time, the remaining mutated monsters were all killed. In just a few seconds, the life and death crisis was resolved. Lin Xiaoro felt as if she had experienced a transformation from hell to heaven. If it weren't for Qianxing beside her, she might have fainted on the spot. "Sister Xiaoro!" At this moment, a voice came from the mist ahead, causing Lin Xiaoro's entire body to tremble. "Schwer, is that you? Schwer, you're okay." Lin Xiaoro's voice quivered. At this moment, in front of a group of mutated monster corpses, a young man was supporting a young woman as they emerged from the mist. It was Lu Yun and Ling Shui. Seeing Ling Shui appear, Lin Xiaoro finally felt relieved, tears streaming down her face. Lu Yun. At this moment, Qianxing, who was beside Lin Xiaoro, had also fallen into complete shock. Lu Yun and Ling Shui walked up to them. The two girls embraced each other and cried, while Qianxing remained in a daze, staring straight at Lu Yun with his mouth open, unable to utter a single word. "Senior, I'm back." Lu Yun's relaxed voice finally caused Qianxing's eyes to move slightly. The next moment, he suddenly grabbed Lu Yun's arm, as if afraid he might run away. "Lu Yun, your troops, those arrows just now, how did you, I'm going crazy." Qianxing's voice trembled, his heart surging with waves of emotion. He had thought he was destined to die here, but unexpectedly, the mutated monsters besieging him were wiped out in an instant. The young man was almost driven to madness by the shock, but more importantly, he suddenly realized a major issue. Lu Yun's true strength is definitely not as simple as he had previously imagined. Those two waves of arrow rain that instantly killed dozens of mutated wild creatures have already explained everything. Not only did Lin Xiaoro recognize those arrows, but Qianxing did too. He recalled that earlier, in order to protect Lu Yun, he had followed him into battle and specifically held back the newly summoned troops to study them carefully. The quivers behind these black-armored warriors contained those very same metal arrows. In other words, the arrow rain just now was fired by Lu Yun's human troops. Moreover, Qianxing was shocked to discover that, judging by the number of arrows, not only had Lu Yun's summoned troops not been killed, but there were even more of them than before. These troops could actually kill mutated wild creatures with a single arrow, which was simply unbelievable. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Qianxing cursed inwardly, wishing he could find a rock to smash his head against. He remembered asking Lu Yun earlier, in the open space of the ancient city dungeon, how he had managed to teleport out. Lu Yun's answer was, "I came out after killing everything." At the time, he thought Lu Yun was joking, but now it seemed that Lu Yun might have been telling the truth. A person soloed the ancient city dungeon, it's simply inconceivable. And Qianxing recalled how he and Lu Yun had walked in the mist for over an hour without encountering a single monster. Now, it was as if he had suddenly awakened from a dream. With so many powerful units around, and their control range even exceeding the detection range of his scouting units, no wonder not a single wild monster could get in. "Senior, calm down." A junior with little experience seemed to notice Qianxing's unusual behavior and spoke to comfort him. After shaking off the other's arm, Lu Yun turned his gaze to Lin Xiaoro, who was being consoled by Ling Shui, his eyes flickering with a peculiar light. "Sister Xiaoro, I heard you resurrected the Mist Queen?" His expression was like someone discovering a treasure, staring at the red-eyed Lin Xiaoro, eagerly awaiting her response. On the way here, Lu Yun had learned from Ling Shui that Lin Xiaoro had used her own blood to resurrect the Mist Queen. The Mist Queen's revenge target was all dungeon participants and those who remained in the mist, but her primary target was the one who offered their blood. Therefore, Lin Xiaoro was undoubtedly the most wanted target of all the mutated wild monsters currently in the mist. This was undoubtedly a disaster for others. If Lu Yun had arrived a little later just now, Chen Xing and Lin Xiaoro might have already been devoured by those swarming mutated wild creatures. However, the hatred emanating from Lin Xiaoro was actually a perfect opportunity for Lu Yun. He had been worrying about the limited number of mutated wild creatures encountered by the elite soldiers of Great Qin, and now he could use Lin Xiaoro to attract the mutated wild creatures for revenge, while he reaped the benefits as a bystander. But he hadn't expected his words to provoke Lin Xiaoro. She quickly wiped away her tears and resolutely said, "Lu Yun, don't worry, I will absolutely not drag you all down. As long as I know you and Shuai are safe, I have no regrets. I will now." "Xiaoro, you've misunderstood." Lu Yun immediately raised his hand to stop her from continuing. He had personally witnessed Lin Xiaoro's attempt to commit suicide and knew that she wasn't inherently bad-hearted nor someone who deliberately held others back. The crisis she caused for Ling Shui and Xianxing ultimately stemmed from the coercion of those commanders in the Beast Group, which led her to choose to revive the Mist Queen. Moreover, Ling Shui had already spoken highly of Lin Xiaoro on the way, so Lu Yun had even less reason to blame her. "This is such a great opportunity, we can actually make good use of it." Lu Yun then shared his plan with the group. After hearing it, the three were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Lu Yun to take advantage of the Mist Dungeon, which even commanders below level 20 avoided, to harvest mutated wild creatures. However, recalling the scene of the rain of arrows instantly killing the wild creatures earlier, they quickly came to terms with it and unanimously agreed to Lu Yun's plan. 4 people formed a team. Under the joint insistence of Ling Shui, Lin Xiaoro, and Xianxing, the experience distribution method was changed to allocate based on the proportion of damage caused by each person's troops. Thus, they embarked on this incredible monster hunting journey. Lin Xiaoro attracted the mutated wild monsters, the Qin sharp soldiers killed monsters around her, while Ling Shui and Xianxing played minor roles throughout, and Lu Yun almost monopolized all the experience. Before long, Lu Yun saw his experience bar nearly full again. On the towering throne shrouded in mist, the figure wrapped in fog emitted an increasingly terrifying aura. "Revenge, revenge." As the voice filled with murderous intent grew more frequent, the towering throne began to move within the mist. Meanwhile, at the checkpoint in the suburbs of Donghai City, students from 3 war academies and numerous scattered troopmasters watched in shock as Yu Shisan stepped on a water-flowing whale, while Chen Wudi rode a black stone wild ox, charging into the increasingly dense white mist one after another. "You 3 little ones, hold on." Yu Shisan's face was full of anxiety as water energy continuously poured out from a fish-scale-shaped token, infusing into the water-flowing whale beneath him, making the whale move faster and faster. Not far behind him, Chen Wudi was also frantically urging his black stone troop, "Old Black, faster, faster. The promising seedlings I've set my eyes on can't just disappear like this." The robust black stone wild ox galloped with the wind, its nostrils emitting puffs of mist, huff, huff. "You old geezer, why didn't you shape me into a 1,000-mile horse back then when you molded me?" Congratulations to Troop Master Lu Yun for reaching level 10. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yun finally received the long-awaited upgrade notification. Golden light surged around him, and the 3 of Ling Shui were astonished at the sight. Although they had anticipated that Lu Yun's upgrade speed would be fast, they hadn't expected him to ascend from level 9 to level 10 so effortlessly. "Lu Yun, you're now the first among our freshmen to reach level 10. Ling Shui said with a smile. "I wonder how those who once thought you were useless will react when they see your level." Lu Yun couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this, feeling secretly proud. Among the freshmen in the second academy, apart from Ling Shui and a few others, no one could compare to him. Almost everyone else mocked him with cold sarcasm every day. The original host's increasing reclusiveness was largely caused by those people. However, thinking about the path he will take in the future, Lu Yun couldn't be bothered to argue with them. Anyway, when the official evaluation takes place in a few days, you will amaze everyone. Those who previously called you a waste will slap themselves hard one by one. The cheerful Lu Yun, looking at the experience bar that was still rapidly increasing, waving his hand, he was about to fill up the extra 10 slots for military tokens, when he heard another system notification. "Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching level 10, meeting the conditions to summon a new troop type." Lu Yun's heart was filled with joy. He didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. He almost forgot. The commander gains a bonus every 10 levels.
there will be a considerable probability of summoning new types of troops. Unless it is a low-grade ordinary military token. Generally, as long as it is a high-grade or above military token, there will always be such an opportunity. And his Imperial Jade Seal is a unique god-level hidden military token. Naturally, it can also summon new troop types. Looking at his Troop Master attribute page, in the active skill section, a new skill to summon a new troop type has been added. Lu Yun chose to use it without hesitation. But in the next moment, as expected, the vortex signaling the appearance of the new troop type did not appear, and Lu Yun received a notification message. Ding, insufficient energy detected for the military token, failed to activate new troop summoning skill. Wait, what's going on? Activating the new troop summoning skill requires energy? My current military token energy has already accumulated to over 7,000 points. It's still not enough to activate this skill? The consumption is quite high. However, Lu Yun didn't dwell on it too much, and directly decided to forego unlocking new troop skills. After all, his Great Qin elite warriors weren't weak at all, so he directly spent 5,500 troop token energy points. Summoned 10 level 10 elite Qin warriors. The military token space is successfully filled. And at this moment, Lu Yun, I discussed it with Sister Xiaorou. Ling Shui and Lin Xiao, who had been whispering to each other on the side, walked up to Lu Yun. Ling Shui looked at Lu Yun, her face full of smiles. Lu Yun was feeling puzzled when he saw Ling Shui wave her hand, and a wooden box carved with intricate patterns was taken out by her from the token space. To thank you for saving both of our lives, this treasure chest from the Mist Dungeon is yours. Ling Shui smiled and pushed the treasure chest toward Lu Yun. Lu Yun immediately wanted to refuse. He knew that Ling Shui and Lin Xiao might have been after this treasure chest. Just got chased by those few commanders of the Beast Corps. Although he did save 2 people, he hadn't originally decided to act for any kind of reward. Please don't refuse, or we won't be able to be friends in the future. Lin Xiao saw Lu Yun's expression and spoke directly. Ling Shui, who was beside her, also nodded, me too. The girl's beautiful eyes carried an extra hint of urging compared to Lin Xiao. Lu Yun couldn't help but laugh silently. My childhood friend is a bit outgoing. Alright, then I'll accept it. He stopped being pretentious and looked at the treasure chest's attributes. Silver treasure chest. A trace of surprise flashed in Lu Yun's eyes. The treasure chests revealed by Ling Shui and Lin Xiao turned out to be silver-grade divine treasure chests. In the era of tokens, after defeating high-level monsters and bosses, there is a chance to obtain treasure chests. The treasure chest levels are divided into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, legendary, and divine. Ordinary treasure chests are usually black iron or bronze grade, but there's turned out to be silver grade chests. No wonder the Beast Group's token master harbored murderous intent. This is a treasure chest with a chance to yield silver grade items. Lu Yun secretly admired them. If it were him, he would never easily give away a silver grade treasure chest. Would you like to spend 1,000 token energy to open the silver grade treasure chest? The system prompt sounded. Open. Lu Yun chose to open it without hesitation. The silver treasure chest instantly emitted a dazzling silver light. Ling Shui and Lin Xiao's faces were full of anticipation, and even Qian Xing, who was somewhat absent-minded, couldn't help but cast a longing glance. Click. The silver treasure chest made a crisp mechanical opening sound. Lu Yun chuckled as he lifted the lid, and the scene before him left him astonished. A silver crown shrouded in wisps of mist lay quietly inside the chest. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the rare-grade military token, Mist Crown. Military token? A silver treasure chest actually yielded a military token? The 3 of them, Ling Shui, Lin Xiao, and Qian Xing, immediately looked at the crown's information, their faces filled with shock. Lu Yun was also surprised. He had heard that killing an enemy lord of soldiers could yield their token, and many novice lords of soldiers would self-destruct their tokens to exchange for new ones, though the cost was steep. He was unwilling to self-destruct the Imperial Jade Seal precisely because he knew the price of exchanging for a new token was enormous. However, now the Imperial Jade Seal could summon troops, and this Mist Crown was a rare-grade token. How could he possibly bear to self-destruct it? Feeling helpless, Lu Yun displayed the information of the Mist Crown to everyone. Mist Crown, rare-grade token. Introduction: the crown once worn by the Lord of Mist, capable of summoning powerful mist troops, a treasure guarded for life by the Mist Queen. Warning: the restless spirit of the Lord of Mist continues to stir within the crown. This. Ling Shui and Lin Xiao read the information and showed a hint of regret on their faces. Although the Mist Crown is a rare-grade military token,
The warning about the presence of a spirit suggests that this token might harbor unknown dangers.
Rebinding a self-destructed military token is highly likely to cause issues.
There have been cases where people went mad after binding a new token.
Chen
Xing, standing nearby, also appeared disappointed. Although the Mist Crown's level is higher than his mechanical token, he absolutely dared not use it.
Readapting to the new insignias and troops is just not cost-effective. Lu Yun couldn't help but sigh.
He had originally thought about selling them for money, but the warning message before him left him helpless. Just as he was about to store the Mist Crown into the insignia space, a low whisper, resembling a dragon's roar, suddenly echoed in his mind. Immediately after, the golden glowing Imperial Seal unexpectedly emerged on its own. The Imperial Seal gently vibrated, and a beam of golden light fell upon the Mist Crown.
The silver crown, shrouded in wisps of mist, began to tremble violently, as if trying to break free. The silver crown let out a frenzied roar,
and then, the Imperial Seal vibrated gently once more. Crafted entirely from jade, the pristine white seal, as smooth as congealed fat, or the faint shadow of a coiled golden dragon.
Whoosh!
The silver crown instantly transformed into a silver streak, merging into the Imperial Jade Seal. The three people beside Qian Xing were startled, and Ling Shui nervously grabbed Lu Yun's arm, looking at him with a face full of worry. At this moment, however, Lu Yun's face lit up with excitement, his expression animated, as he was overwhelmed by a series of notification messages.
Ding! The Imperial Jade Seal successfully devoured the Mist Crown. The host's token space is permanently doubled.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the Qin elite troops to bronze level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the hero troop by Qi to silver level. Ding! The unique hidden god level talent Mandate of Heaven has been upgraded to level 2.
The Imperial Jade Seal actually has the ability to devour other military tokens? This is simply an astonishing discovery. Without self-destruction, it directly devoured a rare-level military token? Moreover, this even doubled the space of his military token.
Lu Yun saw that his military token space had increased to 200, and he was overjoyed. He couldn't determine whether this was due to the system or the special hidden attributes of the Imperial Jade Seal. But regardless, this was like a pie falling from the sky for him. With the passive effect of longevity everlasting, the more troops, the better. The doubling of the military token space also doubled his safety. Moreover, the changes brought by the Imperial Jade Seal even allowed the elite Qin warriors to successfully advance to bronze level. Bai Qi also advanced from bronze level to silver level, which was an unexpected delight. Even more exciting was that Mandate of Heaven had finally leveled up. Originally, the talent amplification effect was tenfold, but now it had directly increased to 20-fold. This made Lu Yun's heart race. Ling Shui, who was holding Lu Yun's arm, noticed his unusual expression and quickly asked, "Lu Yun, are you okay?" Qian Xing and Lin Xiao, standing nearby, also looked at him with concern. They knew how powerful Lu Yun's troops were now, and if something went wrong due to the influence of the Mist Crown, it would truly be a loss outweighing the gain.
Lin Xiao, in particular, was extremely anxious.
Originally, she and Ling Shui had planned to give the silver treasure chest to Lu Yun purely as a gesture of gratitude. If Lu Yun's military token were to be damaged, she really wouldn't know how to face him. Just as the three were filled with worry, suddenly, they saw wisps of mist emanating from Lu Yun's body and quickly gathering above his head. Immediately afterward, a unique crown entirely composed of mist, adorned with 12 strands of beaded curtains, appeared prominently on Lu Yun's head. A sense of majesty radiated from him, as if an invincible king had descended, causing the surrounding air to tremble.
Ha!
Lu Yun's gaze was drawn to the 12 strands of misty bead curtains hanging before him.
His heart trembled, and he instantly realized that this was likely an additional effect brought about by the Imperial Seal after devouring the token of the Lord of Mist.
Unfortunately, this misty crown was no longer in the original hat-like shape of the Mist Crown but had transformed into the
12-beaded imperial crown worn by ancient emperors of the 9 provinces.
Although it was somewhat regrettable, this misty imperial
crown, apart from enhancing its majestic aura, seemed to have no other practical use.
However, the token was the Imperial Seal, and now it had gained an imperial crown.
Lu Yun thought to himself, is this paving the way for me to ascend the throne? I'm fine.
He smiled lightly and explained to Ling Shui and the other two, my token is a bit special, it accidentally swallowed the mist token.
What?
The three were instantly stunned.
A token could actually devour another token?
But seeing that Lu Yun was unharmed, they
breathed a sigh of relief.
Lu Yun's shocks were so numerous that Ling Shui and the others quickly accepted this incredible fact.
Subsequently, Lu Yun informed them about the doubling of his token space. After all, having devoured a rare level token, there had to be some consequences. If it had no effect, they might truly worry that he was deliberately hiding bad news while sharing only the good. However, this news still left the three of them exclaiming in astonishment. He then put away the Misty Crown once again and began examining the attributes of the Qin Elite Warriors. Qin Elite Warriors, Bronze level. Strength, 4000. Agility, 4000. Spirit, 4000. Physique, 4000. Attributes are balanced, and the base attributes have reached 200 points. After the 20-fold amplification granted by the Mandate of Heaven, they astonishingly reached a terrifying 4000 points. Lu Yun thought to himself that the attributes of ordinary troops could hardly compare, and his great Qin Elite Warriors, at just level 10, already possessed such formidable strength they could practically dominate with ease. Moreover, the great Qin Elite Warriors also acquired a new skill, Mist Concealment. Fog Concealment, level 1. Hide your figure within the mist. The effect will be nullified if attacked or if you actively attack a target. This skill is incredibly useful, allowing one to stealthily move through the mist and deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. It is undoubtedly a formidable technique. Lu Yun felt delighted in his heart. It seems the additional effects of the Mist Crown are indeed not to be underestimated. Of course, he hadn't forgotten Bai Qi, the hero-level unit that had been upgraded to silver rank. Its attributes had also doubled again, reaching an astonishing 8,000 points. Lu Yun imagined that Bai Qi, when facing the bronze-level boss Ancient City Guard from the previous Ancient City dungeon, could probably take it down with a single strike. However, Lu Yun also discovered a drawback that made his heart ache faintly. The energy cost of summoning bronze-level Qin Elite soldiers had doubled. Previously, summoning level 10 Black Iron-level Qin Elite soldiers required only 550 points each, but now summoning bronze-level ones requires 1,000 points, an absurdly high cost. The price of overwhelming combat power is overwhelming consumption. The era of the military token is indeed fair. Fight! 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 His eyes burned with determination. Since he was set on the path to invincibility, he would keep fighting relentlessly. In the mist, the elite warriors of Great Qin, clad in black armor and radiating faint golden runes, began advancing further, slaying one mutated monster after another that came seeking revenge. In the following moments, Lu Yun, Ling Shui, and the others found a flat area to rest. Ling Shui's combat unit, the Battle Angel, possessed healing skills, and after treating herself and Lin Xiao, their injuries were rapidly recovering. Meanwhile, Qian Xing was busy fiddling with his phone, but in the mist, human technological methods were completely ineffective, making it impossible to contact the academy. Revenge. Just as Lu Yun's level 10 experience reached 20%, a chilling voice drifted to his ears, instantly alerting the group and tightening their hearts. Not good. Lin Xiao and Qian Xing's faces instantly turned pale. Without hesitation, Qian Xing summoned all the mechanical troops that had been partially restored. Speaking gravely, the Mist Queen is going to take action herself. This is trouble. Lin Xiao and Ling Shui exchanged glances, their faces full of vigilance. Their eyes wandered through the thick fog around them, as if the sense of oppression was growing stronger. Lu Yun, we need to leave here quickly, Qian Xing spoke again, his tone filled with urgency. Lu Yun did not refuse, and scenes of the Mist Queen's revenge flashed through his mind. Most of the time, she carried out her vengeance by controlling mutated wild creatures, only rarely taking action herself. Although Lu Yun was deeply curious about this legendary Mist Queen, said to possess the strength of a level 20 boss, he had Ling Shui and Lin Xiao by his side. Neither of them had passive skills for damage transfer, and since this was the Mist Queen's domain, Lu Yun decided not to take any further risks. After all, the gains from this journey into the mist were already substantial. However, just as Lu Yun summoned the surrounding elite Qin soldiers and began leading the team toward the city, a chilling breeze suddenly swept in from ahead. The dense white mist was blown apart, revealing a massive throne entirely composed of fog. A seductive figure cloaked in mist sat gracefully upon the throne, as if she had been waiting in the fog for a long time. The Mist Queen. Lu Yun's pupils contracted sharply, his heart trembling as he realized this was the Mist Queen who had emerged from the dungeon to exact her revenge. But he hadn't expected her to evade the elite Qin soldiers' detection and approach him at such close range. As expected of a boss, her strength was extraordinary. Not good. Run quickly. The moment Qian Xing saw the Mist Queen, he turned pale with fright and shouted at the three of them. However, his own steps involuntarily moved toward the Mist Queen. Lin Xiao and Ling Shui unhesitatingly summoned their remaining troops, keeping a vigilant eye on the massive throne ahead. the enchanting figure on the throne, revealed only a pair of blood-red eyes, and the surrounding mist began to churn wildly. In an instant, a cage made entirely of mist materialized around them. Attack! Xianxing immediately commanded the mechanical units to launch an assault, but he quickly realized that breaking through the mist cage was no easy task. Despair spread through the young man's heart. He had never imagined that after painstakingly escaping the pursuit of mutated wild beasts, he would encounter the once-in-a-century Mist Queen here. Ling Shui and Lin Xiao also attempted to attack the mist cage, but it was equally futile. The three of them turned their gazes toward Lu Yun, as it seemed that he was the only one who might be able to break the mist cage now. Just as the expectant gazes focused on Lu Yun, he ordered his troops to retreat, preparing to break the mist cage himself, hoping for a slim chance of survival. However, the enchanting figure seated high on the misty throne suddenly appeared inside the cage. To be precise, she appeared right in front of Lin Xiao, as if she had already locked onto her target. Revenge! A hoarse, icy voice filled with endless negative emotions rang clearly in the ears of the four. Lin Xiao's face turned ashen, and the blood-red glow in the Mist Queen's eyes filled her with utter terror. At that moment, a misty hand reached for her neck, yet Lin Xiao found herself completely unable to move. Beside her, Ling Shui and Xianxing faced the same predicament, their bodies tightly bound by an overwhelmingly chilling force, helplessly watching the misty hand draw closer. In the instant of despair, a faint golden light suddenly shot into the Mist Queen's body, freezing her movements instantly. A figure wearing a misty imperial crown stepped forward from behind her, holding a gleaming silver spear, and fiercely thrust it into her alluring misty form. A sharp, piercing scream erupted from the Mist Queen's mouth, reverberating throughout the misty world. Dozens of kilometers away, Yushir-san and Chen Wudi, who were rushing at full speed, turned pale upon hearing the scream. Faster! 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 Yushir-san's voice rang out like a resounding bell. The scale-shaped military token in his hand glowed with a blood-red light, and the water-based energy forming the whale beneath his feet gradually turned crimson, as if it were about to engulf him entirely. Yushir-san's speed surged instantly, darting like lightning into the depths of the mist. Following closely behind, Chen Wudi struck the Blackstone wild bull with a fierce palm. The bull let out a low roar, and its sturdy body shook off a layer of heavy black stone in an instant. Its running speed suddenly increased, almost matching Yushir-san stride for stride. The two elderly men exchanged glances, their hearts filled with anxiety. The scream that had just echoed was from the Mist Queen herself. They knew well that the Mist Queen's strength was far beyond what the freshmen Lu Yun and Ling Shui could withstand. Even Xianxing, a powerful second-year student, would have no chance of survival before her. Quick! We must get there! Yushir-san thought to himself. If anything happened to Lu Yun and Ling Shui, it would be a pain he could never bear for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, inside the cage entirely constructed of mist, the Mist Queen, shrouded in dense fog, was enduring the relentless attacks of the young Lu Yun's spear. Bright red damage numbers continuously appeared above her head, and each strike drove her into a fury. Just as the Mist Queen prepared to counterattack, golden light flickered in Lu Yun's eyes, instantly causing a trace of confusion to appear in her blood-red pupils. The silver spear struck again, like the shadow of death, leaving her powerless to resist. Ling Shui, Xianxing, and Lin Xiao were already too shocked to speak. The scene before them was simply unbelievable. The Mist Queen was quietly being attacked by Lu Yun. At this moment, Lu Yun continuously unleashed soul intimidation, secretly feeling fortunate. If it weren't for this control skill, the Mist Queen's sudden strike earlier might have killed even Lin Xiao, who was at level 15, on the spot. Although the Mist Queen's mental attributes were extremely high, under Lu Yun's soul intimidation amplified by 20 times, she was still controlled for over 3 seconds. Of course, Lu Yun did not stop attacking and continued to use Leap Strike, but he discovered that the Mist Queen had a certain resistance to physical attacks. Even with 40 times normal damage, her health bar was still decreasing at a slow pace. Everyone, attack together! Lu Yun shouted, quickly snapping Ling Shui and the other two out of their daze. Ling Shui and Lin Xiao woke up as if from a dream and immediately commanded their units to launch an assault on the Mist Queen. The firepower of the mechanical warriors, the strikes of the Vine Treants, and the sword energy of the battle angels all poured down in a torrent. The Mist Queen was furious, but under Lu Yun's soul intimidation, she had already lost her former majesty. Ling Shui and the other two were ecstatic. Facing the Mist Queen, even a level 20 warlord could only flee, yet now, under Lu Yun's control, she was being relentlessly attacked. Awesome! Keep going! Chen Xing shouted excitedly, while Ling Shui and Lin Xiao showed expressions of excitement.
Lu Yun noticed that the Mist Queen's health bar was dropping significantly faster, and the mist surrounding her began to destabilize. At that moment, the Mist Queen regained brief clarity, glaring at Lu Yun with terrifying hatred. Yet, despite her countless horrifying abilities, she still couldn't break free from the control. Soon, heavy footsteps echoed from the surrounding mist, and the black-armored elite soldiers of Great Qin returned like a tide. Faced with the unyielding mist prison, their bodies glowed with golden light as they activated their charge skills, crashing forward with a thunderous impact. Crack! The unbreakable mist prison shattered under the collision of more than a dozen elite soldiers of Great Qin. The Mist Queen trembled all over, and Lu Yun keenly noticed the fear in her eyes, feeling a surge of triumph in his heart. It seems that this crazy boss is not entirely fearless, at least she is afraid of death. Then, go to hell, Lu Yun said coldly. One by one, the elite soldiers of Great Qin swiftly stepped forward, surrounding the Mist Queen and forming an impenetrable encirclement. Seeing this, Ling Shui and the other two immediately retreated instinctively, their hearts tightening with the tension of the impending battle. Ah! Sharp screeches echoed continuously in the air, as if the Queen's fury was being unleashed. But it wasn't long before the screeches turned into pitiful wails. As time passed, the wails grew fewer and fewer until they faded completely into the air. Dense damage numbers emerged from the Mist Queen's head, as dazzling as fireworks. Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, that's right, although the Mist Queen is immune to most physical damage, her health bar is simply no match for the Qin sharp soldiers with their staggering 4,000-point attributes. What's more, Bai Qi, a hero unit with doubled attributes, has further sealed the fate of this vengeful boss. The Mist Queen tried several times to transform into mist and escape, but Lu Yun promptly interrupted her with soul-stunning techniques, leaving her unable to flee. A few minutes later, the mist surrounding the Mist Queen completely dissipated, revealing her terrifying body intertwined with decayed flesh. As the physical damage reduction effect vanished, her doom finally arrived. Another 10 seconds passed, and the Queen of Revenge who exited the dungeon had her health completely drained. Congratulations on defeating the level 15 silver boss Mist Queen, gaining experience. Congratulations on obtaining Energy Stone plus 154. Congratulations on obtaining Energy Stone plus 211. Congratulations on obtaining Mist Soft Armor equipment. Congratulations to Commander Lu Yun for leveling up to level 11. A series of notification messages surged like a tide, leaving Lu Yun overwhelmed and ecstatic. At the same time, his level directly broke through level 10, reaching level 11 at 50%. Lu Yun quickly calculated that the energy stones picked up by the elite soldiers of Great Qin into the token space had actually yielded over 120,000 token energy. Not to mention more than a dozen pieces of black iron equipment and 2 pieces of bronze equipment. The most exciting thing was the silver-grade equipment named Misty Soft Armor. Misty Soft Armor, Silver Level 15, Constitution plus 40, Agility plus 10, Physical Damage received reduced by 20%. What a great item! Lu Yun secretly praised, thinking to himself, just this piece of silver equipment alone could sell for a fortune. Truly worthy of being a silver boss. A satisfied smile appeared on Lu Yun's face as he felt a surge of excitement. The death of the Mist Queen was undoubtedly the beginning of a major breakthrough. Although no skill books or soldier master artifacts dropped, the harvest this time was still astonishing. Lu Yun thought to himself that the vengeful Mist Queen might not have been defeated for a long time, which is why she had accumulated so many energy stones and pieces of equipment. Even if the Mist Dungeon leaked out, she could quickly exact revenge, as those mutated wild monsters were not something ordinary people could withstand. However, this time the Mist Queen's luck was truly bad. She encountered Lu Yun. Not only did he reap a wave of wild monster experience, but in the end, she even lost her life. At this moment, the three of them, Ling Shui, were utterly shocked, watching the Mist Queen being slain within just 10 minutes, their hearts filled with disbelief. Especially Ling Shui and Lin Xiao, who had just experienced the Mist Dungeon, were left speechless with astonishment. They understood that the previous team of over a dozen people, including 5 Beast Regiment commanders, had spent a full 3 hours barely clearing the Mist Dungeon. At that time, the Mist Queen was merely a bronze-level boss, but now, after her resurrection, she had been upgraded to silver level, yet she was so easily killed by Lu Yun. These units. The three of them once again looked at Lu Yun's human units, their shock evident. These units were unbelievably powerful, even their speed in collecting energy stones and equipment was astonishing. Although they saw the items dropped by the Mist Queen upon her death, they understood in their hearts that all of it rightfully belonged to Lu Yun. Ah, I've leveled up to 10. At this moment, Ling Shui exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yun turned to look and indeed found that Ling Shui, who was already close to leveling up, had successfully broken through to level 10. The other two also felt the experience feedback, although it couldn't compare to Lu Yun's, they were already very satisfied. After all, surviving under the Mist Queen's reign was an achievement worth being proud of. Let's go, back to the city. Looking at the gradually dissipating mist around them, Lu Yun waved his hand and said, since the Mist Queen was dead, there was no need to farm the surrounding monsters anymore. It would be better to head to some high-level dungeons to obtain richer rewards. Ling Shui and the other two naturally had no objections. However, just as Lu Yun turned around, he noticed the throne that had appeared alongside the Mist Queen in the distance had not disappeared with her death. Could it be? Lu Yun's heart leapt with joy as he quickly stepped forward. The massive throne before him revealed its rusted appearance as the mist cleared. Abyssal Throne, Growth-type Soldier Lord Artifact, Level 15, all attributes plus 100, other effects unknown. Description: a treasure stolen from the abyss by the Mist Lord and Mist Queen, possessing immense growth potential. Lu Yun took a sharp breath, unexpectedly discovering that the rust-covered cast iron throne was actually a growth-type magical artifact. The mere effect of plus 100 to all attributes was enough to reveal the extraordinary nature of this artifact. Ling Shui and the other two also saw the throne's description and were astonished. Every magical artifact or piece of equipment with growth attributes is extremely precious, and they understood the value of the Abyss Throne. However, the three of them had no intention of claiming it for themselves, as they knew their survival against the Mist Queen was entirely thanks to Lu Yun's strength. Lu Yun, take it. This throne suits you best, Qian Xing said with a smile, while Ling Shui and Ling Xiao also nodded in agreement, urging Lu Yun to put away the Abyss Throne. Lu Yun nodded lightly and waved his hand, storing the massive cast iron throne into the token space. Still, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The Imperial Seal, the crown, and now the throne, seems like not ascending the throne would be unreasonable. With a sigh, Lu Yun, on his way to Donghai City, took out the items dropped by the Mist Queen, preparing to distribute them among Ling Shui and the other two. The three initially wanted to decline, but under Lu Yun's insistence, they eventually agreed. They didn't want to take it for free, so in the end, Lin Xiao spent 100,000 Dragon Nation currency to pick out 2 pieces of black iron equipment, while Chen Xing used 300,000 Dragon Nation currency and 50,000 Academy points to purchase a bronze-level helmet. Lu Yun hadn't expected these pieces of equipment to sell for so much money. Seeing Lin Xiao and Chen Xing's satisfied expressions, he secretly sighed to himself. Today was truly a fruitful day. Lu Yun finally felt relieved. When it was Ling Shui's turn, Lu Yun handed her the silver-level mist soft armor without hesitation. Ling Shui, upon seeing the attributes of the mist soft armor, was filled with delight and immediately paid Lu Yun 360,000 Academy points along with 5 million Dragon Nation currency. Looking at this young girl, Lu Yun felt as if she had casually spent a few coins to buy a string of candied hawthorns. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly, what had been wrong with him before, to not realize that this girl, who usually ate cheap street food and drank a few coin milk tea with him, was actually a rich lady. No wonder she was so generous when treating others to meals. Just the 360,000 Academy points alone were not something an average student from the second Academy could easily obtain. After grinding beginner level dungeons for an entire day, he had only managed to exchange for a few thousand points. It seemed that Ling Shui hadn't slacked off even a bit over the past 3 months. However, just with these few pieces of equipment, he had already gained over 5 million Dragon Country coins, plus more than 400,000 Academy points. Lu Yun felt quite satisfied in his heart. Someone's coming. After walking for a short while, Qian Xing suddenly spoke up to warn them. Ling Shui and Lin Xiao looked ahead cautiously at the increasingly thinning mist, but Lu Yun showed no trace of concern, as he already knew who was coming. You are okay. Yu Shisan and Chen Wudi, both radiating energy, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the 4 leisurely figures in the mist. It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. However, before the two could ask how they managed to escape from the mist, the Blackstone wild bull beside Chen Wudi, panting heavily, suddenly widened its eyes as if it had seen wrong. It raised a hoof and rubbed its eyes vigorously. Then, it finally bellowed, "Level 11. How did you get to level 11, kid?" The still shaken Yu Shisan and Chen Wudi, upon hearing the Blackstone wild bull's shout, also quickly turned to look at the young man it was staring at. When they saw Lu Yun's level, their faces simultaneously showed expressions of disbelief. They were even more shocked than when they saw the 4 escape from the mist. They stared at the relaxed Lu Yun, unable to speak for a long time. 2 days. It's only been 2 days.
Lu Yun has leveled up from level 1 to level 11. In such a short time, he actually leveled up 10 levels. What kind of heaven-defying speed is this? Chen Wuti was shocked and began recalling Lu Yun's identity information, wondering if he might be the youngest son of some prominent family. Otherwise, how could he level up so quickly in such a short time? Could this be the power of a rare-grade military token? His Blackstone military token is merely of advanced level. He originally thought the gap between him and a military leader with a rare-level token wouldn't be significant, but now, witnessing Lu Yun's growth speed, Chen Wuti is truly astonished. As for Yushir San, his heart is even more turbulent. His military token is also of rare level, yet it took him a full 3 days to advance from level 1 to level 2. Such speed was once considered outstanding among freshmen of the same year, enough for him to be taken as a personal disciple by Xiao Zhe, the then dean of the Second Academy. Over the years, Yushir San has often boasted about this, but Lu Yun? In just 1 day, he broke the rookie dungeon record left by Xiao Zhe, and within 2 days, he advanced from level 1 to level 11, becoming the highest level freshman in 3 months of enrollment. Such achievements, such growth speed, are practically comparable to the descendants of ancient clans or the students of the academies on the galactic Great Wall. Yushir San suddenly thought of the dean of the First Academy, Shu Wuji, who had been boasting to him over the past 3 months about how fast the mechanical witch of the First Academy was upgrading. But even after 3 months, it had only reached level 12, which was nothing compared to Lu Yun's 2-day rise to level 11. Good. Excellent. Thinking of this, Yushir San's mood became even more cheerful. Chen Wuti went straight up and carefully examined Lu Yun as if he were a treasure. They did not ask Lu Yun for his upgrade secrets, because before a commander completes their first breakthrough, the speed of level advancement only reflects the growth potential of a commander. The breakthrough at level 20 is a major hurdle, and every subsequent breakthrough will become even more challenging. But regardless, Yushir San and Chen Wuti already regarded Lu Yun as a genius no less talented than Ling Shui, who possessed angelic troops. By the way, Qin Xing, how did you guys manage to escape? On the way back to the city, Chen Wuti finally remembered to ask these young ones how they had managed to safely escape from the Mist Queen, who had personally sought revenge. Qin Xing glanced at the reactions of the two powerful figures toward Lu Yun and felt secretly pleased. As expected, someone as extraordinary as Lu Yun could even astonish strong individuals like Dean Yu and Chen Wuti. However, the young man vaguely sensed that Dean Yu and the others seemed unaware of Lu Yun's true strength. So, when Chen Wuti asked, Qian Xing glanced at the slightly peculiar expressions of Ling Shui and Lin Xiao, then smiled and said, "Escape? We didn't escape. We killed her." Speaking, Qian Xing waved his hand and took out a bronze helmet covered with special patterns from the military token space. "Kid, are you looking for a beating?" Chen Wuti heard Qian Xing's words and instantly wanted to slap him. What kind of joke is this? Kill the vengeful Mist Queen? Are these little guys dreaming? But when Chen Wuti saw the bronze helmet in Qian Xing's hand, his eyes instantly widened, and the raised hand froze in midair. Yushir San, who was walking ahead, also thought the kid was joking when he heard Qian Xing's words. Suddenly, he felt the silence behind him, turned around, and saw Chen Wuti staring intently at the bronze helmet in Qian Xing's hand. And Qian Xing, Ling Shui, and Lin Xiao all wore expressions of smug satisfaction, while Lu Yun shook his head helplessly. "You all! Clear water helm!" Yushir San exclaimed in shock and instantly flashed to Qian Xing's side. Qian Xing only felt a lightness in his hand as the bronze helmet fell into Yushir San's grasp. His gaze was fixed firmly on the clear water helm in his hand, filled with astonishment. Chen Wuti, after coming to his senses, kept glancing back and forth between the bronze helmet and the four of them, his heart full of disbelief. Qian Xing was grinning from ear to ear, while Ling Shui and Lin Xiao were laughing uncontrollably, their reactions at this moment extremely satisfying to the three of them. After a long while, the voices of the two elderly people trembled as they spoke. "Really? Killed the Mist Queen?" Chen Xing and the other two turned their gaze toward Lu Yun. The latter nodded lightly, exuding an invisible aura in his silence, as if proclaiming the brilliance of his future. Boom! Boom! 2 streams of energy, one green and one black, surged skyward from the two elderly figures like thunder. The mist suddenly dissipated, moonlight poured down, stars twinkled, and laughter echoed through the night sky, as if announcing the joy of victory. Late at night, Lu Yun returned to the academy and enjoyed a midnight snack with Ling Shui and Qian Xing. After cheerfully bidding each other goodnight, they each went back to their dormitories. At the dormitory entrance, they said their goodbyes. Lu Yun felt a deep sense of satisfaction as he returned to his room. After washing away the fatigue of the day, he lazily sat on the sofa and opened his attribute page.
After reaching level 11, his four-dimensional attributes remained steadily at 110 points, even surpassing Ling Shui, who was at level 10.
However, thinking about the terrifying effect of the Abyss Throne that boosts all attributes, Lu Yun couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation.
Once he could equip this growth-type gear, he would be completely transformed, and his attributes would soar to new heights. When he saw the balance of his token energy, the smile on his face grew even brighter. The Mist Queen had brought him over 120,000 token energy, and now his energy balance had reached an astonishing 138,150 points. This was unprecedented wealth.
That's it.
Lu Yun suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering the opportunity to summon a new troop type after reaching level 10. He quickly checked his insignia space and found that his current capacity was 100/220. Since the Imperial Jade Seal had absorbed the Mist Crown, it gained double the insignia space, instantly doubling the number of his troops.
This was an absolute advantage. Do you want to consume 10,000 insignia energy to activate the skill for summoning a new troop type?
Lu Yun did not hesitate for a moment and resolutely confirmed.
Congratulations on acquiring the skill to summon a random new troop type.
Looking at the newly added skill button in the Soldier Master's skill bar, Lu Yun eagerly chose to use it.
Buzz.
The Imperial Jade Seal automatically floated up, with a faint golden dragon coiling around the surface of the Jade Seal. Following a surge of energy, a vortex even larger than the one summoned for the Qin elite soldiers suddenly appeared.
Tap, tap, tap.
A crisp sound of horse hooves echoed from the vortex, and Lu Yun's heartbeat instantly accelerated.
He jumped up from the sofa. The sound of horse hooves. It's cavalry. His second type of troop turned out to be cavalry. Buzz.
The energy vortex fluctuated once more, and a warrior holding a powerful bow and clad in dazzling white armor emerged slowly from the vortex, riding a white warhorse. It was as if a god of war had descended, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The white warhorse lightly stepped with its four hooves, seemingly ready to gallop across the battlefield at any moment, swift as a shooting star.
The longbow in the
white-armored warrior's hand concealed deadly intent, capable of taking an enemy's head from 100 paces when fully drawn.
What a fine steed and formidable soldier. Master.
The white-armored warrior did not dismount but showed respectful demeanor. The white horse lightly raised its right hoof,
bowing its head slightly. Lu Yun was immensely satisfied and quickly turned his attention to the attributes of his second troop type.
White Horse Cavalry, bronze level.
Strength, 4,600. Agility, 9,200. Spirit, 2,300. Constitution, 2,300. White Horse. Yi Song.
When Lu Yun saw the name of his cavalry unit, his eyes lit up. During the late Eastern Han Dynasty, Gongsun Zan gathered skilled archers and riders to form a
light cavalry unit.
This unit achieved numerous victories in battles against the northern nomadic tribes, striking fear into their hearts and earning the title White Horse Yi Song.
Throughout the entire Three Kingdoms period, this light cavalry unit was renowned.
More importantly, while Gongsun Zan's fame might not rival that of other legendary generals, Lu Yun remembered that Zhao Yun, the undefeated general of the Three Kingdoms era, originated from the White Horse Yi Song. The same Zhao Yun who charged 7 times into and out of enemy lines at Changban, later becoming one of the 5 Tiger generals, known for his bravery and fearlessness.
Lu Yun's heartbeat quickened.
His first heroic unit, the Killing God by Qi, came from the elite warriors of Great Qin. If a hero like Zhao Yun could emerge from the White Horse Yi Song, then this unit would undoubtedly become as formidable as the elite warriors of Great Qin. Sometimes, the presence of a heroic commander can completely transform the character of a unit. Of course, Lu Yun wasn't overly superstitious about the reputation of a unit. The attributes of the White Horse Yi Song made his eyes
shine.
Unlike the balanced attributes of the elite warriors of Great Qin, the White Horse Yi Song was clearly born to be mounted archers. Their agility attribute reached an astonishing 9,200 points. Even without the 20-fold amplification, the base agility of a level 11 White Horse Yi Song was as high as 460 points, comparable to the agility attribute of Bai Qi, a silver-tier heroic unit. Apart from agility, the strength attribute is the same as that of the Qin elite warriors, but their spirit and constitution are only half as strong. Clearly, the White Horse Cavalry is a unit suited for guerrilla archery, with their exceptional agility talent granting them movement and attack speed, as well as range, far surpassing the Qin elite warriors. If the Qin elite warriors are an all-around unit, then the White Horse Cavalry is a special force focused on speed and ranged combat. Various tactics for combining Qin elite warriors and White Horse Cavalry surfaced in Lu Yun's mind, and he felt secretly satisfied.
Now then, Zilong, Come forth.
In the following days, Lu Yun did not venture into the wilderness dungeons but instead entered the advanced second courtyard dungeon specially approved for him by Yu Shisan, the level 10 dungeon, Centaur tribe. Centaur monsters are fast and have high health, but their experience points are not
significant.
Their only advantage is that the drop rate of energy stones is higher than in wilderness dungeons.
For second courtyard students, this dungeon has very low cost effectiveness. Top students like Ling Shui would rather grind wilderness dungeons than enter the Centaur tribe dungeon. However, upon hearing the dungeon's description, Lu Yun's eyes lit up. Summon White Horse Cavalry. Upon entering the dungeon, 10 White Horse Cavalry riders were summoned by Lu Yun. Arrows glowing
faintly with light rained down like a storm, leaving the centaur monsters unable to resist and forcing them to flee across the vast grasslands.
But how could centaurs ever compare to true cavalry?
In the eyes of many new students, the centaurs, who seemed unattainable, were completely crushed by the terrifying agility of the White Horse Cavalry. However, Lu Yun's focus was not on this. He continued summoning the White Horse Cavalry units.
20 soldiers, 50 soldiers, 100 soldiers.
Until the entire space of the military tokens was filled, Lu Yun still did not see the expected hero unit Zhao Yun
appear.
He couldn't help but wonder whether the potential of the White Horse Cavalry was inferior to that of the Qin elite warriors. But then he suddenly recalled that when Bai Qi appeared earlier, it seemed to be during the Qin elite warriors' fierce battle against wild monsters. This completely aligned with Bai Qi's combat style.
So, could Zhao Yun's activation conditions also require corresponding battle conditions?
Thus, over the next few days, squads of White Horse Cavalry galloped through the advanced dungeons, their battle cries echoing across the land. As the enemies were defeated, Lu Yun's resolve grew even stronger. Within the Centaur tribe, Lu Yun underwent challenges of advancing and retreating 7 times, even 100 times, and finally ushered in the long-awaited moment.
5 days later in the early morning, Lu Yun woke up yawning in the instance and suddenly heard a long-awaited notification sound. Special conditions detected, single troop type undergoing special evolution.
In an instant, Lu Yun's spirits were lifted, and his heart was filled with anticipation. He knew that this time he was about to encounter a tremendous opportunity.
Whoosh!
The Imperial Jade Seal emitted a beam of golden light, landing directly on a White Horse Cavalry soldier who was drawing his bow to shoot an arrow in the distance. White Horse Cavalry Zhao Yun has received the military token certification, evolving into a silver-level hero unit. The young general's armor shimmered with a faint silver glow, and a silver spear appeared in his hand. Riding his horse forward, he respectfully said, "My lord."
Lu Yun smiled, "Zilong, I've been waiting for you for so long." An hour later, Lu Yun and Ling Shui were sitting together on the school bus heading to the First War Academy. Ling Shui looked at Lu Yun in surprise and said, "You leveled up again?"
Lu Yun took the breakfast she handed over and replied with a smile, "It happened accidentally." Over the past few days, while grinding the Centaur tribe dungeon for Zhao Yun, he also managed to level up. Now, he had reached level 12, and his troop space was once again maxed out. 120 elite Qin soldiers and 120 White Horse Cavalry were quietly waiting in the troop token space. Their somewhat intimate conversation sparked jealousy and hushed whispers among the freshmen in the back of the bus.
Did this Lu Yun really drug Ling Shui? On what grounds? And he leveled up again. Is he now at level 3 or level 4? How does he have the nerve to eat Ling Shui's breakfast?
Just wait and see. This time the difficulty of the 3-school comparison is even greater.
This guy will definitely be expelled from the second academy.
Hearing these taunts, Ling Shui's expression turned somewhat cold, and she wanted to stand up to retort, but Lu Yun gently shook his head, signaling her not to mind.
Expelled? Lu Yun's lips curled slightly. His goal was to participate in the tri-school competition and fight for first place. According to Qian Xing, the top scorer in the annual midterm evaluation among the 3 war academies would receive an energy reward of 300,000. At this moment, summoning a bronze-level unit required over 1,000 points of token energy. Just filling up his current 240 token slots had already cost him over 100,000 energy. Therefore, he was determined to win first place in the tri-school competition. The bus drove for over half an hour and finally arrived at the First War Academy.
By now, the freshmen from both the first and second academies had all gathered, ready to participate in the official evaluation. As the students of the second academy gathered, the teacher leading them began dividing them into groups to head to the massive training grounds of the first
academy. Each new student received a special evaluation replica teleportation talisman, followed by an explanation of the evaluation's content and rules. This year's tri-school evaluation was still divided into 7 stages, each focusing on different aspects.
For most students from the 3 war academies, passing the first 2 stages was enough to successfully complete the evaluation. However, for special recruits, they had to finish the 3rd stage to be considered as having passed. When the evaluation standards for special recruits were explained, the freshmen of the 2nd Academy all turned their eyes toward Lu Yun, with a few boys even letting out disdainful sneers.
But Lu Yun paid no attention to this, sneering inwardly, only 7 stages? Earning this 300,000 reward is going to be this easy?
Meanwhile, on the high platform of the First War Academy's martial arts arena, the deans of the 3 academies, Chu Wuji, Yu San, and Nangong Zhu were intently watching the hundreds of students below alongside Lu Hong, the examiner from the Temple of War.
Teacher, what Mr. Chen mentioned to me last time really won't work. I can't show favoritism.
Lu Hong apologized to Yu San in a low voice, his tone tinged with unease.
Yu San, however, burst into laughter.
Lu Hong, if you dare to show favoritism today, I'll personally report you to the Temple of War.
Lu Hong was taken aback, surprised by Yu San's resolute attitude.
Just a few days ago, the teacher had asked him to make an exception for a special recruit from the 2nd Academy, but today it was a completely different story.
Woo!
At this moment, the martial arts field echoed with the desolate sound of a war horn. Lu Hong's expression turned solemn as he stood up and declared loudly, "The 9-layered demon tower is open, eternal victory to Xinxia."
Boom!
A blood-red radiance surged from the middle-aged man, soaring above the martial arts field and transforming into the shadow of a 9-layered tower. The students in the field crushed the teleportation talismans in their hands one after another, turning into streaks of red light that entered the tower.
The horn of battle had sounded. Who would emerge victorious in this grand trial?
When Lu Yun opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by a faint red mist.
Shadows flickered around him, as if countless pairs of eyes were watching, yet no sound could be heard. The first level of the 9-layer demon tower is about to open.
You can choose to exit voluntarily before the countdown ends.
10, 9, 8.
A cold voice echoed from the mist, as if counting down his fate.
Lu Yun's face immediately showed an expression of anticipation, and he thought to himself, 9-layer demon tower?
This is the legendary challenge, which means there are more than 7 levels, and both the difficulty and rewards will multiply.
Buzz. Commander Lu Yun, enter the first stage, eliminate the barbarian leader.
Lu Yun's heart raced wildly, as if a surge of hot blood was boiling within him.
He knew this was absolutely an opportunity to showcase his strength.
He took a deep breath, quickly adjusted his state, gripped his weapon tightly with both hands, and his eyes gleamed with unwavering determination.
Come on, barbarian leader, I, Lu Yun, fear no challenge.
On the other side of the mist, a tall and ferocious figure slowly approached, exuding an intense aura of killing intent. Lu Yun sensed the opponent's presence, his heart tightened, but his fighting spirit ignited immediately.
This time, I will defeat you.
He charged forward fiercely, like a lion pouncing on its prey, his movements swift and precise. The horn of battle had sounded, and Lu Yun, in this unfamiliar space, was steadily advancing toward his own glory. Just as Lu Yun was feeling curious, the mist before him quickly dissipated. He found himself in a small martial arena, 10 meters ahead, surrounded by a dozen tall and burly barbarian warriors wielding massive bone shields, encircling a barbarian general clad in animal hides with a ferocious expression. Lu Yun understood in his heart that this was the task of the first challenge, testing the attack power of the master of soldiers. He glanced at the attributes of these barbarians.
Barbarian soldier. Level 5. Barbarian general. Level 6.
The attributes were all unremarkable, except for the bone shields held by a dozen barbarian soldiers, which looked imposing.
The difficulty of the first level was undoubtedly no higher than an intermediate novice war instance.
For most students of the War Academy, it posed no challenge at all.
At this moment, a countdown appeared on the transparent barrier in front of Lu Yun.
He waved his hand lightly, and 10 elite soldiers of Great Qin instantly appeared before him.
3, 2, 1.
As the light screen shattered, the 10 elite soldiers of Great Qin charged forward like tigers descending a mountain, activating their charge skill.
In
less than a second, the dozen barbarian soldiers and the barbarian general protected by the bone shield were all sent flying, instantly killed in midair.
Sigh.
Lu Yun sighed softly, thinking to himself that this was just too easy.
On the high platform of the martial arts arena, Lu Hong and the 3 deans were all dumbfounded.
Just moments ago, they were speculating which academy the first-place winner would come from, but unexpectedly, someone had already completed it.
Time, 1 second. This was an absolutely insane speed. directly obliterating the task of the first stage. The four of them were in disbelief. Although they knew the content of this stage wasn't difficult, it shouldn't be this fast, right? Could there be a problem? This shouldn't be possible, right? The dean of the Third Academy, Nangongju, frowned deeply. Lu Hong shook his head, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. The 9-layer Demon Tower portal I brought directly connects to the main body of the Demon Tower in the Hall of War God. It can't be wrong. He was actually shocked inside. He had seen many talented rookies before, but had never seen anyone complete the first level in just 1 second. Lu Yun? Wait. Lu Hong's gaze suddenly fell on the light screen above the martial arts arena, displaying the leaderboard, and he froze. The candidate who completed the first level in just 1 second had a somewhat familiar name. Wasn't this the special recruit Chen Wudi had asked him to take care of earlier? Wasn't it said that passing the official evaluation would be very difficult? While he was in a daze, he looked at Yushir-san beside him in surprise. Yushir-san, after a brief moment of shock, revealed a mysterious smile. The dean of the Third Academy, Nangongju, said somewhat sourly, "Oldju, did you give this student some powerful artifact?" Yushir-san rolled his eyes at him and said with a faint smile, "If examinees could use treasures other than the items they carry, the 9-layer Demon Tower wouldn't be the 9-layer Demon Tower." These words made Nangongju grit his teeth. Although Chu Wuji slightly furrowed his brows, he was equally shocked inside. Yushir-san appeared calm, but he was secretly astonished, not expecting Lu Yun's performance to be so outstanding. After about 10 minutes, the sound of a bell rang above the martial arts arena, signaling the end of the first round of assessments, and the rankings were revealed. First place, Lu Yun, 1 second, score 100. Second place, Zhuge Wanner, 5 seconds, 75 points. Third place, Ling Shui, 7 seconds, 50 points. On the high platform, Chu Wuji's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Yushir-san wore a face full of smiles, while Nangongju's expression turned exceptionally grim. He had just seen that the 2-seed contestants from his academy ranked no better than 5th place. Meanwhile, the candidates who had returned to the Pale Red Mist also saw the rankings and scores before them. A girl with a ponytail, dressed in fiery red mech armor, frowned slightly upon seeing the rankings. Lu Yun? The friend of Ling Shui from the Second Academy? Her clear and elegant voice carried a hint of curiosity, and her eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. In another patch of thin mist, a young man dressed in an advanced mage robe shouted furiously, "How is this possible? How could I only be ranked 5th? Who exactly is this Lu Yun? Why is Chang Xiaoying ranked ahead of me? 1 second, what a joke! I must have my father thoroughly investigate this group of useless fools at the Temple of War." At this moment, hundreds of students from the Second Academy stared dumbfounded at the leaderboard, many rubbing their eyes hard, wondering if they were seeing things. First place, Lu Yun? Are there people with the same name in the other 2 academies? How is Lu Yun even possible? 1 second? With those human race units of his? I must have been knocked into a concussion by the bone shield earlier. Can someone tell me what is going on here? However, their exclamations were directly swallowed by the surrounding pale red mist, and no one heard their shock. Lu Yun, who had been waiting in the thin mist for a long time, now looked at the leaderboard, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the 3 war academies are indeed full of hidden talents. Among the top 10, not a single one exceeded 20 seconds. It seems I need to push harder. Second stage assessment content, protect the wounded soldiers. At this moment, the cold voice in the mist sounded again. This stage allows you to choose the task duration, divided into 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and 30 minutes. If all the wounded soldiers die before the task duration ends, the task will be considered a failure. Ultimately, points are determined by the number of monsters killed and the survival status of injured soldiers. Outside the martial arts arena, Lu Hong had already activated a light screen, displaying the difficulty selection status of the candidates for the second round. Suddenly, the first person to choose the most difficult 30-minute option appeared. Du Zixuan, level 10, unit, skeleton swordsman. Dean Nangongju of the Third Academy saw this and beamed with joy. Lu Hong commented, the necromancy type, a very promising troop. Even Chu Wuji and Yushir-san nodded in approval. They were well aware of Du Zixuan's family background and naturally refrained from saying much. Buzz. At this moment, 2 more people chose the 30-minute difficulty. Zhuge Wanner, level 11, unit, Mecha Beast Soldier. Ling Shui, level 10, unit, Battle Angel. Seeing their choices, Chu Wuji and Yushir-san both nodded in satisfaction. However, upon seeing that Ling Shui's level was actually 1 level lower than Zhuge Wanner, Yushir-san couldn't help but glance at Chu Wuji. Chu Wuji shrugged, as if to say, can you really blame me for this?
San gritted his teeth, feeling unwilling in his heart. Buzz. The light screen flashed again, and another person chose the 30-minute difficulty, directly causing Chu Wuji and Nangongzhu to widen their eyes. Lu Yun, Level 12, Troops, Great Qin Elite Soldiers, White Horse Volunteers.
Level 12?
Chu Wuji's tone carried a hint of displeasure as his gaze fixed on San, whose face bore a smile.
Old Fisher, you didn't break the rules, did you? Helping this kid level up?
San rolled his eyes at Chu Wuji without hesitation.
Lu Yun needs someone to help him level up? What a joke! Even Nangongzhu couldn't help but chime in.
Originally, it was thought that Du Zixuan's level was already among the best of the freshmen, but unexpectedly, Zhuge Wan'er and Ling Shui had both reached level 10, and this Lu Yun was even directly at level 12. The feeling of being overshadowed by the first and second institutes truly made him feel uncomfortable. But at this moment, Nangongzhu noticed Lu Yun's troop type and raised his eyebrows slightly.
Old you, could this Lu Yun be the human race troop master you specially recruited earlier? Isn't this a bit too fake? How can human race units upgrade so quickly? And it's even 2 units.
As soon as these words were spoken, the previously stifled Chu Wuji's eyes immediately lit up. He knew about the 2 specially recruited students by San and had heard of the legend of that rare-grade human race token. He didn't expect that this specially recruited student turned out to be Lu Yun.
Human race units? Great Qin Elite Warriors? White Horse Cavalry? What kind of bizarre units are these?
Chu Wuji looked at the old rival beside him, his gaze had completely changed.
San was almost amused by anger. He let out a cold snort without saying much. In this era of military tokens, everything is determined by strength. Later, Lu Yun's performance will surely vent his anger fiercely on his behalf. However, upon seeing the new troop type summoned by Lu Yun, San was somewhat surprised. Generally speaking, the curriculum of the Second Academy advises students to consider summoning new troop types only after entering their second year, as summoning other troop types before the first breakthrough at level 20 offers no benefits. Although Lu Yun's talent is strong, the growth potential of human troop types is far inferior to that of other races. Summoning too many types of troops would actually be disadvantageous.
San secretly decided that after this tri-school comparison, he must have a good discussion with Lu Yun to ensure this prodigy does not stray from the right path. That old geezer Chen Wudi is still thinking about taking Lu Yun as his disciple, but I absolutely can't let Lu Yun follow that old man and go crazy. While waiting for all the candidates to finish choosing the difficulty level for the second challenge, Lu Yun heard the countdown start again.
10, 9, 8.
When the mist dispersed once more, Lu Yun found himself on a vast grassland, surrounded by more than a dozen humans covered in wounds. Seeing Lu Yun appear, an elder who had lost an arm rasped, "Hero, we entrust our lives to you." The other blood-stained humans also cast longing gazes at Lu Yun, yearning to survive.
Lu Yun understood that these human warriors were the wounded he needed to protect.
In the next 30 minutes, he must not let them be killed by monsters.
Boom!
At this moment, rumbling sounds came from outside the countdown light screen, and in the distance on the grassland, one monster after another appeared.
Ding!
As the countdown on the light screen ended, those monsters had already reached within 10 meters of Lu Yun.
Kill!
But before Lu Yun could make a move, the dozen or so human warriors, who seemed to be on the brink of death, suddenly stood up, limping as they charged toward the dozens of monsters around them.
Lu Yun was startled. He hadn't expected the task for the second stage to come from these wounded soldiers. This appearance, struggling even to walk, is simply going to die. Crash!
Lu Yun did not hesitate, waved his hand to summon 30 elite soldiers of Great Qin, holding shields, rushing to the front of the wounded soldiers to block the stones and wooden sticks thrown by several monsters. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately afterward, the elite soldiers of Great Qin took out crossbows and fired arrows, clearing out the first wave of monsters completely. The dozen injured soldiers, seeing the surrounding monsters killed off, limped back to Lu Yun and repeatedly thanked him. However, soon more monsters attacked, and the injured soldiers who had just sat down stood up once again. Lu Yun was speechless and specifically dispatched several elite Qin warriors to use shields to keep them inside.
After several waves of monsters,
the one-armed elder was already in tears, but each time monsters attacked, he still raised his remaining arm to wield a knife and shout loudly. Under the overwhelming attributes of the elite Qin warriors, the few injured soldiers were completely unable to step out of the shielded circle. As time ticked by, Lu Yun felt utterly bored and decisively summoned a dozen white horse cavalry to roam freely across the vast grasslands.
Meanwhile, the assessment replicas of other candidates were in complete chaos.
Faced with the endless influx of monsters and suicidal wounded soldiers, almost all the candidates were on the verge of collapse. But when the 10-minute mark arrived, many candidates were teleported out of the martial arts arena. Some were joyful, while others were distressed. Those wounded soldiers almost drove me mad. I managed to save them with great effort, only for them to go and get themselves killed, one candidate said angrily.
Who wouldn't agree?
But later, I specifically guarded that old man, and in the end, it worked out, another candidate said with a smug expression. I had it worse. I lost focus at the last moment, and those wounded soldiers ran out, another candidate sighed helplessly. Listening to the students' discussions below, the deans on the stage nodded silently. The three deans glanced at the number of students who passed from their respective academies, and smiles appeared on their faces. The difficulty of the second round's 10-minute
challenge was not high. As long as one could protect an injured person, they would pass the assessment. However, at this moment, the three were more focused on those students who chose higher difficulty levels, especially those who opted for the 30-minute challenge. Xiao Lu, is the real-time footage still unable to be activated? Chu Wuji asked Lu Hong. Lu Hong shook his head. The War God Hall said they are conducting routine maintenance on the 9-layer demon tower. It seems we'll have to wait until the third round to activate the footage. We have no idea what's happening inside. The task of protecting the injured is quite challenging for weaker troop types. Nangongju couldn't help but sigh, his gaze shifting to Yushir-san. At this moment, Yushir-san was quietly staring at the points leaderboard. The points for the second stage would only be awarded after they candidates completed the challenge, so the current top 100 on the leaderboard were all candidates who had chosen the 10-minute difficulty. Shortly after, candidates who had chosen the 20-minute difficulty also completed the challenge, causing the leaderboard to change again. The people on the stage could no longer sit still, everyone was waiting for the leaderboard to be revealed after the second stage. As time ticked by, with the 30-minute hardest challenge about to conclude, even the students who had already been teleported out began to anticipate the results. In the gathering area for the students of the second academy, someone excitedly said, "Did you see it just now? The first place is someone with the same name as Lu Yun. I saw it too. It gave me such a scare, I thought I was seeing things," another student confirmed. "Stop joking. How is it possible? How could Lu Yun complete the first level in just 1 second? Someone expressed doubt. At that moment, the bell of the martial arts arena rang, and the leaderboard on the giant screen flickered again. Finally, the latest rankings were revealed. The students of the second academy immediately widened their eyes in unison, because this time, the top 3 students had their respective academies listed next to their names. The top spot was none other than first place, Lu Yun, 1265 points, Second War Academy. How come the academy has someone named Lu Yun? The students from the second academy who were mocking Lu Yun earlier now all felt dizzy and disoriented. Especially those who had come on the same bus as Lu Yun and Ling Shui earlier. When they recalled the things they had said about Lu Yun on the bus, their faces burned with embarrassment. "I told you 2 days ago that I saw Lu Yun enter a level 10 dungeon, and you all said I was mistaken." Someone smiled bitterly at their companion. But no one cared about these things anymore. As the vast majority of students stopped at the second stage, seeing Lu Yun still ranked first in the second stage, they understood that there was now an insurmountable gap between themselves and Lu Yun. Good. Excellent. At this moment, atop the high platform, Yushir-san couldn't help but laugh loudly upon seeing the ranking update. Meanwhile, Chu Wuji and Nangongju looked extremely grim, their eyes filled with unwillingness. Second place, Ling Shui, 845 points, Second War Academy. Third place, Zhuge Waner, 831 points, First War Academy. Fourth place, Du Zixuan, 786 points. Fifth place, Cheng Xiaoying, 749 points. The dean of the third academy, Nangongju, directly crushed the cup in his hand. Among the top 5, there is only one person, Du Zixuan. Moreover, among the top 3 who can display their academy names, there isn't a single person from their 3 academies. The best performing Du Zixuan, although he made it into the top 4, is more than 400 points behind Lu Yun. That's impossible. Why are his points so high? Nangongju was puzzled in his heart. The difficulty of the second level was all too clear to him. It required both protecting the wounded and killing monsters to accumulate points. Unless Lu Yun ensured that not a single wounded person was killed, it would be impossible to score so much higher than everyone else. Human race units couldn't possibly possess such comprehensive abilities. Nangongju was utterly perplexed, but seeing Yushir-san's smug expression, he knew Yushir-san wouldn't reveal the truth to him, so he refrained from asking. In the midst of the demon tower, Du Zixuan saw the leaderboard and roared again, "That Lu Yun is cheating. Are you War God Hall going to do something about it or not? I'll have my father tear down your ridiculous 9-layered demon tower. But the pink mist drifted, and no one responded. Elsewhere, Chang Xiaoying stared at the leaderboard, her face full of astonishment. Ling Xue, Zhuge Waner, and Du Zixuan's results were acceptable to her, but Lu Yun's performance was simply unbelievable. Just before entering the 9-layer demon tower through the teleportation, Chang Xiaoying learned Lu Yun's name. She had seen Lu Yun complete the first level in just 1 second. Although surprised, she wasn't overly shocked. After all, she had personally witnessed Lu Yun, armed with a single spear, killed by Hang's 10 White Tiger King units. Lu Yun's individual combat strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. But originally, Chang Xiaoying thought she would surpass the opponent in the second round. Unexpectedly, Lu Yun's ranking not only didn't drop, but his points were so much higher than the subsequent rankings. Could it be that he still has some trump card yet to reveal? I don't believe you're good at everything. Chang Xiaoying shouted indignantly. On the other side, Lu Yun looked at the leaderboard and saw that Ling Xue had actually surpassed Zhuge Waner from the first academy, and couldn't help but chuckle. During these few days, Ling Xue didn't idle around. She went to the wilderness dungeon and trained her battle angel level back to where it was. The battle angel's abilities are impressive, and it wasn't surprising to Lu Yun that she secured second place. Of course, he knew that Ling Xue, with only a dozen or so troop types, would find it difficult to complete the second stage. After all, those injured humans were stubborn, and if it weren't for the strong attributes of the Qin elite warriors, they would have likely escaped long ago. In the end, among more than a dozen injured human soldiers, despite being exhausted and out of breath from competing with the elite Qin warriors, not a single death occurred, and I successfully secured first place in the second round, getting one step closer to the 300,000 energy reward. Third round assessment content: capture the enemy camp. This round's task carries a certain level of danger. Candidates may choose to interrupt the assessment at any time during the process. The task difficulty is divided into ordinary, warrior, and king levels. Candidates, please make your own choice. Lu Yun chose the highest king difficulty without hesitation. Meanwhile, after hearing the level introduction, many candidates still waiting in the 9-layer demon tower's space chose to give up. After all, aside from special recruits, regular students only need to complete the first 2 levels. In the martial arts arena, as students were continuously teleported out, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The 3 deans on the high platform revealed satisfied smiles. They felt gratified by the strength of these students, thinking to themselves, these are the future champions. The live feed is ready. At that moment, Lu Hong excitedly shouted to the 3 deans. The 3 deans simultaneously turned their gaze toward Lu Hong, eagerly anticipating the upcoming scene. Lu Hong swiftly performed a complex hand gesture, and the crystal military token on his chest emitted a dazzling light before transforming into a streak of brilliance that merged into the light screen of the martial arts arena. Beside the leaderboard, a live scene appeared, showing the stunning Ling Xue commanding over a dozen battle angels as they valiantly charged toward an orc encampment. The bronze-tier battle angels displayed immense power, effortlessly tearing through the orc encampment's fences and storming inside to engage in fierce combat with the orc warriors. The scene was utterly breathtaking, leaving the freshmen present gasping in astonishment and wide-eyed. The screen shifted, and another young woman appeared before the crowd. Flames erupted behind her as she hovered in mid-air, commanding 5 massive metal beasts. She was none other than the mechanical witch Zhuge Waner, who was as renowned as Ling Xue. Zhuge Waner's beauty was in no way inferior to Ling Xue's, but her combat style was far more ferocious. She controlled the 5 metal beasts to confront a king-tier orc encampment head-on, showing no signs of weakness. Her assault was as relentless as a storm, leaving everyone utterly stunned. The live footage kept switching, continuously showcasing the battle scenes of the top 10 students on the leaderboard. Du Zixuan controlled dozens of skeleton warriors, while Chang Xiaoying displayed a flexible combat style with her Shadow Fox unit. These scenes left a deep impression on the freshmen. However, when the footage returned to the first place again, everyone's question arose: where is Lu Yun, the first-place student? The 3 deans on the high platform also sensed something unusual and turned to look at Lu Hong. At this moment, Lu Hong frowned as he stared at the crystal token, clearly performing some sort of operation. Moments later, the light on the screen flickered, finally revealing Lu Yun's scene. However, this scene left everyone stunned. The king-level orc camp ahead of Lu Yun had unexpectedly turned into a wasteland. The fences, orc warriors, orc chieftain, even the chieftain's tent and Ferrero towers had all collapsed to the ground, as if destroyed by a powerful force. The devastation resembled the aftermath of a bulldozer sweeping through, leaving everyone deeply shocked.
The previously noisy martial arts arena fell silent in an instant as the real-time footage on the light screen switched.
All eyes were fixed on the battle between Du Zixuan's necromancer skeleton swordsman and the
orc warriors. The young man wielded his staff, casting white flame spells like raindrops, causing the orc warriors to roar in fury, yet they were helpless against Du Zixuan, who was protected by his skeleton troops.
Du Zixuan laughed heartily towards the sky.
Lu Yun, just wait.
This time, the first place is definitely mine. His triumphant laughter echoed across the arena, yet the audience remained silent, offering no praise. The students from the three academies felt their cheeks flush, and more people finally understood why the previous footage had not shown Lu Yun's figure. On the high platform, Lu Hong and the other three stood up in astonishment, their eagle-like gazes fixed intently on the screen. As they looked at Lu Yun, they realized that this was not a case of the footage missing him, but rather that Lu Yun's battle had ended so quickly that the real-time footage couldn't keep up. Originally, Chu Wuji and Nangong Zhu, who thought they could catch up to Lu Yun's points, were now utterly shocked. It had only been a few minutes since the third stage began. How could Lu Yun's battle already be over? Based on the sequence displayed in the real-time footage, Lu Yun should have been the first to appear. Yet, the footage skipped over him, which meant Lu Yun's battle might not have even lasted a full minute. At this moment, Yu Shisan's heart was also racing due to this possibility. The images on the high-altitude light screen continued to shift, but they no longer elicited the earlier exclamations of surprise. Even the battles of Ling Shui, Zhuge Waner, and Cheng Xiaoying seemed lackluster in comparison. On the high platform, Lu Hong's emotions surged. As the proctor, he was well aware of the difficulty of this year's test. Starting from the third stage, the tasks for each examinee varied in difficulty. For those who chose the normal difficulty, the monster levels matched the examinee's own level, while the warrior difficulty raised the monster level by 1. Though this might not seem like much, for most examinees, it was an almost insurmountable gap, especially the Black Iron level boss, which posed an absolute threat that ordinary examinees could not overcome. At the King level difficulty, the monster levels were raised by 2, and the final orc leader was bronze level, with the camp's defenses significantly enhanced. Examinees without sufficient combat power could not achieve victory easily. Yet, Lu Yun managed to complete such a challenging task in just 1 minute. Lu Hong secretly wondered if there was an issue with the 9-tier demon tower. He recalled that throughout today's evaluation, he hadn't even seen Lu Yun's troop types. Great Qin's elite soldiers, White Horse Cavalry, what kind of troops were these, capable of sweeping through an entire orc camp in just 1 minute? When had the human race's troops become so powerful? At this moment, Lu Yun was completely unaware that his speed in clearing the level had left everyone questioning their own abilities. He stared idly at the destroyed camp, utterly uninterested. Upon entering the checkpoint, he summoned 50 elite Qin warriors. Under the command of Bai Qi, a silver-tier hero unit, the bronze-tier elite Qin warriors, with a total attribute score of 10,400 points, took only 30 seconds to conquer the enemy camp. There was no need to spend any effort protecting the wounded. This was utterly devoid of challenge. Unfortunately, over 100 orc warriors and a bronze-tier orc leader didn't even drop a single experience stone. 10 minutes later, Lu Yun's screen shattered, and he returned to the misty area. Number of people who completed the third level, 34. Leaderboard released. That icy voice rang out once again, cold as frost, striking directly at the heart. When Lu Yun heard the news that only 30-some people had passed the third stage, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. It seemed that the task in the third stage was indeed challenging for others. However, he didn't dwell on it and shifted his gaze to the leaderboard. Ling Shui had been surpassed by Zhuge Waner, dropping to third place, while Du Zixuan and Cheng Xiaoying remained in fourth and fifth positions. Nevertheless, Lu Yun's speed in clearing the stage was astonishingly fast, earning him a direct reward of 3,000 points. With a score of 4,265, he left Zhuge Waner, who was in second place, far behind, creating a gap of a full 2,000 points. At this moment, the other students in the mist saw Lu Yun's score on the leaderboard and widened their eyes in shock, their faces full of disbelief. Zhuge Waner, with her ponytail, couldn't hide the astonishment on her heroic face and thought to herself, although I didn't give my all in the third stage, I was definitely among the best. How could Lu Yun pull so far ahead? In the end, she only earned 1,500 points. She had originally thought she could narrow the gap with Lu Yun or even overtake him, but the result was the opposite. The gap had widened even further. In the other patches of mist, Ling Shui revealed a sweet smile. Cheng Xiaoying was dumbfounded and speechless with shock, while Du Zixuan completely
lost his mind, angrily cursing at the misty space. This provoked punishment in the form of purple lightning, causing him to cry out in pain. Outside, many freshmen stared at the newly announced rankings, still unable to speak. Those who had just left the 9-layer Demon Tower space due to failing the third stage were even more unsettled upon hearing
about Lu Yun's performance.
People who couldn't even pass the third stage of the ordinary and warrior levels felt a sense of helplessness and despair as they saw Lu Yun topple the camp in just a few minutes. Many looked at Lu Yun at the top of the rankings, feeling that his achievement was as unattainable as a towering mountain. At this moment, apart from the dozen or so individuals still in the evaluation space, the rest of the freshmen from the second academy were utterly shocked.
They stared at the name on the leaderboard, finding it hard to believe that it was connected to the failure they had mocked repeatedly for failing 3 consecutive monthly evaluations.
It wasn't until the long chime sounded again, officially announcing the start of the 4th stage, that everyone snapped out of their daze. They all turned their eyes to the light screen in the sky, eagerly anticipating Lu Yun's performance in this battle. In the mist, a cold voice rang out once again, the content of the 4th trial: defend the city. In the waiting space of the 9-layer Demon Tower, a trace of admiration ignited in Lu Yun's heart. The content of the 4th trial was truly a blood-pumping challenge, testing the wisdom and courage of every
novice commander.
Although the monsters were far weaker than those in the wild, this was the perfect opportunity to assess the commander's abilities and provide valuable reference for their future choices.
However, for Lu Yun, such a task seemed somewhat lacking in excitement. He carefully listened to the detailed introduction of the 4th trial and was instantly transported to a small city.
The surrounding earthen walls, though not tall, exuded a fearless aura, and the interior of the city was completely empty. The defense relied solely on the candidate's troops to protect it. Outside the city gates, the green-skinned goblins were already impatiently waiting, eager for action. However, the trial had not yet begun, and they were separated by a barrier
of light. Defend the city, eliminate the goblin tribe's active forces, or ensure the city is not completely destroyed for 1 hour.
This was the entirety of the challenge. As the countdown began, Lu Yun gave the order, and 5 elite soldiers of Great Qin quickly assembled at the 4 city gates.
3, 2, 1. Roar! Slash! Slash!
The light screen shattered instantly, and the goblins let out piercing screams. Immediately, the elite soldiers of Great Qin raised their swords and struck down, killing over a dozen goblins.
In an instant, the scene was spectacular.
This moment, carefully arranged by Lu Hong, was broadcast live in the martial arts arena, instantly sparking a wave of exclamations and discussions. The crowd witnessed Lu Yun's troops for the first time, effortlessly annihilating the goblins, leaving the freshmen in awe.
However, when they discovered that Lu Yun's troops were ordinary human soldiers rather than powerful racial units, they couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment.
The scene shifted to Ling Shui, Zhuge Wanner, and others, whose strategies mirrored Lu Yun's as they summoned their respective troops to block the assault at the city gates.
However, unlike Lu Yun's
straightforward sword strikes, their angels, machines, and skeleton troops displayed dazzling skills, drawing more attention from the surrounding goblins and momentarily surpassing Lu Yun in attack speed. On the high platform, several individuals observing Lu Yun's troops revealed scrutinizing expressions. They struggled to understand why these human soldiers, limited to close-range attacks, could perform so well in the first 3 stages. Meanwhile, Lu Hong, Chu Wuji, and Nan Gongju had also noticed that Lu Yun's troops were gradually exposing their shortcomings compared to other racial units in the 4th stage. If nothing unexpected happened, Lu Yun's score was likely to be overtaken by Ling Shui and the others.
Yu Shisan, watching Lu Yun's real-time footage, felt a surge of anxiety but suddenly raised an eyebrow, and the next moment Lu Yun had finally made his move. He chose to leave the city, which shocked everyone. Among the previous candidates, even Ling Shui and Zhuge Wanner did not choose to leave the city. After all, the task for this stage was to defend the city, and killing monsters within the city was sufficient. Yet Lu Yun chose to take the initiative to attack. Could he be planning to assault the goblin tribe? Could he really be thinking of attacking the goblin tribe? Impossible. The goblin tribe is hundreds of meters away from the city. Is he abandoning the city? Could it be that he realized the shortcomings of his troops and wants to kill monsters nearby? Amid the crowd's discussions, Lu Yun walked farther and farther away. The scene shifted to Zhuge Wanner's battle, where at each of the 4 gates of her city stood a massive metallic beast. Using the flamethrower on her back, she soared into the air, continuously unleashing flames to eliminate the goblins surrounding the city, her momentum unstoppable. At this moment, Lu Yun's departure from the city marked the beginning of his counterattack. He intended to prove the strength of human troops in his own way.
All of this was just the start. Meanwhile, the sound of Zhuge Wan'er's attacks exploded thunderously, instantly attracting more goblins, as if a grand feast awaited. Horror! Her monster-killing speed was like lightning, merciless and relentless, her entire being exuding an unparalleled aura of combat. At the same time, in Ling Shui's live feed, she was equally determined, commanding her battle angels to swiftly clear the goblins wandering around the city.
Her monster-killing speed was no less impressive than Zhuge Wan'er's.
Behind her, Du Zixuan and the others gave it their all, racing against time to slay as many goblins as possible within the 1-hour city defense period.
On the martial arts field, the numerous freshmen burst into cheers, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, with the atmosphere reaching its peak. However, when the live feed switched back to Lu Yun, the crowd erupted in astonishment once again.
In the footage, Lu Yun had arrived at a camp filled with dilapidated tents, clearly, the goblin tribe. "Oh my god," someone exclaimed in shock, drawing the attention of the crowd. Lu Yun had already left his own city and was now facing the goblin tribe head-on.
With a wave of his hand, a dozen black-armored human warriors marched uniformly toward the goblin tribe. In an instant, countless green-skinned goblins surged forth like a tide, charging at Lu Yun's troops. The battle was about to begin.
However, at this moment, every viewer watching the screen displayed a complex expression. On the high platform, Yu Shisan stared anxiously at the footage, while Lu Hong shook his head
and sighed helplessly, feeling deep regret. In contrast, Chu Wuji and Nangongju's eyes gleamed with a hint of delight, for they understood that Lu Yun had made a critical misjudgment.
In the mission of the 4th level, there is actually a hidden trap.
Exterminating the goblin tribe's active forces or defending the city for 1 hour may seem like two
different ways to complete the task, but in reality, only the latter is the correct choice.
Although the goblins in the 4th level appear weaker than the orc warriors in
the 3rd level, completely wiping out the goblin tribe requires advancing several hundred meters. Once the candidate leads their troops to attack the goblin tribe, the city will be left unguarded, and the continuously respawning goblins nearby will quickly storm the city before the tribe is eliminated, causing devastating destruction. I didn't expect him to make such a rookie mistake.
What a pity!
Chu Wuji sighed softly as he watched Lu Yun fiercely attacking the goblin tribe on the screen, a
trace of sympathy in his eyes.
Nangongju also nodded in agreement. Indeed, he's still too young. Although he has the strength, he just can't keep his cool.
Hearing their words, Yu Shisan's face was full of unwillingness.
Because among everyone present, he might be the only one who truly knew how
powerful Lu Yun was. Someone who could easily kill a silver-tier boss like the Mist Queen. Would he really care about a mere goblin tribe?
However, it was precisely this immense strength that made Yu Shisan feel even more unwilling. He silently thought to himself that, based on Lu Yun's abilities, he was undoubtedly a strong contender for the top spot among the 3 schools this year. But if he stumbled on something as trivial as the 4th level, it would be such a waste. He never expected Lu Yun to make such a basic mistake.
The control distance of troop types.
This was already taught in the first-year curriculum.
Yu Shisan secretly decided that once he returned, he would definitely give those first-year teachers a good scolding.
A small mistake had caused the second academy to lose an opportunity to compete for honor. What an embarrassment! At that moment, Lu Hong, standing nearby, noticed his teacher's expression and was about to offer some words of comfort.
However, he accidentally shook the
crystal military token in his hand. The light screen in midair suddenly flickered, and the real-time footage of Lu Yun's test unexpectedly displayed his city. When everyone saw Lu Yun's city, their expressions instantly turned incredulous. Initially, everyone had assumed that after Lu Yun went to attack the goblin tribe several hundred meters away, his city would have already been
overrun. Yet, at this moment, the city was completely intact.
Moreover, the human troops Lu Yun had summoned at the beginning were still guarding the 4 city gates, resolutely cutting down the attacking goblins one by one.
How did he do it?
On the high platform, Lu Hong shouted loudly, but no one could answer him at that moment. Even Yu Shisan was so shocked that he couldn't speak.
He had originally thought Lu Yun would
fail at the 4th stage very soon, but unexpectedly, his troops were still loyally defending the city. This was absolutely beyond normal comprehension. The distance was at least 500 meters. Yu Shisan's heartbeat accelerated, and the many students in the martial arts field finally realized the issue. Although the live feed quickly switched to other candidates, everyone was still shocked by Lu Yun's extraordinarily long control range. Previously, everyone thought Lu Yun had misjudged the exam question and recklessly attacked the goblin tribe, but unexpectedly, Lu Yun could operate on 2 fronts simultaneously. Many students secretly compared their own control range with the distance between Lu Yun and the city, feeling a sense of inferiority. A dozen minutes later, everyone noticed that Lu Yun had disappeared from the live feed again, but no one was surprised. Since he could attack the goblin tribe while ensuring the city remained secure, he had already far surpassed the other candidates, successfully completing the task of eliminating the goblin tribe's active forces, ending the fourth stage ahead of schedule. Until the remaining dozen participants in the fourth stage completed their tasks, the leaderboard changed once again.
First place, Lu Yun, points 10452, second place, War Academy. Second place, Zhuge Wanner, points 5130, first place, War Academy. Third place, Ling Shui, points 4788, second place, War Academy. Fourth place, Han Yun, points 4556. Fifth place, Cheng Xiaoying, score 4104. The crowd outside saw the rankings, especially noticing that Lu Yun had pulled Zhuge Wanner, the second place, down by nearly 5,000 points. Everyone was filled with emotion. Who could have imagined that Lu Yun, who possessed human race troops, would have a troop control range dozens of times greater than others? However, some felt it was unfair for Zhuge Wanner, Ling Shui, and others behind him. If Zhuge Wanner and Ling Shui had the same control range as Lu Yun in the fourth round, they definitely wouldn't have been inferior to him. Just wait for the fifth round and see how Lu Yun's human race troops expose their weaknesses. Many admirers of Zhuge Wanner and Ling Shui shouted with a hint of bitterness in their tone. At the same time, the dozen or so candidates who had finally completed the 1-hour city defense task were stunned when they saw Lu Yun's score. Zhuge Wanner couldn't understand why, despite her desperate efforts to catch up, the gap between her and Lu Yun kept widening. In the fourth stage, she confidently pushed her mecha beast soldiers to their limits, yet why did Lu Yun's score in this stage surpass hers by such a large margin? Wait, could it be that he? The girl in the mist suddenly thought of a possibility but immediately shook her head. The distance between the city and the goblin tribe was at least 500 meters. How could anyone possibly manage both at the same time? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The expression on the girl's heroic face kept changing, her shock and anticipation intertwining in her heart. Meanwhile, dressed in silver soft armor, Ling Shui, upon seeing Lu Yun's score, was first taken aback, then revealed a radiant smile. I just knew it, but you're moving too fast. In the mist, the girl's eyes sparkled with determination. I won't hold you back. Scoundrel. Scoundrel. IXXX. In another patch of thin mist, seeing the rankings again, Du Zixuan couldn't help but curse angrily. He couldn't accept that he couldn't even make it into the top 5. His own skeleton soldiers had already broken several bone knives, yet they ranked 6th. And why are Lu Yun's points so high? Cheating. It must be cheating. Du Zixuan was about to open his mouth to continue cursing, but was interrupted by a cold voice. Examinee Du Zixuan repeatedly insulted the examination venue, expelled from the 9-layered demon tower. Du Zixuan's figure was instantly shrouded in thin mist. The next moment, he fell onto the martial arts arena outside. On the high platform, the dean of the Third Academy, Nangongzhu, saw that Du Zixuan was directly expelled from the examination hall and trembled with anger. When he heard Du Zixuan still furiously cursing in rage, Nangongzhu waved his hand. A green bamboo pole descended from the sky, directly striking Du Zixuan on the head several dozen meters away. The cursing abruptly stopped. On the high platform, Lu Hong, Chu Wuji, and Yu Shisan couldn't help but chuckle. After the small farce, the bell rang again. Everyone raised their heads to look at the live feed. This time, fewer than 10 people chose to enter the 5th level. Many people understand. The result of this 5th round will determine the final comparison outcome among the 3 schools. Amid the thin mist, Lu Yun also heard the notification about Du Zixuan being expelled earlier. But he didn't care. This kind of spoiled brat who throws a tantrum when they can't win is simply not worth his time. And soon, he also heard the content of the 5th challenge. 5th challenge content, Narrow Road Encounter. This level is extremely dangerous, with potential life-threatening risks. Candidates are advised to carefully consider whether to participate. Exam difficulty, Ordinary, Warrior, King. Candidates, please choose on your own. Lu Yun raised an eyebrow. Extremely dangerous? This is getting interesting. A confident smile curved at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, come on, the greater the challenge, the greater the reward. At the same time, many students outside the field were stunned upon hearing this reminder. The 3 deans on the high platform also looked solemn, secretly worried in their hearts.
The conventions of previous years told them that the fifth stage was almost the final decisive round, and its difficulty far exceeded that of the previous 4 stages. More importantly, this stage provided many potential commanders with an opportunity to overtake others on the curve. After hearing the task details for the 5th stage, Nan Gongju's previously gloomy expression, caused by Du Zixuan's expulsion, instantly disappeared. Beside him, Chu Wuji raised an eyebrow, pointed at Han Yun, who had risen to 4th place on the leaderboard after the 4th stage, and asked, "Could this Han Yun be from that Han family?" Chu Wuji's words caused Lu Hong and Yu Shisan nearby to change their expressions, while Nan Gongju merely gave a mysterious smile and said, "Everyone, victory or defeat will be decided in this 5th stage. It's starting." "Ah, it's a canyon dungeon," someone exclaimed in the martial arts arena as the real-time footage revealed the full view of the 5th stage's dungeon, a massive canyon stretching several kilometers. Steep cliffs flanked both sides, leaving only the canyon itself as the path forward or backward. The task name, Narrow Encounter, was indeed fitting. At this moment, a transparent light screen stood in the middle of the canyon. The candidates were on one side of the screen, while on the other side was a dense crowd of red-eyed wild bulls. The sharp horns atop the bulls' heads gleamed coldly, and upon seeing the candidates appear, the black wild bulls let out terrifying roars, their hooves scraping the ground incessantly, eager to charge forward immediately. Such a thrilling scene caused the few students who had just entered the checkpoint to turn pale with fright, and 3 of them immediately chose to give up. Among the remaining students, except for a few top-ranked ones, all trembled slightly, with some even forgetting to summon their troops. The light screen above the martial arts arena trembled slightly, dividing into 10 small sections to display real-time footage of the top 10 candidates. Checkpoint countdown begins. A cold voice echoed in the real-time footage. Ling Shui, Zhuge Waner, and others began summoning their troops one after another, sparing no effort as they faced the black wild ox on the other side of the light screen, summoning all their forces. As various troops appeared, the atmosphere outside grew increasingly tense. At this moment, the troops summoned by Han Yun, who ranked 4th in points, caused quite a stir astonishingly. They were blood-red flying swords, each 3 feet long. Dozens of blood-red flying swords circled around the young man, instantly eliciting exclamations from many students. On the high platform, Nan Gongju revealed a satisfied smile, secretly thinking, "This Han Yun is the 2nd seed candidate from the 3 academies. This time, apart from Du Zixuan." He was very confident, believing that Han Yun would surely be able to handle this kind of head-on collision battle. And Chu Wuji and Yu Shisan, upon seeing the flying sword displayed by Han Yun, couldn't help but reveal expressions of just as expected. But at that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted below. "Whoa, how many troops is that? Is this Lu Yun crazy? Are human race troops really so worthless? Did he fill the entire space of the military token? Human race troops are inherently weak, maybe Lu Yun is trying to win through sheer numbers." The few people on the high platform, upon seeing Lu Yun's display, were shocked to find that he had summoned so many black-armored human race troops. Especially Yu Shisan, whose eyes trembled violently, feeling suffocated. 120. He had already counted them. Lu Yun had summoned a total of 120 elite soldiers of the Great Qin. Although Yu Shisan knew Lu Yun's strength was extraordinary, he hadn't expected him to be so bold. While he didn't believe Lu Yun was trying to compensate for quality with quantity, seeing a novice commander summon the maximum number of troops for the first time made him worry about whether Lu Yun could survive the 5th stage. After all, even though Lu Yun possessed ultra-long-range control abilities, in the face of a direct clash of troops, human race troops indeed had no advantage. As the 1-minute countdown ended, a crisp clash of metal resounded, the light curtain in the 5th canyon disappeared, and the black wild bulls that filled half the canyon suddenly charged forward, igniting this fierce life-and-death clash. On the other side of the light curtain, the students' faces were all marked with tense expressions. Most of them fled backward, attempting to kill the charging black wild bulls while retreating. Amid this chaos, 4 particularly striking scenes gradually emerged. Ling Shui instantly summoned more than a dozen battle angels with wings on their backs. As the light screen disappeared, she was already lifted high into the air by one of the battle angels, flying into the sky. The black bulls lost their target and, after a frenzied charge for some distance, their formation quickly began to fall into chaos. At this moment, Ling Shui's battle angels descended like deities, slashing down sword beams from mid-air. Like lightning, they instantly slew one black bull after another, creating an incredibly shocking scene. At the same time, the mechanical witch Zhuge Waner, whose strength was on par with Ling Shui, chose another awe-inspiring combat method. At the moment before the light screen shattered, she gathered several mech beast soldiers around her, instantly sparking surprise and anticipation among the crowd. Under her control, the mech beast soldiers began to rapidly assemble into a massive beast-shaped combat mech, towering over 10 meters high, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. At the instant the light screen shattered, Zhuge Wanner piloted this colossal entity straight into the formation of the Black Wild Bulls, like a ferocious beast, leaving everyone in shock. At this moment, everyone finally understood the true meaning behind Zhuge Wanner's title as the Mechanical Witch. Her strength and intelligence on display were truly eye-opening. Apart from these two heroines, Han Yun was not to be outdone. He summoned over a dozen flying swords, forming a sword array that forcefully blocked the ferocious charge of the Black Wild Bull. The sharp blood-red flying swords spun in the air, swift as lightning, and their speed in slaying the wild bull was in no way inferior to Ling Shui and Zhuge Wanner, creating a breathtaking scene. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiaoying, ranked 5th, finally summoned her second massive Shadow Fox unit at the critical moment. The powerful Shadow Foxes surrounded her, providing impenetrable protection. Although her speed in slaying the wild bull was not as fast as the three before her, her performance still drew cheers and admiration from many students, inspiring her to keep moving forward. However, just as almost everyone's attention was focused on the brilliant performance of these four individuals, someone suddenly noticed an anomaly at the highest point of the light screen.
Ha! Is Lu Yun's live feed frozen? Why aren't those black wild bulls moving? No, that's not it. It seems like they're moving. Those black armored warriors are swinging their swords. Damn! This is impossible. Amidst the exclamations, more and more people noticed the issue and turned toward the canyon where the light screen had disappeared. There, the stark contrast of black and white remained, as if time had frozen at that moment, sending chills down their spines. At this moment, on the high platform, Yushir-san had already stood up. The moment the light screen disappeared, he immediately noticed the anomaly in Lu Yun's scene. It wasn't a glitch at all, it was Lu Yun's 120 black armored human soldiers forcibly halting the charge of the black wild bulls. In an instant, Yushir-san understood what this meant. He roared inwardly, wishing he could immediately call that old fool Chen Wuti to tell him, Lu Yun, this disciple, is not up for grabs. Don't even think about it. If Chen Wuti dared to compete with him, he would absolutely break his legs. But at this moment, Yushir-san's hands were trembling slightly, and he couldn't even take out his phone. Meanwhile, Xu Wuji and Nangong Zhu were feeling immensely satisfied with their students' performance. After hearing the discussions below, the two of them suddenly jumped up, quickly stepping to the edge of the high platform, to carefully examine the scene at the top of the light screen. When they saw over 100 black armored soldiers intercepting the wild bull charge, their hearts tightened, as if they heard the snapping of a string within. It's over. They realized that in this year's tri-school competition, the first academy and third academy were utterly defeated. And not by Ling Shui, who possessed rare-grade angel units, but by Lu Yun, who commanded ordinary human soldiers. How powerful must a unit be to intercept a wild bull charge? At this moment, the mech combination ability of Zhuge Wanner, which Chu Wuji had kept hidden, and Cheng Xiaoying's second Shadow Fox, all seemed utterly meaningless. He appeared like a clown, while Nangong Zhu could only smile bitterly. The era of military tokens was just this ruthless. Even if you were born into a prestigious family and grew up with a silver spoon in your mouth, you still couldn't compare to a true prodigy. Lu Hong, the proctor overseeing the joint examination of the three schools, was at a loss for words. What were the attributes of those wild bulls again? 1,500, right? Their charging force was something no ordinary novice commander could withstand. But what about Lu Yun? He directly overpowered them with sheer strength, placing his troops in front and actually stopped the wild bull's charge. He stopped them. Lu Hong roared inwardly, almost wanting to question Yushir-san and Chen Wuti, who just days ago had been adamantly refusing to let Lu Yun pass the evaluation. Were they crazy? Such a ferocious junior, and they accused him of cheating to pass? At this moment, the entire martial arena was boiling like a pot of water. Gradually, people began to notice in Lu Yun's real-time battle footage that the black troops were retreating, leaving behind increasingly wide crimson trails, blood. The blood of living beings being slain. And it wasn't Lu Yun's human troops being killed, but the wild bulls they had previously dismissed. These massive and powerful black bulls were being slain, one by one, with each sword strike. Behind the black armored warrior, the blood-red aura gradually expanded, and those who had once mocked Lu Yun could barely keep their eyes open. But it wasn't over yet. Just as Ling Shui and her companions were locked in fierce battles with the wild bulls in their respective canyons,
Everyone suddenly noticed that in Lu Yun's real-time battle footage, the 120 black-armored human soldiers had actually started charging forward toward the wild bull herd still crowding the canyon.
That's right. Lu Yun's human soldiers not only withstood the wild bull's charge with their formidable physical strength after the checkpoint
opened, but they even began a countercharge against the wild bull herd.
In the martial arena and on the high platform, everyone was so
stunned by this scene that they were left speechless. For a moment, the vast martial arena fell into complete silence, and every pair of eyes was fixed on the real-time battle footage of Lu Yun on the light screen, showing the 120 black-armored soldiers in their countercharge. In the canyon of the fifth checkpoint, Lu Yun had just given Bai Qi the order to charge. He thought that simply standing still and killing was far too slow. Since this mission was called
Clash on a Narrow Path, he couldn't let the wild bulls charge unilaterally. His Qin elite warriors deserved to have their fun too. And so, Lu Yun led the black-armored soldiers in a charge. For the first time in the canyon, 120 Qin elite warriors simultaneously unleashed their charge skill. This is a clash of strength and speed.
Despite the level 16 wild bulls boasting an astonishing 1,500 points in strength attributes, they stood no chance against the Qin elite warriors with their four-dimensional attributes exceeding 10,000.
Boom! With a thunderous roar, the wild bulls were sent flying several meters as if struck by cannonballs.
The bulls in the rear couldn't withstand the terrifying force transmitted from the front, leaving the entire canyon torn apart and in ruins. Lu Yun followed closely behind the charging Qin elite warriors, his gaze sweeping over the scattered wild bull corpses and the blood-stained canyon floor, feeling a pang of regret.
If only he could gain all that experience, what a bountiful reward it would be.
Fortunately, battles within the 9-layer demon tower didn't consume troop token energy, otherwise, just the 120 Qin elite warriors using their multi-kilometer charge skill would have cost tens of thousands of energy points.
Xinxia Empire, Dragon Capital City. This is the central hub of the entire Xinxia Empire.
The headquarters of the War God Hall is located at the very center of Longdu City and was established by the most powerful Xinxia warlord. Within the colossal structure, towering thousands of meters high, a 9-story tower emitting a faint red glow is sealed at the heart of the War God Hall headquarters.
Speed up the inspection.
9 provinces are conducting tests and assessments today, there must be no mistakes.
A black-haired elder with a deep
aura stood beside the tower, urgently instructing several warlords who were flying in mid-air and inspecting the ruins outside the 9-story tower. But at that moment, a young inspector's expression suddenly changed, his voice trembling. "Steward,
one of the demon ceiling runes on the 8th floor has loosened."
The black-haired elder instantly appeared beside the young man, a terrifying golden energy surging from his hand and frantically pouring into the rune
in front of the youth.
However, the rune suddenly trembled and then shattered with a boom, forming a fist-sized black hole on the tower's surface.
"Wretched beast! Where do you think you're going?" the elder roared angrily, his hands waving continuously as talismans flew out from the void beside him, quickly sealing the breach in the high tower. "Notify the 9 provinces, the evaluation is suspended."
Immediately evacuate the 9-layer demon tower, the elder urgently commanded the young man beside him, who immediately turned and sped away.
Eastern Sea Province First War Academy's martial training ground. Everyone was stunned by Lu Yun's troops.
Those 120 black-armored human soldiers were so overpowering that they rammed the wild ox several
kilometers away.
At this moment, everyone understood that the first place in this year's tri-school competition had long been decided. At that moment, the light screen in the sky suddenly trembled, and even the leaderboard beside it abruptly went dark. On the high platform, Lu Hon's face changed
drastically as an urgent voice came from the crystal military token in his hand. "Lu Hon, quick! End the evaluation. 8 levels of demonic creatures have escaped."
These words caused the 3 deans nearby to exchange glances, their expressions instantly shifting.
Lu Hon's heart tightened as he quickly formed a hand seal.
The crystal military token immediately emitted a dazzling light, shooting toward the phantom of the high tower. In the instant the white light flickered, an extremely chilling black energy suddenly appeared above the high tower, spreading across the entire black tower in the blink of an eye. The students participating in the 5th level evaluation fell out one after another.
Fortunately, the 3 deans reacted swiftly and caught them in time. However, during the
brief wait, the expressions of Chu Wuji and the other 2 grew increasingly grim.
"Lu Yun and the other 4 haven't come out."
Chu Wuji's voice carried a trace of anxiety. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Dragon Capital War God Hall, near the 9-story tower, several powerful military lords with terrifying auras quickly arrived.
The black-haired elder hovering in midair landed steadily, and the strong military lords immediately inquired, "Brother Huangfu, what kind of beast is this?" Huangfu Qing frowned and said, "It's the Shura beast." As soon as the words fell, the expressions of several commanders changed drastically. "I didn't expect this killing machine to endure for so many years, only to wait for this moment. How many of the new students from the 9 provinces haven't managed to escape?" Huangfu Qing glanced at the 9-story tower surrounded by talismans and said in a deep voice, "A total of 13 have not been able to evacuate in time. The Eastern Sea province has the most, with a full 5. The other commanders' faces grew even darker. A trace of anger flashed in Huangfu Qing's golden eyes as he continued, "The good news is that they all fell together into the 6th level sandbox battle. Then quickly repair the 9-story demon tower." The other commanders nodded one after another. These new students, having made it to the 5th level, are the future elites of Xinxia. They must not be lost. The Shura beast is bloodthirsty and cunning. Let's hope they can resist the temptations of this beast. Several powerful commanders exuded an unparalleled aura, with formidable troops appearing one after another, surrounding the 9-story demon tower. Meanwhile, Lu Yun was fighting a wild bull in the canyon. Just as he managed to knock it several kilometers away, the scene before his eyes suddenly shattered. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an endless desert, surrounded by a light screen resembling a glass dome. Around him, a dozen young men and women looked shocked, and a few meters away, within a transparent dome, Lu Yun saw Ling Shui. Ling Shui, who had been on guard, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that he was unharmed. "Lu Yun, are you okay?" she waved at him, her voice filled with concern. Lu Yun gently shook his head to indicate he was fine. The young men and women around them gradually calmed down as well. Through communication, they came to understand that they had all been suddenly transported here during the 5th stage of the official evaluation. "I'm from the Xiliang Wuwei War Academy," a young man introduced himself. "Nanjiang 3rd War Academy," another young woman said. "East Sea 1st War Academy." At this moment, Lu Yun also joined the self-introduction lineup. He noticed that freshmen from the East Sea province surprisingly made up the majority here, with a total of 5 people. Besides himself and Ling Shui, the other 3 were the mechanical witch Shugo Wan from the 1st Academy, a ponytailed girl exuding heroic spirit, Cheng Xiaoying, a playful and adorable girl, and Han Yun from the 3rd Academy, a cold and aloof boy with a blood-red flying sword floating beside him. In such an unfamiliar environment, the 5 from the East Sea province developed an increasingly strong sense of trust in one another, their eyes gleaming with determination. "What exactly is this place?" The group began to feel restless, attempting to teleport away but failing, and their attacks on the transparent barrier proved futile. Lu Yun secretly launched a leap strike, only to find that the barrier remained completely unscathed. At this moment, apart from the mysterious figure in the black robe, everyone's faces were filled with worry. Just then, an extremely chilling voice, like the sound of metal scraping, echoed, "Such fresh flesh and blood, it tastes so good." The students were shocked and hurriedly waved their hands to summon their units, but the transparent barrier was only about a meter square. Except for Han Yun, who managed to summon 2 blood-red flying swords, no one else succeeded. Lu Yun didn't even try. He thought to himself that he absolutely must not act rashly. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the black-robed figure, standing silently about 10 meters away. "What are you?" Lu Yun's voice, suppressed with fear, questioned angrily. The others, hearing this, also followed Lu Yun's gaze, looking over with wary expressions. The figure under the black cloak seemed to be trembling slightly. After a moment of shaking, the cloak was lifted. "Ah!" Several girls present screamed uncontrollably, their voices piercing like sharp knives. Several boys also showed expressions of terror, their faces turning deathly pale in an instant. Because beneath the black cloak was revealed a grotesque monster's face, with black scales glinting with a sinister sheen under the faint light. The monster's gaping maw displayed 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth gleaming like blades, sending chills down anyone's spine. And the gaze emanating from its blood-red vertical pupils, filled with brutality, slaughter, and madness, made everyone, including Lu Yun, involuntarily shiver, their hair standing on end. To kill the young warlords of your human race one by one, that wonderful feeling, I haven't experienced it in so many years. The monster coldly scanned the dozen or so people present, as if looking at prey. Some people instinctively began to retreat, but their path was blocked by the invisible resistance of the transparent barrier. A girl even covered her mouth as tears streamed down her face, despair and fear intertwined on her expression. At that moment, the cold voice from earlier during the evaluation resounded once more, carrying an undeniable sense of authority. Level 6, Sand Table Domination. This originally emotionless prompt, which sounded indifferent to many new students,
now seemed incredibly delightful to everyone, as if it were a glimmer of hope. Especially when that voice began explaining the task details to them, everyone inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance. The number of candidates entering the Sand Table Domination this time, 14, divided into 2 factions.
After unlocking the level, candidates have 5 minutes to choose a faction.
Members within the same faction cannot attack each other.
The task briefing quickly concluded, and the freshmen present showed complex expressions, their emotions fluctuating like a roller coaster.
Lu Yun was also contemplating this special sandbox conquest. Originally, this was supposed to be an assessment for freshmen who had reached the 6th level. But an unknown error clearly occurred during this assessment, causing some candidates from several provinces to be transported here together to participate in the Sand Table Conquest. The content of the Sand Table Conquest is very simple. Participants are divided into different factions, which attack each other, and the faction that ultimately defeats its opponents wins. This was originally just a test to evaluate the coordination between new students and others' units, as well as their ability to cooperate in managing a city. However, due to the sudden mistake and the appearance of that unknown creature, the situation has become complex and tense.
That monster isn't going to participate in the Sand Table battle too, is it?
At this moment, someone said with a trembling voice, their eyes revealing unease. Upon hearing this, the others' gazes once again turned wary, and the courage they had just mustered instantly dissipated. During the earlier explanation of the rules, it did seem to mention that the number of candidates entering the stage was 14. This means that not only would these new students have to undergo the assessment, but even that monster would also participate in the Sand Table battle. The hearts that everyone had just calmed down instantly tensed up again, as fear surged like a tide. The black monster, seeing everyone like this, extended a blood-red long tongue, continuously licking the transparent barrier in front of it, emitting a spine-chilling sound.
Haha, how about joining my faction? If you're in an opposing faction with me, you'll die, you know. By the way, I forgot to tell you all, my troop type is actually silver grade. What? When everyone heard the monster's words, they couldn't help but be shocked.
Except for Lu Yun, both Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner had expressions of terror on their faces.
Silver grade troops?
Among the candidates present, apart from a few who possessed rare grade troop tokens, the others could at most have bronze grade troops. Most people only had the lowest black iron grade troops. After all, the difficulty of upgrading the rank of a troop type is extremely high. Monsters with silver level troops definitely have the ability to kill them easily.
Camp selection time begins. Countdown, 5 minutes.
At this moment, the cold prompt sounded again. Every examinee, including that black monster, saw a camp selection panel appear before them.
Join the red camp or join the blue camp. Each camp had 7 available slots. While everyone was still hesitating, the light screen in front of them flickered, suddenly displaying a new name. Shura Beast has joined the red team, 6 slots remaining in the red team. The cold voice rang out again, making everyone's expressions grow more complicated. What should we do? If we join the blue team, will we really die? Someone cried out with a trembling voice, their heart filled with even more unease. For these freshmen who had just joined the War Academy, at most, they had only leveled up in wilderness dungeons and had never experienced a life and death trial. Now, faced with a life and death decision, everyone except Lu Yun appeared utterly flustered. Just as everyone was at a loss about what to do, a golden talisman suddenly appeared in the air, and an aged yet steady voice resounded, "Children, don't be afraid." This voice seemed to carry a soothing power, even making Lu Yun feel much calmer. However, the monster known as the Azura Beast trembled slightly upon hearing the voice, but soon its eyes revealed a look of hatred. The voice continued, "I am Huang Fuqing, a steward of the Temple of War. Due to an oversight in our work, this monster from the 9-layer demon tower has escaped, causing an interruption in your evaluation. But you need not worry, we are working to fix the breach as quickly as possible, though it will take about an hour. During this time, you must protect yourselves. The sandbox competition tests your teamwork. You just need to hold on." Buzz.
At that moment, a powerful force appeared in the air, shattering the golden talisman into pieces, and the voice abruptly stopped.
Lu Yun and the others finally understood the situation before them.
The monster named the Azura Beast had clearly escaped from the 9-layer demon tower. Many of the new students understood in their hearts that they only needed to hold on for a little over an hour, and the Temple of War would repair the breach, allowing them to leave safely. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly someone exclaimed, "Huang Fuqing? That was actually Huang Fuqing just now?" Huang Fuqing, the 6th of the 10 great commanders of the Xinxia Empire.
My goodness! The Talisman God! We don't have to die. The Rune God is taking action personally, we will definitely be fine. The crowd cheered one after another, overjoyed to know that Huang Fuqing was personally repairing the breach. Lu Yun was also somewhat surprised. Huang Fuqing indeed had a stellar reputation. The troop he commanded, the Rune General Qingjia, ranked among the top 20 in the entire human race's troop rankings, earning him the title of Rune God. With him taking action personally, it brought a great sense of reassurance. However, Zhuge Waner, who had remained silent all this time, suddenly said coldly, "Don't you know? The monsters sealed in the 9-layer demon tower are at least level 50. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the previously relieved crowd instantly changed. At this moment, the countdown to choose a faction sounded again, 2 minutes remaining. Those who fail to make a choice will be randomly assigned to a faction. The cold prompt instantly brought everyone back to reality. Ding! At that moment, someone else made a choice, and the red faction gained another member. Han Yun has joined the red faction. The red faction now has 5 spots remaining. This prompt took everyone by surprise. No one expected Han Yun to voluntarily join the same faction as the Shura Beast. However, the others quickly realized the reason. Members of the same faction cannot attack each other. This was mentioned in the previous rules explanation for the Sand Table Conquest. If the Shura Beast truly possesses silver tier units as it claimed, then it is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous entity. A demon capable of being sealed by the 9-layer demon tower is definitely no ordinary being. Even though they knew the symbol god of the War God Hall would intervene to save them, holding out for an hour was still fraught with immense uncertainty. So, perhaps, like Han Yun, join the red faction, just like the Shura Beast, and it will be the safest choice. Ding! At this moment, the faction selection page shook again. Someone actually chose to join the blue faction. Lu Yun has joined the blue faction, 6 spots remaining in the blue faction. Upon seeing Lu Yun join the blue faction, Ling Shui, standing nearby, also immediately made a choice. Also joined the blue camp. Lu Yun looked at Ling Shui, who gave him a sweet smile, and gently shook his head, but didn't say much. Although the strength of this Shura Beast might indeed not be low, but let him join the red faction like that guy Han Yun? Lu Yun really couldn't do it. Besides, he indeed wanted to have a match with this Shura Beast, the monster that can be sealed by the 9-layer demon tower and also possesses silver-level troops. How does its strength compare to his own troops? Lu Yun is looking forward to this intense showdown. Moreover, Lu Yun also thought of, since this special sandbox battle for supremacy is no longer an ordinary freshman test, then after killing this Azura Beast, will there be a reward? Silver tier units? Killing it will probably give a lot of experience. Lu Yun's gaze as he observed the Shura Beast opposite him became somewhat heated, which made the Shura Beast, who had been sneering, suddenly feel a bit uncomfortable. When he saw the gaze of the boy opposite, Shura Beast inexplicably felt a chill on his neck. And as Lu Yun and Ling Shui made their choices, the red team and the blue team each had 5 remaining spots. The remaining 10 candidates became even more hesitant. Some began to secretly observe the others. Waner, which faction should we choose? At this moment, Cheng Xiaoying looked toward Zhuge Waner in the distance. Han Yun, who was nearby, also turned his gaze over, as if expecting Zhuge Waner to join his camp. But Zhuge Waner didn't even spare Han Yun a glance. Directly made their own choice. Zhuge Waner joined the blue faction, 4 spots remaining in the blue faction. Cheng Xiaoying didn't hesitate either, and immediately joined the blue faction. At the same time, the girl gave Han Yun a disdainful look. Han Yun's expression was somewhat awkward, and he explained weakly, "I joined the red faction not out of fear for my life. When we fight, we can try to delay as much time as possible." However, Cheng Xiaoying, Zhuge Waner, and Ling Shui all still showed contemptuous gazes. But no matter what, with Zhuge Waner and Cheng Xiaoying's choices, the countdown for faction selection is about to end. The remaining freshmen also hurriedly made their own choices. Finally, countdown terminated. The 4 new members who later joined the red team showed expressions of relief on their faces, but ultimately failed to secure a spot in the red team. 2 boys who were forced to join Lu Yun's blue team looked extremely serious. "Everyone, we must cooperate well." A chubby boy squeezed out a friendly smile at Lu Yun. "Easy to say, easy to say." Lu Yun replied with a smile. And soon, in the desert behind the 13 people and the Azura Beast, began to shake violently. Sandcastles of the same scale appeared one after another. The crowd originally trapped under the glass dome. At the moment the sandcastles were completed. Each appeared in a sand city. 2 rows of 7 sand cities each, standing 100 meters apart. The sand table battle is about to begin. Examinees cannot exit until one faction is completely eliminated. After the countdown ends, the first round of combatants will be drawn. 9, 8. That's it? At this moment, every freshman in the Sand City was pale with tension, especially the few in the blue camp. Faced with the fierce gaze cast by the Azura beast on the central wall of the Sand City, a wave of unease involuntarily rose in their hearts. In contrast, the 6 members of the red camp, led by Han Yun, appeared much more relaxed, though there was a hint of guilt in their eyes when they looked at Lu Yun and his group. Ding, the first round of candidates has been successfully drawn. Red team, Han Yun. Blue team, Chen Zhuang. Buzz. Buzz. 2 beams of light rose above the sandcastle of both camps. The first combatant for the red team was Han Yun, who was the first to choose to join the Shura Beast camp, while the blue team's warrior was the chubby boy Chen Zhuang, who had been conversing with Lu Yun. Zhuang, don't be afraid, you can do it. The girls from the red team cheered loudly. Chen Zhuang's face, however, showed an expression even worse than crying, but in the end, he mustered up the courage and stepped out of the fortress. What are you afraid of? We just need to stall for time. Han Yun shouted. I checked, each commander has a battle time of 10 minutes. We just need to run out the clock. These words instantly brought a smile to the previously distressed chubby boy's face. He happily ran out, and when he was still dozens of meters away from Han Yun, he waved his hand and summoned a few short and stout dwarf units. The dwarf soldiers carried short, thick metal cannons, firing artillery in Han Yun's direction, creating a scene that made students from both camps struggle to hold back their laughter. Everyone thought to themselves that if every battle dragged on like this, they might not even need to fight the Shura beast. They could just wait for Fushin Huangfuqing to repair the 9-layer demon tower and rescue them. However, Lu Yun, standing on the city wall, frowned slightly. He realized that the Shura beast seemed completely indifferent to their antics. Based on its earlier threatening words, the Shura beast would definitely not let them off easily. Could it be that the Shura beast was simply betting on them being eliminated early? At that moment, Lu Yun's gaze sharpened as he saw movement on the opposite Sand City. The Shura beast had acted. Buzz. With a wave of its hand, a streak of black light pierced through the barrier outside the city, flying forward in the blink of an eye. Watch out! The members of the blue faction, including Cheng Xiaoying, immediately shouted a warning. But in the next moment, that black streak of light shot straight toward Han Yun and entered his body. Instantly, Han Yun's eyes turned eerily dark. Clang! 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 The originally harmless red flying swords emitted crisp sword cries, their blood-red blades quickly turning black, all flying straight toward Chen Zhuang. Chen Zhuang hurriedly controlled his dwarf troops to block the attack. The cannons fired continuously, their power several times stronger than before. However, Han Yun's flying swords deftly evaded the attacks and shot straight toward him. A look of determination appeared on the chubby boy's face as a cannon barrel, similar to those of the dwarf troops, appeared in his hands. With a loud boom, the recoil from the cannon fire pushed him back into the city. Boom! 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 After a few rapid cannon blasts, Chen Zhuang had already retreated into the sandy city. Meanwhile, Han Yun, whose eyes were filled with black light, quickly pursued to the city gates. With a wave of his hand, over a dozen black flying swords surged toward him. Chen Zhuang quickly summoned more than 20 units, but it was clear he was no match for Han Yun. The dwarf units were continuously slain by the flying swords, and the sandy city was on the verge of collapse under Han Yun's assault. Han Yun, what are you doing? Stop it now! Cheng Xiaoying shouted at him, but Han Yun, whose eyes had turned completely black, had lost all reason and seemed intent only on killing Chen Zhuang. Little human brats, the Azura beast sneered as it spoke again, since you've started the battlefield conquest, you must follow the rules. Cheating will be punished, you know. He. So, how does it feel? Regretting joining the opposing faction now? Its cold, sinister gaze swept over the members of the blue faction, as if savoring the despair of it all. Like admiring prey about to fall into its grasp, the Shura beast's gaze lingered on Lu Yun for a moment, carrying a sly excitement. However, the young man showed no reaction, leaving the Shura beast feeling a tinge of disappointment. Crunch, crunch. The sharp teeth in the Shura beast's mouth emitted a chilling sound, as if declaring its resolve. It thought to itself, this boy, today I must personally take his head and savor the taste of a human prodigy. These words caused the faces of the blue faction, including Zhuge Wanner, to grow heavy with worry and unease. The students of the red faction, seeing Han Yun like a puppet, also turned grim. They hadn't expected the Shura beast to possess such abilities, completely derailing their original plans. The battle ahead seemed increasingly fraught with danger,
and they feared they might meet the same tragic fate as Chen Zhuangzhuang and Han Yun.
Chubby, get out of the city. Run.
Just as everyone was deeply concerned about the battle's outcome, Lu Yun suddenly shouted at Chen Zhuangzhuang.
In just a few minutes, most of his troops
had been killed or injured, and Sand City was on the verge of collapse. Hearing Lu Yun's shout, Chen Zhuangzhuang froze for a moment, then gritted his teeth and used his unique escape skill.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Several cannon blasts rang out as Chen Zhuangzhuang decisively abandoned the city and fled toward the desert behind him. Seeing this, everyone felt a slight sense of relief, as if a new glimmer of hope
had appeared.
Indeed, the map of the Sand Table conquest did not require the commander to defend the city to the death. As long as they could escape into the vast surrounding desert, they still had a chance to survive.
The second round of combatants is being drawn. Countdown, 10, 9.
Shortly after, the second round of battle began. This time, a male student from the red team had just stepped out of the Sand City when he was struck by a black beam from the Shura beast. Instantly, he summoned his troops in charge toward Cheng Xiaoying of the blue team. Although Cheng Xiaoying was quite strong, ranking second only to Zhuge Wanner among the freshmen of the East Sea First War Academy, she still found herself at a disadvantage. Facing an opponent whose strength had clearly been enhanced by the Shura beast's influence, she could only retreat step by step, circling the city in an attempt to outmaneuver her adversary. 10 minutes later, the third round began.
Zhuge Wanner of the blue team decisively entered the fray.
The moment the countdown ended, she dashed out of the Sand City, commanding several mech-beast units to help Cheng Xiaoying fend off the enemy's attacks.
But just then, a beam of light from the red team descended upon the Shura beast's Sand City.
The Shura beast let out a burst of unrestrained laughter, and in the next moment, its figure flickered and appeared directly in the center of both teams' cities. The blood-red long tongue of the Ashura beast licked across its sharp teeth, and the corners of its mouth curled into a wicked smile. "Little ones, are you ready to embrace death?"
As
soon as the words fell, a cavernous energy vortex appeared behind it, and then one after another, black ferocious beasts covered in barbs charged out, heading straight for the blue camp. The members of the blue camp hurriedly cast detection spells to examine the attributes of these ferocious beasts. Ashura beast soldier, silver level.
Level, 15. Strength, 3165. Agility, 2588. Spirit, 1324. Constitution, 4562.
Zhuge Wanner, Cheng Xiaoying, and the male student who had not yet joined the battle turned pale and felt despair upon seeing the grade and attributes of these ferocious beasts.
However, at this moment, Lu Yun also used a probing technique on the Shura beast soldiers. After seeing the attributes of the summoned Shura beast units, Lu Yun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Is that all?
Lu Yun, after continuously raising his assessment of the danger posed by this Shura beast, had already become extremely vigilant. After all, for this monster to be sealed within the 9-layer demon tower, it must have committed countless atrocities and possessed considerable strength. However, to his surprise, the attributes of the troops summoned by the Shura beast were unexpectedly weak. Although they were all at silver level 15, the attributes of the troop type called Shura beast soldiers were worlds apart compared to the Mist Queen he had previously defeated.
Could this be the difference between troop types and same level bosses? No, that's not it. A sudden flash of insight struck Lu Yun as he thought of a possibility. Could this guy be restricted by the checkpoint map?
Currently, they, as freshmen, were still nominally undergoing the assessment of the 6th checkpoint, and the difficulty of the test would surely be based on the strength of most
freshmen from the War Academy.
Therefore, the strength of the monsters appearing here would be suppressed by the 9-layer demon tower.
Lu Yun instantly understood. No wonder the troops summoned by this Shura beast were so weak. Looking at the Shura beast tens of meters away, grinning wildly, he couldn't help but laugh. Previously, even level 10 Great Qin elite soldiers could easily slaughter the Mist Queen.
These Shura beast soldiers, who didn't even have any skills, were practically here to hand him free experience.
Detection spell. Lu Yun quickly checked the attributes of the Shura beast. Shura beast, gold. Level, 15. Attributes, unable to detect. Just as I thought. Lu Yun raised an eyebrow.
The level of this Shura beast had been suppressed to level 15, but its striking gold grade made his heart burn
with excitement. The silver grade Mist Queen had already boosted him by 1.5 levels, so how much experience would this gold grade Shura beast provide? Everyone, get ready for battle.
Lu Yun shouted to Zhuge Wanner and Cheng Xiaoying. At this moment, he noticed the despair on the faces of these two top students, the champion and runner-up of the First Academy.
After seeing the attributes
of the Ashura beast soldiers, they were clearly flustered. However, when Zhuge Wana heard Lu Yun's words, a trace of fighting spirit unexpectedly ignited on her face, and she began to control her mecha beast soldier combination. But just then, Ling Shui hurriedly shouted to Zhuge Wana, "Listen to Lu Yun. You're no match for them. Run, just like Chen Zhuangzhuang." She was very familiar with this opponent's nature. After seeing the attributes of the Azura beasts, she realized that only Lu Yun's powerful troops could put up any resistance. However, recalling the time it took Lu Yun to defeat the Mist Queen, the girl's eyes were filled with worry. After all, these beast soldiers were of the same silver grade as the Mist Queen. Now that the Azura beast had already summoned dozens of them, were they really going to face dozens of silver grade bosses? But soon, the girl resolutely looked at the boy not far away. "This time, I will definitely fight alongside you until the very end." Below the Sand City, Zhuge Wana, after hearing Ling Shui's words, showed an expression of defiance. With a wave of her hand, the mechanical watch on her wrist emitted a dazzling electric light. She jumped directly into the already assembled mecha behemoth and charged toward the swarming silver-grade beast soldiers. Zhuge Wana's mechanical beast soldiers were formidable. Relying on a powerful jet system, she threw several heavy punches, actually managing to repel a few Azura beast soldiers. But soon, Azura beast soldiers, whose attributes far surpassed her mecha unit, surrounded her. Cheng Xiaoying, who was following behind, hurriedly stepped in, but the two shadow foxes were completely ineffective. In less than a minute, Zhuge Wana's mecha beast was riddled with holes, and one of Cheng Xiaoying's shadow foxes was killed. To rescue Zhuge Wana, she stubbornly refused to flee. "Zhuge Wana, do you want to die here?" Ling Shui, atop the Sand City, shouted urgently upon seeing this. At this moment, Zhuge Wana also realized the power gap between her unit and the Azura beast soldiers. Hearing Ling Shui's call, she controlled her mecha unit to release streams of flame attacks, forcing her way out of the encirclement. She quickly grabbed Cheng Xiaoying and, like Chen Zhuangzhuang, dashed toward the distant desert. Lu Yun, standing atop the Sand City, witnessed this scene and merely nodded slightly, a surge of battle passion igniting in his heart. This Zhuge Wana was not someone who would easily admit defeat. Her mech unit's strength is impressive, and after a special combination, it can almost rival a silver-tier Shura beast soldier. But what she's facing isn't just one Shura beast, it's dozens of them in a swarm. If she keeps fighting like this, there's absolutely no way out but death. Just like the chubby guy, choosing to flee is her only path to survival. The Azura beast seemed completely unprepared for Zhuge Wana's escape. With a wave of its hand, dozens of Azura beast soldiers instantly erupted with black energy, thundering into the desert. Their speed was not a bit slower than Zhuge Wana, who had activated her escape skill. At this moment, behind the 7 blue camp sandcastles, the desert was filled with flying sand and stones. The situation was critical, and Zhuge Wana, Cheng Xiaoying, and Chen Zhuangzhuang all felt immense pressure. "Hee, are you in despair?" The Azura beast's blood-red eyes flickered as it sinisterly gazed at the remaining few, a cold smile curling at the corner of its mouth. Unfortunately, no one responded to it. Ling Shui and the other new soldier leaders wore grim expressions, while Lu Yun turned to look toward the distant desert. "Good speed. I wonder if the defense can hold up," he calculated in his mind. The Shura beast, ignored by Lu Yun, clicked its sharp teeth as the 4th round of the duel began. The newcomers from the Red faction were once again controlled by the Shura beast, blocking off Zhuge Wana and her group, while the Shura beast had been waiting all along under the Blue faction's fortress. This time, the member representing the Blue faction was still not Lu Yun, but Ling Shui. She gave Lu Yun a determined look, summoned over a dozen angel units, and immediately chose to flee toward the desert. Seeing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but chuckle lightly. This little girl is truly exceptionally clever. However, the Shura beast was completely indifferent to this and continued commanding its subordinates to pursue Ling Shui. But just over 10 seconds later, the girl leading the battle angels unexpectedly turned back. Whoosh, 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 blades of sword energy shot toward the Shura beast soldiers beside the Shura beast. The Azura beast roared in anger, sending several Azura beast soldiers to chase after Ling Shui. Her expression was serious as she decisively led the battle angels to escape once again. In less than a minute, the girl appeared once more. Roar, the Azura beast burned with fury as more Azura beast soldiers surged out of the energy cavern, including a few winged units. Ling Shui's expression changed slightly, but when she looked at Lu Yun on the sandcastle, her eyes were filled with determination. One by one, the battle angels emitted a holy white light, continuing to provoke the Shura beast soldiers before charging into the desert again. This time, the Shura beasts no longer hesitated and headed straight for Ling Shui. "Stop right there, you bastard!" Lu Yun roared angrily without hesitation upon seeing this. This little girl's intentions were already clear to him. She wanted to ease her own burden. The number of Azura beasts was limited, and Ling Shue's intention to hold them off was obvious, but his concern for her grew stronger in his heart.
Oh, you seem to care a lot about this little human girl.
The Azura beast suddenly stopped in its tracks after hearing Lu Yun's roar, its blood-red eyes staring at him with interest. Lu Yun's heart sank as he realized he had just lost his composure.
The Azura beast seemed to sense Lu Yun's pain, the leverage burning in his heart. Then, before killing you, personally eating her bite by bite, would that make you suffer even more?
The Azura beast sneered, its eyes gleaming with insidious light, as if savoring this moment. With a loud boom, the Azura beast's body shot toward the desert like a cannonball, leaving behind a wild cloud of sand and dust. Lu Yun's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his fists clenched tightly, and a blazing fury had already ignited in his heart. He understood that this treacherous Azura beast was deliberately tormenting him and his companions, while he was trapped here, unable to act. The suffocating rules of the sand table battle assessment forced everyone to wait quietly for their turn to fight.
Time ticked by second, and the tense atmosphere permeated every corner, leaving all the candidates holding their breath in concentration. Draw the candidates for the 5th round.
The examiner's voice thundered like a clap of lightning.
Countdown 10, 9.
Several candidates in the red camp looked tense, except for Lu Yun, who stood up, his gaze sharp as a blade, scanning the dark shadows deep in the desert, exuding a murderous aura.
Ding, the 5th round of candidate selection is complete, the examiner's voice announced. Red camp, Sun Qian. Blue camp, Lu Yun. With a loud boom, Lu Yun leaped off the city wall, landing heavily on the sandy ground. At the same time, white-robed warriors surged out of the vortex like a tide, riding white horses, wielding powerful bows, their momentum unstoppable.
Leading them was none other than the 2nd hero-level unit of silver rank, Zhao Zilong, which Lu Yun had spent 5 days acquiring.
Zhao Yun, silver rank. Strength, 10400.
Agility, 20800.
Spirit, 5200. Constitution, 5200. Skill, ever victorious.
With an agility attribute as high as 20,000 points, a faint silver glow shimmered behind Zhao Yun, resembling the descent of a war god. Lu Yun didn't hesitate, swiftly flipping onto Zhao Yun's back and letting out a low roar, kill.
Zhao Yun sensed Lu Yun's fury and responded with a low growl. In an instant, he led a dozen white horse cavalry, charging deep into the desert with an imposing and unstoppable momentum.
At the same time, in the martial arts arena of the East Sea's first war academy, the sudden interruption of the assessment left everyone in
shock.
Especially upon seeing the anxious expressions of the 3 deans and Lu Hong, the crowd immediately realized something had gone wrong.
Lu Hong and the other 3 frowned deeply, their eyes fixed on the giant tower's phantom emitting an eerie black light in the sky, their faces full of anxiety. He had just received news from the Temple of War, informing him of the situation where the Azura beast had escaped to the 6th level.
Chu Wuji and the other 2 were on the verge of tears with worry. The 5 candidates trapped in the sand table battle were
the most outstanding freshmen of their academy. If anything happened to them, the entire Donghai province would suffer a significant loss. You must hold on. Yu Shisan's eyes were bloodshot.
Just a moment ago, Lu Yun had been leading his troops in a counterattack, stunning everyone present, but now he had been swept into this catastrophe.
He was full of confidence in Lu Yun's strength, yet he couldn't shake off the fear of the Azura beast.
This was a monster sealed on the 8th level of the 9-layer Demon Tower, a level 68 golden grade exotic beast. Back then, the Temple of War had lost several powerful troop commanders to capture this Azura beast. Although Lu Hong had just confirmed that the Azura beast's level, attributes, and the number of troops it could summon had all been suppressed to the 6th level, the thought of this terrifying creature still left Yu Shisan uneasy.
Kid, you must hold on until the Demon Tower is repaired. Chu Wuji and Nangong Zhu were equally uneasy.
At this moment, Du Zixuan, who had just woken up with a large bump on the back of his head, suddenly grinned and laughed after. Learning about the fate of Lu Yun and the other 4, if those 5 guys are all dead, I'll be the top scorer in this evaluation. Whoosh, before his words had even finished, several emerald green bamboo stalks rained down from the sky like a storm, crackling as they struck him. Nangong Zhu, with a cold glare, controlled the bamboo soldiers to fiercely teach the spoiled brat Du Zixuan a lesson, shouting angrily, "Let me beat you to death, you second-generation wastrel. Even your father didn't dare to talk like this back in the day." The students of the 3rd Academy, seeing Du Zixuan being thoroughly beaten, showed expressions of fear. Chu Wuji and Yu Shisan, witnessing this scene, also gritted their teeth, their gazes turning toward the students of their own academy. The freshmen of the first and second academies immediately felt a chill and dared not meet the gaze of their respective deans.
Level 6, in the vast desert of the sandbox battle.
Ling Shui, Zhuge Waner, Cheng Xiaoying, and Shen Zhuangzhuang had unknowingly been driven into a hollow by the
lightning-fast Shura beast soldiers.
The four were anxious but secretly gathering their strength, preparing for the life-and-death showdown that was about to unfold.
The four fought with all their might, repelling the Shura beast soldiers' attacks time and again.
However, their troops were rapidly depleting, and the menacing Shura beast soldiers surrounding them, along with the Shura beast standing on the sand dune with a sinister grin, only deepened their sense of despair.
Who would have thought I'd end up dying with you?
Zhuge Waner, controlling her mecha beast soldier, blocked a fatal attack and spoke with a tone full of emotion.
Ling Shui glanced back at her opponent, a trace of sorrow appearing on her face.
To die without settling who's better between us, it really feels a bit unsatisfying.
Zhuge Waner let out a bitter laugh, but a flash of determination appeared in her eyes. Why don't we see who can kill a Shura beast soldier before we die? Ling Shui glanced in the direction of Sand City and nodded heavily. Boom!
The energy within them erupted instantly, as a sacred feathered talisman and a mechanical watch emitting electric light unleashed their final burst of power.
The battle angel and the mech beast soldier, radiating dazzling light, charged toward their respective opponents.
Nearby, Cheng Xiaoying and Shen Zhuangzhuang gritted their teeth and controlled their units, preparing for one last desperate fight. Soon, two Shura beast soldiers were almost simultaneously slain by the explosive attacks of Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner. However, before they could react, under the command of the Shura beast on the dune, the heavily injured battle angels and the last four mech beast soldiers were instantly surrounded.
Ling Shui felt the pain of the battle angel and let out an unwilling roar. She wanted to hold on for a little longer so that Lu Yun would have a better chance to repair the 9-layered demon tower. But she underestimated the intelligence of that gold-level monster. Her distraction tactics were completely ineffective.
Sorry, Lu Yun, I failed to help you again. Zhuge Waner, Cheng Xiaoying, and Shen Zhuangzhuang also realized the impending outcome, their faces ashen with despair. The Shura beast on the dune extended its blood-red long tongue, impatient to taste the flavor of these young humans. The timing was perfect. The next round of confrontation was about to begin. The Shura beast had already imagined the helpless, desperate, and pained expression on the human boy's face when it handed him the head of the angel-faced girl, a memory it would savor endlessly. At that moment, thud, 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 a series of rapid and powerful footsteps suddenly echoed from the distance.
Boom!
A white horse leaped high into the air, flying toward the four people of Ling Shui who were being besieged by hundreds of Shura beast soldiers. The originally desperate Ling Shui and her three companions, along with the Shura beasts on the dune who felt victory was within their grasp, were instantly drawn to the sudden appearance of the white warhorse. Two flying Shura beast soldiers immediately charged toward the white horse.
But at this critical moment, boom! Boom!
Accompanied by two piercing sounds, two silver-glinting arrows, like the wrath of thunder, directly pierced through two silver-tier monsters.
Huge blood-red damage numbers instantly appeared, leaving Ling Shui and the others utterly shocked.
The flying Azura beasts that had been giving them such a headache had their health bars completely emptied and were instantly killed without even having the chance to make a sound. Ling Shui and the others were momentarily stunned, and even the Azura beasts were so shocked by the scene that they forgot to continue attacking.
It was only then that they noticed. There were actually two people on the white warhorse.
One was the young soldier who had just drawn his bow and shot the arrows, and the other was a face they were all familiar with.
Lu Yun.
Ling Shui's voice trembled with excitement. This time, she saw it clearly, it was Lu Yun saving her again.
Tears instantly welled up and streamed uncontrollably.
The white horse landed steadily, and the young man dismounted gracefully. He reached out and gently ruffled the crying girl's hair, his smile as radiant as sunlight. Not bad, at least you weren't foolish enough to lose your life.
The young girl's cheeks turned crimson, but she quickly reacted. Lu Yun, what are you doing here? Leave now.
Nearby, Zhuge Waner, Cheng Xiaoying, and Shen Zhuangzhuang also snapped out of their shock, their faces showing signs of urgency.
They were all outstanding students from their respective war academies. Seeing the White Horse cavalry up close, how could they not realize that this was Lu Yun's cavalry unit? Although
they hadn't expected Lu Yun to be able to summon cavalry and take down two silver-tier monsters with just 2 arrows, in their eyes, this was clearly a path to self-destruction.
Ah, buddy, this is the worst time for a hero to save the damsel in distress. The chubby Qin Zhuangzhuang sat on the ground
in despair, while the few remaining dwarf units around him seemed powerless, unable to even hold their short cannons steadily.
Zhuge Waner's eyes dimmed. Although Lu Yun's cavalry unit had instantly killed 2 silver-tier monsters, how many times could such a skill be used? With so many Azura beast soldiers still around, could Lu Yun possibly defeat them all? She thought to herself that Lu Yun had no understanding of tactics at all. Moreover, as Ling Xue's opponent, Zhuge Wan was even more aware of the angelic goddess's intentions in the eyes of others. Ling Xue would rather risk damage to her own troops to hold back more monsters and ease Lu Yun's pressure. But unexpectedly, not only did Lu Yun fail to grasp Ling Xue's intentions, he instead acted tough to show off. Just as the surrounding Shura beast soldiers were preparing to launch another attack, Chang Xiaoying suddenly looked at Lu Yun in surprise. Didn't the fifth duel just start? How did you get here so quickly? The originally dejected Chen Zhuangzhuang and Zhuge Wan were suddenly startled. Although they were focused on the battle, they had also heard the prompt for the fifth duel. But hadn't it only just begun? It seemed that from the moment Lu Yun's white cavalry appeared, not even 10 seconds had passed. Meanwhile, they had been running for over 20 minutes to escape the Shura beasts, and they were still several kilometers away from the 7 sand cities. Could it be? The 4 of them simultaneously turned their gaze toward Lu Yun, who was mounted on a white warhorse. He was drawing a silver spear, his sharp eyes fixed on the white-robed young general atop the distant sand dune. Lu Yun, take Ling Xue and go. I'll break open a gap for you. Zhuge Wan instantly realized that Lu Yun's new troop type was extremely adept at speed and immediately spoke up. Chang Xiaoying and Chen Zhuangzhuang did not object. In the previous battles, Ling Xue had helped them multiple times. Without her battle angel's intervention and healing, they might not have even had the chance to hold on until now. Moreover, Ling Xue had already been injured again during her final duel with Zhuge Wan, leaving her completely incapable of continuing to fight. If they relied on the speed of Lu Yun's cavalry unit, there might still be a sliver of hope to save Ling Xue. Right. Lu Yun, after you rescue Ling Xue, come back to save us. Chen Zhuangzhuang finally climbed up from the ground, his eyes shining with determination. Seeing Ling Xue and Lu Yun, and hearing Zhuge Wan's proposal, Chang Xiaoying immediately interrupted. No. Ling Xue, standing beside Lu Yun, once again had reddened eyes. Her heart was filled with complex emotions, but when she thought of Lu Yun next to her, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Lu Yun, however, was taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhuge Wan and her companions to be willing to leave the last glimmer of hope for Ling Xue. However, they all understood in their hearts that once they took Ling Xue away, there would be no chance of survival for themselves. Lu Yun was filled with countless emotions and was just about to tell them that he could actually save them all when a sinister laugh suddenly echoed from the sand dunes. Still thinking of leaving? How naive can you be? Accompanied by the sinister laughter, the terrifying Shura beast soldiers began to emit an even more horrifying black glow, their aura surpassing anything before. Zhuge Wan and her companions, who had originally planned to fight to the death to carve out a path for Lu Yun and Ling Xue, suddenly had a change in expression. This is trouble. The chubby boy's face began to tremble, and Zhuge Wan looked solemn, quickly gathering the last of her energy. The 2 battle-worn mechas emitted a series of muffled roars from their engines. This time, Ling Xue took the initiative to hold Lu Yun's hand. The young man sensed her unease and guilt, giving her a relaxed smile before turning to the others and saying, "No one has to die today, because..." Rumble. In the distant desert, a rumbling sound suddenly erupted as a sand-laden storm rapidly approached the battlefield. Even the Azura beast sensed something was amiss, a trace of dread rising in its heart, as if some terrifying presence was hidden within that sandstorm. Kill! At that moment, Zhao Yun, standing beside Lu Yun, suddenly let out a roar filled with killing intent. From within the rapidly approaching storm came an equally synchronized shout, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The eyes of Zhuge Wan and the other 3 widened in disbelief as they stared at the storm. The sheer number of voices in that shout left them stunned. There had to be at least 100 of them. Boom! At the same time, the white cavalry brought by Lu Yun leaped forward, their bright silver spears like dragons emerging from the sea, each thrust effortlessly piercing through the skull of a Shura beast soldier. This scene made the few people even more horrified as they suddenly realized a terrifying fact: Lu Yun's cavalry was far more than just this one soldier. The number of troops capable of stirring up a storm was something they didn't even dare to continue imagining. Tap, tap, tap. A few seconds later, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves, like a torrential storm, shattered the silence. And then, clang, clang, clang. Ling Xue's heart trembled. The sound of the bowstring's vibration felt so familiar, stirring her blood with excitement. Immediately after, amidst the raging sandstorm, white arrows shot out like meteors. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows piercing through the air echoed to the skies, striking the ferocious Azura beast soldiers with unerring precision.
Even though the Azura beasts quickly unleashed some kind of terrifying skill, with black defensive energy appearing on their bodies, under this round of arrow rain, nearly one-third of the Azura beast soldiers were instantly killed, blood splattering everywhere, creating an incredibly shocking scene. The Azura beasts showed expressions of terror, while Ling Shui and the others were completely stunned, as if in a dream. Immediately, the sound of a second round of piercing arrows echoed once again.
The white cavalry charging out of the sandstorm left everyone dumbfounded, finally revealing the full number of Lu Yun's cavalry. What kind of unit is this? It's simply beyond imagination. They all opened their mouths wide. In less than a minute, a unit capable of traveling several kilometers, and even executing a volley that instantly kills over 30 silver-level units with terrifying power. What grade are Lu Yun's cavalry exactly? Could they also be silver level? The most astonishing thing is the sheer number of Lu Yun's troops, which is simply unbelievable. Apart from those who have completed their first breakthrough and are above level 20, Zhuge Wanner and the others had never seen any troop master possess such a massive number of troops. Moreover, the white-robed young general who arrived first under Lu Yun's command seems to possess abilities that are excessively terrifying. It turns out that the ability to instantly kill 2 Azura beast soldiers with 2 arrows earlier wasn't even a special skill. In just a few seconds, the young soldier in the white robe had already used the silver spear in his hand to kill more than 10 silver monsters. Zhuge Wanner and the others felt it was unreal. When they faced these beast soldiers, they had to give their all to kill just 2, but in front of Lu Yun's cavalry, these Azura beasts seemed as fragile as paper, utterly powerless to resist. At this moment, Ling Shui's eyes were still wet with tears, but her heart was now filled with shock and sudden realization. Because she had seen Lu Yun's great Qin elite soldiers, and the second type of soldiers that appeared before her eyes also displayed such terrifying strength. The girl's gaze could no longer leave the boy. At the same time, Xinsha Empire, Dragon City. At the headquarters of the War God Hall, Huang Fuqing, who was circling the 9-layer demon tower, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the giant tower before him in surprise. At this moment, the originally pitch-black holes on the tower's body suddenly emitted significantly less black energy. Huangfu, what's going on? Why has that beast's aura suddenly weakened? One of the commanders present asked in confusion.
Huang Fuqing was also puzzled at this moment because, according to his calculations, the repair of the 9-layer demon tower should take at least another half an hour. Moreover, the aura of the Azura beast, which the dozen or so young freshmen had encountered in the sand table battle, should have been growing stronger during this time. But now, the sudden weakening of the Azura beast's aura was something even Huang Fuqing couldn't comprehend. You guys say? At this moment, a middle-aged soldier master suddenly speculated, could it be that the Azura beast was injured? As soon as these words were spoken, the other soldier masters shook their heads one after another, and Huang Fuqing also sighed softly. Those dozen or so students were just rookie soldier masters from this year's War Academy. Let alone injuring the Azura beast, it was already extremely difficult for them to persist until the War God Hall to repair the 9-layer demon tower.
Regardless, seize the time to repair it. This is a great opportunity. Huang Fuqing stopped thinking further and once again performed several complex hand seals.
A green-armored general covered in talismans appeared, throwing punches that unleashed terrifying energy to help Huang Fuqing accelerate the repair of the breach.
Several other commanders also nodded heavily. Just as they were about to continue the repairs, a young man from the War God Hall suddenly rushed over. Steward Huangfu, something's wrong. The Kunlun mirror shows that the Shura beast has used its bewitching ability in the sand table battle. Bang! The talisman-wielding elder beside Huang Fuqing emitted a loud explosion from within his green armor, his expression growing increasingly grave. He had originally thought that those little ones could rely on the rules of the sand table conquest to protect themselves as much as possible, but upon learning that the Shura beast's bewitching ability had not been stripped away on the 6th level, a trace of panic finally arose in the elder's heart. Huang Fuqing looked toward the breach in the 9-layer demon tower, at the increasingly faint black energy, and a sorrowful possibility flashed through his mind. Continue. The elder's voice was filled with grief and boundless killing intent. He had already made up his mind to use that monster to honor those young lords of soldiers. In the sandbox battle space. Poof! The Azura beast spat out a mouthful of pitch-black blood, its eyes flashing with disbelief. Its prideful scale defense couldn't withstand the silver spear wielded by Lu Yun's white-robed cavalry, which directly pierced through its chest. How is this possible? The Azura beast was shaken to its core, thinking that this was merely a novice lord of soldiers, yet he possessed such formidable strength. At the same time, more white cavalry rushed in like a tide, slaughtering its troops madly, causing a strong sense of crisis to surge in the heart of the Shura beast. However, a trace of ferocity flashed in the blood-red vertical pupils of the Shura beast. Its black scales trembled slightly, instantly, displaying a ghostly and terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, its figure appeared just a few meters in front of Lu Yun and the others. "Do not harm my master!" Zhao Yun roared thunderously from behind, the longbow in his hand shimmering with a silver radiance. Zheng! The longbow was fully drawn, and the arrow covered in silver energy was about to be released. However, the Shura beast paid no heed, its black claws suddenly striking out toward Lu Yun in front of it, the claws gleaming sharply in the wind. "Too young! Die!" The Ashura beast was overjoyed, thinking that these young human warlords had no combat experience and had actually let their troops leave their side. "This is the price you must pay for sealing me for 100 years. The Ashura beast's eyes gleamed with madness, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. But just then, a black figure suddenly appeared in its line of sight. Overestimating yourself." The Ashura beast grew even more excited, not expecting that Lu Yun actually had a second troop. But this only made it even more frenzied. Bang! Its massive claw slammed fiercely against the black shield, but to its shock, the shield did not shatter. The black armored warrior holding the shield stood firmly in front of Lu Yun, unwavering. How is this possible? The blood-red vertical pupils of the Ashura beast suddenly contracted. In that instant, the black armored warrior swung his long sword, and the young general in the white robe also loosed an arrow. The Ashura beast let out a piercing, miserable scream. Its attacking claw was severed by the sword, and the arrow, shimmering with silver light, fiercely pierced through its body. At the same time, beside the black armored warrior in front of the Ashura beast, more human soldiers clad in black armor emerged from the energy vortex, wielding shields and long swords, their momentum unstoppable. At this moment, the Ashura beast clearly felt the arrival of death. A strong sense of unwillingness surged in its heart, but it was all too late. Meanwhile, outside of Ling Shui, the three of Zhuge Wan widened their eyes once again, utterly shocked. They never expected that Lu Yun actually possessed a second troop type. Moreover, the defense and damage of these black-armored warriors were simply astonishing. After taking a full-force strike from the golden tier monster, the Ashura beast, the black shield didn't even show a single scratch. That deadly sword strike directly severed one of the Ashura beast's claws. Previously, the group had tried attacking the Ashura beast, only to find that its black scales rendered their attacks completely ineffective. Yet, this terrifyingly defensive Ashura beast couldn't withstand a single strike from the black-armored warrior. Lu Yun's second troop type is absolutely no weaker than that cavalry unit. The three were shaken to their core, their eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, Lu Yun was completely unaware of the expressions on the faces of the people behind him. He was gleefully watching his experience bar soar rapidly. As expected, killing the Ashura beast granted experience. Although the experience from the level 15 silver tier monster wasn't as much as that from the Mist Queen earlier, it was still a delightful surprise. After killing half of the Ashura beast soldiers, just now, Lu Yun's level 12 experience bar was nearly full. This made his gaze toward the golden tier Ashura beast burn with excitement. If the experience from killing its soldiers was already so abundant, wouldn't the experience from this monster itself be even more astonishing? He wondered. If the treasures on this monster had already been looted by the Temple of War, if he killed it, would it also drop a grand loot package like the Mist Queen? The Ashura beast, having lost a front claw and with its heart nearly pierced by an arrow, now looked at Lu Yun with eyes full of fear. It finally understood why the young man had remained so calm when it had tried to intimidate these freshmen. Earlier, it turned out he hadn't taken its threats seriously at all. With such powerful troops at his command, there was indeed no need to fear. In less than a minute, his two formidable units had already wiped out more than half of its forces. Feeling the intense pain from its severed claw and chest, the Ashura beast was utterly panicked. It unleashed black energy and fled toward the distant desert. "Run," it roared internally. "Wait until Huangfu Qing rescues me." At this moment, the Ashura beast deeply regretted escaping from the 8th level of the 9-layer demon tower. Although it had been tormented daily on the 8th level, at least it wouldn't die. But now, encountering this human youth, it truly faced the threat of death. "Huangfu Qing, what are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and fix the breach," the Ashura beast howled in its heart as it fled. "Damn it! I'll finish off this monster. You all stay right here and don't move," Lu Yun shouted to Ling Shui and the others behind him as he saw the Ashura beast fleeing. Leaving behind a dozen elite Qin warriors led by Bai Qi, he leapt onto Zhao Yun's warhorse and chased after the Ashura beast. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If the space for this level's sand table battle was activated, wouldn't the Ashura beast be dragged back into the 9-layer demon tower?
Then he would lose the chance to kill a gold-tier monster.
No, he had to act quickly. Zilone, accelerate!
Lu Yun shouted to his second silver-tier hero unit. Zhao Yun clamped his legs against the horse's back, and a silver radiance immediately emanated from his body. Lu Yun knew this was Zhao Yun's innate skill Ever Victorious. Ever Victorious temporarily increases unit attack damage and movement speed.
During the effect, the unit cannot be dismounted.
Lu Yun felt the wind rushing past at an incredible speed, so much so that he didn't even notice the golden glow rising from his body shortly after leaving Ling Shui and the others behind. The 4 people left behind, Ling Shui and her group, were utterly dumbfounded. They watched as the dozen or so black-armored warriors left by Lu Yun. In front of them, along with the White Horse cavalry swiftly eliminating the remaining Azura Beast soldiers, quickly pursued in Lu Yun's direction. The group still felt as if they were dreaming. They had originally resigned themselves to dying in this trial, but Lu Yun had effortlessly saved
them.
The silver-tier units were cutting down enemies as easily as slicing vegetables, even chasing down and killing the golden-tier boss monsters. The group didn't know how to evaluate Lu Yun. This was no longer the strength a rookie commander should possess. After a long silence, Chen Zhuangzhuang suddenly let out a surprised huh? Staring at the black-armored warrior in front of him, who was 2 heads taller than himself, he exclaimed in shock, this, could it be a human unit? But his words did not surprise Ling Shui and the other 2 women. Instead, they made the 3 of them feel even more emotional.
Indeed.
This Lu Yun, who possesses human race troops, was not long ago still being called a useless person.
Zhuge Wanner and Chang Xiaoying exchanged
a glance, and despite their bitter smiles, their hearts were filled with admiration. Meanwhile, Ling Shui, standing to the side, looked in the direction where Lu Yun had left, a blissful smile appearing at the corner of her lips, her heart brimming with pride and anticipation. Elsewhere, the Azura Beast was desperately fleeing, its energy nearly depleted. It had thought it could find a safe haven in this space, waiting for the rift to be repaired before being sent back to the 8th layer of space. However, it had barely run a few hundred meters when the sound of something tearing through the air came from behind, causing its heart to tighten, as if the Grim Reaper were chasing right after it.
Using the last of its
strength, the Azura Beast frantically tried to escape forward, but in the blink of an eye, a silver-glowing warhorse had already caught up to its side. Out of the corner of its eye, the Azura Beast caught sight of the young general in white robes, casting a piercing gaze at it, with the human soldiers behind him all wearing radiant smiles. At that moment, a chill surged through the Azura Beast's heart, its legs giving way as it collapsed onto the sand, facing the abyss of despair.
Boom!
With a thunderous roar, the white horse shot forward like an arrow, and the Azura Beast was utterly consumed by despair.
Dragon City, headquarters of the War God Hall.
Several powerful units, who were fully focused on repairing the breach in the 9-layer demon tower, suddenly opened their eyes wide in disbelief, staring
at the location of the breach. At this moment, the breach was actually beginning to repair itself. The black energy that had originally shrouded the damaged area had completely vanished without a trace.
Huangfu, what's going on? One of the commanders asked in confusion, while the others cast grave looks, fearing that the slow repair speed might lead to accidents for the new recruits who had been
innocently caught in danger. However, Wang Fuqing was completely stunned.
Through the perception of the talisman General Qingjia, he had astonishingly discovered that he had lost his lock on the Shura Beast. This sent a jolt through his heart. Although surprised, he understood that there were only 2 possible explanations for this situation. One was that the Shura Beast had escaped from the Sand Table Conquest map. The other was Huang Fuqing's pupils trembled slightly, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. The Shura Beast is dead. Though hard to believe, he knew that even if the 9-layer demon tower had a breach, there was no way a mere gold-level demon beast could escape.
This could only mean that the reason for the Shura Beast's energy dissipating must be the second possibility.
But how could this be possible? A look of shock gradually appeared on the old man's face as he murmured, "Those little ones." He glanced at the few powerful warlords who looked extremely tense, his voice trembling almost uncontrollably.
What on earth happened? Did something happen to them? Old Qing, you're going to drive me crazy. Several powerful commanders, seeing Huang Fuqing's expression, felt uneasy and repeatedly pressed him for answers.
However, facing several anxious faces, Huang Fuqing suddenly burst into laughter. This laugh only made the commanders even more anxious. 2 hot-tempered men had already stood up, terrifying energy surging from their bodies.
"Don't be impulsive, they're fine,"
Huang Fuqing hurriedly shouted, secretly feeling relieved.
"What I mean is, these little guys killed the Azura Beast."
"Ha? The commanders, whose eyes had turned red with worry, were instantly stunned. Even the summoned units, who already possessed considerable intelligence, looked utterly astonished. Huang Fuqing looked up at the nearly repaired breach and thought to himself, well, this should do it. Now let's see how they react. He did not continue explaining, merely waiting for everyone to process it on their own. Finally, as a deep, muffled sound came from the 9-layer demon tower behind them, the breach that had been opened by the Shura beast exploiting the rune error was finally repaired. A mysterious force began to swirl around the massive tower, and the powerful commanders of the Xinsha Empire finally snapped out of their daze. Are you sure? That's a Shura beast. Even if suppressed, it's still at least level 15, one commander said incredulously. And it has a bewitching skill. A level 15 golden beast, taken down by a few freshmen? Another commander clutched his chest, his voice trembling. My heart feels a bit unsteady. Let me catch my breath. Are there monsters among these freshmen? Looking at the increasingly excited group, Huang Fuqing couldn't help but feel his heart surge with emotion. Even though the Shura beast was suppressed by the sandbox battle space, it was still a level 15 golden boss class. Monster! Not to mention a freshman at the War Academy who had just become a commander for a little over 3 months, even a soon-to-graduate student would find it difficult to face such a monster alone and come out unscathed. But now, the facts were right in front of them. The Shura beast had indeed been killed, and it was slain by those rookie commanders. This meant that among these freshmen, there was definitely an extraordinary prodigy. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Huang Fuqing waved his hand, casting a series of spells that merged into the 9-layered demon tower ahead. Buzz, a flash of blood-red light appeared. And immediately after, a corpse wrapped in energy fell before the group. It was none other than the corpse of the Shura beast, one of the monsters sealed within the 9-layered demon tower. Hiss, however, when Huang Fuqing and the others saw the Shura beast's utterly mangled corpse, they couldn't help but gasp. This was too tragic. It was almost unrecognizable. Originally, they thought that even if those rookie commanders managed to kill the Shura beast, it would have been after an arduous struggle. But now, it was clear this was no arduous struggle. The Shura beast had clearly been subjected to a brutal dismemberment before its death. Old Qing, quick, use the Kunlun mirror. An elderly warlord clutched his chest and shouted tremulously at Huang Fuqing. Huang Fuqing suppressed his look of surprise and waved his hand. A giant bronze mirror stored in another space within the Hall of the God of War emitted a dazzling light. Soon, the events that had unfolded during the previous sand table battle appeared before the warlords. The process of the first 4 rounds of warlord duels left them with no surprises. It was the typical performance of most novice warlords. But when the 5th match began, the young man who leapt down from the city wall and the white-armored cavalry he summoned with a wave of his hand immediately caused the breathing of the powerful warlords to grow heavier. Next, the white horses galloped through the desert, stirring up a storm. The young general in white robes drove his spear into the chest of the Azura beast. The Azura beast's claw struck the shield of Lu Yun's second unit, resulting in a severed limb, an arrow wound, and a retreat. Until finally, Lu Yun led over 100 cavalrymen to easily catch up with the Azura beast and slay it. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to recover from the scene that had long since finished playing. The elderly warlord was so overwhelmed with excitement that he almost collapsed, only managing to stay upright with the help of a white ape unit beside him. The other warlords, including Huang Fuqing, were not much better off, their hearts filled with immense shock. That is a human race unit? Why is it so powerful? One of the commanders exclaimed in disbelief. The number of units is too many, it has already exceeded the capacity of his command token space, hasn't it? Another commander stared intently at the scene, eyes gleaming with excitement. Is the curse of the human race units finally about to be broken? Everyone's hearts surged, filled with anticipation for the infinite possibilities of the future. At the same time, on the training field of the First War Academy in the East Sea Province, everyone was intently watching the towering phantom in the sky, their hearts filled with anticipation and tension. As time passed, Lu Hong and the 3 deans grew increasingly anxious, as if time had slowed to an unbearable crawl. At that moment, the massive 9-story demon tower phantom suddenly trembled slightly, and the black energy shrouding its body instantly dissipated, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, dazzling to behold. Immediately afterward, the 9-story demon tower emitted a brilliant light, and 5 figures fell out from within. Lu Hong and the other 3 reacted swiftly, unleashing dense energy to safely catch the individuals and gently place them on the ground. Those 5 were none other than Lu Yun and his companions, who had been drawn into the sand table battle. Seeing the 5 people safe and sound, Lu Hong and the 3 deans breathed a sigh of relief.
They immediately stepped forward to perform healing skills and took out healing talismans to treat Lu Yun and the others. When they discovered that, apart from Han Yun being unconscious, the other three girls only had minor surface injuries, and Lu Yun was completely unharmed, the three deans finally felt a weight lifted off their hearts. At this moment, they no longer cared about the group's performance in the sand table battle. Surviving the clutches of that monster was already an incredible stroke of luck. Especially Chu Wuji and Yushir San, who were heartbroken upon seeing the gruesome wounds on the three girls. They hurriedly fed them sacred healing medicines, wishing they could offer them all the best things they had.
Lu Yun, are you hurt anywhere? Yushir San asked nervously, his face full of concern. In his eyes, Lu Yun's potential was undoubtedly the greatest among this batch of new students. Although Lu Yun appeared uninjured, he was still worried whether Lu Yun had suffered internal or mental harm from the monster.
Dean Yu, Lu Yun is perfectly fine. This pill of yours is almost as big as a bun. I really can't swallow it.
Before Lu Yun could respond, Cheng Xiaoying, who was beside him, had her mouth stuffed full of pills and mumbled indistinctly at Yushir San. Yushir San continued to stare nervously at Lu Yun. It wasn't until Lu Yun spoke up to say he was fine that Yushir San let out a long sigh of relief, though he still pushed a pile of pills into Lu Yun's hands, showing exceptional concern. Meanwhile, on the martial arts field, many students began discussing among themselves as they saw Lu Yun and his group return safely.
Why is that Lu Yun completely unharmed?
Why are the three girls so badly injured? Someone questioned.
Did he just focus on running away and not dare to fight that monster at all? Another person sneered. Are you guys from the Third Academy brainless?
Did you forget Lu Yun's countercharge with his troops just now? A student from the Second Academy angrily rebuked.
Aside from Lu Yun, who isn't covered in injuries?
His final score is definitely at the bottom, someone scoffed dismissively. Han Yun from the Third Academy fought until he passed out to protect the girls. He might really take the top spot in this competition, another student said excitedly. For a moment, the freshmen from the three academies argued incessantly, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The freshmen from the Second Academy, who had always looked
down on Lu Yun, changed their stance after witnessing the strength of Lu Yun's human troops firsthand, transforming into his fervent supporters with an imposing momentum.
At that moment, a steady voice of an elder echoed from the giant tower in the sky. Due to special circumstances, the East Sea Province's three-school competition ends here.
Now announcing the final rankings.
Upon hearing this, many freshmen immediately showed expressions of anticipation, their hearts filled with tension. However, Lu Hong and the three deans were visibly surprised upon hearing this voice.
Since when did the assessment results of a province's freshmen require the personal announcement of the symbol god of the Xinsha Empire?
It seemed there was an unknown secret hidden behind this.
That's right. Lu Hong and the other three all recognized it.
The voice announcing the results was definitely not just any random staff member, but one of the 10 great military leaders of the Xinsha Empire, Fu Shun, Huang Fu Cheng. At this moment, everyone held their breath, deeply shaken. They never expected that this prominent figure would personally announce the results for the freshman evaluation in the East Sea Province. However, the four became increasingly tense, as if they had a premonition about something.
Could it be that something completely unforeseen even by them had occurred in the sand table battle?
At that moment, Lu Yun seemed to sense their gazes, turned his head, and flashed a brilliant smile. The four were suddenly startled, because it was only then that they noticed Lu Yun's level had actually changed. Originally, when he participated in the first 5 stages, he was still at level 12, but now,
level 15.
The 4 powerful commanders present, all more than 20 levels higher than Lu Yun, collectively gasped, their hearts filled with immense shock. At this moment, Huang Fu Qing's voice rang out again, carrying a hint of tension in the atmosphere.
5th place. A commotion immediately erupted in the martial arts arena.
Although the freshmen from the 3 war academies knew that the top 5 would undoubtedly be Lu Yun and his group, their curiosity grew even stronger. Lu Yun, the commander with the powerful human race units, could he continue his heaven-defying
performance from the 5th round, completely overturn the rankings, and claim first place in this tri-academy competition? Or would Ling Shui, Zhuge Waner, Cheng Xiaoying, and Han Yun use the advantages of their own units to reclaim their positions? Huang Fu Qing's voice paused slightly, then announced the first name. 3rd War Academy, Han Yun. Possesses minor intelligence but lacks grand strategy, evaluation, qualified, 6th stage score 1000. Buzz.
Immediately, the entire martial arts arena erupted in soft exclamations and discussions. Especially the numerous well-born freshmen from the 3rd Academy, whose faces instantly showed awkward expressions upon hearing that Han Yun's rank was only 5th. They had assumed that Han Yun, having fought desperately in the 6th stage despite being unconscious, would surely perform better than the others. Yet, they hadn't expected his ranking to still fall behind Ling Shui and the other three. After the results were announced, the scream that followed made their faces even more flushed.
Little wisdom? Isn't this clearly meant as sarcasm?
At this moment, Ling Shui, Zhuge Waner, and Cheng Xiaoying, who were beside Lu Yun, couldn't help but burst into laughter after hearing Huang Fuqing's evaluation.
Han Yun, lying.
On the ground, had already regained consciousness, but upon hearing his ranking and evaluation, his eyelids twitched slightly, and he simply continued to feign unconsciousness. 4th place, First War Academy, Cheng Xiaoying. With a steadfast heart, even stone can be pierced.
6th level score, 5,000. Rating, excellent.
As Cheng Xiaoying's ranking, score, and evaluation were announced, a wave of murmurs swept through the martial arts arena. With a healing talisman paper stuck to her face, Cheng Xiaoying revealed a playful smile, clearly very pleased with her evaluation. Her supporters, upon hearing that her score was 5,000, exactly 5 times that of Han Yun from the 3rd Academy earlier, mercilessly mocked the 3rd Academy's playboys. The 3rd Academy's dean, Nangong Zhu, glanced at Han Yun lying on the ground, his eye twitching slightly as he gave a helpless bitter smile. At this moment, Zhu Wuji and Yu Shisan exchanged a tense glance.
The announcement of the 3rd and 2nd places was about to be made, although they were almost certain of securing
the top spot in this tri-school competition. The final outcome between Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner, who had always been compared to each other, still deeply concerned the two deans. Huang Fuqing did not keep everyone waiting for long, and his tone carried a hint of admiration.
3rd place, 2nd War Academy, Ling Shui.
Bravery and strategy combined, 6th stage score, 10,000.
2nd place, 1st War Academy, Zhuge Waner.
Sacrificing oneself for righteousness, 6th stage score 10,000.
All rated as outstanding. Boom!
Upon hearing the announcement of the 3rd and 2nd place results by Huang Fuqing, the entire martial arts arena erupted once
again.
Although Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner ranked differently, both of their scores reached an astonishing 10,000, with evaluations
surpassing excellence to outstanding.
Everyone immediately understood that the performances of these two goddesses among the
freshmen in the 6th stage were absolutely remarkable.
Meanwhile, Lu Hong and the 3 deans began to feel a sense of nervousness. Upon hearing Huang Fuqing's comments on Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner, the atmosphere on site instantly became tense yet fervent. The 2 girls exchanged smiles, their eyes shimmering with a mysterious light, clearly shaken by Huang Fuqing's high praise. To receive such recognition from the symbol god Huang Fuqing was no coincidence. It must have been due to their extraordinary performance in the sand table battle. However, after a moment of amazement, Lu Hong, the 3 deans, and all the freshmen present suddenly realized that if Zhuge Waner and Ling Shui ranked 2nd and 3rd, then wouldn't that mean the yet-to-be-revealed 1st place was none other than Lu Yun among the 5? What was even more shocking was that even Zhuge Waner and Ling Shui, who were deemed exceptional, had been surpassed by Lu Yun. Just how astonishing must Lu Yun's performance have been in the 6th stage of the sand table battle? At this moment, Ling Shui, Zhuge Waner, and Cheng Xiaoying all turned their gazes toward Lu Yun, their hearts filled with anticipation. Having witnessed Lu Yun's stunning performance in the dungeon, they could hardly wait to experience the moment of awe when his results were announced. 1st place. Huang Fuqing pondered briefly, his tone carrying a hint of solemnity.
2nd War Academy, Lu Yun. Unmatched bravery, invincible in battle. 6th stage points, 100,000. Evaluation, extraordinary. In an instant, the entire martial arena fell into a brief silence. Shocked expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Although Lu Hong and the 3 deans had anticipated that Lu Yun's performance would not be mediocre, they were still stunned upon hearing Huang Fuqing's evaluation in points. Zhuge Waner, who ranked 2nd, and Ling Shui, who ranked 3rd, had outstanding performances but only scored 10,000 points. Yet Lu Yun had astonishingly achieved 100,000 points in one fell swoop. This meant that Lu Yun's performance was 10 times better than theirs. Even more astonishing was Huang Fuqing's commentary on Lu Yun, which left everyone speechless. Unmatched bravery, invincible in battle, such accolades seemed exaggerated when applied to a novice participating in a midterm evaluation. However, no one dared to question the authority of the rune god Huang Fuqing, which meant that this evaluation genuinely reflected Lu Yun's performance in the sandbox conquest. Many people couldn't help but recall the thrilling countercharge scene when Lu Yun faced hundreds of Wild Ox monsters in the 5th stage. 100,000. 100,000 points. This is insane. A voice rang out in the martial arts arena, filled with shock. The Exclamations echoing continuously, extraordinary rating. My goodness. Even higher than Ling Shui and Zhuge Wan'er's excellent ratings. This time, even Han Yun, who was lying on the ground, could no longer keep up the act. He sat up in astonishment, staring at Lu Yun in disbelief, his heart filled with shock and reverence. In that instant, Han Yun was bewitched by the Shura beast, his consciousness momentarily blurred, completely unaware of the outstanding performance of Lu Yun and the others. When he regained his senses and learned that he had only scored 1,000 points and was labeled clever but petty by Huang Fuqing, his heart was filled with regret. Why hadn't he chosen the same blue faction as Lu Yun and the others? When he heard the scores of Cheng Xiaoying, Zhuge Wan'er, and Ling Shui, a wave of shame surged over him. Believing himself to be no less capable than any of the girls, he had caused such a massive point gap due to a single wrong choice. He couldn't help but grit his teeth in secret, filled with regret. However, when Lu Yun's score was announced, Han Yun could no longer remain calm. The other party's score was as high as 100,000, while his own was only 1,000, a gap of 100-fold. As if a resounding slap had landed on his heart. It was simply unbelievable. Could it be that Lu Yun had truly exploited a loophole in the rules of the Sand Table Conquest? Just as he was filled with doubt, the leaderboard refreshed again. On the giant screen in the sky, Lu Yun's name was prominently displayed, and his score was even more astonishing. Han Yun's vision went black, and he fainted on the spot. At this moment, the leaderboard displayed. First place, Lu Yun, score 160,945. Second place, Ling Shui, score 19,232. Third place, Zhuge Wan'er, score 18,789. Fourth place, Han Yun, score 16,540. Fifth place, Cheng Xiaoying, 14,337 points. The martial arts arena instantly erupted with excitement among the freshmen. Although Ling Shui and the others' rankings were expected, Lu Yun's score was nearly 150,000 points higher than everyone else's, shocking everyone. Even though they had witnessed Lu Yun's stunning countercharge performance with his troops, seeing him earn over 50,000 points in the fifth round made their hearts race uncontrollably. The terrifying gap left everyone deeply shaken, especially the freshmen from the second academy, who stared at Lu Yun's seemingly radiant figure. Many began slapping their own faces in regret. At the same time, Lu Hong and the three deans were utterly astonished. Dean Nangongju's eyes burned as he fixed his gaze on Lu Yun, so much so that he didn't even notice his student Han Yun fainting once again. Olju, what kind of luck have you stumbled upon? Shu Wuji said to Yu Shisan with a hint of jealousy. Nangongju, on the other hand, stared eagerly at Lu Yun and said, "Little Lu, are you interested in joining our third academy? Our subsidies are definitely higher than those of the second academy." Boom! Before Nangongju could finish his sentence, he was blasted several steps back by a surge of powerful water element energy. Yu Shisan glared at him angrily, his tone resolute. "Lu Yun will always belong to our second academy." Standing behind Yu Shisan, Lu Yun watched the three deans' behavior and shook his head silently. Beside him, the three girls, Ling Shui and her companions, couldn't help but stifle their laughter, their hearts filled with admiration. They had personally witnessed the terrifying strength of Lu Yun's two troop types during the sand table competition. A Lu Yun capable of easily killing silver-tier troops and gold-tier Azura beasts, how could he possibly perform poorly in the fifth round? When they saw Lu Yun's total score surpass an astonishing 200,000, the three were shocked but found it entirely reasonable. Without a doubt, the first place in this year's Tri-Academy competition should belong to Lu Yun. The three, once considered favorites by other freshmen, had long since been won over by Lu Yun's prowess. After the results were announced, students from the second and third war academies returned to their schools one after another. At this moment, on the bus carrying Lu Yun, no one dared to utter a word of mockery. Even when Ling Shui personally fed Lu Yun fruit, no one dared to show any jealousy. Perfect match. A match made in heaven. Although many boys felt heartbroken, they had no other thoughts. Lu Yun returned to the dormitory, took a refreshing shower, changed into comfortable clothes, and sat on the sofa to review the gains from this competition. Apart from the 300,000 energy reward for first place, which had yet to be distributed, the biggest gain was the results of defeating the Azura Beast. The Azura Beast truly lived up to its reputation as a gold-level boss. It directly boosted Lu Yun from level 13 to level 15 at 85%. Almost 3 levels in one go. Not only that, the energy stone yield exceeded 100,000. Now, the energy of the military token in the Imperial Seal has surpassed 200,000. Lu Yun watched all of this, his heart filled with anticipation and excitement.
Having advanced to level 15 in the skills Summon Qin Elite Warriors and Summon White Horse Cavalry, Lu Yun felt an unprecedented surge of power. He discovered that the energy required to summon a single unit had astonishingly reached 1,600 points. Despite feeling a pang of heartache, he unhesitatingly spent nearly 100,000 troop token energy to fully expand the troop token space. When he saw a full 300 units in the troop token space, his heart was brimming with pride. According to the experience of regular troop masters, one would typically need to reach at least level 30 to summon this many units. Yet Lu Yun knew that even Yushirsan and Chen Wudi, who were close to level 40, had barely surpassed 100 units in their armies. Before this second breakthrough, Lu Yun's troop count was undoubtedly far ahead of the rest. Especially with the Qin Elite Warriors and White Horse Cavalry reaching level 15, their attributes had become utterly terrifying. Qin Elite Warriors, Bronze level. Strength, 7,300. Agility, 7,300. Spirit, 7,300. Constitution, 7,300. Skills, Charge, Mist Concealment. White Horse Cavalry, Bronze level. Strength, 7,300. Agility, 14,600. Spirit, 3,650. Physique, 3,650. After the Great Qin Elite Warriors reached level 15, their four-dimensional base attributes reached 365 points. With the 20x boost from the Mandate of Heaven, their attributes terrifyingly soared to 7,300 points. In the battles of the Sandbox Conquest, 150 Great Qin Elite Warriors are undoubtedly the nightmare of all monsters and units of the same level. Meanwhile, the agility attribute of the White Horse Cavalry has even broken through to nearly 15,000, with movement and attack speeds completely surpassing the scope of ordinary units. In addition, the strength of the silver-tier hero units by Qi and Zhao Yun is simply unparalleled. Watching these two growing units, Lu Yun finally felt a trace of security in this era of military tokens. Aside from energy stones, the Azura Beast also dropped a golden ring and several pieces of silver and bronze-tier equipment. Lu Yun didn't pay much attention to these items. Perhaps in the eyes of other commanders, these pieces of equipment could be considered minor treasures, especially a fully jet-black silver-tier slender longsword. Blade of Azura, silver strength plus 120, agility plus 60. Effect: upon hitting a target, there is a chance to inflict bleeding damage for 10 seconds. If put up for auction, it would definitely be fiercely contested by numerous warriors. However, the current Lu Yun already commands 300 troops, and with the damage transfer effect of Shou Yongchang, as long as he doesn't court death in front of a stronger opponent, he basically has no use for low-tier equipment. He has already decided to go to the armory tomorrow and exchange all bronze equipment, except for this Blade of Azura, for academy points. As for that golden grade ring, it brought a surge of joy to Lu Yun's heart. Shadow Ring, Gold. Usage requirement, level 15. Attributes: Spirit plus 20, Constitution plus 20, Dark Attribute Damage Reduction 15%. Attached skill, Shadow Control, can summon a certain number of shadow minions. This ring will add more strategy and possibilities to his battles. Lu Yun secretly calculated in his heart that the journey ahead would undoubtedly be even more magnificent and tumultuous. For a level 15 gold equipment, the attributes of this shadow ring could be considered quite poor. Apart from reducing dark attribute damage, it had almost no other standout features, even inferior to some bronze equipment of the same level. However, what Lu Yun truly valued was the skill attached to this ring, Shadow Control. This skill allows the summoning of a creature called a shadow minion to fight. Although the number of shadow minions cannot exceed the summoner's level, their attributes are only 50% of the summoner's own, and their combat range is limited to within 5 meters of the summoner. This was a point that made Lu Yun extremely satisfied. The summoned shadow minions do not consume any troop token energy. As everyone knows, troop combat requires continuous consumption of troop token energy. Lu Yun had carefully calculated that if it weren't for the ability to replenish energy in the assessment space of the 9-layer demon tower, he would have expended over 10,000 troop token energy just to summon the Qin Elite Warriors for a countercharge during the 5th level's battle. The power of strong troops not only brings strength, but also comes with massive energy consumption, which is why many troop masters are often reluctant to summon with full force during battles. And the unique skill of this shadow ring, summoning shadow minions without consuming any energy tokens, made Lu Yun overjoyed. He now possessed 2 powerful troop types, and the energy consumption during battles was naturally immense. However, in this situation, Lu Yun was filled with anticipation. As for the limitations on the attributes and combat range of the shadow minions, they were insignificant to Lu Yun. although his level 15 four-dimensional attributes only totaled 150 points, 50% of the Shadow Minion's attributes amounted to just 75 points.
However, with his heaven-bestowed 20x skill amplification effect, the four-dimensional attributes of the Shadow Minions instantly
soared to an astonishing 1500 points, comparable to the attributes of the cybernetic mechanical troops previously used by Qianxing. Moreover, the original 5-meter combat radius of the Shadow Minions might seem trivial to others, but for Lu Yun, after the 20x amplification, the combat range expanded to a full 100 meters. Although it was much smaller than that of the Qin elite warriors and White Horse cavalry, it far exceeded the reconnaissance-type troops of the same level.
Lu Yun was thoroughly satisfied.
Without hesitation, he put on the shadow ring, and black energy flowed across its surface.
With a gentle wave of his hand, a flash of black light appeared, and a shadowy figure, ghost-like, materialized before him. The moment Lu Yun saw the Shadow Minion, he couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. Its form, a fusion of mist and shadow, entirely pitch black, bore a certain resemblance to the Qin elite warriors. This made Lu Yun's heart stir as he thought of the upcoming trial for students of the 9 Provinces War Academy. At that time, not only would the first-year freshmen participate, but even senior students like Qianxing would also join. Perhaps he could use this shadow servant to execute a mix of deceptive and real tactics. After becoming familiar with the control and combat of the shadow servant, Lu Yun put it away and looked expectantly at the rusty, massive metal throne in the command token space. Abyssal Throne, Growth-type War Master Treasure. Usage requirement, level 15. Attribute, all attributes plus 100. Additional effect, unknown.
Description, a treasure stolen from the abyss by the Mist Lord and Mist Queen, possessing immense growth potential. Lu Yun would never forget the abyssal throne dropped by the Mist Queen. Every growth-type magical artifact is a rare treasure, and at this moment, he happened to meet the conditions for its use. With great anticipation, he willed it into existence, and the massive throne appeared before him. Gazing at the abyssal throne, whose backrest was formed by 9 inverted sword blades, Lu Yun's eyes burned with intensity despite the blades being rusted and worn. The dormitory floor, originally constructed with special reinforcement to withstand the strength of freshmen summoning their warlords, now showed numerous cracks under the immense weight of the throne.
But Lu Yun didn't care at all. He walked straight to the abyss throne and sat down without hesitation.
At the same time, in the dormitory next to Lu Yun's, Ling Shui, dressed in white pajamas, was having her unit, a female battle angel, comb her hair. Suddenly, her battle angel shuddered, and the white wings on her back trembled uncontrollably.
"Alita, what's wrong with you?" Ling Shui noticed the abnormality of her unit and felt a faint sense of unease.
Turning her head strangely to look at the battle angel Alita behind her, Ling Shui's heart tightened, as if she could sense an eerie aura emanating from the abyss.
"Master, the power from the abyss."
Alita's voice carried a trace of fear, causing Ling Shui to frown slightly. At that moment, she suddenly turned her head to look in the direction of Lu Yun's dormitory next door, faintly sensing that things might not be so simple.
At the same time,
at the entrance of the Second War Academy, Yu Shisan and Chen Wudi were anxiously waiting, while also pondering the upcoming situation.
Buzz!
A massive golden talisman suddenly appeared dozens of meters above their heads, instantly drawing their attention.
The talisman god! It's actually Deacon Huangfu himself!
Chen Wudi exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes filled with excitement and astonishment. Beside him, Yu Shisan stiffly nodded, secretly thinking that this reward was far too overwhelming. On the way back to the Second Academy, he had received a notification from Lu Hong, learning that the War God Hall would personally send the reward for the tri-school competition. He had originally planned to drag Chen Wudi to find Lu Yun, but unexpectedly, he now witnessed the arrival of Huangfu Cheng. The person delivering the reward to Lu Yun and Ling Shui turned out to be such a heavyweight figure. The golden talisman slowly descended, revealing the figure of an elderly man with black hair dressed in a green robe. It was none other than Huangfu Qing.
13, Wudi, long time no see.
Huangfu Qing greeted the two with a smile, his voice resonant, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. In the dormitory, the moment Lu Yun sat on the abyssal throne, he received an exhilarating notification.
Congratulations on equipping the growth-type magical artifact, Abyssal Throne. Current bindable unit count, 0/9. Unlocked Abyss Throne initial grade, Black Iron. Unlocked Abyss Throne initial attributes, all attributes plus 100. Unlocked Abyss Throne initial effects, Abyssal Gaze, initial, bound units immune to all negative effects. Abyssal Gaze, initial, partially unlocks the power of the Abyssal Sovereign, exerting a certain deterrent effect on other units, monsters, and similar targets, with a chance to make them lose their will to fight.
Lu Yun's entire body was enveloped by an inexplicable power, and the unlocking effect of the abyssal throne left him deeply shaken. Just the plus 100 to all attributes alone is already comparable to gold-tier equipment.
And the immunity to negative effects is an absolutely critical ability for all units.
Think about those enemies with control skills. Powerful units often possess group control abilities, creating significant threats. While Lu Yun's 2 units have strong attributes, they often have no choice but to endure effects like slowing, bleeding, or blindness head-on. However, with the immunity effect of the Abyssal Throne, the Qin Sharp soldiers and White Horse cavalry will no longer fear such opponents at all.
Moreover, this seems to be just the effect of the initial unlocking of the Abyssal Throne. The even greater potential in the future makes him eager to explore further. Lu Yun finally began to understand why the Mist Queen had been able to dominate the wilderness for so many years. Almost no one could easily
kill her when she emerged from a dungeon seeking revenge.
Besides the immunity effect, another effect, Abyssal Gaze, also surprised Lu Yun.
It turned out to be a passive effect that intimidates enemy units or monsters.
Although he couldn't yet fully grasp the extent of Abyssal
Gaze's influence, even in its initial state, it had a chance to make targets lose their will to fight, which was enough to prove its power. Lu Yun thought to himself, becoming increasingly eager to find a dungeon to test the true effect of Abyssal Gaze.
In addition, he noticed that the Abyssal Throne actually had 9 slots for binding units.
Turning his head sharply, he glanced at the 9 inverted longswords behind him, feeling a jolt in his heart. This was a growth-type artifact with 9 slots for binding units.
Could it be that the growth of the Abyssal Throne wasn't reliant on absorbing energy and special items, but rather on binding units? The more Lu Yun thought about it, the more excited he became. If this were true, then the Abyssal Throne was practically tailor-made for him. If the more units bound, the stronger it became, it might be considered useless to other commanders, but for him, it was incredibly valuable.
After all, many commanders spend their entire lives with only one main unit type. But he was different, possessing a unique hidden god-level talent and powerful passive support, allowing him to summon a large variety of units.
Lu Yun believed that the Imperial Seal of the ancient 9 provinces would summon even more powerful units.
The Abyssal Throne grew by binding more units, which seemed to align perfectly with him.
However, he let out a long breath,
as the promotion of bound units was still just his speculation.
To find out the truth, he would have to test it. With anticipation in his heart, Lu Yun chose the first unit to bind to the Abyssal Throne, the Qin Elite Warriors.
At this moment, Lu Yun was unaware that not far from the door of his dormitory, Huangfu Qing from the Temple of War, Yushir San, the Dean of the Second Academy, and Shen Wudi, the Armory Administrator, were heading toward his dormitory. Yushir San was about to call Lu Yun out to meet Huangfu Qing.
After all, this was none other than the renowned rune god of the entire Xinxia Empire and even across the 9 great human empires. On the battlefield, one could only admire his presence from afar. Today, he had personally come to deliver the grand competition's reward to Lu Yun, truly a rare opportunity.
Yushir San, hold on a moment. I'd like to test him first. Just as Yushir San was about to step forward, Huangfu Qing stopped him with a smile.
Seeing Huangfu Qing smile, both Yushir San and Shen Wudi couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, worried that Lu
Yun might not perform well in front of this rune god. Without offering much explanation, Huangfu Qing gently waved his right hand, and a golden rune talisman flickered briefly in his palm. Immediately afterward, a unit clad in azure armor materialized. The joints of this unit were adorned with intricate runes, and its body, covered by armor, appeared to be entirely stitched together from rune paper, forming a humanoid entity.
Rune General Azure Armor. Upon seeing this unit, Yushir San and Shen Wudi couldn't hide their excitement.
This was none other than Huangfu Qing's most powerful unit, the Rune General Azure Armor, ranked among the top 20 units across all 9 great empires. Now witnessing it firsthand, Yushir San and Shen Wudi, while excited, felt a tinge of worry in their hearts. They hadn't expected Huangfu Qing
to directly deploy his strongest unit just to test Lu Yun's strength.
The Rune General Qingjia seemed to have already understood Huangfu
Qing's intentions.
After a slight nod, he stepped toward the door of Lu Yun's dormitory. The cyan armor moved silently as intricate runes
flowed across its surface.
Yushir San and Shen Wudi, who had not yet completed their second transformation, were amazed by the sight. Just as the Rune General Qingjia reached the door of Lu Yun's dormitory and was about to knock, the door of the neighboring dormitory suddenly opened. Ling Shui, who had been preparing to check on Lu Yun's dormitory due to the earlier changes in the Battle Angel, opened her door and immediately saw the Rune General Qingjia standing next door. Instinctively, she pulled herself back, spread her wings, and prepared to attack this Rune General Qingjia,
who had suddenly appeared in the student dormitory. Not far away, Yushir-san and Chen Wuti saw this scene and were about to call out a warning. The Rune General Qingjia, with eyes like torches, stared directly at Ling Xue's battle angel with a solemn expression. Without hesitation, he raised his hand decisively. A cyan talisman paper instantly transformed into a streak of light, landing precisely on the forehead of the battle angel Alita. The rare angel unit, who was just about to draw her sword to engage, was immediately immobilized by the power of the talisman paper, as if an imposing mountain was pressing down on her. Seeing this, Ling Xue became alert and was about to call out to warn Lu Yun in the neighboring dormitory. However, she noticed Yushir-san and Chen Wuti not far away, waving at her repeatedly, accompanied by an elderly man in a cyan robe with black hair, smiling kindly. Dean Yu.
Ling Xue understood in her heart that there was no danger at the moment. She breathed a sigh of relief, and the tension in her heart gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, the talisman General Qingjia at the door of Lu Yun's room noticed the change in Ling Xue's expression. He quickly raised his hand, and the talisman paper that had easily immobilized
Alita quietly floated down.
Alita regained her mobility. Although she knew the people in front of her were not enemies, she still remained vigilant, slightly shielding Ling Xue behind her. After completing all this, the talisman General Qingjia was just about to knock on Lu Yun's door when suddenly, a faint black ripple
emanated from Lu Yun's room.
Immediately afterward, Huang Fuqing, Yushir-san, Chen Wuti, and Ling Xue, who was standing at the
dormitory entrance, were all shocked to see the talisman General Qingjia's body.
The talisman papers at his joint connections suddenly radiated a dazzling light, and strange runes frantically flowed across Qingjia's body, seemingly counteracting some immense power. As the master of the talisman General Qingjia, Huang Fuqing's face changed drastically, filled with shock. He could actually sense that his talisman General Qingjia
was experiencing fear. Instinctively, he activated his first defensive rune, pondering in his heart, what could possibly make the talisman General Qingjia feel fear?
At this moment, Huang Fuqing noticed that the battle angel, who had been standing in front of Ling Xue, had collapsed to the ground, staring in terror in the direction of Lu Yun's dormitory.
Could it be Huang Fuqing's
heart trembled as a vague suspicion arose, but before he could react, the next moment, an even stronger wave emanated from Lu Yun's room. This time, the ripple was azure, like a sudden gale, sending chills down one's spine.
Clang!
From within the azure armor of the rune guard standing in front of Lu Yun's dormitory door, the sound of clashing metal echoed.
Blood-red runes rapidly surfaced on the azure armor, and as if feeling insufficient, the rune guard took a dozen steps back. A faint golden glow began to flicker in its hands.
Huang Fuqing's heart jolted as he recognized this as a sign that the rune guard was about to draw its weapon.
A storm was quietly brewing. Azure Guard.
Huang Fuqing decisively stopped the rune guard's actions. This is the student dormitory area, where the unsheathing of any weapon could trigger a disaster. After halting the automatic defense of the talisman General Qingjia, Huang Fuqing cast a complex gaze in the direction of Lu Yun's dormitory. When that azure wind blade-like ripple spread out just now, he used his divine sense to carefully investigate and discovered that it was actually a form of mental attack meant to intimidate enemies. But what Huang Fuqing couldn't understand was that, with Fu General Qingjia's strength, even the mental intimidation exerted by a level 60 or higher lord of soldiers would hardly cause such an excessive reaction. Yet just now, the mental intimidation released from Lu Yun's room actually forced Fu General Qingjia to consecutively activate both defensive and offensive runes. Is this really the strength a novice lord of soldiers should possess? On the side, Yushir-san and Chen Wuti were equally startled, secretly worried in their hearts. Is Fu General Qingjia, who was close to level 80, really about to make a move? However, their inner shock was even more indescribable. This talisman General Qingjia was originally released by Huang Fuqing to test Lu Yun. They had worried that Lu Yun might lose his composure in the face of such a powerful troop type, disappointing Huang Fuqing. Unexpectedly, the development of events exceeded their expectations. The talisman General Qingjia didn't even get to see Lu Yun's people before being so intimidated by those two mental deterrents that it was about to launch an attack. What shocked Yushir-san and Chen Wuti even more was that those two mental deterrents actually came from Lu Yun's room. A freshman actually scared the troops of the rune god into such a sorry state? The two couldn't help but feel their hearts race in fear. Squeak! At this moment, the dormitory door was suddenly opened. Lu Yun looked puzzled, poked his head out, and saw Fu Jiang Qingjia, Huang Fuqing, as well as the uneasy Yushir-san and Chen Wuti outside the door.
Dean Yu, Grandpa Chen, is there something you need from me?
Lu Yun, as if nothing had happened, softly asked the two of them. But soon, he noticed the battle angel collapsed on the ground at the door of the neighboring dormitory and the anxious-looking Ling Shui.
What's wrong? Lu Yun stepped toward Ling Shui.
However, as he approached Ling Shui and her battle angel, Alita, who was already pale and trembling all over, suddenly retreated desperately, as if she had seen something terrifying. Meanwhile, not far away, the blood-red runes on the armor of the talisman General Qingjia began to circulate faster.
It's really him. It's no one else.
Standing next to the rune General Qingjia, Huang Fuqing widened his eyes once again after seeing the reactions of the battle angel and the rune General Qingjia. He had originally thought that the person releasing that terrifying mental deterrence was someone else in Lu Yun's room. But just being near Lu Yun made that rare angel unit in his own rune General Qingjia so vigilant. This explained everything. The one who had just released those two waves of mental deterrence was none other than Lu Yun.
How is that possible? Huang Fuqing had already been stunned by Lu Yun's performance in the sand table battle for supremacy.
At this moment, her heart raced, and her gaze completely changed. Meanwhile, Lu Yun, seeing the battle angel who was so frightened by him that she was about to cry, showed a trace of guilt on his face. He seemed to understand something, gently waved his hand, and deactivated the Abyss Gaze effect of the Abyss Throne. Unexpectedly, after binding the Great Qin elite warriors and the White Horse Cavalry, the effect of Abyss Gaze turned out to be so powerful.
As the terrifying pressure from Lu Yun disappeared, Ling Shui's battle angel was finally no longer so fearful, although her gaze toward Lu Yun still carried a hint of wariness. Lu Yun gave Ling Shui an apologetic smile, then turned to look at the three elderly men approaching. At this moment, the green-armored warrior units with talismans attached to them had already vanished, and Lu Yun vaguely guessed the identity of the black-haired elder. Lu Yun, this is Steward Huangfu from the Temple of War, personally delivering the reward for this year's tri-school competition. Yu Shi-san introduced Lu Yun. Lu Yun respectfully saluted, Master Fu. Ling Shui, who was beside them, quickly stood up upon hearing Yu Shi-san's introduction and followed Lu Yun in saluting. Huang Fuqing waved his hand, and a gentle energy lifted the two of them. Smiling, he said to the visibly excited Ling Shui, "This must be the second-place winner this time, Ling Shui. Just now, Qingjia acted rashly against your troops, so please accept this small gift as an apology." As he spoke, Huang Fuqing gently waved his hand, and 3 pieces of talisman paper inscribed with intricate runes floated toward Ling Shui. Upon seeing the attributes of the 3 talisman papers, Ling Shui's delicate face immediately lit up with joy, and she quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Talisman God." Standing behind Huang Fuqing, Yu Shi-san and Chen Wudi, upon seeing those 3 talisman papers, were filled with envy and thought to themselves, "These are the ultimate treasures that countless troop masters dream of." Ling Shui carefully put away the 3 talisman papers, her face brimming with a proud smile, and cast a gratified glance at Lu Yun. Lu Yun also felt happy for her in his heart, as every talisman paper from this talisman master was a priceless treasure. Huang Fuqing, having completed everything, smiled and said, "I would like to have a private conversation with young friend Lu Yun." What do you all think?
Yu Shi-san and Chen Wudi immediately understood and nodded, saying, "Steward Huangfu, please go ahead." They knew that Lu Yun's future was boundless. Ling Shui glanced at Lu Yun, then returned to her dormitory, leaving Lu Yun and Huang Fuqing alone.
As soon as the dormitory door closed, Huang Fuqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lu Yun, those 2 pressures just now, were they from some kind of magical artifact?
Lu Yun nodded, understanding there was no need to hide anything from this rune god.
With a wave of his hand, the massive Abyss Throne appeared in the dormitory, its imposing aura instantly filling the room with an air of majesty. This, a growth-type magical artifact. Huang Fuqing exclaimed in shock, his eyes gleaming with amazement. Lu Yun nodded slightly. The Abyss Throne had undergone a complete transformation, much of the rust had been removed, and it was undoubtedly a whole new sight. Among the 9 inverted long swords, forming the backrest, 2 of the blades radiated dazzling light, one rippling like black water, the other raging like a cyan wind blade, making the Abyss Throne appear even more majestic. The attributes are far more powerful than in the initial state. Abyssal Throne, Gold level. Current bindable unit count, 2/9. Attributes, all attributes plus 400. Additional effects. Abyssal Gaze, Tier 2. The bound unit is immune to all negative effects. The bound unit's skill effects are increased by 20%. Elemental Authority, Water, Wind. It is evident that the Abyssal Throne has directly advanced from its initial state to the Gold level, with its attribute enhancements making it stand out among treasures of the same grade. Meanwhile, Abyssal Gaze has also successfully advanced to Tier 2.
After witnessing Ling Shue's Battle Angel and Huangfu Qing's Rune General Qingjia, Lu Yun vaguely understood the terrifying effects of Tier 2 Abyssal Gaze. Ling Shue's Battle Angel, as a rare unit, was almost panic-stricken under the immense pressure. And Huangfu Qing's Rune General Qingjia, seemingly already over level 70 and of a grade even higher than gold, reacted as if facing a formidable enemy upon seeing Lu Yun, which is enough to demonstrate the power of Abyssal Gaze. Lu Yun was quite pleased with this and secretly delighted. Not only was there an improvement in Abyssal Gaze, but after binding the Qin elite warriors and the White Horse Cavalry, the additional effects of the Abyssal Throne also increased by 2, the skill effects of bound units were enhanced by 20%, which was simply absurdly powerful. The charge and mist concealment skills of the Qin elite warriors, as well as Jia Yun's ever-victorious skill, would undoubtedly see a significant boost in power. Just thinking about it was enough to make one's blood boil with excitement. Additionally, the special effects of the Elemental Authority left Lu Yun pleasantly surprised, filling him with anticipation for how spectacular future battles would be. Elemental Authority unlocks the corresponding element for bound units, granting attacks with that element's damage and significantly increasing resistance to damage from that element. Current troop unlock elements and resistance ratio. Great Qin Elite Warriors, Water, 20%, White Horse Cavalry, Wind, 20%. Lu Yun's lips curved slightly, his heart filled with immense satisfaction. Recalling his fierce battle with the Mist Queen, he remembered how the physical damage resistance he faced back then had made the fight incredibly tough. If he had possessed the blessing of this elemental authority at that time, the Mist Queen would have had no chance of withstanding even a few strikes from the great Qin elite warriors. This was practically a weapon of magical damage for his troops. Moreover, the elemental resistance was extremely practical. 20% resistance was already equivalent to some bronze level or higher defensive equipment. Now, with the great Qin elite warriors wielding water-based damage and the White Horse Cavalry dealing wind-based damage, Lu Yun's combat power had once again skyrocketed to an absurd level. The Abyssal Throne, which had just been bound to these two troops, was already showcasing unparalleled potential. At this moment, Huangfu Qing was also deeply shocked by the attributes of the Abyss Throne. He had seen more powerful warlord artifacts, but Lu Yun's Abyss Throne truly surprised him. The all-attribute enhancement and the strengthening effect on troops had already reached the level of a top-tier artifact, not to mention the additional deterrent effect Abyssal Gaze. It really is an ability that can intimidate targets. Huangfu Qing thought to himself, though he did not believe that the deterrent power of Abyssal Gaze came solely from the effect itself. After all, the Abyss Throne's effect was being wielded by Lu Yun, a level 15 warlord. No matter how strong the effect, it shouldn't be enough to make a level 79 diamond-grade rune general like Qingjia feel fear. He suddenly realized that the truly powerful aspect was Lu Yun's troops. Recalling the repeatedly watched sandbox battle footage, the performance of Lu Yun's 2 black and white troop units had astonished all the powerful warlords in the Temple of War. Huangfu Qing's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. The growth of this Abyss Throne requires the warlord to continuously bind troops. The more and stronger the bound troops, the more powerful the Abyss Throne will become. He was thrilled in his heart. The mental deterrence of Abyssal Gaze was precisely based on the strength of the troops bound to the Abyss Throne, producing varying levels of impact. Unconsciously, Huangfu Qing's eyes were fixed intently on Lu Yun, and his breathing became rapid. Huangfu Deacon? Are you all right? Lu Yun felt a bit uneasy under the gaze of this rune god and asked. Just call me Grandpa Huangfu from now on. Huangfu Qing snapped out of it and immediately said to Lu Yun with a kindly smile. Alright, rune god, you. Lu Yun nodded with a light smile, though his heart was full of anticipation. He hadn't forgotten that Yu Shisan had just mentioned the purpose of Huangfu Qing's visit this time. Exactly. Huangfu Qing flipped his hand and took out a storage bag, solemnly handing it to Lu Yun. This is the first place reward for the East Sea Province's Tri-School competition, as well as the Shura heart you didn't have time to take after killing the Shura beast. Lu Yun beamed with joy and indeed found 300,000 energy stones stored in the storage bag. These energy stones were still low-grade ones, each containing 100 points of energy, a total of 3,000 pieces piled up in the bag, dazzling his eyes. For the foreseeable future, he no longer had to worry about the energy for his military talisman. In addition to these energy stones, Lu Yun also saw the Shura heart mentioned by Huangfu Qing, a bead emitting a black glow, floating right next to the energy stones. With a thought, the bead fell into his hand, and immediately a chilling aura emanated from it, invading his entire body. But he did not panic. Since the symbol god Huangfu Qing did not stop him, this Shura heart was certainly not dangerous. After using the detection technique, Lu Yun saw the attributes of the Shura heart and couldn't help but gasp in shock.
Heart of Azura, gold level unit item. Binding requirement, units level 15 and above. Additional effect, all unit attacks gain an additional Azura path damage, with damage value equal to the normal attack value. Truly a gold level item. Lu Yun was overjoyed, realizing that it could allow unit attacks to deal an additional identical damage. Isn't this double damage with a single attack? His eyes sparkled with anticipation, as future battles were destined to stir up a massive storm. Lu Yun instantly thought of the White Horse Cavalry. This type of high agility, high rate of fire unit, combined with the Heart of Azura, is simply a match made in heaven. Although the strength of the White Horse Cavalry wouldn't exactly double, any creature facing such an opponent would definitely be taught a harsh lesson. Thank you, Grandpa Huangfu. Lu Yun said loudly to Huangfu Qing, feeling completely satisfied.
He speculated that this Heart of Azura wasn't simply something he hadn't had time to pick up. It was very likely that it required dealing with the corpse of the Azura beast first to obtain this Heart of Azura. Although this Heart of Azura is only of golden grade, it is incredibly precious to any commander.
Who would complain about their troops having higher attack power?
Lu Yun felt that this rune god must have personally decided to reward him with the Heart of Azura. Huangfu Qing revealed a satisfied smile and added, Azura path damage doesn't belong to any type of physical or magical damage.
Make good use of this item. Alright. Lu Yun's excitement was written all over his face.
Afterward, Huangfu Qing briefly guided Lu Yun on the topic of troop training before getting up to leave.
However, just as he stepped out of the dormitory door, the old man suddenly turned back. Oh, by the way, we're looking forward to your performance in tomorrow's trial. With that, Huangfu Qing handed a metal token to Lu Yun, then summoned a golden talisman paper and departed gracefully. Lu Yun curiously examined the metal token and saw 3 characters engraved on it, Vice Captain. Just as he was puzzled, Chen Wudi appeared first, shouting loudly. Following closely behind, Yu Shisan also looked surprised when he saw the metal token in Lu Yun's hand. Lu Yun immediately realized that this metal token was definitely not ordinary. Seems like the talisman god was up to something. The next morning, Lu Yun, along with Ling Shui and Zhuge Wanner, stepped into a teleportation array in Donghai City to participate in the new recruit trial jointly held by the 9 provinces. Originally, this trial was meant for the top 9 contestants from the 3 schools' joint competition. However, due to the unexpected incident with the 9-layered demon tower, the other participants voluntarily gave up the opportunity. The Third War Academy's spoiled heirs and second-generation elites, seeing that their strongest contenders, Du Zixuan and Han Yun, had been defeated by Lu Yun's group, surprisingly chose not to compete. Lu Yun heard that Du Zixuan actually wanted to participate in the trial, but after the test ended yesterday, he angrily went to challenge Han Yun to a duel. As a result, he was almost shredded by Han Yun, who was already in a foul mood, using his flying sword. Chang Xiaoying, who had
once fought alongside Ling Shui and Zhuge Wanner, actually arrived at the teleportation array leading to the trial location in the morning. However, after receiving a call from a senior brother participating in the trial, she blushed and obediently returned to the first courtyard.
In the end, only Lu Yun, Ling Shui, and Zhuge Wanner represented the freshmen of Donghai province in this trial.
Buzz as a flash of light flickered, the scenery shifted. When Lu Yun opened his eyes again, he found himself and the 2 girls standing in a massive plaza. At this moment, the plaza was already filled with over 40 freshmen from the other 8 provinces. When they saw the arrival of Lu Yun and the 2 girls, many were stunned by the outstanding appearances of Ling Shui and Zhuge Wanner standing beside him.
Hello, I am. A handsome young man, blushing, walked up to Ling Shui. But before he could finish, Ling Shui coldly spat out a single word, scram. Zhuge Wanner, standing nearby, also wore a frosty expression, causing a group of boys who had intended to strike up a conversation to immediately back off. However, seeing Lu Yun standing beside the 2 beauties, everyone couldn't help but feel envious. Lu Yun was already accustomed to such gazes. Just as he was about to check when the trial would begin, an excited voice came from behind him. Boss Lu, I missed you so much. Immediately after, a chubby figure charged toward him. If Lu Yun hadn't raised his hand in time to block, he might have been tightly hugged by the other party. This person was none other than Chen Zhuangzhuang, whom he had previously encountered during the sand table battle. Lu Yun had a good impression of this chubby guy and was about to chat with him for a bit when a haughty voice came from the direction Chen Zhuangzhuang had run from.
Upon hearing the voice, Chen Zhuangzhuang quickly shouted, "Senior, this is the Lu Yun I told you about earlier.
His troop type. Anyway, I survived thanks to him." Lu Yun turned his head and saw a male student in orange armor walking over with a frown.
The armor was stained with quite a bit of blood, clearly indicating he had just been through a fierce battle. The surrounding freshmen cast admiring glances, their eyes filled with reverence and awe for this male student. At this moment, he seemed to be basking in the attention, a proud smile on his face. However, when he strode confidently to a spot not far from Lu Yun and the others, his gaze fell on Ling Shui and Zhuge Wanner, and a look of astonishment instantly
flashed across his face.
Clearly, the charm of these two beauties had caught him off guard.
But he quickly adjusted his expression, striving to maintain his composure.
"Zhuangzhuang," he said solemnly to the chubby Chen Zhuangzhuang, "once you enter the trial map, don't run around recklessly. You must carefully
follow the instructions of our team's captain. If you really encounter danger, immediately seek help from a second and third year seniors."
As he spoke, he puffed out his chest to show off his blood-stained armor, as if it were an invisible badge of honor.
However, when he noticed that Ling Shui and Zhuge Wanner hadn't even glanced at him, the pride on his face turned slightly awkward. Undeterred, he continued speaking to Lu Yun and the others, "Since you three know Zhuangzhuang, naturally, after entering the trial, I'll look out for you as well." Before he could finish his sentence, his gaze was suddenly drawn to the metal token hanging from Lu Yun's waist. His eyes widened instantly, as if he had seen something unbelievable, and he exclaimed in shock, "What? How do you have a vice captain's token?" At this moment, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and everyone's gaze instantly focused on Lu Yun, as the tense atmosphere quietly escalated. Chen Zhuangzhuang Sr. called out, immediately drawing the attention of many nearby students. Even Ling Shui and Zhuge Wanner couldn't help but look over. Before stepping into the teleportation array, the three of them had already hung their respective tokens on their waists. The tokens of the two girls were similar in appearance to Lu Yun's, but the words on the back merely read Recruit 1, signifying that they were still first-year recruits. Even the second-year male student in orange armor only had Recruit 2 written on the back of his identity token. However, the back of Lu Yun's token boldly displayed three words that were completely different from those of all the other freshmen present. "Vice Captain?" Chen Zhuangzhuang exclaimed upon seeing Lu Yun's token, staring at him in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been chatting with his senior Wang Song, who had been bragging about how their third-year squad leader had a strong chance of earning the vice-captain position. Yet, unexpectedly, this opportunity had fallen into Lu Yun's hands. Lu Yun was clearly just a first-year freshman. Although his two units were undeniably powerful, the recruit trials had been held for hundreds of years, and it was almost unheard of for a first-year freshman to be appointed as vice-captain. At this moment, Chen Zhuangzhuang's admiration for Lu Yun was beyond words. The surrounding freshmen were also astonished by the significance of this vice-captain token, marveling at how Lu Yun had managed to achieve such an honor on the very day of his arrival. "Humph. Getting into the trial through connections, you'll die a miserable death." At this moment, Wang Song, who seemed to have figured out the reason, let out a cold snort, his gaze full of disdain. "My name is Wang Song, and I am the main attacker of Squad 14. Once you enter the trial map, I'll make you understand that a token obtained through backdoor means will only bring you regret." Hearing this, a flash of coldness passed through Lu Yun's eyes. Beside him, Ling Shui and Zhuge Wanner, though curious about how Lu Yun had obtained the vice-captain token, couldn't help but have their expressions turn cold after hearing Wang Song's mockery. Wang Song, however, showed no sign of backing down, and the orange armor on his body began to gather energy. The tense atmosphere between the two sides was palpable. Chen Zhuangzhuang, realizing the situation was escalating, hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and stepping to Lu Yun's side. In a pleading tone, he said to Wang Song, "Senior, Lu Yun is my friend." Wang Song glanced at the group, his expression dark, with a particular look of disappointment directed at Chen Zhuangzhuang. However, he ultimately chose not to continue confronting Lu Yun. Instead, he turned around, patting the blood-stained armor on his body, as a faint orange glow emanated from it. "Now, collect your first-year recruit armor and follow me into the trial map." Wang Song shouted loudly, casting a cold glance at Lu Yun before continuing, "Hold on to your position tokens. If you encounter a life-threatening situation, inject energy into the token, and it will automatically extract you from the trial grounds." Many freshmen showed nervous expressions upon hearing Wang Song's reminder. Following Wang Song's instructions, everyone successively received a light blue piece of armor. Lu Yun paid no attention to this and was too lazy to argue further. With Wang Kong
He simply looked at the vice captain token on his waist and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. After receiving this token from Huang Fuqing, Lu Yun learned its true significance from Yu Shisan and Chen Wudi. This new recruit trial is not limited to freshmen from the 9 provinces. Second and third year students from major war academies will also be selected through evaluations to participate in the trial.
Third year students will enter the trial map on the
first day, second year students on the second day, and first year freshmen like Lu Yun will arrive on the third day. Once the new recruit trial begins, the War God Hall of the Xinsha Empire will distribute vice captain tokens to students, excluding the captain position, based on the performance of third and second year students during the first 2 days. In previous years, vice captain tokens were typically awarded to senior students who had participated in the trial for 2 days and performed the best. However, this year is clearly different. Huang Fuqing seemed to think that Lu Yun's performance in the midterm evaluation, especially in the sand table competition, was outstanding and directly awarded the vice captain token to him. Lu Yun had already anticipated doubts from people like Wang Song, but his heart was filled with determination.
He had no intention of voluntarily giving up this token. After all, he had heard that the captain position responsible for command and the vice captain position primarily responsible for combat would receive additional rewards after each trial. Lu Yun would not give up such an opportunity just because of warnings from a few senior students. After obtaining the Abyss Throne and the Heart of Azura, Lu Yun looked forward to competing on the same stage with these second and third year students. Take your armor, Vice Captain. When it was Lu Yun's turn to receive his armor, Wang Song sneered as he spoke. Second year recruit, watch your attitude.
Wang Song's tone carried a hint of threat, but Lu Yun had no intention of backing down and coldly replied, "Are you threatening me?" Wang Song was stunned by Lu Yun's retort, not expecting him to respond in such a way. His teeth clenched audibly. Fortunately, Chen Zhuangzhuang pulled Lu Yun away in time, avoiding a conflict.
Boss Lu, I've completely offended the senior from our school.
Chen Zhuangzhuang looked distressed as he pulled Lu Yun, Ling Shui, and Zhuge Waner aside. While waiting to enter the trial map, he anxiously said, "You all have to protect me well." Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner couldn't help but smile lightly at the little chubby boy's solemn expression.
Lu Yun also patted the little chubby boy's shoulder to show his approval.
During the annual recruit trials, first-year freshmen generally rely on the
protection of their senior schoolmates.
Before Lu Yun's arrival, Chen Zhuangzhuang had undoubtedly sought Wang Song's help, but when the conflict arose, he decisively stood on Lu Yun's side.
Lu Yun had a certain admiration for this little chubby boy.
Soon, all the freshmen had donned their light blue armor and followed Wang Song into a vortex at the edge of a plaza. As Lu Yun passed through the vortex, he was immediately hit by a strong stench of blood and smoke. From time to time, the roars of beasts and the shouts of humans in battle echoed around him.
"Welcome to the recruit trial,"
a prompt sounded in the minds of every freshman. This time, the opponent for the Xinsha Empire's trial is Sakura Island Nation.
Lu Yun noticed that a trial channel had been added to his main interface. After 42 freshmen joined the channel, numerous upperclassmen began to speak. "Private Second Class Sun Xiaoai, has anyone from Wuwei College arrived? Squad Leader Shu Chaohua, those from Nanjing Third College, come gather with me."
Among the various announcements, Lu Yun quickly spotted a familiar name.
"Private Second Class Qianxing, Lu Yun, I've been waiting for you so long that the flowers have withered. You're finally here."
Lu Yun smiled faintly, and Ling Shui beside him couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. She had a rather good impression of this senior.
Last night, Yu Shisan had
even specifically asked her to help other students from the second academy whenever she had the capacity. Thus, Lu Yun immediately sent a message, "Come find me."
However, as soon as he sent the message, the previously lively channel fell silent in an instant. Everyone noticed the title displayed in front of Lu Yun's name, First Division Vice Captain Lu Yun. Somewhere in a low-lying thicket, Chen Xing, who was currently working with a few second and third year students from Donghai province to take down several level 18 monsters, suddenly sensed a tense atmosphere. After seeing the new recruits join, he asked his captain for leave, intending to bring Lu Yun and the others over. After all, he had confidently assured his teammates in Squad 12 that his juniors were very strong and could perfectly supplement the squad's combat strength. However, when Lu Yun's message was sent out, Chen Xing and several senior students were stunned on the spot. If it weren't for the team captain from the East Sea First War Academy, a girl with a
neat short haircut, who promptly controlled her poison spider unit to entangle the last few wild creatures with webs, a few of the senior students might have met their end right then and there. However, the short-haired female captain did not scold them this time. After Qian Xing and the others snapped out of it and quickly killed the remaining wild creatures, the 9 team members exchanged glances, all seeing the shock on each other's faces.
A third-year male student from the second academy spoke in a peculiar tone to Qian Xing. Are you sure this Lu Yun is a freshman from our second academy? Not from the third academy? Hearing this, the others cast doubtful looks. Qian Xing smiled.
Riley, understanding his teammates' concerns, but recalling the formidable strength Lu Yun had displayed earlier, he still replied uncertainly, he really is a first-year junior from the second academy.
As for this vice-captain, could it be that? Absolutely impossible. The short-haired girl decisively dismissed Qian Xing's speculation.
Qian Xing's face turned red with frustration.
But he still argued, Sister Xiaoyu, Lu Yun and Ling Shui. I swear on my honor, their strength is absolutely unquestionable.
The short-haired girl Qin Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and finally shook her head lightly. The others don't matter much, but since this Lu Yun has obtained the position of vice-captain, it's beyond our control now. The other team members also nodded helplessly.
Unless, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly added. Qian Xing hurriedly asked, unless what?
Qin Xiaoyu sighed softly, unless he gives up the token.
That's not.
Qian Xing instinctively wanted to say it was impossible because he knew Lu Yun too well.
With such a powerful human troop, there
was no way he would let go of this opportunity. However, thinking about the situation in this rookie trial, Qian Xing's face was full of worry. At this moment, in the communication channel, many senior students had already begun questioning Lu Yun's vice-captain position.
But suddenly, a few lines of
golden text appeared in the channel, drawing the attention of all Squad 12 members. This was the color of messages from their own command during the rookie trial.
3. Captain Yi Haotian, new students can freely join other senior student teams within 10 minutes.
Yi Haotian, new students who fail to join a team will be organized into Team 18 by Vice-Captain Lu Yun, responsible for clearing the beginner area behind the command tower. Yi Haotian, teams that have completed new member recruitment, senior students, please ensure the safety of the new students. The mission content remains unchanged.
Yi Haotian, in 1 hour, launch an attack on the Sakura Nation's stronghold. Xinxia forever victorious.
After a series of commands were issued, the squad leaders responded one after another, quickly calling on the junior students they knew to join their squads.
It was as if a few golden messages instantly dispelled the emotional fluctuations and dissatisfaction brought about by Vice-Captain Lu Yun's position.
However, upon seeing these golden messages, Lu Yun frowned slightly but said nothing. He quietly observed the team-up interactions between the various squads and the new students in the channel. When most of the new students quickly joined squads and left this beginner area, the only ones remaining by Lu Yun's side, apart from Ling Shui, Zhuge Wanner, and Chen Zhuangzhuang, were 6 others. The levels of these new students were all below level 10, and a few of them were still unwilling to give up, continuing to plead in the channel for other
senior squads to take them in.
At this moment, Ling Shui, Zhuge Wanner, and Chen Zhuangzhuang also looked displeased because they knew that in this beginner area behind the command tower, at most, only ordinary monsters below level 15 would respawn, and the points they could earn would be minimal.
Moreover, the
main focus of the new recruit trials evaluation criteria was the battles against the opposing factions' commanders and the capture of enemy structures. Yi Haotian's decision to leave Lu Yun in the beginner area to lead a team was clearly an attempt to completely cut off Lu Yun's
chances to shine.
It was likely that by the end of the trial, Lu Yun wouldn't even encounter a single opposing faction commander.
Zhuangzhuang, this is your last chance. Do you want to join our team?
At that moment, Wang Song's voice cut through the tense atmosphere like a bolt of lightning. A teasing expression hung on his face as his gaze swept over Lu Yun and the others, finally landing on Chen Zhuangzhuang. Chen Zhuangzhuang's heart tightened, and he instinctively looked at Lu Yun. Seeing Lu Yun's expressionless face, he silently asked
himself, what should I choose? The hesitation on the chubby boy's face gradually gave way to determination. He finally made his decision. No, thank you, senior.
I still want to join Lu Yun's Team 18. A trace of surprise flashed in Wang Song's eyes, but he quickly turned his gaze to Lu Yun. A complex expression appeared on his face, and then he turned and walked toward the direction of the command tower. Lu Yun was also quite surprised at this moment. He knew that Ling Shui and Zhuge Wanner would not leave him, but the fact that Chen Zhuangzhuang, the chubby guy he had just collaborated with once, chose to stay so loyally made him see Chen Zhuangzhuang in a new light.
Could this still be the timid and cowardly chubby guy?
Just as Wang Song took a few steps, he suddenly turned back and said coldly, by the way, the trial is also a real battle.
If you don't obey the captain's orders, Wang Song, go follow that group of spoiled brats and stop nagging here. An icy voice came from ahead, interrupting his warning.
Accompanied by the roar of an engine, the mechanical unit driven by Qian Xing charged out, angrily reprimanding Wang Song without hesitation.
He even had one of the mechanical units take out a laser cannon, its barrel aimed directly at Wang Song. Wang Song's face showed apprehension as he quickly stepped back a few paces. Qian Xing, what are you so proud of? Let me remind you. If you don't follow Yi Haotian's orders, I'll be the first to report you. With that, he turned and ran forward, leaving Qian Xing behind with a wry smile on his face. Hello, senior.
Ling Shui greeted Qian Xing sweetly.
The young man's face flushed red, but he quickly let out a long sigh, his gaze falling on Lu Yun and the vice captain badge at his waist. Junior, you've really given your senior a tough problem.
Qian Xing said helplessly. Lu Yun shrugged, understanding that the other party was concerned about him.
It's fine, I don't mind, I just can't help you anymore. He was well
aware that in this recruit trial, openly defying the captain's orders could result in point deductions, which would directly affect the final score. However, in the face of the formidable strength of the Great Qin elite warriors and the White Horse Cavalry, Lu Yun wasn't worried
that Yi Haotian would deduct his points. At worst, he could lead Ling Shui and the others to directly assault the enemy's Sakura Island headquarters and seize points.
Chen Wuti had told him that capturing the opposing team's captain and vice-captain would
result in a massive point increase. If they could directly destroy the enemy's command tower, their performance would be impeccable. Therefore, Lu Yun had no intention of defying Yi Haotian's orders for now, but he had already decided not to compromise anymore. He would no longer be a puppet vice-captain at the mercy of others. All right then.
Seeing Lu Yun's confident expression, Qian Xing couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy in his heart. He knew that those freshmen without a team were ultimately assigned to this genius, Lu Yun.
I'll explain a few key points about the trial.
Qian Xing took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. He understood that he couldn't stay here to help Lu Yun and could only pin his hopes on this extraordinary junior to once again amaze everyone. Afterward, Qian Xing shared all the important details about the recruit trial with Lu Yun and the others.
This left the chubby Qin Zhuangzhuang greatly
surprised, as he had previously asked Senior Wang Song about the trial but was brushed off casually. Yet now, Qian Xing was revealing everything so readily.
Not far away, a few other freshmen perked up their ears, afraid to miss any information.
Lu Yun, however, paid no mind to this, as shortly after Qian Xing's arrival, he received the news that
he had been appointed as the captain of Team 18.
Ling Shui, Zhuge Waner, Chen Zhuangzhuang, and the remaining freshmen automatically joined Team 18.
They were now all part of the same team. Alright, that's all I can share. After finishing the explanation about the enemy Sakura Nation's military leaders, Qian Xing let out a long breath.
Several freshmen expressed their gratitude to him.
However,
Qian Xing, looking at Lu Yun who was deep in thought, hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Actually, Yi Haotian's arrangements were made with the bigger picture in mind.
He's not a petty person. Lu Yun looked up at Qian Xing with a complex expression and nodded with a faint smile.
He understood what Qian Xing meant. The points for defeating the vice-captain mentioned earlier were 3,000, second only to the commander-in-chief's captain position, which was worth 5,000 points.
Yi Haotian was clearly worried that he might become a trophy for the Sakura Nation, which would also be a blow to their side's morale. Alright, senior, don't worry about me.
I'll act according to the situation, Lu Yun said with a smile, looking at the still concerned Qian Xing.
Alright. Qian Xing's expression eased slightly. After giving a few more instructions, he prepared to leave.
However, before leaving, he still said with some displeasure, by the way, that Bai Hong from the 3rd Academy is also here. Their group of spoiled brats has formed the 14th squad, responsible for a turret in front of the command tower. Wang Song is also in their squad, so be careful.
If they try anything shady, let me know on the channel immediately.
Lu Yun raised an eyebrow upon hearing this but didn't take it to heart.
That White Tiger King unit from the 3rd Academy's playboys couldn't even withstand his leaping strike back. Then, let alone his current self.
Even Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner beside him showed disdainful expressions, clearly aware of the true level of those playboys from the 3rd Academy.
Don't let your guard down. After all, this can be considered a real battlefield.
Qian Xing said helplessly as he looked at the expressions of the three. There are still a few formidable unit leaders in Squad 14. Chen Zhuangzhuang, standing nearby, nodded and said nervously, I heard from Senior Wang Song earlier that their squad leader is very
strong, with the highest points apart from Yi Haotian.
As he spoke, he glanced at the vice-captain token hanging at Lu Yun's waist.
Lu Yun understood. No wonder Qian Xing was so nervous and insisted on personally explaining the precautions. It seemed that what he was truly worried about was the Squad 14 leader seeking revenge after Lu Yun obtained this vice-captain token. Hearing Chen Xing and Chen Zhuangzhuang's words, the new students from other provinces who had joined Squad 18 due to lacking a team immediately showed fearful expressions. After all, offending a powerful squad would definitely not bode well for them. Don't worry, senior, I'll be fine. Lu Yun noticed their reactions and smiled as he spoke to Qian Xing. Hearing this, Qian Xing let out a sigh of relief. However, what he didn't know was that Lu Yun silently added in his heart, whether they'll be fine, that I can't guarantee. After Qian Xing left, Lu Yun stood up and glanced at a tall tower several kilometers away in the distance. At the top of the tower, a faint red light flickered. It was the command tower for this trial. Those holding the captain's position could ascend the command tower and gain command authority. The command tower served as the dividing line. Ahead lay the intermediate and advanced zones, and beyond the advanced zone was enemy territory. Meanwhile, the vast shrubland area behind the command tower was the beginner zone of the trial map, where the highest level of refreshed wild monsters was level 15. This was also the area Yi Haotian had assigned Lu Yun to lead and oversee. Alright. Lu Yun calculated silently for a moment, then turned to look at the group of freshmen with varying expressions. If you want to earn the rewards of the first squad, then follow my orders properly for the next 3 days. Hearing Lu Yun's words, the freshmen all looked doubtful. A boy with a sturdy and determined look sneered disdainfully, "Do you even know your own worth?" But before he could finish speaking, a notification sounded in his ear, indicating he had been kicked out of Team 18. The boy's expression changed instantly, and he panicked. "What gives you the right to kick me out?" Lu Yun stared at him coldly, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes, exuding an invisible sense of oppression. "Because I am the captain of Team 18. Because I am the vice-captain of this trial. Is that enough?" Although Lu Yun had no objections to Yi Haotian's orders in his heart, this did not mean he would tolerate a disobedient waste remaining in his team. His goal was to truly lead the squad and strive for first place in this trial. The reward for the first squad was a level +1 for all members. Who wouldn't want that? The young man wanted to retort but was interrupted by a wave of Lu Yun's hand. A trace of black light flashed across his index finger, and in an instant, 15 shadow soldiers appeared out of thin air, their pitch-black long blades raised high in unison. Ah! The young man let out a scream and fell to the ground in fright, completely losing the courage to resist. The other freshmen, seeing this, widened their eyes in shock, never expecting Lu Yun to be so ruthless. "Get lost, I don't want to see you in the beginner's area." Lu Yun coldly glanced at the young man and said mercilessly, I'll report you to the captain." The boy named Lu Kaiwei hurriedly scrambled up from the ground and ran forward in a panic. The other freshmen, seeing this, no longer dared to voice any objections to Lu Yun. After briefly assigning tasks to the other freshmen, Lu Yun led the astonished Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner toward the coordinates of the only level 15 monster in the beginner's area. After walking a dozen meters, Ling Shui urgently asked, "Lu Yun, why do you have a third unit type?" Zhuge Waner, standing to the side, was also full of curiosity. They had all seen Lu Yun's 2 troop types before and originally thought that was the limit for a novice troopmaster. But now, what was the deal with the shadow soldiers following Lu Yun? Seeing the curious expressions on the 2 women, Lu Yun couldn't help but chuckle. He understood in his heart that they had mistaken the shadow servants for his new troop type. Meanwhile, Wang Song, who had returned to Squad 14 space, approached a massive turret with a displeased expression. He shouted loudly at the boy operating the turret, "Captain, I'm back." The boy was continuously channeling energy, busy casting slowing skills on the monsters that periodically spawned around them. His face was full of tension and focus. Hearing Wang Song's words, the young man immediately stopped what he was doing and leaped down from the turret. Around the turret, several members of Squad 14 were continuously slaying the slowed-down monsters. Seeing this, they also returned one after another. "What's the deal with that Lu Yun?" the young man who had jumped down from the high platform asked Wang Song with a displeased expression. Wang Song snorted coldly, "Just a freshman who hasn't even grown all his feathers yet." Bai Hong, standing nearby, chimed in, "That guy has a soldier master skill, and it's pretty powerful." The other team members immediately laughed and said, "Old Bai, are you scared of that kid? I heard he killed 10 of your white tiger kings before?" Bai Hong gritted his teeth, "That was because I was careless. If I meet him again, I'll make sure he tastes the claws of the white tiger king." The group burst into laughter again. "Chai Luren, you tell us, how should we teach that kid a lesson?" "Exactly. The position of vice-captain is definitely yours. Make that Lu Yun hand over the token. I say we just go and kill him. A first-year brat, and he thinks he's fit to be vice-captain?"
The members of Squad 14 clamored noisily. A boy named Chai Luren pondered for a moment, then turned to look at the turret behind him and said softly, "The slow tower has been running for so long, isn't it time to let it cool down?" Bai Hong looked puzzled. "No, I see the completion rate." "Luren, are you saying?" The other team members instantly understood, and sinister smiles appeared on their faces. "We've been holding off the monsters in the intermediate zone for quite a while now. Isn't it time for us to take a break?" "Haha, I'll report to Yi Haotian right away and remind him to be careful not to let the monsters climb up the command tower. It'd be best if our great commander sent other squads to help the new deputy captain. Wouldn't want him wetting his pants at the sight of an elite monster." Chai Luren looked at a few elite monsters that had just respawned in the distance, then ran toward the command tower at the rear, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "By the way, everyone, get ready. If our vice captain calls for help in the channel later, our Squad 14 is the closest team to the beginners area." The group laughed even harder, understood. Only Bai Hong still seemed a bit dazed. Listening to Chai Luren and his teammates' laughter, he couldn't shake off a sense of unease. "Shouldn't we send someone to investigate? After all, we haven't even seen what kind of troops that Lu Yun has." Just as the group was about to mock him, Chai Luren instead chuckled and said, "Take a look at the trial channel." Several people, upon hearing this, turned to the channel. At this moment, a freshman with the ID-1 recruit Lu Kaiwei was accusing Lu Yun of kicking him out of Squad 18 and using summoned units to intimidate him. The members of Squad 14 saw Lu Kaiwei's messages and immediately found it amusing. Isn't this exactly like Wang Tsong said? They could take this opportunity to gauge the strength of Lu Yun's units. In the trial channel, Lu Kaiwei kept complaining, but few paid attention to him, leaving him utterly frustrated. After being kicked out of Squad 18 by Lu Yun, if no other squad was willing to take him in, he would have no choice but to quit the trial. Lu Kaiwei felt completely hopeless and didn't dare to kill monsters on the trial map. Even monsters below level 15 in the beginners area were a struggle for him to handle, let alone facing Lu Yun and those elite monsters. At this moment, he hated Lu Yun to the core. At this moment, Huik Lao suddenly saw a message in the channel that surprised him. "San Squad Leader Chai Luren, Huik Lao, would you like to join our Squad 14? Huik Lao immediately beamed with joy. He had long heard about the strength of Squad 14's leader. Yes, he immediately replied in the channel. Immediately, he saw a message from Chai Luren, "Come to the right turret to find us." Lu Kaiwei was thrilled and jumped up. He had heard from Chen Xing that the two turrets on the trial map were second only to the command tower and had state cannons, meaning his points would definitely be much higher than others. Excitedly, he dodged one elite monster after another and finally arrived at the turret where Squad 14 was located. "Kaiwei, I heard you've seen Lu Yun's troop type?" But the warm welcome Lu Kaiwei had anticipated did not materialize. A stern-faced young man asked coldly, "Is this your choice?" "Yeah, seems like a shadow unit, attributes." In front of the command tower of Sakura Island, the atmosphere was tense, and everyone held their breath. One by one, soldiers, clad in red, orange, and blue armor looked respectfully at a young man walking with an air of authority and unstoppable momentum. "Prince Hideyoshi," the crowd shouted in unison, their voices thundering. The young man coldly scanned his surroundings, seemingly indifferent to the respect shown by the crowd. It wasn't until he reached the command tower that his gaze fell on two students, dressed in red armor standing nearby. Their expressions were tense, but without hesitation, they held up their tokens with both hands and respectfully presented them to the young man. These were the captain and vice captain tokens from the Sakura Island faction. The arrogant young man raised an eyebrow slightly, gave them a casual glance, then decisively picked up the vice captain token and mercilessly tossed his own recruit one token to the ground. The student who had just lost the vice captain token seemed as if he had been redeemed, overjoyed, and eagerly bent down to pick up the recruit token, his face beaming with happiness. "Next, I will lead you to completely crush the Shinsha Empire," the young man announced coldly, his voice like a war drum, igniting the fighting spirit of the crowd. "Hideyoshi Crown Prince Jinmu." The crowd was overwhelmed with excitement, shouting for him in unison. In the beginners area, Lu Yun sat leisurely on a large rock, his gaze falling on the astonished faces of the two girls in front of him, feeling secretly pleased with himself. "So, you're saying? These shadow minions are skills that come with your equipment?" After a long pause, Zhuge Waner finally couldn't help but ask, her eyes sparkling with envy. "That's right." Lu Yun nodded with a smile, casually summoning Bai Qi and 4 ordinary elite Qin soldiers to guard around him. Xian Xing's reminder made him cautious. And coupled with the fact that he had just seen in the trial channel that Lu Kaiwei had been taken in by Team 14, he vaguely sensed the sinister intentions of Team 14. At this moment, Lu Yun noticed that one of the shadow minions he had summoned was easily defeated by a monster. Although the shadow minion's attributes were only half of his own, with the enhancement from the Mandate of Heaven, it was enough to contend with other warlords' units of the same level. Unexpectedly, it was effortlessly defeated by that monster. Lu Yun's curiosity was piqued, and he immediately checked the attributes of the monster. Lost Beast Tribe Warrior, Elite. Level, 19. His eyebrows raised slightly, and he thought to himself, this guy's strength is not to be underestimated. Whoosh! Bai Chi raised the bronze crossbow in his hand, the arrow shot like lightning, hitting the target instantly. The elite monster fell to the ground without any resistance. Interesting. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lu Yun's mouth. His gaze passed over the beginner's area and looked toward the intermediate area. Ahead, thinking to himself, an elite monster actually appeared in the beginner's area. It seems that some people are about to show their true strength. In the following 10 minutes, more and more elite wild monsters rushed out from the intermediate area ahead. Even a few freshmen left behind by Team 18 encountered attacks from elite monsters. 2 freshmen, overwhelmed by fear, directly activated their trial tokens and chose to withdraw from the recruit trial. The remaining 4 freshmen from other provinces ran in terror to stand in front of Lu Yun and his group of 4. Squad leader, let's quickly find other teams for help. These monsters all ran here from the intermediate area ahead. Faced with the approach of an elite monster, the 4 freshmen were extremely nervous and turned to Lu Yun for help. However, Ling Shui, Zhuge Waner, and Chen Zhuangzhuang couldn't help but burst into laughter. The 4 freshmen grew even more anxious. Lu Yun, you're the vice captain and also our squad leader, you can't be so irresponsible. At that moment, an elite monster charged toward them, and a girl's voice trembled as she shouted to Lu Yun, Lu Yun. Before she could finish her sentence, a black-armored warrior standing beside Lu Yun suddenly raised the crossbow in his hand. Whoosh! A piercing sound broke through the air, and snap! The level 19 elite monster, Lost Beast Tribe Warrior, fell to the ground instantly, its health bar completely depleted. The originally tense 4 freshmen were instantly stunned, staring in disbelief at the elite monster lying on the ground with an arrow through its forehead. The elite monster, which they had struggled to fend off with all their might, was actually one-shot killed by Lu Yun with a single arrow? This was an elite monster, and it was taken down so easily? The girl's eyes suddenly widened as she realized that the black-armored unit beside Lu Yun was completely different from the shadow soldiers from before. This unit was not an incorporeal entity but a fully physical one. In other words, Lu Yun actually had 2 units, and each one was stronger than the last. She had previously estimated the strength of her own unit, which couldn't even compare to Lu Yun's shadow soldiers, let alone this second unit that could one-shot an elite monster. The girl stared in disbelief at Lu Yun, who was still sitting on the large rock, and the other 3 freshmen quickly noticed this astonishing fact as well. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bai Chi, standing beside Lu Yun, fired several more crossbow bolts, swiftly clearing out the remaining elite monsters. The 4 freshmen's initial dissatisfaction with being assigned to Lu Yun's Team 18 instantly vanished. This wasn't being relegated to obscurity, it was clearly a golden opportunity to be carried to victory. They couldn't help but feel sorry for the 2 freshmen who had chosen to forego the trial. Meanwhile, under a turret in the intermediate zone, the members of Team 14 were chatting casually with Lu Kaiwei, who had just joined their group. Simply by providing a piece of intelligence about Lu Yun's troop type, Lu Kaiwei was allowed to join this team of senior students, and he was in an exceptionally good mood. Hearing his senior teammates, clad in advanced equipment, explain ways to deal with Lu Yun, Lu Kaiwei's face lit up with joy. Ha! How long has it been? Why hasn't that kid called for help in the trial channel yet? A male student with a bat troop type and fleshy wings on his back suddenly asked curiously. The others also stopped chatting. Chai Luren, who was sitting cross-legged beside the turret, furrowed his brows slightly. Ran Shun. Go, he softly commanded the paper-crafted troop type beside him. The seemingly fragile paper soldier immediately let out a crisp horse neigh. After a wave of energy fluctuation, a warhorse, also crafted from white paper, appeared beneath him. Clop, clop. The paper troop type rode the paper horse toward the intermediate zone. The other members of Squad 14 were not unfamiliar with this, but Hoik Lao was deeply fascinated by Captain Chai Luren's troop type. Captain, your troop type even has a mount. Don't you need to follow the troop? Wouldn't it exceed the control range and get lost? Hoik Lao was filled with curiosity about this paper-crafted troop type he was seeing for the first time. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Chai Luren. Chai Luren merely cast him a faint glance, then waved his hand again, summoning another paper-crafted troop type with the character Noon written on its back.
Afterward, Chai Luren gently closed his eyes, his focus instantly reaching its peak. A blinding white light gathered on his eyelids, as if a breathtaking scene was faintly emerging within the energy. The name of Liuren's troop is Yuejiang Taisui. A male student, noticing Lu Kaiwei's confusion, couldn't help but interject, only to be directly ignored by Chai Luren. At this moment, another team member smiled and explained to him, "Don't be fooled by the paper figures and horses. Yuejiang Taisui is a rare silver tier troop." Rare. Silver tier. Lu Kaiwei's eyes widened instantly, filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, a few team members nearby glanced at Chai Luren's unchanged expression and began laughing as they explained to Lu Kaiwei. "Don't you find it strange why Luren doesn't need to follow the troop types?" one of them asked. "Because ever since the Moon General Taisui was born, Luren has been able to temporarily attach his divine sense to the Moon General Taisui through the divine sense runes on it," another team member continued. "In this way, it won't be affected by the control distance." His voice carried a hint of pride. Hearing the senior's explanation, Lu Kaiwei was even more shocked, and his reverence for Chai Luren grew day by day. However, his expression suddenly changed, and he said anxiously, "Senior, I didn't mean to inquire about the captain's troop type information." The other senior students couldn't help but burst into laughter at Lu Kaiwei's flustered appearance. Even Chai Luren, who was meditating with his eyes closed to sense the perspective of the Moon General Taisui, couldn't help but smile. Wang Song explained with a smile, "The Moon General Taisui has the potential to compete for the top 10 troop types of the 7 great empires. Even a troop master who has already completed the first breakthrough wouldn't dare to claim they could definitely win against the Moon General Taisui." He was about to continue praising Chai Luren's strength. However, at this moment, Chai Luren suddenly let out a loud cry, covered his eyes, and collapsed to the ground. "Captain! Luren! What happened? What did the Moon General Taisui encounter? Could it be that guy Yi Haotian who made a move?" The members of Squad 14 shouted in panic. They knew that Chai Luren's reaction at this moment meant his unit had encountered a fatal crisis. Using perception runes to control the unit, if the perception connection cannot be severed before the Moon General Taisui is killed, Chai Luren will suffer a backlash. But in the trial map, who could possibly kill the level 19 Moon General Taisui? Even Yi Haotian in the command tower, does he really have such capability? Just as everyone was speculating, Lu Kaiwei, who had been awestruck moments ago by Chai Luren's powerful troops, suddenly fell into a state of helpless panic. He looked at Captain Chai Luren, who was on the ground clutching his eyes in agony, and felt an inexplicable wave of fear. A rare silver tier unit was instantly killed? Could it be that the Moon General Taisui is truly insignificant? This trial map is indeed fraught with peril. At this moment, Lu Kaiwei realized that aside from himself, the senior members of Squad 14 and the slowing turrets might not be as safe as they seemed. At this moment, the captain of Squad 14, Chai Luren, was both shocked and furious. He hadn't even seen who had killed his Shin-class Moon General Taisui. Just moments ago, he had been controlling the Moon General Taisui, swaggering past the command tower on his way to the area where Lu Yun was located. He wanted to see if this deputy captain, who had obtained his token through connections, would be scared out of his wits when faced with the elite monster his team had let through. However, shortly after passing the command tower, a streak of black light shot over from the distance. He didn't even have time to react before the streak hit him, instantly killing the Shin-class Moon General Taisui and causing him to suffer a backlash. Ah! Hearing the concern of his teammates, Chai Luren grew even angrier. Enduring the pain in his eyes, he stood up abruptly and roared at his team members, "Follow me to take revenge. No matter who it is, they must give me an explanation." The members of Squad 14, seeing Chai Luren's bloodied and ferocious eyes, all stood up, determined to fight alongside him. Chai Luren immediately summoned 4 Moon General Taisuis, while the remaining 5 emanated a ghastly white energy, resembling vengeful spirits returning from hell. "Bai Hong, you're in charge of guarding the turret." Chai Luren hadn't forgotten to secure the slowing turret, as it was the key to earning points. "Should we inform Yi Haotian?" a boy familiar with Chai Luren reminded. Chai Luren didn't hear it all and continued walking toward the beginner's area. "Senior Captain, do I also have to go?" Lu Kaiwei asked nervously at this moment. Chai Luren paused slightly and said coldly, "If you want to die, stay here." "I'm going. Captain, I'm going." Lu Kaiwei shuddered and quickly followed. The deceleration turret originally guarded by Squad 14 was now left with only Bai Hang. At the top level of the command tower, a tall and handsome young man had a gloomy expression on his face. Moments ago, through the captain's command authority, he saw a rider on a paper horse passing by the command tower without any attempt to avoid detection, entering the beginner's area. Chai Luren, the young man gritted his teeth. This trial will definitely end in victory. And it will be a victory achieved under my command. As if making up his mind, the young man issued a new command in the trial channel. Captain Yi Haotian, except for Squad 18 in the primary area and Squad 7 and 14 guarding the slowing tower. Yi Haotian, all other squads, proceed according to the previous plan, full deployment. Yi Haotian, plant the Shinsha flag on the command tower of Sakura Island. For a moment, the squad leaders and the new recruits participating in the trial responded with a resounding fighting spirit. However, among all the messages, there was only Squad Leader Qin Xiaoyu, Yi Haotian, should we leave a few more squads for defense? Her message had just been sent out when a golden command followed closely behind. Yi Haotian, no need for defense. Strike directly at the enemy's base and capture their commander alive. Instantly, the trial channel was filled with boiling battle spirit. At various squad strongholds within the trial instance, loud shouts echoed one after another. Meanwhile, in a barracks within the Shinsha territory, Qin Xiaoyu frowned slightly after seeing Yi Haotian reject her suggestion. Xiaoyu, what should we do? A member of Squad 12, noticing other squads starting to leave, asked anxiously. Qin Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and finally said to the team members, make sure to advance according to the formation we have repeatedly practiced. If you encounter an unforeseen crisis, use the trial token immediately. Understood, the team members responded in unison. Xiaoyu, aren't you being too nervous? Several team members nodded one after another. However, Chen Xing in the team seemed a bit distracted because he had just noticed that in Yi Haotian's orders, Squad 18, where Lu Yun was, did not need to participate in the final battle. This gave him a vague sense that something was amiss. You know he's not the type to stay obediently in the beginner's area. At the same time, a squad about to leave the barracks had just visited a boy lying unconscious on a barracks hospital bed before deciding to depart. Captain, should we report the situation where the wishing token is lost and we can't exit? No need. After this full-scale operation, the trial instance will soon come to an end. At that time, Su Yuan will naturally be teleported out. You wouldn't want him to be teleported out early without even earning any points, right? Meanwhile, in the trial channel of Sakura Island Nation, Prince Hideyoshi, I just saw from the Xia Captives channel that the other side has already fully mobilized. At this moment, apart from the beginners area, there is only their freshman team. The squad at the status tower closest to the command tower is also several kilometers away. That second-year student from Shinsha named Su Yuan is resisting very stubbornly. My mental manipulation might not hold for much longer. After a series of reports. 1. Vice Captain Shuji Aso, except for my personal guard squad, all other squads follow the pre-arranged plan and adopt delaying tactics. Shuji Aso, all members of the personal guard squad, bring the portraits of the Shinsha students you've prepared and come to Honana to alter your appearances. Shuji Aso, these arrogant Shinsha students will pay the price for their conceit. Meanwhile, Shinsha territory, primary zone. Lu Yun's face showed a trace of coldness after seeing Yi Haotian's command in the trial channel once again excluding him. However, he did not rush but instead summoned one Qin elite soldier after another. This time, apart from Bai Qi, who stayed by his side, the other Qin elite soldiers automatically used the mist concealment skill. Instantly, it was as if a layer of mist enveloped the Qin elite soldiers. Even from several meters away, it was impossible to see the Qin elite soldiers within the mist clearly. Lu Yun gazed in the direction of the command tower, his eyes cold and sharp. Just now, when he instructed Bai Qi to clear out the monsters entering the beginner area, he unexpectedly received feedback that Bai Qi had killed a silver tier unit. This made Lu Yun realize that those restless individuals might no longer be content with merely letting elite monsters loose, they were likely preparing to take action themselves. Well then, let's play a little first. Lu Yun knew that even if a full-scale war broke out, the final battle of this trial would last at least another hour before a winner could be determined. There's plenty of time to teach a lesson to a few clueless fools. The people present watched as Lu Yun continuously summoned black-armored warriors and had the units blend into the surrounding mist, once again leaving them stunned with their mouths agape. Even Ling Shui, Zhuge Waner, and Shen Zhuangzhuang, who had seen the elite soldiers of Great Qin, were quite surprised by the new abilities Lu Yun displayed. The remaining 4 freshmen were even more shocked at this moment. The sheer number of those black-armored warriors displayed by Lu Yun had already completely shattered their understanding. However, at this moment, a female student suddenly pointed toward the direction of the command tower and exclaimed, "Someone's coming." "Ah, that looks like Lu Kaiwei." Lu Yun and the others turned to look upon hearing this. In the direction of the intermediate area ahead, a dozen figures gradually appeared. Among these people, Lu Kaiwei stood out in light blue armor,
looking particularly striking. The others wore red and orange armor, exuding an aggressive aura. Seeing this group, Ling Shui, Zhuge Waner, and Chen Zhuangzhuang immediately became alert and quickly summoned their own troops. After all, the arrival of so many third-year and second-year senior students at the same time created immense pressure. The 4 new students from other provinces were even more visibly nervous, especially when they saw Lu Kaiwei's gloating expression, which made them feel even more uneasy. When Lu Yun saw the newcomers, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he waved his hand, signaling the 15 shadow servants to stand uniformly in front of him and Bai Qi. On the other side, Team 14 made their way to Team 18's area, where Lu Yun was, and looked surprised. Not a single elite monster was seen. But when they noticed the angel units and mechanical units released by the 2 girls beside Lu Yun, Chai Luren and the other senior students showed a look of realization. Chai Luren waved at Lu Kaiwei and whispered a few words to him. Lu Kaiwei immediately beamed with joy and walked toward Team 18. When he was about 10 meters away from Lu Yun, he shouted loudly, "Li Wan, our captain." Chai Luren said, "You can leave Squad 18 now and join our Squad 14. Moreover, except for this deputy captain, everyone else can join." Lu Kaiwei sneered as he looked at Lu Yun, who was sitting on the big rock. The 4 new recruits were delighted to hear the invitation, but hesitated when they thought about Lu Yun's troop strength. "What are you all waiting for?" Lu Kaiwei urged again upon seeing the situation. "They are senior students, and our captain's unit is a rare silver grade." He then looked at Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner with a provocative tone. "Although you come from the same place as Lu Yun, think carefully. Our Squad 14 is heading to the enemy's territory later, which is definitely much better than staying in this beginner area." Hearing Lu Kaiwei's words, the 4 freshmen were clearly tempted, cautiously glancing at Lu Yun. After all, the black-armored warrior beside Lu Yun had the strength to absolutely annihilate elite monsters in an instant. Lu Yun naturally saw through their intentions and, without hesitation, used his squad leader privileges to directly kick the 4 new recruits out of Squad 18. Immediately, the 4 new recruits beamed with joy, thanked Lu Yun, and hurriedly ran towards Squad 14. Lu Kaiwei, thinking of continuing to win over Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner, was just about to speak when he suddenly heard a loud explosion. Chen Zhuangzhuang's dwarf unit fired a cannon, and the shell landed half a meter in front of Lu Kaiwei, instantly blasting up a pile of mud and sand, all of which splattered onto him. Huike Lao was startled, took a few steps back, and angrily shouted, "Don't be ungrateful. Soon, you won't even be able to quit the trial." He wanted to continue cursing, but upon seeing that Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner's troops were also starting to launch attacks, he hurriedly turned around to flee. At that moment, Lu Yun coldly called out to him, "Wait." Huike Lao stopped in his tracks, glaring at Lu Yun with hostility. Lu Yun sat up from the big rock, his voice icy. "I told you, don't let me see you in the beginner's area. Did you take my words as nonsense? Or are you simply ignoring the vice-captain's orders?" Lu Kaiwei felt a chill under Lu Yun's gaze, but after glancing in the direction of Squad 14, he mustered his courage and shouted, "Lu Yun, do you really think you're the vice-captain? As if you deserve it." Boom! Before Lu Kaiwei could finish speaking, Lu Yun suddenly drew a slender black long blade, lightly stepped on the ground, and soared into the air, charging straight at Lu Kaiwei. The blade of the Shura's edge gleamed with a terrifying cold light. "Ah!" Lu Kaiwei exclaimed in shock, hurriedly summoning a tiger-headed, human-bodied unit. But as the blade descended, the half-beast unit was instantly sliced in two. Lu Yun landed steadily in front of Lu Kaiwei, the Shura blade in his hand swinging out once more. Without using the leap strike skill, he effortlessly severed one of Lu Kaiwei's arms. "Ah!" A terrified scream echoed through the air. A piercing wail rang out as Lu Kaiwei writhed in agony on the ground, desperately calling for help from Squad 14 behind him. However, when he saw the indifferent expressions of his teammates, his heart sank. He immediately activated the token at his waist. Buzz. 3 seconds later, clutching his severed arm, Lu Kaiwei fled from this brutal trial. Lu Yun paid no mind to it. After all, the cost of just one arm was enough to leave this guy with a lesson he'd never forget. At this moment, the members of Squad 14 witnessed Lu Yun's ruthless actions, and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. However, they had all heard Bai Hong mention that Lu Yun excelled in explosive attack skills, so they were not entirely shocked. Chai. Liuran's gaze grew colder and sharper. After seeing the shadow soldiers beside Lu Yun with his own eyes, he understood that it must have been the combined efforts of those two girls' angel and mechanical units that had killed those elite wild monsters. Having just received Yi Haotian's orders, Chai Luren already had a plan in mind, to lead Squad 14 directly to attack the command tower of Sakura Island. Orders? Yi Haotian, do you think you're qualified to command me? If he could recruit these two girls, who were both beautiful and powerful, under his banner, it would undoubtedly make his performance even more dazzling. But this Lu Yun. Chai Luren stepped forward, followed closely by 5 Moon Generals and Tai Sui, exuding an imposing aura.
Who gave you the audacity to kill my team member?
His imposing presence and thunderous voice directly confronted Lu Yun.
Who gave you the courage to flaunt the title of vice captain? With every few steps, Chai Luren let out a furious roar. Who gave you the confidence to think I wouldn't take action to teach you a lesson?
He approached, his face filled with ferocity, as if he intended to tear Lu Yun apart.
Ha! Speak up! Who?
His roar swept through like a raging storm, shaking everything around. The 5 Moon Generals behind him unleashed a ghastly pale energy, making him appear like a deity or demon.
Witnessing this, Chen Zhuangzhuang couldn't help but swallow nervously, his heart
tightening as he tried to hide behind his dwarf troops.
Meanwhile, Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner displayed expressions of disdain, hoping Lu Yun would properly teach this arrogant guy a lesson.
At this moment, Lu Yun's face remained calm as he gently swung the Shura blade in his hand. His gaze wandered between Chai Luren and the 5 paper-crafted troops, calculating whether to take down this pompous king first or eliminate his troops in an instant.
Chai Luren seemed unprepared for Lu Yun's composure, which only made him more dissatisfied.
His Shin-class Moon General had been killed, the true culprit still unknown, and now this Lu Yun had the audacity to kill his team members right in front of him. If he didn't teach him a lesson, this guy might actually believe his deputy captain badge was earned through skill.
Ren Dui.
Chai Luren was just about to order the Moon Generals to attack when suddenly a startled cry came from behind him.
Luren, the island nation is planning to attack our command tower.
Chai Luren frowned, turned around, and saw Wang Tsong, who had just shouted, hurriedly adding, "Quick, check the trial channel.
It's a message from Team CXSUUN.
Chai Luren and Lu Yun, who was not far away, simultaneously looked at the trial channel and indeed saw the scene Wang Tsong had described.
Second recruit Xu Yuan, the Sakura Island nation used mental skills to control me and saw our trial channel. They are very likely planning to attack the command tower. This message caused everyone to exclaim in astonishment. However, by this time, most people had already ventured deep into the territory of the Sakura Island nation, making it too late to provide reinforcements.
Upon seeing this message, both Chai Luren and Lu Yun furrowed their brows tightly. Nevertheless, Lu Yun quickly made a decision and prepared to head to the command tower with Ling Shui and the other two. But at that moment, the hesitant Chai Luren suddenly shouted loudly, "Stop right there! No one is allowed to go!" With a wave of his hand, 5 Moon Generals immediately blocked Lu Yun's path. The members of Squad 14, upon seeing this, seemed to understand Chai Luren's intentions and rushed over, deploying their units. Ling Shui and the other two quickly gathered around Lu Yun as well.
Lu Yun's face darkened, and anger flickered in his eyes.
"Are you sure you want to stop me?" he asked coldly, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. The situation before him became increasingly clear. No matter what motives Chai Luren had, under the circumstances of the command tower being ambushed, he actually chose to block him. Such behavior was simply unforgivable. Although Lu Yun had long known he was being schemed against with elite monsters, at this moment, he was burning with rage and would never allow the Shinsha Empire to lose in this showdown against Sakura Island Nation. Chai Luren and the members of Squad 14 showed contemptuous expressions upon hearing Lu Yun's words. Wang Tsong, who was originally leading the freshmen into the dungeon, shouted at Lu Yun, "Kid, do
you really think we're afraid of your deputy captain title? Let me tell you, you'll regret your arrogance. Hand over the deputy captain's token now and withdraw from the trial obediently, or else." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Tsong and the members of Squad 14 burst into sinister laughter, with several male members brazenly eyeing the 2 female warriors behind Lu Yun. Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner's gazes were icy, their aloof demeanor as the ice goddess and the mechanical which unmistakably evident. In response to their summons, battle angels and mechanical beast soldiers emerged one after another.
Chen Zhuangzhuang was furious, and the dwarf warrior behind him quietly gathered energy in his short cannon.
"What if I don't?" Lu Yun laughed in anger at Wang Tsong's unreasonable behavior. These spoiled brats didn't even bother to pretend anymore. "Don't? On what grounds?" Chai Luren sneered and retorted, "With just those few shadow units of yours? With the rare units of those 2 girls?" Hearing Chai Luren's mockery, Lu Yun showed no fear. Instead, he smiled faintly, thinking to himself that this guy truly didn't know what was good for him. At this moment, the 4 new recruits who had just joined Squad 14 heard Chai Luren's words, but their expressions were somewhat peculiar. "A girl named."
Liwan quickly tugged at the sleeve of an older student beside her. "Senior, actually, he has many other troop types, those hidden in the mist."
The older student snorted coldly. Mist? These useless troop types, even if hidden in the mist, are still useless. The other older students also expressed their disdain. However, upon hearing these words, Luyan still maintained a smile. Then, as the vice-captain, I order you to step aside, or face the consequences. Although there was a smile on his lips, his tone carried a hint of killing intent. By the way, this is my final warning to you. Ling Shui's eyes sparkled with battle intent, and the long swords in the hands of several battle angels emitted a sacred glow. The engine inside Zhuge Wan'er's mech beast roared, ready for combat. Seeing the reaction of the two women, Chen Zhuangzhuan felt a tightness in his heart, knowing that Luyan's words were no joke. He quickly pulled out his short cannon weapon and began charging it with energy. As for the members of Squad 14, apart from the 4 new recruits who were a bit nervous, the others burst into hearty laughter. Chai Liuren's face was full of disdain, convinced in his heart that this Lu Yun, who dared to threaten him, was definitely an ignorant and unskilled dandy. But just at that moment, a sudden sound of bowstrings being released echoed through the air, emerging from the surrounding ethereal mist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of piercing sounds followed, and black streaks of light rained down like droplets, shooting toward Chai Liuren and the members of Squad 14. It's you! Chai Liuren only had time to shout before those black streams of light, like the scythe of death, fell one after another. The soldiers of Squad 14 fell one by one. Except for Chai Liuren's soldier, Yuejiang Taisui, not a single soldier could withstand the attack of these black arrows. On the deceleration tower on the right side of the Xinxia Empire's territory, Bai Heng, who was responsible for guarding the turret, idly watched the information in the trial channel as members of other squads continuously reported their battle results to Yi Haotian. Xinxia's side advanced at an extremely fast pace. Within just a dozen minutes of the decisive battle starting, they were already nearing the barracks area of Sakura Island. Bai Heng's eyes revealed a hint of envy. Those were solid battle achievements. I wonder how Chai Liuren and the others are doing. Bai Heng glanced toward the command tower behind him and suddenly heard hurried footsteps coming from the dense forest ahead. He looked over cautiously and saw a small team of more than 10 people quickly running toward the rear. As they passed the deceleration tower, a few members of the team waved at Bai Heng but did not stop, swiftly crossing the area of the deceleration turret. They sprinted toward the direction of the command tower, leaving Bai Heng feeling somewhat uneasy. He recognized a few faces in the team but paid them no mind and continued shouting loudly. Old Chi, aren't you in Team 11? Why are you here? Yet not a single person in the team responded to him, as if they were being chased by something terrifying, desperately fleeing forward. Bai Heng felt a vague unease in his heart, and his gaze unconsciously swept toward the trial channel. Suddenly, a wave of startling clarity surged through him. He saw the message sent by Su Yuan ambush the command tower. Not good. Bai Heng's face instantly turned pale. He suddenly recalled that the direction in which the squad had left earlier was precisely toward the command tower. Could it be that they were really going to ambush the command tower? He hurriedly opened the trial channel, intending to share his discovery. However, at that very moment, a sweet and cloying fragrance wafted toward him, and Bai Heng felt a sudden dizziness in his head. He. A seductive female voice sounded in his ear. Bai Heng turned around and immediately felt a chill down his spine. Behind him appeared a captivating woman, heavily made up and exuding an irresistible allure. At the same time, as Bai Heng's vision gradually blurred, he saw a pale-faced young man emerge from the dense forest ahead. Sakura! Bai Heng's heart tightened, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. But just then, the seductive woman's hand reached out, aiming straight for his heart. Bai Heng exerted all his strength to inject a trace of energy into the trial token. However, to his despair, the hand reaching for his heart suddenly changed direction and went straight for his token. It's over. Despair surged like a tide, and Bai Heng's consciousness instantly plunged into darkness. Bone Woman, your alluring fragrance is getting stronger, Masao Hideyoshi said with a smile. His Shikigami soldier, Bone Woman, showed a proud expression upon hearing the compliment. Masao Hideyoshi's gaze shifted to the command tower behind him, where the top of the tower was glowing with a brilliant blue light, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Masao Hideyoshi revealed a sinister smile, patted Bone Woman's head, and she nodded in agreement, grabbing his arm and swiftly heading toward the command tower. In the beginner's area, Chai Liuren and all the members of Team 14 looked pale and terrified as they stared around them. From the mist emerged black-armored warriors one after another. The volley from those black-armored warriors had just wiped out all the troops except for Moon General Taishui. A few members managed to leave a small number of life-saving troops in the soldier token space, but most of their forces were slaughtered, signaling the premature end of their trial. They couldn't accept such a reality. The 4 freshmen who had just joined Team 14 looked ashen, their hearts filled with regret. They regretted believing Lu Kaiwei's nonsense. Chai Luren was utterly shocked, losing even the will to control Moon General Taishui. He could hardly believe that the true culprit who had previously annihilated Shin-class Moon General Taishui in an instant was actually Lu Yun. But how is this possible? Ah! Chai Luren let out a furious roar, his eyes flashing with a blood-red light, his entire being seemingly consumed by rage. The 5 Moon Generals beside him emitted a terrifying white glow, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet as if entering an ice cellar. In the hands of the Moon Generals appeared a heavy paper shield, seemingly preparing for the imminent battle. Under Chai Luren's command, they charged at Lu Yun without hesitation. The members of Squad 14 behind Chai Luren were stunned by the scene, thinking to themselves, could he really be planning to confront Lu Yun head-on? They had assumed that faced with such a formidable enemy, Chai Luren would choose to retreat, but to their surprise, he opted to face Lu Yun's challenge directly. Not far away, Lu Yun caught sight of Chai Luren's reckless behavior, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, like a blade gleaming in the darkness. With a wave of his hand, the elite soldiers of Great Qin swiftly assembled and unleashed another volley. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying sound of arrows piercing through the air echoed, like a summons of death, causing the remaining members of Squad 14 to break out in cold sweats. To their horror, they realized that this round of attacks targeted not only Chai Luren's Moon General Taisui but also Chai Luren himself and even them. Ah, don't kill me! Li Wan, a newcomer who had joined Squad 14 less than 5 minutes ago, cried out in fear, frantically activating her recruit token. Meanwhile, the veteran members, though experienced in recruit trials, were still trembling in terror at Lu Yun's decisive assault. They hurriedly employed life-saving measures, summoning their last resort troops. Puff, puff, puff. However, activating the military talisman takes time, while the speed of the black arrows falling requires only an instant. After the second round of arrow volleys, Team 14's life-saving measures were almost completely exhausted. Protective talismans shattered, defensive auras exploded, numerous defensive units were killed in succession, and several students without strong protective skills or items fell directly into pools of blood. Among them was Wang Song, who had previously warned Lu Yun in the replica square outside. The 2 freshmen who had thought joining Team 14 would ensure their safety showed expressions of disbelief on their faces in their final moments before death. Isn't he just a freshman? Isn't he just a spoiled brat who got the deputy captain's token through connections? Why? Witnessing their teammates die beside them, several senior students finally realized the severity of the situation and desperately poured energy into their trial tokens. Because they heard that Lu Yun's black armored units around them had already pulled back their crossbow strings again. The cold gleam of those arrowheads made them truly feel the approach of death. You bastard! Chai Luren never expected that Lu Yun would actually dare to kill someone. He screamed hysterically at Lu Yun, trying to control the Moon General Taisui, whose shield was filled with arrows, to continue charging at Lu Yun. I don't believe your ranged units are stronger than my Moon General Taisui. Chai Luren shouted angrily, once my units get close, I will definitely kill you. Pa! But Lu Yun sneered, who told you my troops are ranged? He waved his hand lightly, and the elite Qin soldiers who had just fired another volley of crossbow bolts put away their bows and crossbows, drew their bronze swords and shields, and charged at an astonishing speed toward the 5 Moon General Taisui holding shields. What? You! Chai Luren, who had been extremely confident in his own troops, was completely stunned upon seeing Lu Yun's troops possess so many attack methods. He tried to command the Moon General Taisui to resist, but found that every one of Lu Yun's soldiers was stronger than his Moon General Taisui. This left him increasingly shocked, and he thought to himself, my 6 Moon General Taisui took countless effort and resources to cultivate, how could they be inferior to Lu Yun's human troops? Yes! Chai Luren suddenly realized that Lu Yun's black armored soldiers were merely human troops, yet they surpassed his Moon General Taisui. Ding! At this moment, everyone present, including the senior students who hadn't yet left the trial instance, heard the notification sound coming from the trial channel. This was a sound that only appeared when the trial commander, Captain Yi Haotian, sent a message. Chai Luren, whose mood had hit rock bottom, unwillingly looked at the trial channel, only for his expression to change drastically. One golden notification after another suddenly appeared in the trial channel. Team Captain Yi Haotian, I am about to perish. Yi Haotian, all squads attack according to the previous plan. Glory to Xinxia. Yi Haotian, Chai Luren, hold on and lead them to victory. Immediately afterward, the notification of Captain Yi Haotian withdrawing from the rookie trial appeared,
instantly causing astonishment among the many students
participating in the trial.
At this moment, Lu Yun, upon seeing the final message sent by Yi Haotian, felt a surge of emotions within and his resolve grew even firmer. A trace of anger appeared on his face as he looked up at the distant command tower.
Sure enough, the red light that had been shining at the top of the tower had truly gone out.
His gaze turned cold as he looked at Chai Luren, causing the latter to shudder involuntarily.
Nevertheless, Chai
Luren quickly shouted, "This time, I admit defeat, but Yi Haotian has already withdrawn from the trial.
Now, I need to lead everyone to victory."
A glimmer of hope and excitement appeared in Chai Luren's eyes. If he could regain command, he would surely secure first place in this trial.
No need. You're not worthy. Lu Yun's cold words pushed Chai Luren back into the abyss of reality.
5 black-armored soldiers, who had somehow already drawn their long spears, walked toward him solemnly.
No. Do you realize this will ruin everything? Yi Haotian entrusted the command to me.
Chai Luren shouted unwillingly, but Lu Yun's expression remained icy, as cold and unfeeling as an iceberg. In the northern 9 provinces of the Xinsha Empire, at the trial dungeon entrance square, 3 figures descended from the sky.
One of them was Huang Fuqing, standing on golden talisman paper.
The other 2 included a burly man clad in heavy armor, wielding a tiger-headed broadsword, and an elder whose feet rested on 2 large copper coins, dressed in a golden, flowing robe.
Greetings, Talisman God. General Situ reporting. Money God, may you be well.
At this moment, over a dozen students who had already exited the trial dungeon were astonished to see the 3 arrivals but quickly bowed in respect. Huang Fuqing and the other 2 frowned slightly upon seeing the students present. The burly man in heavy armor glared at the students wearing red armor signifying third-year status and said displeasedly, "There are still 3 days left in the trial.
Why did you choose to leave so early?"
The third-year student immediately grew nervous and replied respectfully, his voice trembling, reporting to General Situ, "It was Captain Yi Haotian who initiated the final battle ahead of schedule.
We encountered danger while fighting in the Sakura territory." "Humph." The burly man snorted coldly, "When has the Xinsha army ever feared shedding blood?" "You all."
"That's enough," Situ Changjian, the elder in the golden robe interrupted with a smile.
"Don't scare these young ones." The elder turned to Huang Fuqing and smiled faintly, "Old Qing, didn't you say there were a few promising talents this time, and that this trial would be a sure win?"
Huang Fuqing, upon hearing this, waved his hand to dismiss a few nervous students before saying, "Indeed, there are a few promising talents.
Hasn't our General Situ already taken a liking to them? Otherwise, do you think he would set aside military affairs to accompany us 2 old men for a leisurely stroll here?"
Beside him, Situ Changjian's expression softened slightly. "When today's trial ends, I will take 2 people with me."
The elder in the golden robe couldn't help but laugh. "Your military department is still as domineering as ever."
"If I'm not mistaken, these 2 people are Yi Haotian, who has a good sense of the big picture and is a commanding type soldier leader, and Chai Luren, who possesses a rare silver-tier troop type with the potential to enter the divine rankings in the future."
Upon hearing the elder's words, Situ Changjian's expression turned vigilant. "Xian Dojin, why is your finance department interested in these 2?
Chen Dojin's face revealed a shrewd and calculating expression, but he remained
silent with a smile.
Beside him, Huang Fuqing shook his head and laughed. "Actually, there are a few other promising talents, Qin Xiaoyu, Su Yuan, and..." Before Huang Fuqing could finish his sentence, a sudden flash of energy erupted from the teleportation point not far from the 3 of them, where participants were exiting the trial dungeon.
Immediately after, a young man clad in red armor appeared at the teleportation point.
His chest armor was almost entirely split open, exposing torn flesh, flipped skin, and visible internal organs.
"Yi Haotian!"
Xian Dojin exclaimed in shock. Huang Fuqing and Situ Changjian exchanged glances, their expressions filled with shock that was hard to conceal.
The 2 quickly rushed to the unconscious Yi Haotian, their hearts secretly anxious.
Huang Fuqing swiftly formed a hand seal, and a green talisman landed on the terrifying wound on Yi Haotian's chest.
In an instant, Yi Haotian's vitality surged like a spring, and his deathly pale complexion quickly regained a healthy flush.
Nearby, Xian Dojin and Situ Changjian also let out a sigh of relief, secretly feeling fortunate.
"I've managed to save him with great difficulty. This mission cannot fail," Situ Changjian thought to himself.
As the commander of the military department, his task was to bring back Yi Haotian and Chai Luren, but he hadn't expected such an accident to occur in the trial dungeon.
Truly astonishing, Xian Dojin thought with emotion. Although the finance department doesn't require overly formidable combat power, Yi Haotian's command abilities are exceptionally rare.
At this moment, seeing his most valued warrior in such a dire state, he couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. Ah! Yi Haotian let out a painful growl as he regained consciousness, as if trying to vent the anger in his heart.
Haotian, what happened? Was the command tower ambushed? Huang Fuqing immediately asked, the anxiety on his face evident.
Yi Haotian looked at the three of them, his face full of astonishment, but soon filled with grief and indignation.
I failed everyone.
I didn't anticipate the sneak attack from Sakura Island.
Yes. It was a Shikigami. They actually deployed a Shikigami unit called Bone Woman.
Yi Haotian suddenly became agitated, struggling to get up, but his freshly healed wound began bleeding again.
We understand. Get some rest. Huang Fuqing's face darkened, realizing the urgency of the situation.
He immediately cast a silver
talisman that landed on Yi Haotian's forehead. Yi Haotian's eyes showed confusion, and within seconds, he fell into a deep sleep.
The three exchanged glances, their faces heavy with seriousness.
Huang Fuqing said in a deep voice, "It seems the little Japanese truly want this spot in the divine realm. They even sent out a prince who awakened the Shikigami soldier type." Situ Changzhan's eyes were sharp as he scanned the direction of the dungeon entrance, silently speculating. That old dog, the Japanese emperor, isn't he afraid something might happen to his son in the trial dungeon?
A trace of worry flashed in Qiandojin's eyes. Don't underestimate the Shikigami troops of the Sakura Island nation.
The Bone Woman Shikigami mentioned by Yi Haotian has appeared in history before, eventually
evolving into a legendary troop, almost making it into the top 10 troop rankings. Qiandojin's voice was low as his gaze fell on Yi Haotian's injuries. Although Yi Haotian's troop isn't a main combat type, it's still rare grade. To be ambushed and severely injured before even reacting clearly shows the opponent was well prepared. The more he spoke, the more worried he became. This time, if the new recruits of Xinxia lack proper command, it might be very difficult to achieve victory.
Hearing Qiandojin's analysis, a trace of seriousness also appeared in the eyes of Situ Changzhan and Huang Fuqing. However, Situ Changzhan quickly let out a cold snort. Those turtle sons from the Hua Nation want to beat our Xinxia? They're still far from it. Thinking they can win just by relying on the transformation abilities of some bone woman? Utterly delusional. Don't forget, there's still Chai Luren in the trial dungeon.
Before he could finish speaking, another wave of energy fluctuation emerged from the teleportation point. Several severely injured second and third year students had just been teleported out, writhing in pain and wailing like ghosts.
Situ Changzhan furrowed his brows and was about to lose his temper when the teleportation point fluctuated again, and a young man in red armor with an arrow piercing his chest appeared. Chai Luren. Situ Changzhan froze instantly, the words of reprimand stuck in his throat. The two warriors highly regarded by the military, Yi Haotian had just been gravely injured, and now Chai Luren had also withdrawn from the trial prematurely, clearly having encountered a formidable enemy and suffered severe injuries. What on earth happened?
Looking at Chai Luren, whose injuries were even worse than Yi Haotian's, Huang Fuqing could barely suppress his fury and shouted at the few students who were also gravely injured but still had the strength to cry out. Inside the trial dungeon, Ling Shui and the other two exchanged glances, a trace of fear flickering in their eyes. Staring at the corpses of several members of Team 14, Lu Yun's expression was as cold as ice. What a pity, I didn't expect the elite warriors of Qin to hit Chai Luren's vital spot, yet he still managed to escape. Lu Yun felt unwilling, but he quickly waved his hand, and Zhao Yun, riding a white horse, responded and approached.
This time, I won't let them get away.
Determination flashed in Lu Yun's eyes as he leapt onto the horse's back, silently vowing to himself,
I'm heading to the command tower. With that, Zhao Yun's invincible skill was instantly activated, transforming into a streak of white light as he sped toward the Xinxia command tower in the distance. Ling Shui and her teammates exchanged glances and quickly followed behind dozens of black-armored warriors, striving to catch up. Xinxia command tower. Dressed in blue armor, Masao Hideyoshi placed his palm on the stone platform at the top level. Instantly, golden light flickered, and a massive map appeared before him, with red, orange, and blue light points interweaving as if pulsating.
Masao Hideyoshi revealed a wicked smile, his finger gently gliding across the luminous map, and a golden command issuance box appeared. Moments later, the trial channel of the Xinxia faction flashed with golden information. 1. Vice Captain Masao Hideyoshi, enemy new recruits of Xinxia, even your captain has fled.
What are you still doing here? Surrender! Otherwise, you'll die.
Upon seeing this golden message, all the new recruits of Xinxia were filled with rage and furiously cursed Masao Hideyoshi, but he remained indifferent.
In the trial channel of Sakura Island, he simply issued two words, action.
Immediately, the Sakura Island squad, which had previously adopted delaying tactics against the Shinxia team's offensive, began a strong counterattack based on the coordinates of the Shinxia team provided by Masao Hideyoshi. In a dense forest, the 12th squad led by Qin Xiaoyu suddenly encountered an ambush by 3 Sakura Island squads and fell into a desperate situation. Qin Xiaoyu paid the price of losing 4 venomous spider units to lead her squad
out of the encirclement. Other squads gradually became aware of the drastic changes in the battlefield. With Masao Hideyoshi continuously provoking in the trial channel, the offensive of the Shinxia Empire was completely reversed. However, with the squad's coordinates exposed, the members of Shinxia found themselves blocked from retreat by Sakura Island, their anger erupting. Many members urgently expressed that
Shinxia's military strength actually surpassed that of Sakura Island, but without Yi Haotian's command and with their movements being monitored, achieving victory had become nearly impossible. For a time, Shinxia students began to withdraw from the trial one after another, and the scales of victory started to tilt toward Sakura Island. At the top floor of Shinxia's command tower, Masao Hideyoshi was enjoying a massage from Honana while directing the squads to block Shinxia's forces. Watching the continuous stream of good news coming from the Sakura factions channel, he felt immensely satisfied. Suddenly, he noticed a blue light on Shinxia's battle map, moving at an incredibly exaggerated speed from the beginner's area toward the command tower. Like a raging storm beast, it made his heart tighten involuntarily. Asu Hideyoshi was completely indifferent, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The blue light spots represented the first-year freshmen he was familiar with. Meanwhile, under the Shinka command tower, more than a dozen senior students from Sakura Island were eyeing the situation like predators, each one a formidable third year. For this freshman to choose this moment to approach the command tower was nothing short of courting death. Besides, any freshman assigned to the beginners area by the Shinka faction was definitely not a skilled player. At best, they were useless point grabbers, the kind of characters even squads were too lazy to accept. Stop right there. Under the Shinka command tower, a student from Sakura Island shouted at the young rider galloping toward them. But the response he received was the swift action of the white-robed youth drawing his bow and shooting an arrow. A silver-glinting arrow flew straight toward him. The senior from Sakura Island reacted quickly, immediately positioning 3 burly beastman units in front of himself. Yet in the next moment, he stared in disbelief at the arrow. Embedded in his chest, his health bar instantly drained, and he collapsed with a thud. The 3 beastman units in front of him also fell simultaneously, blood raining down like a storm. Boom! The senior student from Sakura Island responsible for guarding the command tower immediately controlled his troops to charge at Lu Yun. However, a young man clad in blue armor leapt down from a white horse, and with a cold wave of his hand, several black-armored warriors and white horse cavalry emerged from an energy vortex, exuding an imposing aura. Outside the rookie trial dungeon. So, what you're saying is, Situ Changzhan's face turned ashen as he listened to the account of several Squad 14 members alongside Huangfu Cheng and Xiando Jin, his tone as cold as a blade. You weren't killed by rookie soldiers from the Wa Kingdom, but rather by a first-year freshman from Shinxia? Several students who had thought they found someone to stand up for them immediately cried out in accusation, General Situ, you must punish Lu Yun. He really killed several of our teammates. He's definitely a traitor to Shinxia. If it weren't for Chai Liuren's heart being on the right side, he might have been killed by Lu Yun too. Lu Yun, this first-year rookie, somehow got hold of the deputy captain's token and even tried to steal our achievements. Enough! The usually good-tempered Huangfu Qing suddenly shouted, interrupting the accusations of several people. Situ Changzhan and Xiando Jin also looked displeased, stood up, and no longer paid attention to the complaints of these Team 14 members. Although they found it unbelievable that Lu Yun had killed several members of Team 14, they managed to piece together the events from fragmented statements. Yi Haotian in the command tower was ambushed. But instead of going to his rescue, Chai Liuren led Team 14 to obstruct Lu Yun. Lu Yun warned Team 14 in his capacity as vice-captain, but after taking action, Team 14 was almost completely annihilated. Old Qing, could this be the monstrous freshman you mentioned? Xiando Jin looked at Huangfu Qing with a complex expression. Situ Changzhan also cast a curious glance, and Huangfu Cheng nodded lightly, his face filled with deep emotion. When he handed the vice-captain's token to Lu Yun, it was merely because he saw the immense potential in Lu Yun's troop type. He hadn't expected Lu Yun to be so decisive, even daring to kill students from the same faction. In previous rookie trials, while casualties occasionally occurred, there had never been such significant losses among students from the same faction. Kid, you're really giving me a tough problem. Huangfu Qing sighed inwardly.
Meanwhile, Xian Dojin and Situ Changjian, upon seeing Huang Fuqing's confirmation, were utterly astonished.
On the way here, they heard that Huang Fuqing had handed the vice captain's token to a first-year student. At first, they thought he had finally shown favoritism, but they never expected that this student turned out to be a formidable character, even stronger than Chai Luren, who possessed a rare and special troop type. It was simply unbelievable to the two of them. "Old Cheng, what are you afraid of?" Noticing the worry in Huang Fuqing's eyes, Situ Changjian patted his own chest, causing his heavy armor to emit a loud clang, his voice as thunderous as a storm.
"If those families come looking, just say this. Lu Yun is one of my military personnel. I'd like to see who dares to say anything."
Huang Fuqing was speechless upon hearing this, secretly thinking, this guy really wants to snatch him ahead of time. "If you really want to hold this little guy accountable, our finance department is willing to help. But you two, don't worry about that for now," Chen Dojin reminded helplessly.
"The priority now is that Yi Haodian and Chai Luren have both exited early. What should we do about this trial?"
"The first place reward for this trial, right?
That's a spot to enter the divine realm. And, you don't really think a freshman can take back the command tower, do you?" As Chen Dojin's words just fell, students began to appear one by one at the teleportation point, withdrawing from the trial.
Seeing the disappointed expressions on the faces of those who had quit, Huang Fuqing and the other two's expressions turned grim.
"How did you get up here?"
On the top floor of the Shinsha command tower, Masao Hideyoshi exclaimed in shock.
He had just been confidently commanding his side to encircle the various squads of Shinsha, but in the blink of an eye, he saw a new recruit from Shinsha had actually reached the top level of the command tower, and the dozen elite members of Sakura Island guarding below the tower were completely unaware. "Where are my squad members? How did you sneak past them?" Masao Hideyoshi's face darkened as he approached Bone Girl from behind. "They're dead. Now I'm here to kill you," Lu Yun said calmly. "What? Impossible!"
Masao Hideyoshi roared, his heart surging with unease. His squad members were his most loyal comrades, who would even risk their lives to sound the alarm.
Yet he hadn't heard a single warning. Could it be?
Masao Hideyoshi's pupils suddenly contracted, and a terrifying possibility emerged in his mind. But he immediately shook his head in denial. Impossible. A freshman from Shinsha absolutely doesn't have such power.
"Bone Woman, kill him for me." Masao Hideyoshi revealed a sinister smile and roared angrily at Bone Woman.
"Ah!" The alluring woman let out a beast-like growl, her figure moved, and in an instant, she appeared in front of Lu Yun. Her sharp hand, painted with red nail polish, stabbed straight toward Lu Yun's chest, accompanied by a sweet and cloying fragrance, swiftly lunging at him. Watching this scene, Masao Hideyoshi's lips curled into a cruel smile, fantasizing about the bloody spectacle of Lu Yun's heart
being ripped out. However, in the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened.
From the heart of his Shikigami soldier, he felt fear. At this moment, the newly awakened eyes of Shinsha sparkled with golden light, a misty crown appeared above his head, and a golden glowing seal floated beside him.
The Bone Woman seemed completely immobilized, unable to attack. Masao Hideyoshi's heart tightened, his fear intensifying.
The young man wearing the misty imperial crown lightly waved his hand, and a black-armored soldier wielding a longsword appeared in response. The moment the sword was unsheathed, Masao Hideyoshi felt a piercing chill sweep over him from head to toe. In the next instant, Masao Hideyoshi witnessed the black-armored warrior's longsword slashing down repeatedly at an astonishing speed, directly targeting his Shikigami unit, the Bone Woman.
"Ah!"
The Bone Woman let out a heart-rending scream. Pink energy continuously surged from her body as she desperately tried to heal her wounds.
However, each strike from the black-armored warrior was like thunder, overwhelmingly powerful, and the Bone Woman's health dropped drastically in an instant.
Within seconds, Hideyoshi also received a notification that his unit had been killed. At this moment, he was utterly shocked. The Bone Woman was one of the top 10 powerful Royal Shikigami units of Sakura Island. Yet she was completely powerless against the opponent's attack. Moreover, the Bone Woman had clearly used her charm ability, so why was the opponent completely unharmed and instead seemed to be under control? At this moment, Lu Yun watched as Hideyoshi Aso's unit was effortlessly slain by Baichi, feeling no surprise at all.
Although the Bone Woman's
attributes were superior to Chai Luren's paper effigy units, since obtaining the Abyssal Throne, his four-dimensional attributes had each increased by 400 points, and the soul-stunning effect he could unleash was unprecedentedly powerful.
Hideyoshi Aso's unit was only level 12 and had no
ability to resist, while Baichi's four-dimensional attributes were close to 15,000, leaving the Bone Woman with no chance of survival.
Lu Yun looked up at the terrified Hideyoshi Aso and waved toward Baichi beside him.
The Silver Tier Hero unit, holding a blood-stained long sword, stepped forward slowly, the air filled with a murderous aura that caused the Prince of Wa Kingdom to completely break down.
I surrender. Please don't kill me. I'm begging you.
Hideyoshi also pleaded desperately, but Bai Chi's longsword fell mercilessly, as if declaring the end of his days.
Cherry Blossom Island, Imperial Palace. The Wano Emperor, Masao Kozo, dressed in a red robe, stood before the altar adorned with 108 wooden statues, a satisfied smile on his face. His gaze lingered particularly on the statue of a seductive woman, which symbolized the bone woman Shikigami. The wooden carving emitted pink energy waves, harmonizing with the other statues. An elder standing beside Masao Kozo complimented him. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Prince Hideyoshi, accompanied by the esteemed bone woman, will surely shine in the new recruit trials. This time, Cherry Blossom Island will finally secure a spot in the divine realm. Upon hearing this, the Wano Emperor's smile grew even brighter. Naturally, with the Bone Woman's assistance, those rookie commanders from Shinsha won't stand a chance. Before he could finish speaking, a cracking sound came from the altar. The Wano Emperor and the Elder immediately turned their heads, horrified to see the wooden statue symbolizing the Bone Woman Shikigami rapidly losing its pink energy and suddenly exploding. Bone Woman! The Wano Emperor and the Elder exclaimed in shock.
In the recruit trial dungeon, in a certain mountain hollow, the members of Squad 12 gathered with solemn expressions.
Xiao Yu, I'll cover the rear later. You all retreat.
Xian Xing, with a bandage wrapped around his arm, suggested to Qin Xiaoyu, who was also stained with blood.
Xinxiao's squad, aren't you supposed to be strong? Come out. At that moment, several taunting voices from Sakura Island students echoed from the surrounding slopes.
The members of Squad 12 gritted their teeth but still crouched down.
After Yi Haotian withdrew from the trial, the command tower was seized by Masao Hideyoshi, and Squad 12 was
surrounded by enemy squads several times their number, losing over half their members. Now, there were still 4 Sakura squads searching for them in the nearby low hills.
No way. If we leave together.
These bastards really will kill us. Qin Xiaoyu shook her head and said through gritted teeth. Shen Xing and the other team members were about to speak when they suddenly heard a burst of laughter not far away.
A Sakura soldier,
controlling a hyena unit, had discovered Squad 12's hiding place, and soon after, other Sakura squads quickly surrounded them.
Fight! Don't hold back, kill!
Qin Xiaoyu commanded coldly. The other 5 members of Squad 12 nodded in unison, their faces showing a determined expression to fight to the death.
Ding!
At that moment, they heard a crisp notification sound from the trial channel.
Their hearts tightened as they recognized it as the sound that only appeared when their commander issued orders from the command tower. But, hadn't Yi Haotian already withdrawn?
The news of the God Summer command tower being seized by Masao Hideyoshi reached them, and the members of Squad 12 looked at each other, filled with confusion
and unease.
However, as their gazes turned to the trial channel, expressions of astonishment instantly appeared, as if they had seen the dawn of hope.
Go!
Shen Xing's eyes sparkled with ecstasy as he decisively issued the order, and Squad 12 swiftly rushed toward the breach in the encirclement. At this moment, in the trial channel, lines of golden commands rained down, showcasing astonishing changes.
Vice Captain Lu Yun, I will take command now.
Lu Yun's voice was firm and powerful, directing the actions of the squads. The golden commands resounded like war drums, and under Lu Yun's leadership, Squad 12, Squad 3, and Squad 6 quickly adjusted, forming a formidable counterattack force. At this time, the members of Squad 6, who were being besieged by the Sakura squad, had originally fallen into despair. After losing their core member Su Yuan, they faced the precise encirclement of the Sakura squad, suffering heavy casualties and seeing little hope of escape. Just as despair was spreading, the golden commands illuminated their hearts like the light of dawn. We have a chance. The captain of Team 6 roared, his voice filled with fury and determination. His 3-headed dual-blade ape soldiers radiated terrifying energy waves, ready to fight to the death to create an opportunity for his team members to escape. The other team members also activated the last of their soldier talisman energy, preparing for a decisive battle against the enemy. Ding! 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 A series of crisp notification sounds rang out, and the members of Team 6 seemed to be infused with new strength, staring in astonishment at the golden message in the trial channel. Defend! Defend! The captain's voice erupted from despair, carrying an air of fearless resolve. Listen to the vice captain. Our command tower has been reclaimed. It's back. Under Lu Yun's command, Team 12's counterattack surged like a tidal wave. The Cherry Blossom soldier masters felt unprecedented pressure, the battlefield shifted rapidly, and the hope of victory was reignited. Meanwhile, all members of the Xinxia squad were enveloped in a mix of shock and joy. Without a commander, they had lost all hope for the outcome of this trial.
Yet, in
the depths of despair, Lu Yun, an ordinary first-year student deemed unqualified by most to serve as vice-captain, unexpectedly turned the tide and reclaimed command. Without any external support, Lu Yun displayed astonishing decisiveness and intelligence, seizing command from Masao Hideyoshi. The various squads executed Lu Yun's orders without hesitation, fully aware that this was Xinxia's only chance for victory. First Vice-Captain Lu Yun, Squad 8, quickly capture Barracks Number 3, and make sure to take the teleportation stone.
Lu Yun, Squads 3 and 6, stop wasting time. Act when necessary. Within 15 minutes, I want to see you at Barracks Number 1.
Lu Yun, Squad 15 and Squad 11 merge, cross the barracks defense line, and attack the slowdown tower on the left side of Sakura. Faced with Lu Yun's series of commands, each squad leader responded excitedly. As time passed, Lu Yun's commanding proved effective, and the scales of victory began to tilt back toward the Xinxia faction. Outside the rookie trial dungeon, Huang Fuqing, Situ Changjian, and Qian Dojin's expressions grew increasingly grim.
In just a short 10 minutes,
the number of rookies from the Xinxia faction who had withdrawn from the trial had already reached dozens, nearly half of the participants.
After learning about the current battle situation from these rookies, the trio's expressions became even more solemn.
Situ Changjian glanced at the newly awakened Chai Luran, his heart filled with resentment, while disappointment was evident on the faces of Huang Fuqing and Qian Dojin. Chai Luran looked at the Xinxia students being continuously teleported back, feeling deeply regretful. He exchanged a glance with Yi Haotian, and both saw the look of remorse in each other's eyes.
Have you noticed?
Suddenly, Qian Dojin said softly, "It's been several minutes without seeing anyone come out." As soon as these words were spoken, Huang Fuqing and Situ Changjian froze, but after carefully observing their surroundings, a glimmer of hope gradually appeared on their faces.
Situ Changjian's tone also became much more relaxed. Fortunately, as long as these youngsters can successfully escape back to the Xinxia territory, there's still a chance to turn the tide.
Qian Dojin nodded in agreement. 3 days remain, it's still possible.
However, Huang Fuqing's expression turned somewhat peculiar.
He suddenly recalled the scene of Lu Yun leading the White Horse Cavalry to hunt down the golden-level Shura beast.
Escape back to the territory? Turn the tide? 3 days?
He shook his head lightly, feeling a sense of unease in his heart.
How could Lu Yun, who forced the Shura beast to beg for mercy, be thwarted by the new recruits of Sakura Nation?
Trial dungeon, top floor of the Sakura faction command tower. A boy named Sakamoto Taro stared at the battle reports continuously coming through the trial channel, his face darkened to the extreme. Faced with the pleas for help from various squads, Sakamoto Taro ignored them because he discovered that the squad personally led by Prince Hideyoshi, using the Bone Woman's disguise ability to ambush the Shin-Natsu command tower, had been completely annihilated.
In just 1 or 2 minutes, over a dozen light points extinguished one after another, including the blue light point representing Prince Hideyoshi.
All of this filled Sakamoto Taro with immense fear. He couldn't believe that Prince Hideyoshi, equipped with the Bone Woman Shikigami unit, would choose to log off on the spot after successfully attacking the Shin-Natsu command tower. This meant something had gone terribly wrong. As the captain of the Sakura faction, Sakamoto Taro let out a roar, his eyes bloodshot. Units formed from blood appeared around him, and his body seemed to be enveloped in a layer of blood-red light. He pulled up the command interface and entered a golden message. A few seconds later, all the squads in the Sakura faction saw Sakamoto Taro's message.
3 Captain Sakamoto Taro, Prince Hideyoshi has perished. You all know what we are about to face. Sakamoto Taro, everyone retreat to the deceleration tower now. We must secure victory in this trial. The students from Sakura Island were all shocked upon hearing Sakamoto Taro's words. Their hearts were instantly filled with boundless fear. Prince Hideyoshi, their noble figure, had met his demise during the trial. This was undoubtedly an ominous sign.
If they failed this trial, they would face the endless wrath of the Emperor of Wa upon leaving the trial dungeon.
Many Sakura students burst into tears, their hearts consumed by despair.
The tide of battle shifted suddenly, and everyone quickly followed Sakamoto Taro's orders, ceasing their entanglement with the Xinxia team and rushing toward the 2 turrets in front of the command tower.
Lu Yun soon received the information, but he paid no attention to Sakura's unusual movements.
Seeing Ling Shui and the other 2 finally arrive at the top floor with surprised expressions, Lu Yun shouted loudly, "All troops, attack!" In the Xinxia camp, on the turret of the right deceleration tower, Bai Hong, who had been unconscious, slowly woke up. He jumped up instantly, summoning a White Tiger King unit with a wave of his hand, secretly relieved that the Sakura Island attackers
hadn't found him earlier.
When he opened the trial channel to check the battle situation, his eyes widened in shock.
Lu Yun has reclaimed the command tower? Chai Luran and Yi Haotian have withdrawn from the trial? The entire Sakura camp has retreated.
Bai Hong was both shocked and terrified at this moment, slapping his own head, thinking he was dreaming. However, the golden commands issued by Lu Yun in the trial channel and the triumphant reports from the squad left him
completely dumbfounded.
After a long while, Bai Hong suddenly shuddered, and a wave of fear surged in his heart. If, back at the entrance of the ancient city dungeon, Lu Yun had killed not his White Tiger King unit. Bai Hong felt his heart pounding wildly, his gaze fixed on the trial channel. One golden command after another from Lu Yun directly activated the trial token, and his figure instantly vanished. Outside, a wave of energy fluctuation from the teleportation point caught everyone's attention. Bai Hong saw the surrounding environment and had just breathed a sigh of relief when a burly man in heavy armor grabbed him by the neck.
"What's your name? What's the situation inside? Have our squads retreated yet?"
Frightened speechless by the burly man before him, Bai Hong glanced at Qian Dojin nearby and immediately burst into tears. "Third uncle, save me." A few minutes later, Huang Fuqing, Situ Changzhan, and Qian Dojin listened to the information brought back by Bai Hong, their
eyes gleaming with brilliance.
Yi Haotian and Chai Luran, who had forced themselves to come and hear the news, were filled with
disbelief. Why had Lu Yun become the commander? Wasn't the command tower seized by the Prince of Wa Nation, who possessed Shikigami troops? Not only did the Shinsha faction not retreat, but they also routed the Sakura squad, forcing them to flee in disarray. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Chai Luran questioned Bai Hong unwillingly.
Bai Hong shifted slightly and cast a pleading glance at Qian Dojin.
Absolutely certain.
Chai Luran's face turned red, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing backward, fortunately caught by Yi Haotian beside him.
Yi Haotian
still wore a look of shock, unable to believe that Lu Yun, whom he had left in the beginner's area, had become the key to Xinxia's reversal of fortune. In the rookie trial dungeon, Squad 12 led by Qin Xiaoyu successfully broke through under Lu Yun's orders, pursuing the enemy to a deceleration tower in the Sakura faction's territory.
Boom, boom, boom. However, they were immediately attacked by long-range skills.
Qin Xiaoyu and Xianxing quickly realized that the previously fleeing Sakura squad had regrouped behind the deceleration turret, ready to fight them to the death. In front of another cherry blossom slowdown tower, other Xinxia squads encountered the same problem. Qin Xiaoyu and her squad attempted to attack, but under the slowdown effect of the deceleration cannon, they found it difficult to break through the cherry blossom side's defenses.
The Xinxia students felt extremely anxious. After the
previous sneak attack on the command tower and the withdrawal of Captain Yi Haotian, the squads had lost more than half their members, and Xinxia Empire's total trial points were still trailing behind Sakura Island Nation. If the Sakura faction continued to turtle behind the slowdown turrets, the ultimate failure would belong to Xinxia. Amid the stalemate, a message from Lu Yun appeared again in the trial channel. "Attention all squads, those who have obtained the barracks teleportation stone, immediately establish a teleportation point." The Xinxia recruits had already arrived at the Sakura faction's slowdown tower. Upon seeing Lu Yun's message, they all showed expressions of surprise. However, some squad leaders actively spoke in the channel, and the tension quickly spread. Squad leader Qin Xiaoyu, "Lu Yun, don't leave the command tower.
If that Masao Hideyoshi launches another counterattack, we'll be in big trouble."
Squad leader Zhao Yan, "That's right, we fought hard to reclaim the command tower, and we absolutely cannot lose it again."
Squad leader Gui Tianzong, Jr., "Just stay in the command tower with peace of mind.
Once we're out, we'll treat you to a drink." Squad leader Fengzhe, "You've already done more than enough.
Leave the fighting to us. With over 2 days left, I refuse to believe we can't take down this deceleration tower."
The squad leader's words made the other recruits realize Lu Yun's importance, and they all urged him not to act impulsively. After all, the key to the Xinxia faction's victory this time lies in Lu Yun, who is currently in the command tower.
If he leaves and the command tower is taken back by Masao Hideyoshi, the situation will once again be reversed. At this moment, Lu Yun, upon seeing the dissuasion in the trial channel, couldn't help but laugh and cry. He reopened the command box and quickly sent out a golden message.
"One Vice Captain Lu Yun, don't worry, Masao Hideyoshi has already been killed by me."
Following Lu Yun's message, one recruit Ling Shui, "I can confirm, along with those dozen or so Sakura third-year recruits, they're all dead too." One recruit Chen Zhuangzhuang, "Yes, they died miserably." 1. New recruit Juga Wanner, your worries are completely unnecessary. In front of the Sakura turret, the recruits of Divine Summer stared blankly at the statements made by Lu Yun and his group. Although they didn't know Masao Hideyoshi's true identity, his surname alone was enough to deduce that he belonged to the Sakura royal family. Moreover, with the strength to easily kill Yi Haoqian, who would have thought that Lu Yun could reclaim the command tower and even kill Masao Hideyoshi? What was even more shocking was that Ling Shui and her group claimed that not only was Masao Hideyoshi killed by Lu Yun, but the entire ambush squad he led was also wiped out. Could this be nothing more than a few freshmen spouting nonsense? Initially shocked by Lu Yun's ability to reclaim the command tower, the crowd now seemed as if struck by lightning, unable to believe any of it. At this moment, Xian Xing from Squad 12 finally couldn't hold back and said in a peculiar tone, actually, Lu Yun's deputy captain token was personally handed to him by the rune god. What? The new recruits of Xinsha present were instantly incredulous as they looked at Chen Xing. When Lu Yun regained command, he had already proven his strength to everyone. But when they learned that this deputy captain token was personally granted by Huang Fuqing, their doubts vanished in an instant, and Lu Yun's abilities were recognized. After all, the symbol god is not someone who can be bribed easily. Everyone began to believe the words of Lu Yun and Ling Shui's group, but this made them even more shocked. Actually, Xian Xing seemed to have more to say and hesitated before continuing. Team 14 of Chai Luren might have also withdrawn because of Lu Yun. Upon hearing this, everyone was utterly stunned. Previously, many had already noticed that Chai Luren's team seemed to have completely withdrawn from the trial. Originally, some speculated whether Chai Luren had helped Lu Yun ascend the command tower, but now, thinking about it, how could Chai Luren, the top candidate for deputy captain, let it go so easily? Although this is still just speculation, Lu Yun being personally granted the vice captain token by the rune god, possessing universally recognized command abilities, and having combat power surpassing Masao Hideyoshi and Chai Luren, doesn't seem entirely impossible. Buzz, a squad leader who had once breached the Sakura barracks, was the first to crush his teleportation stone, and colorful radiance instantly surged upward. The other three squad leaders hesitated briefly before also crushing their respective teleportation stones. For streams of colorful radiance converged in the air, spanning the entire trial map, heading straight for the command tower of the Shinsha faction, forming a magnificent rainbow bridge. Atop the Sakura command tower, Captain Sakamoto Taro grew tense upon seeing this bridge. He was well aware of the sheer strength required to defeat the squad led by Prince Hideyoshi within 2 minutes. The Shinsha faction activating the teleportation array at this moment must mean they intend to teleport those powerful warlords over. We must hold the line. We absolutely cannot lose. Sakamoto Taro continuously issued commands in the trial channel. The energy of the slowing tower must not be interrupted. Every Xingxia unit entering the range must be slowed down. Before long, a few streaks of light flashed across the Rainbow Arch Bridge ahead. A boy clad in blue armor appeared, followed by 2 girls with outstanding temperament and looks, and a nervous-looking chubby boy. Just like the previous boy, all of them were wearing the blue armor representing first-year recruits. Although Sakamoto Taro, stationed at the Sakura command tower, couldn't clearly see the appearances of the 4 Xingxia students who had been teleported, he was somewhat puzzled upon recognizing the color of their armor. What was the Xingxia faction up to? The teleportation array could only exist for 10 minutes, and they used it just to bring over 4 freshmen who were still in the beginners area? However, Sakamoto Taro breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't those soldiers who defeated Hideyoshi's princes coming over. But just then, on the colorful teleportation arch bridge, another series of white flashes appeared. Soon, one by one, white horse cavalry and black-armored warriors stepped out of the Rainbow Arch Bridge. At this moment, the members of Shinkami who had been watching Lu Yun and his group arrive were still feeling a bit emotional. But when they saw the 2 units appearing behind Lu Yun, their expressions collectively changed in shock. They're actually human units. And cavalry. Long-range units. The numbers seem a bit off. What level is he anyway? How does he have so many units? Everyone who saw Lu Yun's elite Qin warriors and white horse volunteers could hardly believe their eyes. The sheer number of these units was simply astonishing. The units appearing behind Lu Yun had already matched the total number of units possessed by all the Shinkami students present. This made many people start to worry. Was Lu Yun planning to use a swarm tactic to break through the Sakura defense line? However, before anyone could stop him, Lu Yun, clad in blue armor, had already raised a slender black long blade in his hand and shouted passionately to all the Shinkami recruits present, "Shinkami warriors, anyone with guts, charge with me." Shinkami forever victorious. With that, without waiting for anyone to react, he stomped heavily on the ground and soared high toward the direction of the Sakura artillery platform. At this moment, the horn of battle has sounded, and Lu Yun is like a meteor, unstoppable. Under his leadership, various troops shouted. In unison, their morale soaring as they charged toward the Sakura defense line, seemingly ready to crush all obstacles in their path. Boom! Lu Yun's figure was like lightning, instantly crossing over 100 meters and entering the range of the slowing tower. The Sakura recruits operating the turret immediately fired the slowing cannon, attempting to stop him. However, Lu Yun was fearless, executing consecutive leap strikes and almost instantly reaching the Sakura turret's defensive line. With a single slash, he fiercely struck a bull-like unit. Boom! The thick-skinned, tough bull unit exploded instantly under his sharp blade, blood splattering everywhere. The Sakura recruits guarding the turret were left staring at each other in shock, and even the Shinsha recruits were stunned by the scene. Someone actually dared to charge into the Sakura camp alone. Moreover, this leap skill was absurdly powerful, covering hundreds of meters in just a few steps and effortlessly killing a nearly level 20 defensive unit. Who exactly is this newcomer? Could it really be that deputy captain who was only known for his commanding skills? Just as all the new students of Shinsha hesitated, one of Lu Yun's black-armored human soldiers raised his bronze longsword high, his powerful voice echoing across the battlefield. Mighty old Qin, restore our rivers and mountains. Fight until the blood runs dry, never cease the battle. Qin elite warriors, follow me to kill. One by one, the elite warriors of Qin raised their swords in unison, following Lu Yun's lead and activating their charge skill. Over 100 fully armed black-armored warriors advanced at an astonishing speed, leaving the students of the Shinsha Empire on site both shocked and exhilarated. However, before they could react, a young general in a white robe riding a white horse shouted loudly, "Where righteousness leads, life and death follow. Heaven bears witness, the white horse is proof. Kill, kill, kill." Rumble. Over 100 swift war horses accelerated simultaneously, catching up with the imposing black-armored soldiers in an instant, creating a breathtakingly intense scene. The crowd shouted in unison, "Kill!" The first to react were Ling Shuat, Zhuge Waner, and Chen Zhuangzhuang. Chen Zhuangzhuang led his dwarf troops, closely following the two units of Lu Yun, shouting passionately, while the dwarf warriors let out continuous battle cries. At the same time, Ling Shua's angel troops and Zhuge Waner's mech beast soldiers unleashed terrifying energy, charging toward the enemy lines with unstoppable momentum. The squads of Shinsha finally reacted and launched their charge. However, the moment they stepped into the Sakura slowdown tower, they were hit by its slowing effect, making their advance extremely difficult. This left the new recruits of Shinsha even more astonished, as they realized that Lu Yun's two troops, one black and one white, were completely unaffected. What shocked them even more was that Lu Yun's white cavalry had already begun drawing their bows and shooting arrows. The arrows, glowing with a pale cyan light, rained down like a storm, targeting the new recruits of Sakura Island. Enemy soldiers fell one after another. This scene left the Shinsha crowd utterly dumbfounded. The arrows were crossing hundreds of meters, their terrifying range beyond imagination. In just a few seconds, Lu Yun had already cut down over a dozen of Sakura's powerful new recruit units, and even several Sakura commanders fell helplessly under the narrow, long blade in his hand. Within mere seconds, the black and white troops had reached the turret, rumbling. The Sakura slowdown cannon emitted a series of thunderous booms as several elite warriors of Great Qin directly activated their charge skills, forcibly toppling the massive turret. All the new recruits of Sakura Island were instantly thrown into panic, losing all will to resist. Even as Sakamoto Taro issued orders to hold their ground in the channel, it was to no avail. Facing these two formidable troop types and the godlike Lu Yun, the Sakura recruits were already terrified, activating their trial tokens one after another. However, under Lu Yun's cold command, the bronze swords of the Qin sharp soldiers and the arrows of the White Horse cavalry continued to rain down mercilessly. By the time the recruits of Shinsha finally returned to normal speed and arrived at the collapsed Sakura turret, the battle was already over. Watching Lu Yun single-handedly accomplish the task that their dozens of squads had failed to complete, all the Shinsha recruits were utterly shocked. However, seeing the ground littered with the corpses of Sakura recruits and troops, some Shinsha recruits showed expressions of fear and reluctance, their gazes involuntarily shifting toward Lu Yun. At this moment, Lu Yun, having wiped the blood off the blade of Azura, coldly looked at the tardy Shinsha crowd. Noticing their complex expressions, he slowly spoke, his voice icy and commanding. "Recruits, remember this. Recruit trials are not a game. This is war." Lu Yun's thunderous roar echoed like a clap of thunder, exuding extraordinary momentum.
Immediately, he leapt onto Zhao Yun's warhorse, leading 2 units to charge fiercely toward the next cherry
blossom turret.
The recruits of Xinxia, who had initially felt uneasy about Lu Yun's bloody slaughter, were instantly shaken by his unwavering resolve, realizing this was a battle of life and death. Despite their lingering fear over the corpses scattered across the ground, the recruits erupted in loud, resounding shouts, following closely behind as if their fighting spirit had been ignited by Lu Yun's courage. At this moment, they were no longer weak recruits but powerful cannonballs ready to strike the enemy. Meanwhile, Qian Xing was surprised to discover while running that he had received an invitation from Lu Yun to join Team 18. After a brief moment of thought, he agreed without
hesitation.
The other members of Team 12 cast puzzled glances his way, but Qian Xing offered no explanation and directly shouted on the trial channel, "Quick!
My teammates, follow me."
Qin Xiaoyu and several other teammates immediately received the invitation message,
recalling Lu Yun's earlier feat of single-handedly breaking
through a deceleration tower. They were overwhelmed with excitement and couldn't contain themselves.
Team 1. They were ecstatic, shouting, "Ah!"
At this moment, Su Yuan, the top student of East Sea Academy's second-year class, who was heading to the front lines, also received the
invitation message.
A trace of hesitation flashed across the pale face of the young man, but he quickly made up his mind and chose to join. When the members of Xinxia arrived at the second deceleration turret, the scene before them was identical to that of the first turret. The turret had collapsed, and corpses were
strewn everywhere.
However, this time, they hadn't even witnessed Lu Yun and his troops in action.
Their admiration for this newly promoted first-year vice-captain was boundless.
After the silence and shock, everyone once again rushed in the direction where Lu Yun's figure had long disappeared. This time, their target was the Sakura Command Tower. The senior students shouted as they ran, "Lu Yun, please, leave some for us seniors.
Junior, you're suited for commanding, leave the fighting to us."
Only the members of Squad 18, including Qian Xing and Qin Xiaoyu, were so excited they could hardly contain their joy. First place.
Squad 1. Ha ha ha.
This left the squads around them, eager to catch up with Lu Yun, feeling inexplicably jealous and confused.
Meanwhile, atop the Sakura Command Tower, Sakamoto Taro's face was ashen.
He had initially thought that Lu Yun, who arrived via the teleportation array, was a pampered freshman. Unexpectedly, this freshman managed to destroy 2 of Sakura's deceleration turrets with his own strength. Watching the black and white troops rapidly approach, Sakamoto Taro's hands trembled slightly as he picked up the captain's token, infused it with energy, and silently contemplated forfeiting the match. However, the anticipated forfeiture did not occur. Instead, a streak of blood-red light surged from the token.
Sakamoto Taro screamed in terror, "Lady Vampire, spare me. I don't want to die."
Yet his body continued to wither at an alarming rate, and the blood-red light emanating from the token grew increasingly intense. Soon, a faint red silhouette of a young girl with blood-colored wings appeared atop the command tower.
Time to be afraid, mortals."
The blood-colored girl's phantom looked down at the approaching Xinxia crowd outside the command tower, letting out a chilling laugh, as if foretelling the imminent bloody storm.
Sakura Island Nation. On the ceremonial platform of the Wa Emperor's toilet,
a Shikigami statue entwined with blood threads erupted with terrifying bloodlight, as if summoning countless evil spirits.
The originally grief-stricken
Wa Emperor Masao Kazuo screamed hoarsely, "Lady Vampire Princess,
you must avenge Bone Woman and Hideyoshi. Xinxia must pay for their blood debts."
Outside the rookie trial dungeon in the northern 9 provinces of Xinxia, Huangfuqing, Situchangjian, and Xiandojin were still processing the news brought back by Bai Heng. They truly hadn't expected that the
seemingly doomed situation for the Xinxia faction could be reversed by Lu Yun alone.
At this moment, Huangfuqing secretly felt fortunate for his earlier flash of insight in handing the deputy captain's token to Lu Yun. Initially, he had been worried that Lu Yun might face exclusion during the rookie trial because of receiving the deputy captain's token. But now, seeing that even a genius soldier like Chai Luren had almost been killed by Lu Yun, his concerns proved to be unnecessary. Moreover, Huangfuqing and the other 2 had originally been worried about how to explain to the families of the Xinxia students
killed by Lu Yun after the trial ended.
But just the fact that Lu Yun reclaimed the command tower was enough to offset any criticism. Huangfuqing and the other 2 were already prepared to confront any unreasonable forces behind those students. Your child was incompetent and dared to disobey the deputy captain's orders.
What use is there in sparing them on the battlefield? When do you think this trial will end? Xiandojin asked with a sigh. Situ Changjian pondered for a moment, at most, a day and a half.
Even though the number of our Shinsha's soldiers is only half of the opponent's, we have an absolute advantage in combat power.
Huang Fucheng nodded in agreement. I think it won't even take a day and a half.
He had witnessed the strength of Lu Yun's two troop types, and with that growth-type magical treasure, Huang Fucheng believed Lu Yun would deliver a huge surprise to everyone. Not far away, Yi Haoyan and Chai Luran, upon hearing the conversation of Huang Fucheng and the other two, looked increasingly embarrassed. The two had interrogated Bai Hong for a long time and had pieced together everything that had
happened in the trial after they left.
Thinking back to their earlier disdain for Lu Yun, they couldn't help but feel a wave of shame, realizing their actions had nearly caused Qinsha's complete defeat. Their regret was beyond measure. But at that moment, a streak of blood-red energy suddenly surged from the exit of the teleportation point for the new recruit trial, filling the entire square with
a bloody aura.
All the students who had left the trial were caught off guard, while Huang Fucheng and the other two's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this.
Emperor of Hua, you're courting death. Situ Changjian roared furiously, the heavy armor on his body clanging loudly. Huang Fuqing and Xian Dojin also wore expressions of anger. They could sense the aura within those blood-colored energies, which originated from a notorious Shikigami of the Sakura Island nation. Vampire Princess.
Huang Fuqing gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the trial's exit, which was gradually being enveloped by the blood-colored
energy. Notify Zhang Daohai.
The old man's voice was filled with boundless killing intent.
Go to the Emperor of Hua's lair. Boom.
A dozen seconds later, on an island in the East Sea of the Xinsha Empire, a man with long black hair suddenly opened his eyes.
Emperor of Hua, you old dog, how dare you harm the fine sons of Xinsha? Boom.
The man roared furiously, soaring into the sky. The island where he had been meditating trembled violently and astonishingly lifted into the air, heading toward a continent in the east. Inside the trial dungeon, Lu Yun, leading the elite warriors of Great Qin and the White Horse Volunteers, was nearing the Sakura command tower. Behind him, the many Xinsha students following closely could all feel the air within the trial dungeon growing increasingly thick with the scent of blood. Suddenly, behind the group, streaks of blood-colored light appeared, rushing toward the Sakura command tower.
Lu Yun and the others stopped in their tracks upon witnessing this scene.
Soon, at the top level of the command tower, a petite figure with blood-red flesh wings
appeared.
Sitting on Zhao Yun's warhorse, Lu Yun's alertness suddenly heightened as he saw the figure, Vampire Princess.
It's actually a vampire princess.
Among the many Xinsha students at the rear, someone exclaimed in shock upon seeing the figure, causing everyone to be startled. The Xinsha students, who had been high-spirited under Lu Yun's leadership, now gradually showed fear on their faces. Lu Yun also became cautious at this moment, as the vampire princess was a type of Shikigami soldier from Hua Nation. Even on the galactic Great Wall, it was notorious, and he hadn't expected it to appear in the new recruit trial. Looks like the little Hua people used some special means to bring the vampire princess's avatar in. Xin Xiaoyu, the former captain of Squad 12, spoke in a heavy tone, following closely behind Ling Shui and the others. Xian Xing's tone also seemed heavy. Although it's just an incarnation, it's definitely not something we can handle.
How about we retreat?
Ling Shui, Zhuge Waner, and Chen Zhuangzhuang remained silent. They were full of confidence in Lu Yun's judgment. At this moment, Lu Yun was quickly calculating in his mind. Although he was eager to challenge this renowned Shikigami unit, as the commander of the Xinsha faction, he couldn't disregard the lives of others.
Everyone else, retreat. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Yun decisively issued the order. The surrounding Xinsha recruits, though unwilling in their hearts, quickly retreated toward the Xinsha camp upon hearing Lu Yun's command. Not good. Blood slaves. At that moment, the retreating Xinsha soldiers exclaimed in shock. Immediately afterward, blood-red figures emerged from behind, blocking the Xinsha camp's retreat. Lu Yun looked over and saw numerous blood-red figures of humans and monsters, including the blood-red incarnations of the Sakura soldiers he had previously killed, as well as the shadows of many monsters. This is the power of the vampire princess. Lu Yun's heart trembled, realizing that these blood slaves were summoned using the corpses of the dead. Ah! The Xinsha students in the rear had already commanded their units to launch an attack on the blood slaves. But they were horrified to discover that even if their units shattered these blood slaves, the next moment the blood slaves would rise again and continue fighting. Even worse, the blood slaves formed from the deceased Sakura soldiers could still summon their own units to fight. Although their strength was not as formidable as when they were alive, their ability to continuously resurrect after death quickly suppressed Xinsha's offensive. Ai Chi!
Lu Yun gave the order, and Bai Qi immediately led the elite warriors of Great Qin to bring dozens of military leaders of Xinxia to Lu Yun's side. However, faced with the blood slaves surging in from all directions, many Xinxia students were still filled with worry. Blood for blood. At this moment, the vampire controlling the blood slaves in midair let out a chilling laugh, and the surrounding blood slaves instantly roared and launched their attack. Many commanders with ranged units and skills began attacking the vampire, but surprisingly, the vampire in her blood-colored phantom state was completely immune to these attacks. The numerous freshmen grew increasingly terrified. If it weren't for Lu Yun's units raising their shields to block, they might have already succumbed to the frenzied assault of the surrounding blood slaves. However, no matter how powerful Lu Yun's units were, they could not resolve the issue of the blood slaves' ability to resurrect. Once their energy is exhausted, the outcome is predictable. Some couldn't resist activating the trial token, only to be informed that the teleportation channel was closed, and a sense of despair instantly enveloped the entire scene. Standing beside Lu Yun, Ling Xue's face was tense, but she decisively took out a piece of talisman paper and directly placed it on Lu Yun's chest. When Lu Yun saw the talisman paper emitting a faint green glow, his heart warmed, knowing it was the compensation gift Huang Fuqing had given to Ling Xue. He gave the little girl a slight smile, then gently waved his hand under Ling Xue's astonished gaze. A massive metal throne suddenly appeared beside him, its backrest formed by 9 long swords, 2 of which emitted black and cyan light, exuding an unparalleled majesty. The few battle angels beside Ling Xue couldn't help but tremble slightly upon seeing the throne. Lu Yun, under everyone's watchful eyes, directly sat on the throne, with a 12-streamer misty imperial crown appearing above his head, his aura transforming dramatically in an instant. He looked up at the vampire in midair, his voice filled with authority. "Wretched creature, come down and face your death." Ah! Seeing Lu Yun take out the abyssal throne, the vampire let out an enraged roar. The surrounding blood slaves instantly radiated intense bloodlight, frantically attacking the defensive line formed by the elite Qin warriors and Xinxia students. The vampire flapped her wings behind her and suddenly lunged toward Lu Yun on the abyssal throne. "Watch out!" Ling Xue and several others, along with numerous Xinxia students, shouted simultaneously. However, Lu Yun withdrew the long blade in his hand and, facing the vampire who had almost reached above his head in the blink of an eye, revealed a faint smile. "Got you." Buzz. Golden light flickered in Lu Yun's eyes as the soul-stunning power with a 20-fold amplification erupted in an instant. The vampire's figure was firmly frozen in mid-air, just a few meters away from Lu Yun. Lu Yun gently waved his hand, and the abyssal throne unleashed a terrifying might, causing all the troops present to emit trembling cries of despair. Ah woo! Those frenzied attacking blood slaves were instantly swept by fear, their terrified screams echoing endlessly. Meanwhile, the vampire in mid-air struggled desperately, trying to break free from Lu Yun's control. But in the next moment, the White Horse Cavalry finally took action, drawing their powerful bows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows tinged with a green hue rained down like a storm, aiming straight for the vampire's body. However, these arrows, imbued with both physical and wind elemental magic damage, failed to harm the vampire in the slightest. The vampire, now fully awakened, had flames of hatred flickering in her hollow eyes. Yet in the next instant, Lu Yun's soul-stunning ability was unleashed once more. Following the first volley of arrows from the White Horse Cavalry, dark gray arrow shadows immediately followed. Thud, thud, thud. Blood mist began to erupt explosively from the vampire's body. Massive damage numbers floated continuously above her head, leaving everyone in shock. No one had expected Lu Yun's troops to be capable of inflicting harm on the vampire. Moreover, the power unleashed by Lu Yun's throne artifact was even able to intimidate the blood slaves. Including Ling Xue, everyone was shocked by Lu Yun's strength. That was a vampire princess, a truly powerful unit capable of leaving its mark on the Star River Great Wall, yet, in front of Lu Yun, it could only take a beating. The crowd looked at the young man sitting on the throne, wearing the imperial crown, with complex emotions in their hearts. At this moment, Lu Yun let out a small sigh of relief. In fact, his earlier maneuver had a bit of a gamble to it. When he first brought out the abyssal throne, he did not activate the abyssal gaze effect, fearing that the vampire princess's phantom might choose to flee. Only after using soul intimidation to control the opponent did he activate abyssal gaze. As for the vampire princess in phantom form being immune to physical and magical attacks, Lu Yun merely wanted to test whether the White Horse Cavalry, after being bound to the heart of Azura, could add an extra instance of Azura damage. As it turned out, everything went as he had anticipated. Now, this vampire princess under his control, unable to escape, could only continuously absorb the surrounding blood slaves to replenish its life.
Yet, under the terrifying barrage of attacks from over 100 White Horse cavalry, its life force was still rapidly approaching its limit. In the Wa Emperor's lavatory, alarms blared loudly. The soldiers responsible for guarding the area began deploying their units. Suddenly, a massive shadow appeared in the sky. It was a gigantic island, as vast as a continent, pressing down heavily toward the Wa Emperor's lavatory. The Sakura Emperor Masao Kozo, clad in a crimson robe, appeared atop the Sakura imperial throne and roared angrily at the massive island. Zhang Daohai, do you want to provoke a war between Xinxia and my Sakura nation? War it is. My Xinxia has long wanted to annihilate your Sakura nation. On the massive island, Zhang Daohai's furious voice echoed. His hair was disheveled, and his entire body radiated terrifying energy waves, resonating with his unique military unit, the Divine Sea Island. The increasingly oppressive power pressed downward. The guards and servants within the Sakura imperial throne spewed blood and perished, but Zhang Daohai remained indifferent. His thunderous voice, mixed with the might of the Divine Island, boomed, "You old dog dared to mix a vampire princess into the new recruit trials. Do you think my Xinxia has no one bold enough to kill you?" Masao Kozo's expression changed, but he still replied venomously, "Don't slander me. That was merely a transformed military unit." His eyes flickered with uncontrollable madness and hatred. Having successively lost the exclusive Sakura Royal Shikigami unit, Bone Maiden and his most beloved Prince Hideyoshi, Masao Kozo now wished he could flay and dismember every Xinxia student participating in the trials. Even if Xinxia's powerful figures stormed the Sakura imperial throne, he would never regret his decision. He wanted to make these Xinxia students pay the price. Just 10 minutes. Masao Kazuo firmly believed that even if it was just a blood shadow incarnation of a vampire princess, it would surely turn those Xinxia genius warriors into blood slaves. What? 1? Ha ha ha, good. Great. Just as Masao Kazuo was fully prepared to engage in a fierce battle with Zhang Daohai, Zhang Daohai unexpectedly answered a phone call in midair and then burst into laughter, his voice echoing through the skies. This left Masao Kazuo and all the powerful figures from Sakura Island present feeling utterly baffled, wondering to themselves, what on earth is this guy laughing about? At the same time, an anxious voice came from below, "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Lady Vampire's statue is broken." Masao Kozo's face instantly changed, filled with disbelief. "Impossible." In the sky, Zhang Daohai laughed smugly and said, "How is it impossible? Mere Shikigami troops dare to think they can defeat the valiant sons of our divine Xia?" With his arrogance, Zhang Daohai pressed his palm down fiercely, and the massive sea-calming divine island plummeted like a meteor, crashing violently toward the Woku Emperor's toilet below. A deafening roar erupted, as if it would tear the entire sky apart. On a battlefield somewhere along the massive Great Wall built in the starry sky, a man in a red robe with a delicate and sinister demeanor suddenly turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hundreds of meters ahead, the vampire herself, who was controlling her blood slaves in fierce combat, suddenly bore a gruesome wound on her body. The blood slaves fighting against the alien troops shattered one after another, and the powerful alien forces instantly tore through the human defense line. At that moment, a massive water dragon descended from the heavens, instantly annihilating all the attacking alien troops. Sakura Island's poor performance in battle. Deduct 10,000 points from their record. Xiao Zhe, clad in military attire, appeared atop the head of the water dragon. His icy voice, as cold as the depths of winter, pierced through the battlefront, striking fear into everyone on the line. On the exit plaza of the new recruit trial in the Xinxia Empire, everyone stared in astonishment at the Xinxia students being teleported out one by one. Just moments ago, Huang Fuqing, Sidu Changzhan, Xiando Jin, and others were still worried about Lu Yun and his group. After all, the strength of the vampire Shikigami, even in its avatar form, was an insurmountable peak for these recruits who had yet to break through. However, no one could have imagined that the dungeon barrier blocked by the vampire would suddenly shatter at this moment. Those Xinxia recruits, who had been a source of concern and potential casualties, were teleported out one by one, completely unharmed. When the last boy in blue armor appeared at the teleportation point, dozens of Xinxia students who followed him rushed toward him, lifting the stunned boy high into the air. "Lu Yun, you've done something big again." They quickly grasped the situation and surrounded Lu Yun, cheering and celebrating, so excited that they almost toppled him over. That was a vampire. Huang Fuqing and the other two were utterly shocked, unable to believe their eyes. Amid the crowd's jubilant tossing of Lu Yun into the air, Lu Yun laughed heartily. By utilizing the abyssal gaze ability of the abyssal throne in binding the Shura heart of the White Horse cavalry, he successfully defeated the vampire. As a result, the new recruit trial between the Shinsha Empire and Sakura Island Nation ended more than 2 days early, with the Shinsha Empire achieving an overwhelming victory. At the moment of being teleported out of the trial instance, Lu Yun also received generous rewards, feeling secretly pleased. This outcome was undoubtedly the great harvest he had anticipated. Congratulations to the faction Shinsha Empire for successfully completing the recruit trial and receiving the reward, Bronze Treasure Chest +1. Congratulations to the position Vice Captain for being rated as extraordinary in performance, receiving the reward, Bronze Treasure Chest +1, Level +1. Congratulations to the squad for being rated as first squad in performance, receiving the reward, Bronze Treasure Chest +1, Level +1. Congratulations! The combat performance under your command has been rated as extraordinary, rewards received, Silver Treasure Chest +1, Level +1. Congratulations! The comprehensive evaluation for this recruit trial is first place, rewards received, Gold Treasure Chest +1, Level +1, 10 Desolate Divine Realm Admission Ticket +1. Based on the overall performance in this round, Energy Stone rewards received, 1 million. Finally, Lu Yun was lowered from midair by the crowd. The series of rewards before his eyes made his heart surge with excitement, unable to calm down for a long time. Except for the 1 million energy stones yet to be distributed, all other rewards had already been credited. His level instantly soared from level 15 to level 19, leaving less than 20% experience points to reach level 20. This filled him with immense excitement. The position of Vice Captain, the first squad, command ability, and overall evaluation ranked first all have been upgraded. In this recruit trial, Lu Yun's performance was undoubtedly stunning. He was well aware that after reaching level 10, progressing further would not be an easy task. Many second and third year students might not even reach level 20 before graduation. Yet now, as a first year student, he had already reached level 19 with 85% experience, a feat that would surely make all the students at the War Academy envious. In addition to the level upgrade, the victory of his faction and his role as vice captain earned him 3 bronze treasure chests. His extraordinary command and combat abilities brought him a silver treasure chest, while the reward for ranking first in performance was a gold treasure chest. Lu Yun's heartbeat quickened with excitement. For ordinary people, a bronze treasure chest was already a coveted prize, let alone the allure of silver and gold treasure chests. Recalling the mist crown he had previously obtained from a silver treasure chest, Lu Yun secretly rejoiced. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to open these treasure chests immediately and revel in their surprises. However, the eager gazes around him forced him to suppress his impulse. Just these treasure chests alone made this trial immensely rewarding, ensuring it was well worth the effort. And the 1 million energy stones further made him marvel at the generosity of the trial, enough to indulge himself for a long time. As he basked in his achievements, a piece of paper emitting a mysterious blood-red glow suddenly appeared in the token space. 10 Desolation Divine Realm Admission Ticket. After using this ticket, you can enter the 10 Desolation Divine Realm. This left Lu Yun puzzled. What kind of place is the 10 Desolation Divine Realm? As the reward for being the top performer in the new recruit trial, it must be something extraordinary. Next, under the arrangements of Huangfu Qing and the others, the students from the 9 provinces were sent back one after another. Since Lu Yun had previously added Qin Xiaoyu and the others to Squad 18, they received an additional bronze treasure chest in a level up reward. After expressing their gratitude to Lu Yun, they left. Once Ling Shui and Zhuge Waner were also teleported back to the East Sea with Qian Xing, Yi Haobian and Chai Luren approached Lu Yun with complex expressions, bowed deeply, and said nothing. Lu Yun didn't say much about this, as the performance of the two, who were highly regarded by the 9 provinces, was indeed underwhelming in this trial. However, upon learning that they were heading to the Star River Great Wall, he couldn't help but offer a word of advice: take care. After everyone had left, Huangfu Qing and the other 2 finally approached with smiles on their faces, introducing the 2 people beside them to Lu Yun. Huangfu Qing gave his shoulder a hearty pat, his face full of satisfaction. Good lad, well done. You really opened our eyes. C2 Changjian also showed an appreciative expression. Lu Yun, are you interested in joining our Shinsha military department after graduation? No, if you're willing, I can talk to your dean right now, and you can join us immediately. Chen Dojin interjected from the side. Lu Yun is just a first-year freshman. Going to your place to work himself to death? What kind of good intentions could you possibly have? He flipped his hand and took out a glittering storage bag, handing it to Lu Yun. This is your reward for this new recruit trial, 1 million energy stones. Additionally,
our finance department has specially approved an extra 100,000 energy stones
as an additional reward for your outstanding performance this time."
Upon hearing Qian Dojin's words, Lu Yun's eyes lit up instantly. This truly embodies the style of the Xinxia Finance Department, generous and magnanimous, giving away 100,000 energy stones in one go. He remembered how he used to desperately pick up those tiny energy stones worth only 2 or 3 points in the beginner-level novice war dungeon, almost exhausting himself to the point of breaking his back. But now, holding over 1,000,000 energy stones in his hands, his heart surged with endless emotions.
"Lu Yun, our finance department actually has boundless prospects." Qian Dojin looked at Lu Yun's expression, a tempting smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Huang Fu Chang and Situ Changjun, seeing this, couldn't bear to watch any longer and quickly stopped Qian Dojin. "Lu Yun, did you obtain a ticket to enter the 10 Desolate Divine Realm?"
Huang Fuqing asked seriously, seemingly aware of the gravity of the situation. Nearby, Situ Changjian and Qian Dojin revealed a hint of envy in their eyes, while Lu Yun secretly felt proud.
Nodding slightly, he knew this ticket was absolutely extraordinary.
Next, Huang Fuqing and the other two explained the 10 Desolate Divine Realm to Lu Yun in detail. Lu Yun finally understood why a powerful soldier master like Zhan Huangfuqing would place such importance on this admission ticket. Simply put, the 10 Desolate Divine Realm is a secret realm filled with opportunities. Every soldier master who can emerge alive from the Divine Realm will have an incredibly brilliant future. Among the 10 great soldier masters of the current 9 empires, 6 have entered the 10 Desolate Divine Realm. This includes Xiao Zhe, who once served as the director of Donghai Second Hospital. His renowned troop type, Dragon of the Watermarsh, received significant enhancement in the 10 Desolate Divine Realm. However, the 10 Desolate Divine Realm only opens once every 3 years. Those entering must reach level 20 and must do so before their first breakthrough. The opportunity is extremely precious. Figures like Huang Fuqing, Situ Changjian, and Qian Dojin, though outstanding among their peers in their youth, never managed to enter the 10 Desolate Divine Realm. Previously, Sakura Island sent a prince with an awakened Shikigami troop type, even risking punishment from the 9 great empires, secretly sending in a vampiric Shikigami avatar precisely to seize this chance to enter the 10 Desolate Divine Realm. However, this ticket ultimately ended up in Lu Yun's hands. "Lu Yun, you need to think carefully," Huang Fuqing said seriously. "Every time the 10 Desolate Divine Realm opens, there are casualties. Moreover, among the 9 great empires, only 5 participants are allowed, while the remaining 5 are all alien prodigies from the myriad worlds of the galaxy. The danger level is far higher than the rookie trials." Beside them, Situ Changjian and Qian Dojin also nodded repeatedly. But seeing the nervous expressions of the 3, Lu Yun's face instead revealed confidence and boldness.
"Go! Why not go? What about the alien warlord of the Starry River and myriad worlds? Kill them all without hesitation."
Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, the eyes of Huang Fuqing and the other two instantly lit up, as if they had found endless hope. Moments later, hearty laughter echoed throughout the square, and the passionate atmosphere surged like a tide. When the 3 of them gave Lu Yun a few more instructions, Lu Yun repeatedly confirmed that he would successfully reach level 20 within 3 days before the opening of the 10 Desolation Divine Realm. Then, he stepped into the teleportation array to return to the Eastern Sea. The 3 of them, including Huang Fuqing, personally watched Lu Yun leave until the energy of the teleportation array subsided. Qian Dojin sighed softly. "Are you sure you don't want to tell him the consequences of the 10 Desolation Divine Realm? I think this little guy Lu Yun might actually bring a surprise to the 9 empires." Situ Changjian also nodded lightly, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. That little prodigy from the southern 9 provinces has already spent a few months at the Star River Great Wall, and his growth rate is astonishing. Perhaps letting Lu Yun know the truth would further motivate his performance in the Divine Realm. Upon hearing their suggestions, a golden light flashed in Huang Fuqing's eyes, but he still shook his head gently. "This matter is not up for discussion. The warlord of our Xinxia Empire does not need to fight bound by the shackles of morality." He looked eastward, his tone filled with confidence and anticipation. "I believe that Lu Yun and Zhong Xiaoyao from the southern 9 provinces will know exactly what to do once they enter the 10 Desolation Divine Realm. But the Star River Great Wall over there." Qian Dojin was still somewhat worried. Huang Fuqing's face revealed a confident smile. "The 6 Sakura nations think they can shake the Divine Xia Empire's position at the Star River Great Wall with the outcome of one Divine Realm battle? Are they even worthy? The War God Hall has long decided with Lord Xiaolong and the others. At worst, we'll guard the Star River Great Wall ourselves." Upon hearing this, Qian Dojin and Situ Changjian's spirits were lifted, and they felt secretly encouraged.
Huang Fuqing's tone grew increasingly bold and heroic. Moreover, the War God Hall has long felt that there are simply too many empires. Lu Yun, who had returned to the Eastern Sea, was met with an incredibly enthusiastic welcome. Thanks to the promotion by Qianxing and others who had returned early, nearly all the faculty members of the 3 war academies were present, creating a lively and bustling scene. If it weren't for Yusher-san and Chen Wudi's desperate efforts to stop them, Lu Yun might have had his blue armor, which he hadn't even had time to take off, torn apart and snatched away as souvenirs by the excited academy teachers. On his way back to the second academy, Lu Yun returned to the dormitory together with Ling Shui, who had been waiting at the door and had prepared a steaming hot meal. Outside the dormitory, Yusher-san and Chen Wudi stood with expressions full of emotion. After a long while, they exchanged glances, and a complex divine light flickered in their eyes. Looks like I won't be able to take this direct disciple after all. Chen Wudi sighed heavily, and Yusher-san also remarked, Lu Yun's future achievements might rival those of Master Xiaozhe. How could we possibly take him as a disciple? Chen Wudi nodded, feeling secretly gratified in his heart. Yes. Our second academy can produce another stellar powerhouse. It is an honor for all of us. In the dormitory, after finishing the meal and seeing Ling Shui leave, Lu Yun finally nestled comfortably into the sofa. He couldn't wait to open the treasure chests. With a wave of his hand, 3 bronze treasure chests appeared before him. Without hesitation, he spent 1,500 soldier token energy to open all 3 bronze treasure chests in succession. Ding, congratulations on obtaining bronze equipment, Crimson Gold Belt. Ding, congratulations on obtaining bronze equipment, Sun and Moon Twin Hooks. Ding, congratulations on obtaining bronze equipment, 3-pronged Wolf Fang Club. 3 notifications sounded, and Lu Yun's face instantly darkened. He hadn't expected his luck to be so bad. 3 bronze treasure chests had only yielded 3 pieces of bronze equipment. Although the attributes indicated they were top tier among bronze equipment, the least useful thing for him right now might just be equipment. Aside from the main weapon used to activate active skills, having more equipment felt somewhat redundant. Moreover, in the trial dungeon, he had already killed so many Sakura recruits, and among the loot dropped were several pieces of silver equipment. Masao Hideyoshi had even dropped 2 pieces of gold equipment, which he hadn't paid much attention to, planning to exchange them for points with Chen Wudi tomorrow. But now, opening 3 bronze equipment pieces left Lu Yun feeling quite helpless. It must be the wrong posture. Lu Yun casually stored the 3 bronze items into the token space, then carefully took a bath to wash away his fatigue. Only then did he sit back on the sofa and take out the silver treasure chest. Do you want to spend 1,000 token energy to open the silver treasure chest? Lu Yun took a deep breath and silently prayed in his heart, open. The silver treasure chest gently opened, emitting a silver glow from within, causing his heartbeat to accelerate. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the special weapon master item, 100 Battles Gate. A trace of joy flashed in Lu Yun's eyes. Special items, special equipment, and special magical treasures have always been incredibly rare. Like the phantom card that Yusher-san had previously given him, it was practically a heaven-defying artifact. At this moment, Lu Yun was filled with excitement, knowing that he was about to achieve a new breakthrough. If auctioned, its price would surpass even that of gold-tier equipment. Lu Yun eagerly looked at the silver treasure chest, his heart brimming with anticipation. A miniature silver gate tower suddenly appeared before his eyes. 100 Battles Gate, Special Soldier Master Item. Binding Requirement, Level 15. Usage Instructions. After binding the Troop Summoning Vortex, troops summoned through the 100 Battles Gate will receive the 100 Battles Effect bonus. Additional effect, Invincible in Battle. Each time a unit kills a target, it gains 1 layer of battle intent, increasing attack by 1%, up to a maximum of 100 layers of battle intent. Unyielding in battle. Each time a unit kills a target, it gains 1 layer of healing effect, increasing recovery effectiveness by 1%, up to a maximum of 100 layers of healing effect. Invincible in battle. Unyielding in battle. Lu Yun stared at the introduction of the 100 Battles Gate, dumbfounded. He had never expected that a silver treasure chest could yield such a powerful item. Simply put, this was an expedition gate that could bind to a summoned troop vortex. Previously, he had seen Yusher-san's summoning vortex, which resembled a real water vortex and could add some status effects to troops. But Lu Yun truly hadn't anticipated that the 100 Battles Gate he obtained would be so formidable. The 100 Victories effect adds battle intent to troops, with each layer of battle intent increasing attack by 1%, stacking up to 100 layers. Wouldn't that directly double his troops' attack power? This was practically a god-tier item that grew stronger with every battle. Moreover,
it also had the never-defeated effect, which provided a recovery effect stacking up to 100 layers.
imagine his Qin elite warriors and white horse cavalry under the influence of these two effects, they would undoubtedly become even more terrifying.
Lu Yun let out a long breath to calm himself, then decisively chose to bind the item.
Instantly, the summoning vortex for troops transformed into a tall silver portal. He was extremely satisfied and thought to himself, as expected, taking that bath was the right choice. Those 3 bronze treasure chests earlier must have been due to my bad luck. Next, Lu Yun contentedly took out the final treasure chest.
This was the golden chest awarded for achieving first place in the comprehensive performance of the recruit trials.
Would you like to spend 10,000 token energy to open the golden chest? Upon hearing the prompt, Lu Yun felt no hesitation. His token energy had already surpassed 1 million. Open. He was even more excited, secretly calculating in his mind. If the silver chest could yield powerful items like the 100 Battles Gate, what surprises would the golden chest bring him? Knock, knock, knock.
As the energy of 10,000 military tokens surged into the golden treasure chest, a rapid drumbeat echoed from within. Lu Yun's heart involuntarily began to race, and a sense of tension arose spontaneously.
Finally, crack! A crisp sound of the chest opening rang out, and dazzling golden light burst forth from the treasure chest.
Lu Yun squinted his eyes, and what came into view was a dense golden glow, slowly revealing the mysterious item at the bottom of the chest.
Meanwhile, a notification sounded.
Ding, congratulations on obtaining a one-time consumable item, Golden Hero Recruitment Order.
Bang! Lu Yun jumped straight up from the sofa, shouting excitedly, it's here. Finally, it's here. Lu Yun waved his hand, and a stream of light flew out from the golden treasure chest, transforming into a golden token. He eagerly grabbed it, his heart filled with excitement. Hero Recruitment Order, Golden. Type, one-time consumable item. Usage requirement. The commander must possess a rare level or higher command token. Effect, does not occupy troop count, summons a gold-level hero unit. Good.
Lu Yun laughed heartily and used the token to summon the gold-level hero unit without hesitation.
Buzz, the Imperial Jade Seal automatically flew
out, with a golden dragon-shaped phantom coiling within the Jade Seal.
The dragon's roar thundered through the dormitory, instantly heightening the tension. Rumble.
The vortex of summoned troops from the 100 Battles Gate appeared, directly reaching the dormitory ceiling.
From the
silver 100 Battles Gate, it seemed as though the shouts and battle cries of thousands of soldiers echoed, stirring one's emotions.
The Hero Troop Recruitment Order in Lu Yun's hand transformed into a streak of light and flew into the 100 Battles Gate. In an
instant, a young general, riding a yellow steed and wielding a long spear, leapt out of the gate, exuding an awe-inspiring presence.
My lord!
The young general dismounted and cupped his hands toward the delighted Lu Yun. At this moment, Lu Yun also received a notification, his heart brimming with joy.
Congratulations on obtaining the gold-level hero unit, Huotsubing, Champion Marquis.
Lu Yun shouted in disbelief, unable to believe his luck.
He actually summoned Huotsubing, riding through the Xiongnu, sealing the wolf at Mount Jushu. If not for his untimely death, the territory of ancient Zhozhou would surely have been even larger.
Huotsubing excelled in long-distance raids, the founding master of Blitzkrieg. With him, Lu Yun could rest easy. Looking at the heroic and imposing Huotsubing before him, Lu Yun was filled with anticipation and hurriedly checked his attributes.
Huotsubing, Gold. Strength, 41600. Agility, 41600. Spirit, 62400. Constitution, 41600.
Talent, strike from afar, all land belongs to the king. Skills, courageous champion, enemy slayer.
Impressive. Lu Yun's eyes lit up instantly.
Huotsubing's four-dimensional attributes had reached such an extraordinary level, he was simply a peerless genius.
Strength,
agility, and constitution had reached an astonishing 40,000, while his mental attribute exceeded 60,000, making him a true commander-level existence. What shocked Lu Yun even more was that Huotsubing actually came with innate talents and skills. Though far must be punished, the combat range of the troops commanded by Huotsubing can be up to 100 times the distance controllable by the troopmaster. No land beyond the king's domain. Within the regions conquered by Huotsubing, the troopmaster can freely teleport 3 times per hour.
This is simply an extraordinary talent. Though far must be punished allows the combat range of troops to increase 100-fold.
Originally, with the 20-fold amplification granted by the mandate of heaven, the controllable distance of troops exceeded 1 kilometer. Now, Huotsubing's commanding power makes everything even more insane.
with a combat radius exceeding 100 kilometers, an absolute nightmare for the enemy. The effect of no land beyond the king's domain is equally astonishing. 3 opportunities for free teleportation, even if limited to Huatsubing's conquered regions, still make Lu Yun feel incredibly powerful. This is not only a weapon for offense but also a valuable tool for gaining precious time during retreat. Apart from his astonishing talent, Huatsubing's 2 skills are also exceptionally powerful. Bravery Crown increases the movement speed and attack damage of commanded troops by 20%. Enemy Slayer, when attacking the target selected by the commander, damage increases by 50%. The Bravery Crown skill significantly boosts troop speed and damage, almost equivalent to the effect of an advanced formation. The Enemy Slayer skill is even more formidable, increasing damage by 50% after selecting a target, an absolute fatal strike on the battlefield. Lu Yun thought to himself, with Huatsubing, how spectacular this battle will be. He was filled with anticipation for the future, his entire being surrounded by an aura of excitement, feeling as though he was about to lead a legendary war. With the attributes of Huatsubing's gold-tier hero unit, Lu Yun felt an unparalleled surge of power. He thought to himself, half of the boosted stats, this is absolutely terrifying. He was utterly satisfied with his gold-tier hero unit. Perhaps in the future, only hero units of the caliber of Bai Hanweihua, Sun Wu Liu, and the like will be able to rival this. Lu Yun was brimming with confidence for the upcoming 10 Desolate Divine Realm, secretly thrilled. Would the young commanders of the myriad races in the galaxy also participate? Looking at Huatsubing standing before him, his heart surged with excitement, and he couldn't help but shout, if they can go, so can I. Huatsubing's eyes sparkled with determination as he firmly responded, I swear to follow my lord to the death. Lu Yun's mood instantly improved, and waves of excitement surged in his heart. The night passed without a word, and the next morning, Lu Yun, Ling Shui, and Xian Xing set off for the outdoor dungeon known as Demon Burial Valley. He was only 15% away from leveling up to 20. For other commanders, trying to grind this much experience in 3 days would be nearly impossible. But for Lu Yun at this moment, it posed no difficulty at all. Therefore, he decided to follow the advice of Yu Shisan and Chen Wudi and chose the Demon Burial Valley dungeon, where the monster levels ranged from 20 to 30. When they arrived at the entrance of the Demon Burial Valley dungeon, Lin Xiaoro, who had been pre-arranged to meet them, along with Zhuge Waner, Cheng Xiaoying, and Su Yuan from the First War Academy, were already waiting there. Cheng Xiaoying immediately pulled her senior Su Yuan over to Lu Yun and sincerely expressed her gratitude. Lu Yun casually waved his hand, indicating it was no big deal, and then led the group into the Demon Burial Valley dungeon. Originally, he had planned to solo the Demon Burial Valley, but unfortunately, this was a large-scale group dungeon, and the minimum level requirement for soloing was 30. In the end, Lu Yun chose to team up with a few familiar faces to enter, secretly feeling smug. With his powerful troops, most of the experience would undoubtedly belong to him. Just as Lu Yun and his team entered the Demon Burial Valley dungeon, a sneaky-looking man poked his head out of the dirt and excitedly said, Leader, they've gone in. I saw it with my own eyes. Among them are the 4 targets given by the Sakura side, and that despicable woman who teamed up with Old Three's group last time. In a stone cave guarded by beast-type soldiers, Shirdawe, the leader of the beast squad, hung up the phone and respectfully said to the middle-aged man meditating by the campfire, Mr. Ishikawa, the targets have been confirmed. The middle-aged man impatiently waved his hand, cutting him off, and pointed to a pile of dry grass and leaves beside the campfire. Shirdawe immediately fell silent, cautiously scanning the surrounding stone cave, feeling a bit uneasy. Should we move now? They're the only team in Demon Burial Valley. Shirdawe asked. The number 1 target your country mentioned is also an enemy of our beast squad. The middle-aged man nodded, and the sound of bones crunching came from within his white blood-red robe, sending shivers down Shirdawe's spine. In the Burial Demon Valley dungeon, Cheng Xiaoying saw Lu Yun summon Huatsubing and exclaimed, Wow! A gold-tier hero unit. The few girls present, upon seeing the handsome young general, had their eyes light up, causing Xian Xing and Su Yuan to feel a pang of jealousy. Huatsubing paid no attention to Cheng Xiaoying and the others' reactions. With a resolute gaze, he cupped his hands toward Lu Yun, then mounted his horse, his expression fierce and determined. The long spear in his hand gleamed coldly, as if foretelling the intense battle about to unfold. Soldiers, follow me to vanquish the enemy. His voice thundered, echoing across the land. Tap, tap, tap. As the 100 Battles Gate, long since opened by Lu Yun, released its forces, the crisp sound of horse hooves surged like a tide. Zhao Yun led the White Horse Cavalry forward with an unstoppable momentum, bursting through the gate. with an awe-inspiring presence, as if capable of tearing the heavens and earth apart. Amidst the flashes of silver light, the state of victory in every battle was continuously applied to all units, their fighting spirit soaring. Following the White Horse Cavalry, the elite soldiers of Great Qin stepped forward. Under Bai Qi's command, the black armored troops exuded an unparalleled might, resembling an unstoppable torrent of steel. Buzz Huatsubing's champion of courage skill was instantly activated, granting new states to both units. Their morale surged like a rainbow, and under Huatsubing's leadership, they charged forward. This elite force of 300 soldiers, accompanied by the powerful aura of the Golden Hero units, displayed a spectacular scene of thousands of troops and horses, stirring the hearts of all who witnessed it. Ling Shui and the others gazed at the spectacular scene, their admiration for Lu Yun growing deeper. Especially Qian Xing, Su Yuan, and Lin Xiao, who were filled with countless emotions. Although they had become lords of soldiers earlier than Lu Yun, in their hearts now, Lu Yun's rank and troop strength were far beyond their reach. In the eyes of Ling Shui, Zhuge Waner, and Cheng Xiaoying, besides envy, a spark of determination was ignited. Next, we need to work hard too. Cheng Xiaoying clenched her fist and shouted earnestly. The others nodded firmly and responded in unison, let's work hard together. Lu Yun smiled and waved, signaling for more elite Qin warriors to emerge from the 100 Battles Gate. A few companions who had just ignited their fighting spirit suddenly felt a bit deflated, but Lu Yun remained indifferent, smiling faintly. He did not let the elite Qin warriors seize the nearby level 20 monsters but instead instructed the remaining 40 elite Qin warriors to use the mist concealment skill and hide in the surrounding dense forest. The monsters in the Burial Demon Valley were at least level 20, which, while still challenging for Ling Shui and Qian Xing's group, seemed insignificant in the face of the elite Qin warriors and the White Horse Cavalry. Coupled with the powerful command of Bai Qi, Zhao Yun, and Huatsubing, Lu Yun had already decided to let his troops challenge higher-level monsters, leaving the level 20 monsters to Ling Shui and her team. After all, the map of Burial Demon Valley was vast, and 10 teams operating simultaneously would pose no problem. Watching Lu Yun's elite Qin warriors disappear into the mist, Ling Shui and her group regained their spirits, began summoning their own troops, and advanced toward the level 20 monster area ahead. Seeing Lu Yun leisurely gaining experience, they couldn't help but feel envious. When will I finally get hero units? Chen Xing shouted helplessly. I've decided, when I break through for the first time, I will definitely choose the hero unit enhancement path. Lin Xiao's tone was full of determination, and her eyes sparkled with hope. In the Second War Academy, inside the dean's office, Chen Wudi angrily shouted at Yushir-san, are you really okay with letting them enter the Demon Burial Valley on their own? Yushir-san glanced helplessly at his old partner. Can you honestly say you have absolute confidence in defeating the Blood Shadow incarnation of the Vampire Princess? Of course. Chen Wudi was momentarily at a loss for words when asked. After a long while, Yushir-san sighed, we should also go and complete our breakthrough. Otherwise, the juniors will all catch up to us one by one. Let's go together. Chen Wudi nodded, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. As for Lu Yun and the others, rest assured, unless a weapon master who has completed a second breakthrough intervenes, Yushir-san continued, these little ones are not the kind of rookies who can be easily slaughtered. Besides, with City Lord Lin's plant troops monitoring, who would dare to cause trouble in the East Sea? At that moment, Yushir-san's phone chimed with a notification. After checking it, his expression immediately turned serious. Chen Wudi seemed to have guessed something and asked urgently, is it the descendants of the ancient clan or the Star River Academy this year? Yushir-san sighed lightly and stood up, the descendants of the ancient clan. Let's go, we're heading to City Lord Lin's place. Chen Wudi frowned slightly, these descendants of the ancient clans really know how to take advantage. Humph. Yushir-san snorted coldly as he walked, trying to take advantage of Lu Yun is no easy task. Not long after, Yushir-san and Chen Wudi arrived at the East Sea City Lord's mansion. Walking into the hall filled with flourishing flowers and plants, they saw the City Lord Lin Fushu, dressed in a green robe, and a young man in plain clothes with an extraordinary demeanor. City Lord Lin. Yushir-san and Chen Wudi greeted respectfully. Lin Fushu's hair was jet black, but his voice carried an aged tone. He waved his hand lightly, you two have worked hard. This young friend comes from the Zhang family. The young man in plain clothes stood up and respectfully saluted Yushir-san and Chen Wudi, his voice clear, I am Jiang Zichuan. I apologize for the disturbance this time and ask for the forgiveness of you two seniors. Yushir-san and Chen Wudi nodded slightly, but their eyes still flickered with hostility. Jiang Zichuan remained composed and continued, you both know how significant the 10 Desolate Divine Realm is this time. If our Xinxia fails to secure the top position,
the layout of the Star River Great Wall will be affected. His voice was sonorous and powerful, carrying an undeniable aura. Let me spar with this brother Lu Yun.
If he can defeat me, it will reassure the ancient clans. But if Sichuan happens to win?
I asked the two seniors to prioritize the bigger picture. Yushir-san and Chen Wudi's expressions softened slightly after hearing this. Yushir-san nodded and said, then I wish you good luck. Chen Wudi spoke faintly, if you lose, don't go crying to your elders. Hee, thank you both for your encouragement. Jiang Zichuan smiled slightly.
If Sichuan loses, I certainly won't resort to cheating.
At that moment, Lin Fushu suddenly shouted, how dare you?
His voice thundered like a storm, instantly making the atmosphere in the hall incredibly tense.
On the flowers and grass, green energy surged, as if foretelling an ominous event about to unfold.
Lord Lin, what happened?
Yushir-san immediately asked, his tone tinged with urgency. Chen Wudi also looked anxious, eager to uncover the truth. Lin Fushu closed his eyes to sense for a moment before slowly opening them, the aura of the Star River Necromancer clan.
At least at the tactical realm level of strength. Upon hearing this, Yushir-san's expression changed drastically. Could Lu Yun and the others be in danger? Chen Wudi and Jiang Zichuan also looked grave. After the first breakthrough, a soldier master is called the Breaking Mortal Realm. After the second breakthrough, they are called the Kindling Realm. For most soldier masters, the Kindling Realm is the pinnacle of their lifelong efforts. Beyond the Kindling Realm, achieving the third breakthrough leads to the Tactical Realm. Every soldier master at the Tactical Realm is an immensely powerful existence, capable of destroying cities and obliterating lands.
Rest assured. Lin Fushu shook his head, his gaze resolute. I have already set up a formation near the Burial Demon Valley.
The aliens absolutely cannot enter. Only then did Yushir-san and Chen Wudi's expression slightly ease, but Lin Fushu's voice turned icy. Since the alien from the Tanbing realm dared to enter my East Sea, they shouldn't think about leaving. The flowers and plants in the hall emitted crisp sounds like swords and blades, as if responding to his determination. The entire War Academy, always ready. City Lord Lin Zichuan is also willing to contribute. Jiang Zichuan expressed his resolve without hesitation, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. At the entrance of the Burial Demon Valley, the leader of the Beast Squad, Shirdawe, respectfully said to the man beside him, Mr. Ishikawa, shall we go in now?
The man, who had already removed his wide red robe, carefully examined the flowers, grass, and trees around the dungeon and said softly, split into 9 teams. Shirdawe was initially a bit puzzled but quickly understood. Mr. Ishikawa has thought this through thoroughly.
This way, no one will be able to go in and rescue them.
Inside the Burial Demon Valley dungeon, Lu Yun, who was commanding his troops in battle, suddenly received notifications of other squads
entering the valley.
A total of 9 teams entered the Burial Demon Valley dungeon almost simultaneously, perfectly filling the 10-team quota.
Lu Yun, it's the Beast Squad.
Ling Shui, who was commanding the battle, reminded Lu Yun, and the others also turned their gaze toward him. But Lu Yun responded with a faint smile, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. You really chose not to take the path to heaven, didn't you?